Chapter 1: The Super Rich System. At the gate of Nanling University. Linny, please stop bothering me. Love without material things is ultimately a mess. You can't give me what I want. He can take me to the most luxurious Nanling hotel in the city for a candlelight dinner, can you? The money you save for a month is not enough for me to buy a piece of clothing. All your efforts seem too cheap to me. Linny listened in disbelief as these few words came out of Guan Jishua's mouth lightly. Her tone was flat, and there was even a hint of pity for him. After saying that, Guan Jishua lifted the black hair by her ear, and affectionately took the arm of a fat, greasy bald man beside her and got into a black Mercedes. When the two men walked past Linny, they looked at him as if they were looking at a poor stray dog. Linny quickly came back to his senses. No. This is impossible. Xiao Xue. Guan Jishue. Explain your situation clearly to me. Linny slammed the opaque car window hysterically. But the only response he got was the roar of the accelerator and a cloud of choking dust. The huge inertia of the car's acceleration pulled Linny to the ground. The classmates who were watching the fun also pointed at Linny, as if they were laughing at a loser. At this time, Linny could do nothing but watch in despair as the girl he had loved for 4 years drifted further and further away from him. Entanglement, my devotion to you has become entanglement in your eyes. Is this relationship that I've had for so long just my own wishful thinking? Pain and shame filled Linny's chest, and a numbing pain came from his stomach. He clenched his fists and pounded them hard on the cold concrete floor in despair. The piercing pain instantly spread from the fist to the brain, and bright red blood oozed out from the wound. However, the physical pain is far less than the pain in my heart at this moment. Today was originally the day Linny reported as a freshman. Linny was filled with joy, thinking that after a year of hard study, he had finally been admitted to the same university as Guan Jishue. The two had agreed long before the college entrance examination that they would work hard to get into the same university. Linny has also been working hard towards this goal. But when the college entrance examination results came out last year, Guan Jishue was admitted to Nanling University with excellent scores, but Linny failed to reach the admission score of Nanling University as he wished. Xiaoxue, wait for me. I will go back to repeat my studies for a year and will definitely come to Nanling University to accompany you. If you interview senior high school students, 11 out of 10 do not want to repeat a grade. No one wants to go through this difficult year again. But Linny is willing. For Guan Jishue, he was willing to endure this hardship. Because this is the girl he loves deeply. Linny was abandoned as a child and grew up in an orphanage. He had to earn his own tuition for repeating his studies and going to college. In addition to using the money he saved to pay for tuition, he would also give Guan Jishue 1,000 yuan every month so that she could eat well. But Linny himself only ate the free soup and white rice in the school cafeteria every day. During this year, he studied hard during the day and worked as a dishwasher in a restaurant at night. I only sleep 4 hours a day. Apart from sleeping, I spent the rest of my time studying without a moment's rest. The physical fatigue and tremendous psychological pressure almost made him collapse. Every time when he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, Linny would be filled with fighting spirit again as soon as he thought of Guan Jishue's sweet smile. After repeating a year, Linny finally got his wish and was admitted to Nanling University. On the day the results came out, Linny happily called Guan Jishue. But Guan Jishue on the other end of the phone seemed uncomfortable talking. She responded quickly and hung up. Linny couldn't contact Guan Jishue for the entire summer vacation. Guan Jishue's answer to him was that she was working a summer job and was very busy. Linny had no doubts either. It was not until today, when Linny reported to Nanling University as a freshman, that he ran into Guan Jishue and a bald middle-aged man who was as fat as a pig walking out of the school hand in hand at the school gate. Any fool can see what's going on. Linny's angry questioning was only met with a few light-hearted sarcastic remarks from Guan Jishue. He also pushed all the blame onto Linny, thinking that the poor Linny was not worthy of his noble self. Linny had heard before that many girls would gradually become materialistic and realistic after entering college, and at that time he thought Guan Jishue would be an exception. But now, reality mercilessly gave him a slap in the face, waking him up completely from his sweet dream of love. I didn't expect my efforts to be so worthless in your eyes. Linny stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. His head was still dazed and it took him a while to come back to his senses. 4 years of sincerity had gone to waste, and Linny felt particularly ridiculous. Maybe in your eyes, I'm just a good-for-nothing licker. But I will prove myself excellent one day. At this age of high spirits, young people have their own pride. At this moment, his eyes were extremely determined, as if he had made a great decision. Bite. At this moment, an electronic sound sounded in Lin Yi's mind. The most powerful godly system has detected a suitable host. The system is automatically installing. Installation completed. What the hell? System? This sudden change brought a ray of light to Lin Yi's gloomy world. Lin Yi was startled, then he looked around. The classmates who were watching the excitement had already dispersed. Apparently, he was the only one who heard the system prompt sound. His heartbeat quickened instantly. He never expected that such a plot in the novel would actually happen to him. As soon as the thought came to Lin Yi, the virtual interface of the system appeared in his mind. System host, Lin Yi. System function, you can get double cash back when you spend money on the opposite sex. Hint. You must spend money on the opposite sex who has been bound to the system to get cash back. The doubling multiple is random, with a minimum of 1 and no upper limit. The higher the other party's favorability, the greater the probability of getting a high multiple. Once the bound object's favorability towards the host reaches 50 points, they will no longer receive cash back, but will instead receive other corresponding rewards. Lin Yi read the introduction of the system function several times. As long as I spend money on girls, I can get cash back? The minimum cashback multiple is 1 time, which means that no matter what happens, at least you won't lose money. And the higher the other party's favorability, the greater the chance of me getting a high cashback. Oh my god. In that case, the more money I spend on girls, the more favorable they will be to me. The more favorable they are to me, the more cashback I will get. Perpetual motion machine. The haze in Lin Yi's heart was instantly swept away. But what does it mean for the opposite sex to be bound by the system? How can one make the opposite sex bound by the system? Lin Yi quickly discovered the key point. At this moment, another electronic sound sounded in my mind. As long as the host talks to the opposite sex, the system will automatically detect the host's heartbeat value for that person. As long as the host's heartbeat value reaches the standard, the system will automatically list the opposite sex as the host's cashback target. After successfully binding the cashback object, the host can get cashback for all the expenses it pays to the object. Hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly understood. This system is forcing me to be a scumbag. It seems that even the system knows that these days, bootlickers are worse than dogs. No matter what, I'm going to make a lot of money and reach the pinnacle of life. I will never let this kind of humiliation happen again. Lin Yi opened his cell phone and checked. There was still 3,000 yuan left in his bank card. It's all talk and no action. The first priority now is to test the cashback function of the system. Lin Yi stretched out his hand to stop a taxi and drove towards Chenda Plaza. Arriving at Chenda Plaza, Lin Yi pushed the door and walked into a coffee shop. Hello, is the seat next to you occupied? Lin Yi walked up to a beautiful woman who was dressed beautifully, wearing sunglasses, had long legs and black stockings, and spoke politely. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is 20 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. No man would remain calm when seeing a beautiful woman, and Lin Yi is no exception. When the beauty heard Lin Yi's voice, she looked up and suspected that Lin Yi came to chat with her on purpose. But at this time, other places in the coffee shop were indeed full of people, and Lin Yi's harmless eyes seemed to indicate that he had no other thoughts. No one, please sit down. The beauty politely put away her small bag that had been placed on the chair next to her and made room for Lin Yi. Lin Yi thanked him, sat down, then scanned the code to place his order. To express my gratitude, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. As Lin Yi spoke, he quickly flipped through the coffee shop's electronic flyer, trying to find the most expensive cup of coffee. Since the other party has been bound to the target, let's take the opportunity to test the system and make a small profit first. Chapter 2, Sky-High Price of Coffee. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the beautiful woman in sunglasses looked suspicious. Classmate, your pickup technique is a bit old-fashioned. The beauty took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of lively big eyes, her watery little mouth slightly raised, and her face showed a hint of displeasure. Lin Yi glanced at the beautiful woman guiltily, but the system in his mind automatically opened the beautiful woman's information interface. Name, Yi Shuangshuang. Age, 19. Favorability towards the host, 25 points. Status, student of the dance department of Nanling University of the Arts. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. The slender black silk legs, the slender waist, and the curvy figure made Linny take a few more glances. So she studied dance, no wonder she has such a well-proportioned figure. Linny muttered quietly in his heart. Seeing that Linny didn't speak for a long time and looked her around, Yi Xuanxuang's brows gradually frowned. As the most beautiful girl in the dance department of Nanling University of the Arts, Yi Xuanxuang has never lacked suitors. Most of them are wealthy second generations. A poor boy like Linny doesn't even have the qualifications to pursue Yi Xuanxuang. Yi Xuanxuang, favorability 10. Yi Xuanxuang, favorability 10. The original favorability level was 25 points, but now it is only 5 points. But to Yi Xuanxuang, Linny was just a passerby after all, and he had not yet done anything that crossed the line. So there are still 5 points left for politeness. If Linny said something inappropriate next, this favorability would probably immediately become negative. Looking at the pitiful 5 points of favorability above Yi Xuanxuang's head, Linny was speechless. Didn't I just want to buy her a cup of coffee? Why did her favorability drop? Does this girl dislike boys spending money on her? Not really. Classmate, you misunderstood. Linny hurriedly explained. I just got admitted to Nanling University. Today is my first day in Nanling City. I'm still relatively new to this city, so I wanted to make friends with you and ask you if there are any fun places nearby. Lin Yi's eyes were extremely sincere. But Yi Xuanxuang still felt that Lin Yi had other intentions. This is not because she is narcissistic. But over the years, every boy who approached her wanted to confess his love to her, so it has become a conditioned reflex. You can check online for fun places nearby. I don't need friends, sorry. Yi Xuanxuang's tone was cold. In fact, she hadn't said the second half of the sentence yet. I don't need friends, especially poor friends of the opposite sex like you. However, Yi Xuanxuang was afraid of hurting Lin Yi's self-esteem, so she did not say the second half of the sentence. Normally, a normal man would have left tactfully after hearing such an obvious rejection. But seeing that Yi Xuanxuang's favorability rating was still stable at 5 points, Lin Yi shamelessly wanted to try again. It's okay. Maybe I was abrupt. I'll buy you a cup of coffee. I'll leave after you finish the coffee. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, and without waiting for Yi Xuanxuang's response, he quickly opened his mobile phone and continued to try to find the most expensive coffee on the coffee shop's electronic leaflet. His original purpose of coming here was to test whether the cashback system was really reliable. As for making friends, if the other party doesn't want to, then forget it. She was just used as a tool. Lin Yi is now only interested in making money. This persistent attitude surprised Yi Xuanxuang. Yi Xuanxuang tapped the table lightly with her pretty fingers, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yi changed from impatience at the beginning to a bit of teasing. You really want to buy me coffee? Well, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This coffee shop has a type of coffee that costs 2,888 yuan, and I've never had it. Can you buy me a drink? Yi Xuanxuang had an amused expression, and was very curious whether this boy in front of her, who looked like a poor boy, would give up when faced with difficulties. This type of coffee was very popular on the internet before. Many people come here to see what kind of coffee can be sold at such a high price. This gimmick quickly made this coffee shop popular. But it was the first time that Lin Yi heard that a cup of coffee cost 2,888 yuan. After all, he was repeating a grade last year and hardly went online, so naturally he didn't know about these popular online products. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. This is really very good. A look of shock flashed across Lin Yi's face, and then it was replaced by uncontrollable surprise. I originally thought that a cup of coffee would cost only 20 or 30 yuan at most, and I wouldn't get much in cashback. I didn't expect to spend 2,888 yuan at once. This is really God's help. Lin Yi smiled slightly, fearing that Yi Xuanxuang would go back on her word. He immediately found this type of coffee and placed an order. Okay, let's drink this, I won't be picky. The moment the order was successfully placed, a crisp electronic sound rang in Lin Yi's mind. This time, the cashback recipient spent 2,888 yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 5 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback is 3 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 8,664 yuan. Linny opened his phone and saw that he had indeed received a deposit notification of 8,664 yuan into his bank card. Holy crap! That's awesome. This system never deceives me. Linny was ecstatic. It seems that as long as I bind a few more cashback recipients and spend money on them, it is only a matter of time before I become the richest man in the world. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Yi Shuangshuang asked as she looked at Linny, who suddenly laughed. Linny waved his hand quickly. It's all right. Classmate, I'm glad to meet you today. I've already ordered coffee for you, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Linny stood up politely, left the seat opposite Yi Shuangshuang without any hesitation, and walked out of the coffee shop. When passing by the coffee shop counter, out of curiosity, Linny also ordered a cup of coffee for himself for 2,888 yuan. Anyway, now that I have the system, I can afford to be extravagant. Moreover, Linny really wanted to know what was so special about such expensive coffee. Is it immortality or longevity? After a while, 2 cups of coffee were ready. The waiter brought 1 cup to Yi Shuangshuang and the other to Linny. Linny took the coffee, pushed the door open and walked out of the coffee shop in a cool manner. Under the hot sun, drinking a sip of iced coffee is the best way to cool down. This coffee is nothing special. Linny curled his lips. It seems that these things are all IQ taxes. Thinking of this, Linny nonchalantly threw the expensive coffee he had just taken a sip of into the trash can beside him. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Shuangshuang, who was sitting in a coffee shop. She didn't expect that this boy, whom she had just met once, would order her a cup of coffee that was equivalent to 2 months' living expenses for an ordinary college student without saying a word. He just threw it away after taking a bite. If a poor person wants to pretend to be rich, he will finish the cup of coffee no matter how bad it tastes because he feels sorry for the money. But when Linny threw away the cup of coffee, there was no trace of reluctance on his face. He's a rich man. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability plus 10. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability plus 10. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability plus 10. A flash of regret flashed through Yi Shuangshuang's heart. Since this boy took the initiative to talk to me just now, he must have some feelings for me. But I just sent him back into the vast crowd so coldly. What a pity. Thinking of this, Yi Shuangshuang hurriedly picked up her bag and her coffee and ran out. She couldn't let such a rich man just pass through her whole world. Classmate! Classmate, wait a moment! Yi Shuangshuang ran and shouted in the direction of Linny. Chapter 3, The Sucker. Hearing someone calling him, Linny stopped and looked behind him. I saw Yi Shuangshuang jogging towards me with a small bag and a cup of coffee in her hand. He waved his hands while running. When she ran to Linny, Yi Shuangshuang's forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. Classmate! Yi Shuangshuang covered her chest, which was heaving violently due to her rapid breathing, and while breathing smoothly, she gave Linny a sweet and lovely smile. Linny was a little puzzled. Why did this girl come out again? Would you like to have another drink? And how can a dancer have such poor endurance? I'm out of breath after running just 2 steps. A straight man like Linny naturally wouldn't know that Yi Shuangshuang's every move was carefully planned. As the beauty of the dance department of Nanling University of the Arts, Yi Shuangshuang certainly knows what movements and expressions to use to attract the interest of the opposite sex. Classmate, it's like this. Originally I had plans this afternoon. My friend asked me to meet him at a coffee shop. When you asked me where to go for fun nearby, I was afraid that my friends would see me. I'm afraid she'll gossip about me. So I'm a little anxious about your attitude. I'm sorry. My friend told me that she can't come this afternoon because of something else. If you don't mind, I'll take you around. Yi Shuangshuang is polite yet playful, and her pretty face makes people reluctant to refuse her. The friend you are talking about is not your boyfriend? Linny asked cautiously. He doesn't want to be someone else's third party for no reason. After all, she had just been cheated on, so she cared a lot about this kind of thing. Yi Shuangshuang looked shy and complained in a coquettish manner. How can he be my boyfriend? I've never been in a relationship before. This is true. She has never had a real relationship in all these years. Those suitors were always kept in suspense by her, and none of them ever got her. Yi Shuangshuang knows that her greatest asset is that she is beautiful and clean. She has to wait for a good price, waiting for a man who is rich, kind to her, and preferably handsome. Until then, she won't let any man get her. She knows the art of fishing. Although she has many suitors around her, Yi Shuangshuang only unilaterally enjoys the efforts made by others for her and does not give any return to the other party. At most, I just hugged a few of the rich second generations, and there was no further progress. Now she even has her first kiss. Lin Yi felt relieved when he heard Yi Shuangshuang say that she didn't have a boyfriend. Yi Shuangshuang now has a favorability rating of 35 points, so she shouldn't lie. Since the cashback tool person himself suggested going shopping together, Lin Yi naturally would not object. Just now when the favorability was 5 points, you could get a random 3-fold cashback. Now that the favorability is 35 points, Lin Yi is also very curious about how many times the cashback he can get randomly in this situation. The two added each other on WeChat and noted each other's names, which meant they knew each other. It's too hot outside, let's go shopping in Qianda Plaza first, Lin Yi suggested. Yi Shuangshuang was just thinking about how to take Lin Yi shopping and buy some things for herself in a natural and unnoticeable way, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to bring it up himself. Okay, I just want to buy a lipstick. As expected of a high-level female Sea King, she neither asked Lin Yi to spend money on her directly, nor did she let Lin Yi know that she wanted to buy a lipstick. As long as he wanted to, he would naturally buy a lipstick for Yi Shuangshuang. Naturally, Lin Yi would not miss the opportunity to cash back. The two of them walked into a beauty store, each with their own thoughts. As soon as he entered the door, two strange eyes looked in Lin Yi's direction. Tong Tong, look, isn't that Xia Xue's boyfriend? The two waiters in the beauty store were Guan Zhishue's two roommates, Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli. They work part-time here in their spare time. They both saw what happened at the school gate today. However, they don't think there is anything wrong with what Guan Zhishue did. If it were them, they would also dump Lin Yi. Who would give up a rich man to date a poor boy? They look no worse than Guan Zhishue, but they feel that they are not as lucky as Guan Zhishue, and there are no rich people around them who are interested in them. Every time these two people saw Guan Zhishue returning to the dormitory with the high-end cosmetics and new bags given by the Mercedes-Benz man, they were very envious. Xiaoli, look at him, why is there a beautiful woman beside him? You got a new girlfriend so soon? Yang Xiaoli shook her head. Impossible. How could he, who looks so poor, get such a beautiful girlfriend so quickly? I think this girl's looks and figure are better than Guan Zhishue's. Li Tong nodded in agreement. I think so, too. I guess they just happened to walk in together. How could such a beauty possibly fall for Lin Yi? Let us talk about it and let us work on it. Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli still stepped forward and asked Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang politely respectively. Hello, what products would you like to see? Lin Yi didn't know the two of them, but he felt that the two beauties seemed a little familiar. I didn't take it to heart. So naturally I turned around and asked. Shuangshuang, take a look, what do you want to buy? I'll pay later. At this time, Lin Yi still had nearly 6,000 yuan in his card, and he spoke with a bit more confidence. I thought that even buying 10 lipsticks would not be a problem. Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli looked at each other, both a little surprised. I didn't expect that Lin Yi and this tall, curvy beauty next to him actually knew each other. But, is this woman blind? With such good conditions, why do you have to come out and go shopping with Lin Yi? Could it be that he was attracted by Lin Yi's inner qualities? It was not until they saw Yi Shuangshuang picking out a bunch of beauty products that the two seemed to understand. That's what I said. How could such a beauty be with Lin Yi? It seems that he is just being taken advantage of. Li Tong stood beside Yang Xiaoli and whispered. Yang Xiaoli also covered her mouth and smiled sarcastically. I'm afraid this beautiful lady will be disappointed soon. For someone like Lin Yi, even if he took out 500 yuan from his pocket, he would probably feel bad for a long time. When the bill comes, there will be something interesting to watch. Li Tong also had a look of watching the fun, waiting to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself. Do you think he will just turn around and run away after seeing the price? Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli started joking with each other. After a while, Yi Shuangshuang and Lin Yi came to the front desk with their items to pay. Hello, the total is 4,960 yuan. Li Tong packed up all the things and looked at Lin Yi's reaction with a smile on her face. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi opened the mobile payment QR code and handed it to Li Tong. Chapter 4, A Cure for All Diseases. Lin Yi's reaction without any hesitation made Li Tong stunned. Forehead. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Li Tong quickly picked up the barcode scanner and scanned Lin Yi's payment code. Ding, this time I spent 4,960 yuan on the cashback recipient, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 35 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 30 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 148,800 yuan. As the bank deposit text message popped up, Lenny showed a surprised smile on his face. This is more than 140,000. Many people's annual salary may be around this amount. I didn't expect the system to give so much cash back in one go. For a freshman like Lenny, this is a huge sum of money. There was a little more gratitude in Lin Yi's eyes when he looked at Yi Shuangshuang. I didn't expect this tool to be so useful. In less than half an hour, the system has already refunded so much money. Let's go, I'll take you to Shanghai to buy a bag. Of course, we have to strike while the iron is hot at this time. Lenny will not miss such a good opportunity. In his eyes, Yi Shuangshuang is now a little golden pig that constantly sprays gold coins. Yi Shuangshuang was a little surprised. Originally, she chose to shop at the beauty store with the intention of testing Lenny. She wanted to see if Lenny was really willing to spend money on her. Just now in the coffee shop, Lenny had ordered her a cup of coffee that cost more than 2,000 yuan. If he is still willing to spend money at this moment, it means that he really is a person from a wealthy family. And she has also made preparations for both scenarios. These beauty products are exactly what she needs. If Lenny is reluctant to pay, then she can just pay for it herself. So Yi Shuangshuang deliberately didn't take a lot of things. This will prevent you from being unable to pay the bill when you really have to pay for it yourself. But unexpectedly, Lenny not only paid the money without any hesitation, but also even offered to take him to buy fragrant milk. For a moment, Yi Shuangshuang even regretted that she had taken too little cosmetics. You know, compared with the prices of luxury goods, these cosmetics are just a drop in the bucket. I didn't expect that Lin Yi, who looks ordinary, is actually a hidden rich second generation. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability plus 5. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability plus 5. In just half an hour from the coffee shop to now, Yi Shuangshuang's favorability has increased from 5 points to the current 45 points. Lenny couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that money makes the world go round. These girls nowadays are too realistic. If it were in the past, Lenny would never have had any thoughts about a girl with a sweet look and a hot body. Because he knew that with his conditions, the other party would never be interested in him. The fact that Guan Jishue, who was ranked in the top 5 in terms of beauty in the class at that time, accepted his pursuit made him feel that there was no regret in his life. However, unexpectedly, with the support of the system, a goddess-level figure like Yi Shuangshuang could actually reach a favorability level of 45 points towards herself. The system has a clear standard for favorability. The favorability of passers-by is generally between 0 and 30 points. The friend favorability is generally between 30-50 points. If the score is above 50, then it means you are moved. Now Yi Shuangshuang's favorability towards herself is only 5 points away from breaking the 50 mark. When the score reaches 50, it is a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Lenny couldn't help but feel excited. Only at this moment did he deeply understand the saying, if you think money is not omnipotent, it only means that the price offered by the other party is not high enough. Yi Shuangshuang sensibly took Lin Yi's arm, and her soft pussy just rubbed against Lin Yi's arm. Feeling this soft touch for the first time in his life, Lin Yi couldn't help but blush. Yi Shuangshuang leaned against Lin Yi obediently, allowing Lin Yi to take her to the Xiang Nainai store. Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli were left standing there in a mess. Xiao Li. He just said they were going to buy some fragrant milk? How is it possible? Where did he get the money? Didn't Guan Jishue say he was just a poor loser? Yang Xiaoli was also speechless for a moment. And the coffee that girl was holding seemed to be the one that was very popular online a while ago and cost more than 2,000 yuan a cup. More than 2,000 yuan for a cup of coffee. This doesn't look like the work of a poor loser. Li Tong looked at the direction where Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang left, still feeling a little puzzled. Xiaoli, please cover for me for a while, I will secretly follow and take a look. I don't believe he can really afford a fragrant grandmother. In their dormitory, only Guan Jishue had a Chanel bag, which was a birthday gift from the Benz man. Anyone can afford cosmetics that cost more than 4,000 yuan as long as they save up some money, but any Chanel bag costs tens of thousands, which is not something ordinary college students can afford. Lin Yi held Yi Shuangshuang's hand and walked into Xiang Nainai, where a female shopping guide came up to them enthusiastically. But when he got closer and saw Lin Yi dressed like a college student, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. She has seen too many poor losers like this who have no money to buy things but still want to bring their girlfriends in to save face. First he let his girlfriend choose whatever she wanted, then he said this one didn't look good and that one didn't suit her, and finally he walked out with his girlfriend without buying anything. This kind of scene happens every day. The female shopping guide naturally categorized Linny into this category. His attitude also showed a little impatience. You two can take a look around. Call me if you need anything. The female shopping guide stepped aside after she finished speaking. In her opinion, people like Linny would not consume in the store anyway, so there was no need to waste time introducing any products to them. I can just wait for them to finish looking and then leave, which saves a lot of trouble. Can I see your new collection this season? Yi Shuangshuang asked. The bag she was carrying was a Louis Vuitton bag, which was a Valentine's Day gift from a rich second-generation man who was pursuing her. Although it is also a luxury brand, it is still a bit inferior to the top luxury brand Chanel. So from the moment she entered the store, Yi Shuangshuang subconsciously hid her bag behind her, for fear of appearing cheap. When the female shopping guide heard that Yi Shuangshuang wanted to see this season's new products, she reminded her. Ma'am, we only have a few limited editions left this season, and the cheapest bag costs 48,000. The female shopping guide spoke in a flat tone, but her eyes showed undisguised disdain. I think that these days anyone can dare to go into Grandma Xiang's shop. As soon as these words came out, Yi Shuangshuang instantly lost her confidence. This Louis Vuitton bag of mine only costs a little over 10,000 yuan. And at that time, it was only after I hinted to that rich second generation for a long time that he was willing to buy it for me. For the sake of the bag, Yi Shuangshuang suppressed her inner resistance and was hugged for a long time by the 1.60 meter tall rich second generation man. I won't mention how much I was taken advantage of. But now, this was just the first time I met Linny, and the two of us had no contact at all. She felt that the other party would not be stupid enough to buy her such an expensive bag right away. Well, how about we look at something else? Yi Shuangshuang hesitated for a while and asked Linny for his opinion in a low voice. She was still hoping to play the long game and catch a big fish, but she didn't want to scare Linny away now. Linny smiled and shook his head, then waved to the female shopping guide. Just show us your new season's products. Chapter 5 Millionaire. Although the female shopping guide was very contemptuous in her heart, she thought that Linny was just trying to show off. But the demands of her job forced her to follow the client's wishes. The female shopping guide rolled her eyes, reluctantly took a few pink bags from the display case, and carefully placed them in front of the two men. I was afraid that Linny, a poor student who couldn't afford it, would damage the bag. Hi, can I try it? Yi Shuangshuang pointed at one of the bags and asked the female shopping guide timidly. The female shopping guide didn't answer. She sighed, took out the stuffing from the bag, fastened the chain, and handed it to Yi Shuangshuang impatiently. Yi Shuangshuang took off her Louis Vuitton small shoulder bag, put on Chanel's bag, and hurried to the mirror. The beautiful figure coupled with the bright pink bag made Lin Yi's eyes light up. As expected of a top luxury brand, Chanel's bags are first-rate in both design and texture. Especially Yi Shuangshuang's perfect figure, paired with this dazzling bright pink bag, is simply the icing on the cake. The lively and agile temperament is instantly brought out. Only at this moment did Linny understand why so many girls had such a deep obsession with luxury goods. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Yi Shuangshuang also stared at herself in the mirror. She really likes this bag. It's not just because the bag looks good, but also because it's Chanel's bag. I thought that if I could carry this bag and walk around campus, other girls would be so envious. Yi Shuangshuang admitted that she was a vain girl. But to be fair, how many girls can be completely free of vanity? Yi Shuangshuang looked left and right in front of the mirror and was reluctant to take off the bag. Ma'am, this bag costs 72,000 yuan. The female shopping guide reminded him in time. She wanted the two of them to give up. There are other customers in the store, and we can't let Yi Shuangshuang keep trying things without restraint. Upon hearing the price, Yi Shuangshuang's heart skipped a beat, and she was slightly stunned when she looked in the mirror. 72,000. The total amount of gifts given to her by her suitors was less than 72,000. Yi Shuangshuang looked embarrassed and took the bag off her shoulder and returned it to the salesperson. I'll look at something else. The female shopping guide gave an expression of as expected and quickly rolled her eyes. Feeling the shopping guide's displeasure, Yi Shuangshuang was a little afraid to continue trying other styles of bags. After all, Yi Shuangshuang is just a female college student, and this price is far beyond her expectations. She is materialistic, but she also doesn't want to be a liar who uses feelings as a shield to cheat people out of money. She still has a bottom line. What's wrong, you don't like it? Seeing Yi Shuangshuan put down the bag, Lin Yi became a little anxious. This is 72,000. If the cashback is successful, it will be an astronomical figure. And if I help Yi Shuangshuan get this bag, maybe my favorability rating will exceed 50. This is a very profitable business. Lin Yi has never experienced the feeling of being liked by such a goddess-like girl. Yi Shuangshuan shook her head when she heard that. This is too expensive. We don't have to buy here. It's good to be able to see it. Yi Shuangshuan whispered to Lin Yi. Hearing Yi Shuangshuan's answer, Lin Yi was full of confusion. No. I don't want you to spend money. You were trying to cheat me out of my money just now, why do you suddenly feel guilty now? No. At least buy this bag before you feel guilty. I'm about to get the cash back, please don't let me down. Lin Yi frowned and kept muttering to himself. Yi Shuangshuan thought that Lin Yi was angry because she wanted to see such an expensive bag, so she hurriedly took Lin Yi's arm and started to act coquettishly. I didn't know that bag was so expensive. Don't worry, I won't be so unreasonable. After saying that, she hugged Lin Yi's arm tightly and rubbed it. This sudden happiness almost made Lin Yi bleed from his nose. It seems that 45 points of favorability is indeed different. In all the years before, I had only had a few casual interactions with Quan Jishue, and at most we held hands. This was the first time Lin Yi had this experience. However, Lin Yi quickly calmed himself down. At this moment, getting the system's cashback reward is the top priority for Lin Yi. Let us get the money first, and then the beauty and stuff, we'll talk about it later. Lin Yi looked at Yi Shuangshuan with extremely serious eyes. Don't worry about whether it's expensive or not. I'm asking if you like this bag. This overbearing tone made the female shopping guide nearby wonder if there was something wrong with her ears. You obviously look like a poor loser, and the goddess gave you a way out but you didn't take it quickly. Still installing it here? What is going on? Domineering loser forces love? Yi Shuangshuan nodded slightly, then immediately shook her head. I like it, but the prices too. Yi Shuangshuan was not a complete gold digger at all. She was also very worried. What if Lin Yi really bought the bag for her and then made some unreasonable demands? Like staying out together tonight or something like that. Will I still have room to refuse at that time? Thinking of this, Yi Shuangshuan wanted the bag even less. But Lin Yi didn't care about that. The moment he heard Yi Shuangshuan say the word like, he waved and called the female guide to pay the bill. The packing and card swiping were done in one go. Before Yi Shuangshuan could come to her senses, Lin Yi had already hung the packed bag in Yi Shuangshuan's hand. This decisive aura fascinated the female shopping guides. Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 72,000 yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 45 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 36 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 2,592,000 yuan. Lin Yi's smile was even harder to suppress than a case at this moment. More than 2 million. Am I a millionaire now? Ha 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 ha. In many 4th and 5th tier cities, more than 2 million is enough to buy a luxurious large apartment. Seeing Lin Yi's joyful expression, the female shopping guide finally realized that she had made a mistake. The ordinary-looking boy in front of her could not possibly be a poor loser. I spent more than 70,000 yuan, and not only do I not feel bad, I am so happy. Come to think of it, how could a poor loser have such a beautiful girlfriend? The female shopping guide hastily put on a flattering smile, handed over her business card, and became respectful in her attitude. Hello, sir. This is my business card. If you have any after-sales questions, you can contact me directly. If you have a style you like next time, I can reserve it for you. After saying that, she secretly cast a coquettish glance at Lin Yi behind Yi Shuangshuan's back. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart, so this is the power of money. The female shopping guide who had been so unruly just now suddenly became a dog wagging its tail and begging for food in front of him. When I looked back at Yi Shuangshuan, I found that Yi Shuangshuan's favorability had increased from 45 points to 49 points. How come there is still 1 point missing? It's like this, aren't you still moved? Is it because that female shopping guide just winked at me? Chapter 6 Renovation Plan. After walking out of the Chanel store, Yi Shuangshuan was a little absent-minded. This was the most precious gift she had ever received in her life. When I was a child, my family favored boys over girls, and all the care and favoritism from the elders were given to my younger brother. In the eyes of their families, girls will get married sooner or later, so there is no need to spend time and effort on their cultivation. Fortunately, Yi Shuangshuang worked hard and passed the art exam and was admitted to Nanling Art University. Her dream since childhood was to one day leave the family that did not love her. After coming to the big city, Yi Shuangshuang soon had a group of suitors thanks to her good looks. From then on, she thought that she must find someone who was rich and kind to her, and stay in this big city forever. She never wanted to go back to that cage-like home again. A girl like her cannot be completely categorized as a gold digger. Her outstanding appearance is her asset, and she just wants to make good use of her asset to exchange for the life she wants. After all, this is human nature and it is understandable. But now, Linny gave her such an expensive gift without saying a word. This made Yi Shuangshuang feel very frightened. 72,000. Yi Shuangshuang had never spent so much money at one time. Once you buy this Chanel bag, there is no way to return it. If Linny makes some excessive demands later, would I really be qualified to refuse? If I refuse, will Linny let me return the money I spent on the bag to him? If I can't pay back the money, is it considered a scam? He will be arrested. By then, I'm afraid my college career will be ruined. Thinking of this, Yi Shuangshuang felt a sense of involuntary sadness in her heart. At this time, Linny on the side was also silent. Unlike Yi Shuangshuang's worries, Linny was completely in self-doubt at this moment. He kept analyzing in his mind why just buying a few cosmetics could increase his favorability by 20 points, but now buying a bag worth 72,000 yuan only increased it by 4 points. Is it so difficult to break 50 points? Isn't it said that money makes the world go round? Then why can't I make the goddess fall in love with me by spending money? Am I really that bad? Linny began to doubt his previous conclusion that money is omnipotent. Don't you like this gift? After holding it in for a long time, Linny couldn't help but ask. Yi Shuangshuang quickly shook her head. Why, I like it very much. It's just, this gift is too expensive. We just met and you gave me such a valuable gift. I have nothing to give you. Linny suddenly realized. So you feel unworthy. It seems that this girl is not a bad person. Linny smiled and patted Yi Shuangshuang's shoulder generously. If you really feel bad, then later. Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Yi Shuangshuang's heart was in her throat. Her little hands tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, and her teeth nervously bit her delicate lips. How about later? Yi Shuangshuang asked in a low voice. Linny raised his eyebrows. Please treat me to a meal later. Ah, just a meal? Yeah, what else do you want to do? No. I don't want to, I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Shuangshuang quickly agreed. She didn't expect that Linny actually didn't take advantage of the situation. You know, when a rich second generation gave her a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan, he made a series of requests. How many times should I watch movies with him, and how long should I let him hold me? This made Yi Shuangshuang feel like a person who was selling her body. Although the facts were indisputable, she was unwilling to admit it in her heart. But now, Linny spent so much money on her, and he only asked her to treat him to a meal. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability +1. Yi Shuangshuang's favorability exceeded 50 points. Linny was confused by this sudden favorability. Spending money couldn't help her break 50 points, but asking her to treat her to a meal actually did help her break 50 points? No wonder they say women's hearts are like the sea. This is really unpredictable. At this moment, an electronic sound rang in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations to the host. The favorability of the current cashback target Yi Shuangshuang has exceeded 50 points, reaching the level of heartbeat. The host will no longer receive cashback for consumption of the cashback object. But after the host has raised the favorability of the bound object to 100 points, he will have the opportunity to increase the system's cashback threshold. It can be increased by 10 points each time. In other words, after the upgrade, you can get cash back until the favorability reaches 60 points. Moreover, if you increase the cashback threshold a few more times, you may still be able to get cashback after the favorability reaches 100 points. Since the cashback recipient's favorability has exceeded 50 points, the reward host will receive 1 point. Points can be used in the system mall. When the favorability reaches 100 points, you will also receive corresponding special rewards. What? I can't get cash back anymore? Linny was a little nervous when he heard that he could no longer get cash back. But after a closer look, it turned out that cash back could no longer be obtained on purchases made from Yi Xuanxuan. The system may determine that once the favorability exceeds 50 points, it falls into the category of heartthrob. In this case, the amount of consumption will also increase. For example, if two people are in love and are planning to get married, they can easily get a cash back on the sky-high priced wedding house and the sky-high betrothal gift and immediately be included in the Forbes rankings. The system may not allow you to reach the pinnacle of life so easily. But, since I can't get cash back from Yi Xuanxuan, can't I just bind other girls? Thinking of this, Linny felt relieved. I don't want to be a scumbag, but the system insists on seducing me. But what is this system mall? With this thought, Linny opened the system mall interface. There are all kinds of miscellaneous goods on it. You have a guaranteed chance to win a scratch ticket, worth 10 points. First-rate basketball talent, worth 12 points. First-class piano talent, worth 12 points. Listen to the bound object's voice once, worth 15 points. Advanced Mathematics Full Mastery Experience Pack, worth 20 points. One investment opportunity for a stock that is sure to rise, worth 25 points. There are all kinds of goods available, and there is nothing that the system cannot do unless you can think of it. Linny was fascinated for a moment, but unfortunately he only had 1 point and could not redeem anything. The value of points in advanced mathematics is higher than understanding the voices of girls? It turns out that mathematics is even more elusive than women. Linny nodded, acknowledging the rationality of the product pricing in the system mall. Seeing that Linny didn't say anything for a long time, Yi Xuanxuan became a little anxious, thinking that Linny was going to go back on his word. Linny, what are you thinking about? Linny quickly retracted his dazed look and laughed. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about what to eat later. After all, I just arrived in Nanling City today and I'm unfamiliar with the place. Yi Xuanxuan gently took Linny's hand. Then let me show my hospitality. I'll take you to Nanling Hotel for dinner later. That's one of the best restaurants in Nanling City. After an afternoon of contact, Yi Xuanxuan was completely convinced that the boy in front of her was a rich second generation from a wealthy family. Not only is he generous, but he also has good character. He is not at all like other rich second generations who would touch you if you were given a small favor. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanxuan became more determined to keep Linny under control. Although she often feels that girls should not take the initiative. But since you have met such a high-quality boy, it is only right for you to take the initiative. Inviting the other party to have dinner at Nanling Hotel should be considered as a sign of sincerity. Hearing the name Nanling Hotel, Lin Yi's mouth twitched involuntarily. He still remembered that Guan Jishue had mocked him at the school gate this morning, saying that the man in the Mercedes-Benz had enough money to treat her to a candlelight dinner at the Nanling Hotel. Unexpectedly, after just a few hours, Linny not only became a millionaire, but also had such a beautiful girl take the initiative to invite him to dinner at Nanling Hotel. Fate always loves to play tricks on us. Linny sneered in his heart. Linny, let me take you to buy some clothes. Yi Xuanxuan thought that she had received such a valuable gift for nothing, and it was far from enough to just treat the other party to a meal. It just so happened that Linny was dressed simply, not showing the temperament of a young male college student at all. So he wanted to take Linny for a complete makeover from head to toe. Not far away, Li Tong hid behind a pillar and heard their conversation clearly. Li Tong's eyes turned red with envy when she saw the limited edition perfume she bought with real money. You bought each other such an expensive gift on the first day you met? Guan Jishue, how stupid you are. You gave up this high-quality rich second generation and chose to be the mistress of a bald fat pig. Oof. In terms of looks, I'm no worse than you. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Chapter 7, One More Suitor. Linny, wait for me, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Xuanxuan's makeup was a little smudged, and she wanted to find an excuse to touch it up. The main reason was that she wanted to quickly take a photo of herself wearing the new Chanel and post it on her Moments to show off. It would be embarrassing to take pictures directly in front of Linny, so I had to find an excuse to leave. Girls of this age are all vain, and they all want their classmates to envy their good lives. Linny naturally didn't know what Yi Xuanxuan was thinking. He just thought she was really in a hurry to go to the toilet. After Yi Xuanxuan left, Linny wandered aimlessly in front of the shop windows. At this time, Li Tong tiptoed slowly and approached Linny from behind. Hello, are you Linny? Li Tong was still wearing the work clothes of the cosmetics store at this time, and Linny recognized her as the cashier at a glance. Well, I am, you're just. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is 20 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. Linny was speechless for a while. How come this system starts with 0 frames? There is no skill pre-swing at all. However, to be honest, Li Tong's facial features are indeed good. Linny noticed this girl when he was in the store just now. Although it looks familiar, I still can't remember where I have seen it. And Li Tong was still wearing the beauty store's work clothes at this time. In order to attract customers, beauty stores make work clothes extra slim-fitting. A pair of plump breasts are about to pop out from under the white shirt, and the buttons seem to be about to be burst open in the next second. She was wearing a thigh-length pleated skirt, and her snow-white, delicate legs were so tender that they seemed like water could be squeezed out of them. Just now Linny was still thinking that now that he could no longer get cash back for spending money on Yi Xuanxuan, how should he find the next cashback recipient? Unexpectedly, just as I started to feel sleepy, someone handed me a pillow. Li Tong's appearance at this time was just right. I'm the clerk at the makeup store and also your senior. My name is Li Tong. Li Tong saw Linny's eyes sweeping over her and puffed out her chest proudly. After hearing this name, Linny realized that Guan Jixue seemed to have a roommate named Li Tong. Linny used the system to open Li Tong's personal information interface. Name, Li Tong. Age, 19. Favorability towards the host, 30 points. Status, student of the Chinese Department of Nanling University. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Guan Jixue is from the Chinese department, so it seems that Li Tong is Guan Jixue's roommate. Unexpectedly, Li Tong is not as tall as Yi Xuanxuan, but weighs more than Yi Xuanxuan. Seeing the button on Li Tong's clothes that was about to break, Linny understood instantly. As the saying goes, if a girl weighs less than 100 pounds, she is either flat-chested or short. What do you want from me? Although Li Tong has a hot body, when Linny found out that she was Guan Jixue's roommate, he still felt a little disgusted. However, considering that he is a tool bound to the system, we cannot just break off relations with him. Student Linny, we have all heard about you and Guan Jixue. Actually. Hearing this, Linny subconsciously felt that the other party was acting as a lobbyist for Guan Jixue. He would definitely tell me something like love without material support is just a mess, so that I could face the reality as soon as possible and stop bothering Guan Jixue. Linny waved his hands impatiently. Don't worry, Guan Jixue and I will be from 2 different worlds from now on. I won't bother her, and please don't bother her with my life. After saying that, Linny turned around and was about to leave. Li Tong hurriedly stood in front of Linny. No, Linny, you misunderstood. Actually, I want to tell you that I've long been fed up with Guan Jixue's behavior. I hope you can recognize her true face as soon as possible and stop getting caught up in it. These words were beyond Linny's expectations. The figure that was about to leave paused for a moment. Seeing Linny stop, Li Tong hurriedly continued. As Guan Jixue's roommate, let me apologize to you on her behalf. Li Tong bowed deeply to Linny seriously. This action made Linny completely confused. I muttered quietly in my heart. Guan Jixue kicked me, what's the point of you apologizing to me? You're not her mother. However, Linny's eyes were still attracted by Li Tong's bowing action. The ravine between the 2 hills was clearly visible at this moment, making Linny's mouth dry. This was the first time he encountered such an erotic scene in real life. I didn't expect that on the first day of reporting to university, I would meet 2 beauties. One of them took me shopping arm in arm, and the other took the initiative to show off her cleavage. Everyone says that college life is good, but Linny didn't believe it before. Now it seems, it's really good. Although I lost a crooked tree, I gained a big forest. Senior. Linny looked carefully for more than 10 seconds before helping Li Tong, who was bowing deeply, to his feet. You don't have to apologize to me. It's not you who did anything wrong. Linny's face turned slightly red at this moment, and he didn't dare to look directly into Li Tong's eyes. Li Tong saw all of this. Li Tong took the opportunity to take a step forward and almost leaned on Linny. She spoke in a low voice, breathing like orchid. In fact, there are many girls in our university who are as good looking and as good achieving as Guan Jixue. Junior brother, don't be discouraged. You are so outstanding and deserve someone better. After saying that, Li Tong blinked shyly at Linny. Damn, she won't like me. Linny was shocked. Seeing Li Tong's love-filled look, Linny might have actually believed it if it weren't for the words 30 points of favorability clearly written on her head. According to the system's favorability classification, 30 points is at most the ceiling of the favorability towards passers-by. It is not even considered a friend, let alone love. It seems that this girl has other intentions in approaching me. Did she see that I just bought a bag for Yi Xuanxuang? Thinking of this, Linny instantly understood. Li Tong's timing of appearance was too clever, just after Yi Xuanxuang went to the toilet. This means that she had been observing him nearby. He must have seen that I was generous and wanted to get a piece of the pie. But it doesn't matter this way. After all, it is a tool bound to the system, so it would be a waste if not used. And the other party is Guan Zhishue's roommate. I was just worrying about how to make Guan Zhishue regret it. Just take advantage of this opportunity brought to me by Li Tong. Thinking of this, Linny instantly put on an aggrieved expression. Senior, you may not know that Guan Zhishue is my first love. I have very high expectations for this relationship. But she hurt me like this. I think I won't take the initiative to like a girl in the future. When Linny said the word active, he deliberately deepened his tone. Li Tong fell into the trap and asked in confusion. Student Lin, the girl you were shopping with just now. Senior, that girl is pursuing me, and she said she would invite me to have dinner at Nanling Hotel tonight. But I don't want to be in a relationship right now, and I haven't confirmed my relationship with her yet. It's just that she was so enthusiastic towards me, so I thought I should give her something in return. Hearing this, Li Tong suddenly realized. It seems that Guan Zhishue was indeed wrong. In Li Tong's heart, she has already determined that Linny is a low-key and simple rich second generation who is usually unwilling to reveal his true identity to others. As a suitor, Yi Xuanxuang showed some interest and asked to treat Linny to dinner, so Linny generously bought her a perfume. If I pursue him relentlessly. Thinking of this, Li Tong was delighted. Mr. Lin, do you mind having another suitor around you? Chapter 8 Guan Zhishue's favorability. Another suitor? What's the meaning? Linny played dumb and pretended not to understand Li Tong's implication. At this time, I happened to see Yi Xuanxuang coming back from afar. My friend is back, senior, let's talk about it at school tomorrow. Linny waved to Yi Xuanxuang from a distance, said goodbye to Li Tong, and walked towards Yi Xuanxuang. Seeing this, Li Tong also walked away tactfully. That girl seems to be the waitress at the makeup store just now, right? Yi Xuanxuang looked at Li Tong's back as she left, and remembered that she seemed to have seen this person in the cosmetics store just now. Linny had no intention of hiding anything and nodded obediently. Actually, she was my first love's roommate. But I didn't recognize her when I was in the makeup store just now. When Yi Xuanxuang heard the word first love, she felt a sense of crisis for no reason. It is said that for every man, first love is the indelible white moonlight in his heart. Yi Xuanxuang had just made up her mind to pursue Linny, but she didn't expect that her first love would appear at this moment. Moreover, her roommate took the opportunity to come over and talk to Linny while she was in the bathroom. Do I have to ask my roommate to pass on the message asking for reconciliation? Yi Xuanxuang asked tentatively. How did you break up with your first love? Looking at Yi Xuanxuang's curious baby-like eyes, Linny curled his lips and muttered to himself. How can I explain this? If I told you that we broke up because I was poor, would you believe me? Seeing that Linny didn't speak for a long time, Yi Xuanxuang thought that she had asked a question that she shouldn't have asked, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I am so abrupt. I'm just curious, I don't mean anything else, don't take it seriously. Linny found Yi Xuanxuang's flustered apology somewhat cute. Seeing a beautiful woman sincerely apologizing to me, I felt a special sense of satisfaction. It shows that I have a certain position in this beauty's heart. Otherwise the beauty wouldn't bother to apologize. Linny smiled and began to explain. There's nothing that can't be said. It just feels a bit embarrassing. Then, Linny told Yi Xuanxuang the story of himself and Guan Zhishue, including the fact that he repeated his grade for Guan Zhishue, and that Guan Zhishue dumped him in front of many people at the school gate today. She dislikes you for being poor? After hearing this, Yi Xuanxuang made a question mark face, full of disbelief. She has come into contact with quite a few rich second generations. But Linny is definitely the only rich second generation who can be so generous to a girl he meets for the first time. If this is considered poor, this girl has too high standards. Yi Xuanxuan turned around and saw Lin Yi's unprepossessing attire, and seemed to understand something. He must be too low-key and has never deliberately shown off his financial resources. It caused her first love to think he was a poor boy. Many overbearing CEOs in idol dramas like to use this trick, hiding their identities and pretending to be ordinary people, just to find someone who truly loves him and doesn't want his money. Yes. That must be it. Yi Xuanxuan was secretly proud of herself, thinking that she had analyzed Lin Yi thoroughly. Besides, he has already given me such an expensive gift. If I continue to pester him to buy this and that, he will definitely be disgusted. Why don't I take the initiative to buy him something? Just consider it as returning his favor. Secondly, through these actions, I can also tell him that I am not the kind of person who approaches him because he is rich. Yi Xuanxuan took the initiative to hold Lin Yi's arm and smiled sweetly. Actually, it's a good thing that she broke up with you. This girl is too materialistic. Love should be pure and should not be mixed with these things. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, but laughed secretly in his heart. Aren't you materialistic? You asked me to buy you such expensive coffee and cosmetics when we just met. But Lin Yi naturally wouldn't say this out loud. After all, now that he has the support of the system, he doesn't care at all. It can even be said that he is now afraid that the girls around him are not materialistic. He wishes these people could be as materialistic as possible. This way he can also get more cash back from the system. Yi Xuanxuan took Lin Yi's arm and walked towards the men's clothing store. Let me take you shopping for some clothes. You boys are the worst at dressing up. I'll pay the bill later, and don't you dare snatch it from me. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but he was very happy in his heart. Originally, he couldn't get cash back on his own spending. Since Yi Xuanxuan is willing to pay the money, he certainly won't refuse. Yi Xuanxuan is worthy of being a student of an art school. The aesthetic ability is also first class. In just over an hour, she not only helped Lin Yi pick out several nice sets of clothes, but also took Lin Yi to get a haircut. The total cost was more than 5,000 yuan. Lin Yi now has been completely transformed. Lin Yi's facial features were originally very tough and handsome. It's just that I didn't know how to dress myself up before, and my thick hair made me look listless. Just like a stupid student studying. Now that Lin Yi was standing in front of Yi Xuanxuan's heartbeat quickened. With a height of 185 centimeters, angular facial features, neat short hair and broad arms, it is no exaggeration to say that she is a model. The clean face and sunny eyes inadvertently exude bursts of male hormones. When Lin Yi looked at himself in the mirror, he was attracted by his handsome face and looked at it several times. Damn, I'm so handsome? Girls have to know how to dress up. My life was too rough before. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows at himself in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. This smile made Yi Xuanxuan's heart skip a beat. Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 1 point. 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 Ding, the binding object's favorability has increased to 55 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 points. No amount of money could get me to 50 points of favorability, but I didn't expect that because I became more handsome. Yi Xuanxuan's favorability went up to 55 points. It seems that if you want to increase your favorability beyond 50 points, you can't just rely on spending money. After all, a score above 50 is considered heart-moving. In this case, if you want to make the other person like you more and more, you have to rely on your personal charm. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly became curious. If Guan Zhixue were to follow the system's favorability rating, how much would she favor the bald man? Ding, host's thoughts detected. The host can use 1 point to redeem an opportunity to detect others' favorability towards a designated object. Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't expect the system to be so smart. Anyway, the points I have can't be exchanged for anything else for the time being, so I might as well satisfy my curiosity. System, I want to redeem it. Help me test Guan Zhixue's favorability towards the bald man. Chapter 9A Completely Changed Person. Ding, exchange successful. This consumes 1 point. Testing. Testing completed. Guan Zhixue's favorability towards Lu Jiangbua is 5 points. So the bald man's name is Lu Jiangbua. This system really can do anything. However, this result left Lin Yi very puzzled. Originally, Lin Yi thought that according to Guan Zhixue's words, she should like the bald man very much. At least her favorability towards me 1t be lower than Yi Shuangshuang's towards me. When Yi Shuangshuang first met me in the coffee shop, she had a polite 25-point favorability rating. A favorability level of 5 points is not far from being disliked. Why did Guan Jishue want to be with this bald man? Why did she dump me for him? Lin Yi was puzzled. Ding, host's thoughts detected. The host can use 15 points to redeem a chance to listen to Guan Jishue's inner thoughts. Reminder, the host's available points balance is insufficient. Wait. No, who said I want to exchange it? Lin Yi suddenly became nervous. Fortunately, the balance is insufficient. Otherwise you will suffer a great loss. 15 points, and the chance of winning a scratch lottery ticket only requires 10 points. Who would be so cheap as to spend so many points to listen to what the ex-girlfriend is thinking? That's so boring. Unless he has so many points that he has nothing to do in the future, Lin Yi will never spend such a huge amount of money to listen to Guan Jishue's voice. Lin Yi, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat. After walking around the street for an afternoon, Yi Shuangshuang felt a little tired. The two of them also went to play claw machine together in the afternoon. Lin Yi had good luck today, and he got a whole bag of dolls, a dozen in total, big and small. While grabbing the doll, Lin Yi was still feeling emotional. Once upon a time, Guan Jishue was a girl who felt very happy even when she grabbed a doll. I don't know why she has become like this now. Things are different and people have changed. Now, Guan Jishue is probably sitting in someone else's Mercedes-Benz car, very close to each other. At this time, the person who was with him to grab the doll turned out to be Yi Shuangshuang, who had a better figure and better looks. This feeling. You know what, it feels pretty good. As long as you find a good current partner, there is no ex that you can't forget. Lin Yi left the big bag of dolls in the mall, and then he and Yi Shuangshuang walked towards Nanling Hotel. Nanling Hotel is right next to the shopping mall, very close. As soon as the two of them walked to the hotel entrance, they saw a black Mercedes slowly stop in front of them. This car, why does it seem familiar? Lin Yi recalled that the car that Guan Jishue and the bald man got in that morning seemed to be this model of Mercedes-Benz. It can't be such a coincidence. Lin Yi's head was suddenly filled with black lines. Sure enough, as the car door opened, Guan Jishue bent over and walked out of the Mercedes-Benz. The moment she got off the car and saw Lin Yi, Guan Jishue was stunned at first, and was obviously amazed by Lin Yi's handsome appearance. But in a flash he became a little annoyed and impatient. Didn't I tell you that I broke up? Why are you still following me here? You are so shameless. We are really not suitable for each other, please stop pestering me. The bald man Lu Jianghua also hurriedly got out of the car, stood next to Guan Jishue, and looked at Lin Yi with disdain. Guan Jishue's sharp voice attracted the attention of many people around the hotel. Everyone stopped and watched what was happening here with a curious attitude. It seems that this little boy's girlfriend is hooking up with a rich man. This situation is too common. Nowadays, many girls cannot resist the temptation of material things. But this boy is quite infatuated. It seems that he followed this girl all the way here. Wow, a pure love warrior. But what a pity. Looking at his girlfriend's attitude, her disdain is too obvious. The people around began to talk in low voices. Lin Yi was really angry after being scolded by Guan Jishue. This morning, I was publicly insulted by Guan Jishue at the school gate. This is the second time. The clay Buddha still has some temper. What's more, Lin Yi is still at the age of full of vigor and vitality. You really think you can do whatever you want just because you liked her, right? Lin Yi's face flushed a little, and his clenched fists trembled slightly with anger. Just when Lin Yi was about to explode, a pair of soft hands gently grasped Lin Yi's arms in time. Honey, who is she? Yi Shuangshuang asked with a hint of annoyance. When Yi Shuangshuang heard Guan Jishue scolding Lin Yi just now, she immediately realized the other party's identity. In this situation, we must help Lin Yi vent his anger. Although she couldn't say that she loved Lin Yi now, she at least had a good impression of him. Therefore, she would never allow another girl to insult her lover in public. Seeing Yi Shuangshuang's sensible look, Lin Yi came back to his senses. He almost got into a fight with Guan Jishue in public because of his anger. In such situations, it is embarrassing whether you win or lose the argument. Fortunately, Yi Shuangshuang's words made Lin Yi regain the rationality in his mind. It was the first time that a girl called him husband, and Lin Yi was a little uncomfortable. However, when he thought that he was doing this to piss off Guan Jishue, he instantly got into the mood. Linny pinched Yi Shuangshuang's cute little face and coaxed her gently. Baby, I don't know her either. I don't know where this psychopath came from. You can't misunderstand me. Yi Shuangshuang also laughed and nodded cooperatively. I wouldn't misunderstand you. I don't believe you would abandon such a beautiful girlfriend like me and go out to find someone who was not as good as me. Hearing this, Linny felt relieved. He put his arm around Yi Shuangshuang's shoulders gratefully and walked towards Nanling Hotel, completely ignoring Guan Jishue, who was acting hysterical like a madman just now. Linny and Yi Shuangshuang's intimacy looked like they were just flirting with each other in the eyes of anyone, just like a couple. The people who were watching the fun on the side started chattering again. Tell me, which side is the truth? Do you still need to think about this? Don't you see how beautiful the girlfriend next to that boy is? And she's very charming. I thought she was a celebrity or internet celebrity. Yeah, who would leave a girlfriend like this and go out and find someone with such an average appearance? Yeah, that makes sense. And I saw that the bag his girlfriend was carrying was a limited edition Chanel bag from this season, which cost tens of thousands. It seems that this boy is a rich second generation. TSK, what a perfect match. The focus of everyone's discussion has completely shifted to the couple Linny and Yi Shuangshuang. As for Guan Jishue, everyone just thought she was a crazy person. Even everyone looked at Lu Jiangbo with a little sympathy. That look seemed to say, look at you, why did you choose someone with a mental illness? Everyone's reaction made Lu Jiangbo feel embarrassed. Seeing this, Guan Jishue was so angry that she wanted to go in and find Linny to explain things. How come they just broke up this morning and now he has a beautiful woman calling him husband by his side? What girls fear most is that their ex finds a current boyfriend who is better than them. This can be very frustrating. Guan Jishue also couldn't understand why Linny seemed like a completely different person after not seeing him for such a long time. He was originally just a bootlicker who chased after me every day, but now he has transformed himself and has the aura of a male god. Chapter 10, Say Thank You and Bind. Guan Jishue was about to go up to Linny to ask for clarification, but was stopped by Lu Jiangbo. Don't embarrass me. Lu Jiangbo spoke in a stern tone. People of his age value status and face the most. The reason why he was willing to spend money on Guan Jishue was simply because she was young and beautiful, and it would be prestigious to take her out. For a middle-aged man, when he goes out, no matter how expensive the car he drives, it is not as good as having a young and beautiful woman by his side. The more beautifully a woman dresses, the more others will think that the man standing next to her is definitely not simple. But today, Guan Jishue's inappropriate behavior was enough to bring shame upon herself, and Lu Jiangbo himself was also embarrassed. At this moment, Lu Jiangbo felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. I'm warning you, don't cause any trouble for me. At this time, Lu Jiangbo could only vent his anger on Guan Jishue. Guan Jishue felt very aggrieved. When Lu Jiangbo was threatening Linny at the school gate this morning, he praised me for being sensible. Why did my behavior now seem like causing trouble in his eyes? But Guan Jishue wanted to make a few more excuses. Lu Jiangbo didn't have the patience to listen to what she had to say and interrupted her rudely. Put your position clearly in my mind. If you have any anger, keep it to yourself. Don't act like a lunatic and embarrass me together with you. I'm not your boyfriend who will coax you with nice words. Don't forget how much money you still owe me. It's great that I can bring you here for dinner, don't push your luck. After being yelled at by Lu Jiangbo, Guan Jishue pursed her lips and tried hard not to let the tears of humiliation fall. After a long while, he nodded silently. I understand, Mr. Lu, I won't do it again next time. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Jiangbo said no more. He put his greasy hands around Guan Jishue's waist and walked into the hotel. On the top floor of Nanling Hotel is a revolving Western restaurant. Looking out the window, you can see the night view of most of Nanling City. There is a bright starry sky above my head and bustling neon lights in front of me. This place is even known as one of the must-visit places for couples in Nanling City. Although it is a very romantic date spot, a high price makes many people stay away. It was only after Linny walked in here that he understood why Guan Jishue was so eager to have a meal here. It's really a place with a lot of atmosphere. Linny and Yi Shuangshuang sat at a table by the window. After we sat down, the waiter brought us 2 menus. How about it? Inviting you to have a meal here is a sign of sincerity, right? Yi Xuanxuan looked at the night view outside the window, her tone somewhat smug. She had only eaten here once before. It was some rich second-generation man who invited her here during Valentine's Day. A meal here costs more than 2,000 per person. If it wasn't for thanking Linny for buying her a bag, she would not have been willing to treat him to a meal here. Thank you for what you did just now. Linny thought about how Yi Xuanxuan had helped him just now, and he felt very grateful. Yi Xuanxuan patted his chest proudly, as if he didn't take the matter too seriously. I'm just helping the weak when I see injustice. It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart. From noon to now, after spending some time together, Yi Xuanxuan has completely let go of her airs in front of Linny and has become her true self. The real Yi Xuanxuan has this kind of free and unrestrained personality. Linny didn't expect that Yi Xuanxuan had such a side beneath her sweet appearance. This strong contrast made Linny admire her very much, and he felt that Yi Xuanxuan was very straightforward. Although it's a bit materialistic, it's not a big problem. How about I treat you to this meal? You just bought me so many sets of clothes this afternoon. Linny glanced at the menu and estimated that a meal for 2 people would cost around 5,000 to 6,000. As a college student, Yi Xuanxuan's living expenses should not be very high. She had already spent more than 5,000 yuan on clothes and haircuts in the afternoon. If she asked Yi Xuanxuan to treat her in the evening, her expenses for the day would be over 10,000 yuan. Linny is still very considerate. Anyway, I have more than 2 million cash back I just received today, so treating you to a meal like this is just a drop in the bucket. But Yi Xuanxuan immediately waved her hand and refused when she heard it. No, I promised you a treat. Don't fight with me. If you really want to treat me to a meal, there will be opportunities in the future. As expected of a high-level sea queen, with just a few words she had already paved the way for their next meeting. Although Yi Xuanxuan also felt that the meal was very expensive, in order to play the long game and catch the big fish and completely capture Linny, she felt that the money was worth it. In her opinion, a rich man like Linny must have eaten a lot of delicacies from land and sea. It would be too cheap to ask him to eat somewhere else. After much thought, this is the most suitable place. But what Yi Xuanxuan didn't know was that this was the first time in Linny's life that he had eaten in such a high-end place. From the moment he sat down, Linny felt a little restrained. Afraid of showing weakness. However, when he thought about the balance of more than 2 million yuan on his card, his back gradually straightened. After the two of them ordered their food, Lu Jianghua and Guan Jishue also came up, sitting not far from Linny and the others. Linny saw Guan Jishue giving him a resentful look, but he ignored her and continued chatting and laughing with Yi Xuanxuan. After a while, the waiter brought the appetizers ordered by Linny. Hello sir, this is the stewed mussels with white wine you ordered. The waitress had a clear voice and was pretty. It is worthy of being one of the best hotels in Nanling. Even the waiters are so pleasant. Linny nodded with satisfaction and thanked him. Thanks. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is 15 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. ? Hearing the system prompt, Linny almost spit out the lemonade he had just drunk. This system is playing tricks on me? So I can't talk to the opposite sex anymore? Say thank you and bind. The key is that I don't even know the girl's name. Linny was complaining in his heart when the system automatically opened the waitress's personal information panel. Personal information. Name, Feng Jinan. Age, 18. Favorability towards the host, 10 points. Position, waiter at Nanling Hotel. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Linny rolled his eyes silently in his heart. Although the system was bound to Feng Jinan, the two of them were just casual acquaintances and had no intersection. Besides, Yi Xuanxuan and Guan Jishue were both present, so I couldn't just shamelessly stick to them and spend money on Feng Jinan. Thinking of this, Linny was speechless. Feng Jinan served Linny the dishes and then left. Linny had no choice but to eat in embarrassment. At this moment, a crisp slapping sound came from the direction of Guan Jishue's table. Chapter 11 Furious Lu Jianghua. The scene was relatively quiet, so the slap was particularly harsh. Everyone's attention was drawn to Guan Jishue's table. Guan Jishue was seen covering her red cheeks, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes. You've been looking at him since you sat down. Since you like watching so much, why don't you go back and live with him? Lu Jiangbo tried his best to suppress his anger and spoke to Guan Jishue in a low but vicious voice. After the two of them sat down, Guan Jishue was absent-minded. While ordering food, his eyes were always looking elsewhere. Lu Jiangbo followed Guan Jishue's gaze and saw Lini and Yi Shuangshuang talking and laughing sweetly. Guan Jishue, on the other hand, had a look of resentment on her face. Originally Lu Jiangbo wanted to endure it, but he didn't expect that when he was talking to Guan Jishue just now, Guan Jishue's eyes still unconsciously looked in Lin Yi's direction. Lu Jiangbo was extremely possessive to begin with, and Guan Jishue's behavior made him unbearable, so he raised his hand and slapped Guan Jishue in the face. When Lin Yi saw this scene, he frowned slightly and looked a little unhappy. "Are you heartbroken?" Yi Shuangshuang asked jokingly. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. "I don't feel bad at all. I just simply can't stand seeing men beating women." After saying that, Lin Yi continued to eat the food in front of him. "Anyway, I have broken up with Guan Jishue now. The life she lives now is her own choice, so she should bear the consequences herself." Lin Yi doesn't think that he is the kind of good guy who would help his ex-girlfriend when he sees her being bullied. He was already very conscientious by not going up to ridicule Guan Jishue at this moment. The other spectators around also felt a little disgusted when they saw this scene. In public, when a man slaps a woman, it is considered very ungentlemanly behavior no matter how you look at it. Those who come here to eat are basically people of some status, so they naturally despise such behavior. But everyone knew that less trouble is worse than more, so no one stepped forward to stop it. Just then, Feng Jinan walked up and handed Guan Jishue a piece of tissue. "Ma'am, do you need me to call the police?" The sudden concern from a stranger made Guan Jishue feel even more aggrieved, and she even started sobbing. Seeing this, Feng Jinan took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Lu Jiangbo pushed the chair away, stood up, snatched the phone, and smashed it heavily to the ground with a bang. "Do I want you to mind your own business here?" Lu Jiangbo was originally a gangster. Although he has returned to the right path, his temperament cannot be changed. Now he is furious and looks very vicious. Looking at Lu Jiangbo's bloodshot eyes and fat face, Feng Jinan suddenly felt a little afraid. At this time, the manager hurried over, smiling apologetically, to smooth things over. "Excuse me, sir. Our waiter is new and doesn't know the rules. You are a magnanimous person, don't bother with her. How about this? I'll waive your bill today. What do you think?" The manager nodded and bowed, hoping that Lu Jiangbo would let it go. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiangbo didn't appreciate it at all. He snorted coldly and sat back in his seat with a gloomy face. "Do you think I'm short of money for this meal?" Lu Jiangbo's tone was cold, like that of a devil. The manager quickly squatted down in front of Lu Jiangbo and continued to apologize. "Sorry sir, that's not what I meant. It is true that our staff was ignorant and disturbed your meal. So, how do we solve this problem?" The manager was also an old hand and could tell at a glance that Lu Jiangbo was a tough guy. At this time, instead of constantly lowering your bottom line to please the other party, it is better to test the other party's attitude first. Lu Jiangbo looked down at the manager, then raised his eyes to look at Feng Jinan, who was so nervous that her body was shaking slightly. "I want her to apologize to me." Lu Jiangbo pointed at Feng Jinan and said. When the manager heard that the problem could be solved by just apologizing, he immediately nodded in agreement. For those working in the service industry, apologizing to customers is a common occurrence. It can be said that there was not the slightest bit of difficulty in Lu Jiangbo's request. The manager immediately gave Feng Jinan a look, signaling her to come over and apologize to the customer. Although Feng Jinan felt aggrieved, she had to walk slowly to Lu Jiangbo due to her work. Just as he was about to bow and apologize, Lu Jiangbo raised his hand. "I mean, let her kneel down and kowtow to apologize." Lu Jiangbo pointed at the ground with his short, thick fingers, with a look of triumph on his face. Having lost face and been humiliated today, Lu Jiangbo naturally took the hotel waiter as his punching bag. After hearing Lu Jiangbo's words, Feng Jinan froze as she was about to bow and apologize, and looked at the manager for help. The manager didn't hesitate at all, and made a gesture to Feng Jinan to do as he was told without further delay. In the manager's view, kowtowing to apologize would only result in a slight loss of face. Working in the service industry, why would you need to save face? As long as the problem can be solved and the impact on the hotel can be minimized, he would be willing to call Lu Jiangbo dad now. But Feng Jinan was only 18 years old, when her self-esteem was the strongest. Asking her to kowtow and apologize at this time is equivalent to rubbing her dignity to the ground. Besides, it was Lu Jianghua who hit her first and also smashed her cell phone. She was just standing up for the girl who was beaten. What was wrong with that? Thinking of this, Feng Jinan became more and more unconvinced. Sir, you broke my phone, are you going to give me an explanation? Fear, anger, and grievance, these emotions mixed in Feng Jinan's heart. As a result, Feng Jinan's voice trembled when she said this. The manager was shocked when these words were spoken. He was about to appease Lu Jianghua, but Feng Jinan's words were like reigniting the flame that was about to go out. Just as the manager was about to stand up and blame Feng Jinan, Lu Jianghua stood in front of Feng Jinan first. Can you say that again? I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Jianghua leaned closer to Feng Jinan with his ear tilted, and his eyes became sinister. Feng Jinan pursed her lips, as if she had mustered up all her courage, and spoke in a firm tone. I said, you broke my phone, you should also. Before he could finish his words, the angry Lu Jianghua pushed Feng Jinan out fiercely. Feng Jinan lost her balance and fell backwards, and hurriedly grabbed a large emerald green vase behind her. The vase was hit by the sudden impact and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Feng Jinan fell on the pile of debris, and her palms were pierced by the sharp fragments, bleeding. How dare you say that? You still want me to compensate you for your phone? A damn waiter, taking himself so seriously. Lu Jianghua rolled up his sleeves angrily and walked towards Feng Jinan, who was lying on the ground without giving in. Seeing this, Linny stood up without any hesitation and stood in front of Feng Jinan. Chapter 12, Beating the Bald Man. Lu Jianghua had already lifted up his sleeves, revealing the dragon and tiger patterns tattooed on his arms. The other guests at the restaurant could tell at a glance that this was not someone to be trifled with. Although Lu Jianghua is not tall, he has a strong physique and a lot of flesh. Anyone with a little experience knows that these guys with a lot of flesh on their bodies are the most ferocious in a fight. In contrast, Linny looks like a fair-skinned college student. Although he is strong, he still looks a little thin compared to Lu Jianghua. However, in this situation, many people have a little more admiration for Lin Yi for being able to stand up and do what is right. Lin Yi's sudden appearance surprised Lu Jianghua. You still want to be a hero and save the beauty? Lu Jianghua stood in front of Lin Yi, his tone cold, staring fiercely into Lin Yi's eyes, his anger filled as if he was about to explode in the next second. Lin Yi was sweating in his heart. The aura emanating from Lu Jianghua made Lin Yi feel a little scared. Although kids like him who came from an orphanage had fought many times since childhood, it was the first time he faced a tough guy like Lu Jianghua. However, Feng Jinan is the cashback recipient bound to the system, and he can't let Lu Jianghua bully her like this. What's more, he was already resentful of Lu Jianghua for snatching Guan Jishui away. This is the last thing a man can tolerate. Ding, the host is detected to be in danger. The host's current physical fitness value is level 2, and the opponent's is level 3. The host can spend 5 points to increase his physical strength by 1 level. Can you please exchange it? The system's sudden prompt was like a shot of adrenaline for Lin Yi. Very good. Exchange. Exchange now. There were exactly 5 points left, so Lin Yi chose to redeem them without any hesitation. Judging from Lu Jianghua's attitude, this matter today will definitely not end well. The atmosphere has become so heated that it is likely that fighting will be inevitable. The support from the system at this time is like timely help. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful exchange. Host's physical strength is being enhanced. Enhancement completed, the host's current physical fitness value is level 3. A warm current instantly flowed from his heart to Lin Yi's whole body. Every cell in my body seems to be filled with strength. Lin Yi clenched his fists in satisfaction, snorted coldly at Lu Jianghua, turned around and helped Feng Jinan, who was lying on the ground, up. Are you okay? Lu Jianghua suddenly attacked just now, which scared Feng Jinan a lot. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. After Lin Yi appeared, her originally fearful and helpless heart seemed to be instantly redeemed, and tears of grievance flowed down. I'm fine, thank you. Looking at the bright red spot on Feng Jinan's palm, Lin Yi picked up a towel from the table and carefully wrapped the injured area. Stop the bleeding first. It's best to disinfect it with iodine later. Lin Yi was often injured in fights when he was a child, so dealing with such wounds was a piece of cake for him. Feng Jinan, favorability plus 5 points. 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 Feng Jinan's current favorability is 30 points. Lin Yi was taking care of Feng Jinan, but Lu Jianguo was unhappy. He had been standing here for so long, but Lin Yi just pretended he didn't exist. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Lu Jianguo's angry roar startled everyone around him. Lin Yi protected Feng Jinan behind him and turned to look at Lu Jianguo impatiently. Fatty, what are you doing barking like a dog? You scared me. Lin Yi's words immediately ignited Lu Jianguo's anger. A fist as big as a sandbag instantly attacked Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi tried to dodge by turning sideways, but his shoulder was still hit by Lu Jianguo's fist, causing a burning pain. But at the same time, Lin Yi kicked Lu Jianguo in the side with a powerful whip kick. Although Lu Jianguo had a thick layer of fat as protection, he still couldn't avoid the piercing pain. After this blow, both of them became angry and started fighting each other in an instant. Lin Yi was half a head taller than Lu Jianguo, and his center of gravity was not as stable as Lu Jianguo's, so Lu Jianguo pressed him to the ground. But Lu Jianguo didn't gain any advantage as he was hit several times in the stomach by Lin Yi. Feng Jinan, favorability plus 5 points. Feng Jinan, favorability plus 5 points. Feng Jinan's current favorability is 40 points. No beautiful woman would not be moved by the scene of a hero saving a beauty. Feng Jinan looked at the boy in front of her who stood up for her. In addition to gratitude, she seemed to gradually develop an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi became anxious. I haven't even gotten any cash back from Feng Jinan yet, and her favorability has already reached 40 points. The system stipulates that no cash back will be given for points above 50. What should I do if this favorability continues to rise like this? However, Feng Jinan was not the only one who was conquered by Lin Yi's righteous act. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability plus 5 points. Yi Shuangshuang's current favorability is 60 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward. Host is detected to be in danger. The host can spend 5 points to increase his physical strength by 1 level. Can you please exchange it? Lin Yi was overjoyed by the 5-point increase in Yi Shuangshuang's favorability at this critical moment. Exchange now. Ding, exchange successful. Enhancement completed, the host's current physical fitness value is level 4. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. At this moment, the tense situation suddenly took a turn. Lin Yi clamped Lu Jianguo's hands tightly and kneed him hard in the stomach. The huge impact force pushed a strange dent in Lu Jianguo's fat belly. Lu Jianguo felt his stomach churning and bitter water flowed out of his mouth. After struggling for a few times, he knelt on the ground, covering his greasy stomach in pain. You kid, you are finished. Intentionally hurting someone in public, forget about going to college. Lu Jianguo was in so much pain that he couldn't even lift his head, but he still pointed at Lin Yi and said harsh words. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a little unsure. Today is the first day for new students to register. If I get expelled from school because of something like this, it would be too much of a loss. Seeing the panic on Lin Yi's face, Lu Jianguo gradually became proud. Anyway, he is a tough guy who is not afraid of anything. But it's different for college students like Lin Yi. He has too many weaknesses that can be exploited by others. Thinking of this, Lu Jianguo held his stomach and struggled to get up from the ground, then sat back on the chair and looked at Lin Yi with a sneer. He was thinking about what means he would use to get back all the face he lost today from this young man. At this time, a beautiful woman with big wavy hair wearing a black hip skirt and a pair of high heels walked up to them gracefully. The beauty stood in front of Lin Yi and spoke to Lu Jianguo in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Let me introduce myself. I'm a lawyer. I have recorded everything that happened just now with my phone. Today's conflict was caused by you being the first to take action. This young man's behavior can be considered as a courageous act. Chapter 13. Is it convenient to add WeChat? After the wavy beauty finished speaking, she stared at Lu Jianguo with an unquestionable stern look in her eyes. Seeing the other party's determined eyes, Lu Jianguo was speechless for a moment. Lu Jianguo naturally knew nothing about these professional recognitions. And when I thought about the fact that I had smashed the waiter's cell phone and pushed him today, I still felt a little guilty. The onlookers also started pointing fingers at Lu Jianguo. Everyone saw the entire process of today's conflict. Humph, you're lucky. Lu Jianguo knew that his situation was hopeless and didn't want to get entangled any further. I couldn't win the fight, and I couldn't lose the argument. Now that professional lawyers have gotten involved, it would be a complete humiliation for me to stay here. Lu Jianghua stood up, angrily dragged Guan Jishua out of the hotel. Seeing that the other party had left, the big wavy beauty also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was just bluffing just now. She was betting that people like Lu Jianghua would not dare to take it seriously. She was very impressed by Lin Yi's heroic act of saving the beauty just now, so she was overwhelmed with passion and wanted to help this boy who was full of justice. Thank you. Lin Yi hurriedly thanked him sincerely. This stranger was able to stand up and help him out in this situation, which made Lin Yi feel a little warm. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is 30 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. Damn it, I really want to thank you. This system is too sensible. Play is fun, but who doesn't want a beautiful girl with big waves? The personal information of the big wavy beauty automatically opened in Lin Yi's mind. Name, Xin Yao. Age, 24. Favorability towards the host, 30 points. Position, trainee lawyer. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Shen Yao turned around, and Lin Yi could see clearly the appearance of the wavy beauty in front of him. With her fair skin, delicate facial features and feminine wavy hair, Shen Yao exudes an energy that can stimulate male hormones. The professional white shirt and black hip skirt also make people think a lot. Don't thank me. I'm just following your example and doing what's right. Shen Yao smiled sweetly, then turned and walked towards her seat. When she turned and left, a strawberry scent curled up from the ends of her hair and drifted into Lin Yi's nostrils through the air. Opposite Shen Yao's seat was a man in a neat suit, and it seemed that the two of them were here for a date. Lin Yi would not make things awkward for someone who already has a partner. What a pity. We only met once. There is no chance for me to get cash back from her. Looking at Shen Yao walking away, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel regretful. As expected of a straight man with little emotional experience, what Lin Yi regretted most at this moment was the missed opportunity to cash back. Lin Yi, are you okay? Yi Shuangshuan walked over and looked at Lin Yi's injuries. Seeing a bruise on the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, she touched it carefully with her icy fingers with heartache. Lin Yi's brave and righteous behavior increased Yi Shuangshuang's favorability by another 5 points, and now it has reached a high score of 60 points. If 50 points means being moved, then 60 points means 1 foot has already stepped into the threshold of love. Yi Shuangshuang didn't expect that the boy she met in the coffee shop today was not only generous and approachable, but also full of sense of justice. When he saw someone being bullied, he stood up without saying a word. The key is that he is very handsome. Thinking of this, Yi Shuangshuang's eyes became increasingly ambiguous when looking at Lin Yi. Who wouldn't want to be with a man who shines like this? Seeing Yi Shuangshuang's concerned eyes, Lin Yi shook his head gently to indicate that he was fine. At this time, a low voice of scolding came from behind Lin Yi. Look at you. You've only been working here for a few days, and you've already caused me such a big mess. This vase you broke is a work of art that our boss bought from abroad. It's worth tens of thousands. Even if I deducted half a year's salary from you, it wouldn't be enough to compensate you. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, the manager began to settle the score and reprimanded Feng Jinan. Feng Jinan had just turned 18 and was new to society. Naturally, she had no idea how treacherous people were, and she didn't know how to judge the situation. She just saw a female customer being slapped by someone else and was indignant at such a bad behavior, so she wanted to help out of kindness. Manager, Feng Jinan became nervous when she heard that her manager was going to deduct her salary. The treatment at Nanling Hotel is very good, and because of this, many people are willing to work here as waiters. However, the selection requirements of Nanling Hotel are quite strict, and they only accept those who are young and beautiful. Feng Jinan cherishes this hard-earned job opportunity very much, so she is naturally reluctant to resign. But, if I really don't get paid for half a year, how can I ensure my life? Feng Jinan clenched her hands in grievance and stood there helplessly. TSK, I thought this vase was very expensive. It's just a few tens of thousands. I paid for her. Lin Yi's warm voice sounded in Feng Jinan's ears at this time. Lin Yi thought that the conflict just now was caused by the fact that Guan Jishua kept looking at him, which made Lu Jianghua jealous, so in the end it had something to do with him. Of course, more importantly, Feng Jinan's favorability has reached 40 points. If you don't seize the opportunity to get the cash back now, you will lose a lot. The manager glanced at Lin Yi, then glanced at Yi Shuangshuang beside Lin Yi. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person, as he can come here to eat with such a beautiful female companion. After working for many years, the manager has already developed the ability to judge people. And since someone was willing to be the sucker and pay the money, the manager was naturally happy to do so. He put on a smile and hurriedly went to Lin Yi. "Sir, this is not good. After all, you are here to eat. Although your fight in our restaurant just now has a certain impact on the dining experience of other customers, the money for this vase should not be charged to you in any way." Lin Yi looked at the manager's flattering smile and felt sick. He was clearly eager to swipe his card to pay the money, but he was still trying to refuse. He couldn't stand this kind of behavior the most. "Stop talking nonsense. I said I will pay, so I will pay." Lin Yi took out his bank card domineeringly and swiped it to pay without any hesitation. Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 85,000 yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 40 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 32 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 2.72 million yuan. Another 2 million in cash. Lin Yi felt very happy as he watched the money on hand increasing. When the manager saw that the money had arrived, he happily left with the card machine. Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang were about to sit back and continue eating, but Feng Jinan pulled at the corner of Lin Yi's clothes a little embarrassedly. "Sir, would it be convenient for us to add you on WeChat?" Chapter 14, Meeting Roommates for the First Time. Hearing Feng Jinan's request, Yi Shuangshuang tightly held Lin Yi's arm like a little bird protecting its food. Yi Shuangshuang knew that Lin Yi's behavior of spending money at the slightest disagreement would definitely make many girls feel good about him. She finally met her soulmate, she can't let anyone else snatch him away. Lin Yi was also confused, wondering if Feng Jinan was attracted by his financial resources and wanted to develop further relations with him. Feng Jinan quickly explained. "Consider this money as a loan from you. I may not be able to pay you back all at once, but if you agree, I can pay you back in installments every month." Feng Jinan has clear eyes, and at first glance she looks like a simple girl who was not very worldly wise. Lin Yi waved his hand, obviously not taking the mere 85,000 seriously. "No, your own phone is broken, you might as well save up money and buy yourself a new one." Originally, Lin Yi wanted to suggest buying a new mobile phone for Feng Jinan directly. But considering that this was the first time they met today, proposing to buy her a mobile phone for no reason might scare her. If you end up making things worse and causing your favorability to drop, then the gain will be counterproductive. Seeing that Lin Yi did not accept her proposal, Feng Jinan was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Lin Yi comforted him. After all, it was the fat guy who broke the vase. "Consider this money as my advance payment for him. I will ask him to pay it back when I have the chance. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. What's the point of asking you to pay the money?" This was a very pertinent statement, and Feng Jinan was unable to refute it for a moment. However, Feng Jinan always felt guilty about receiving such a big favor from Lin Yi. "Then let me treat you to dinner today." Feng Jinan's monthly salary is only over 7,000 yuan. After deducting rent and daily expenses, the remaining money is probably just enough for a meal here. Yi Shuangshuang naturally would not agree. This was her chance to repay Lin Yi. How could she let someone else snatch it away? "No need, this meal is on me, don't snatch it from me." Yi Shuangshuang looked towards the hotel front desk unconsciously, and even wanted to pay the bill first. Lin Yi laughed and comforted the two of them. "Of course I can't refuse Shuangshuang's kindness. As for Nan, if we meet again in the future, please treat me to a meal." Lin Yi followed Yi Shuangshuang's example, playing the long game to catch a big fish and laying the groundwork for the future in advance. Both girls had no objection to this proposal. However, Feng Jinan suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Yi in confusion. "How do you know my name?" Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the two of them seemed to have not yet told each other their names. "I only knew Feng Jinan's name through the system's personal information panel." "This is bad. How can I explain this? You can't say you can read minds." Thinking of mind reading, Lin Yi subconsciously looked at Feng Jinan's chest. A light bulb went off in his head and he immediately came up with an idea. "You're writing it down." Lin Yi pointed at the name tag on Feng Jinan's chest and said with forced calmness. Feng Jinan then realized that every waiter in Nanling Hotel was required to wear a name tag engraved with his or her name, and she was no exception. But this boy has pretty good eyesight. A normal person would have to get closer to see the name on the tag. The farce came to an end. Feng Jinan continued to work, and Linny and Yi Xuangshuang sat back at the table. I'm sorry that you didn't have a good meal today. Linny felt a little guilty. It was his first time to have dinner with a beautiful woman and in such a high-end restaurant, but it turned out like this. Yi Xuangshuang shook her head nonchalantly. How could that be? You were so handsome just now. After saying that, he gave Linny a thumbs up, with admiration evident in his eyes. At this time, the remaining dishes ordered by the two were also served. Cheers, to celebrate your leaving that ignorant first girlfriend. Yi Xuangshuang picked up the wine glass and looked at Linny with a smile. Although Linny still felt a little bitter when thinking about being dumped, he still raised his glass and clinked it with Yi Xuangshuang openly. Well, let's celebrate the fact that I made my first friend in Nanling today. The two of them finished the meal happily with laughter and chatter. Yi Xuangshuang's favorability also temporarily remained at 60 points. Considering that today is the first day for freshmen to register, it would not be good to return to the dormitory too late, so after eating, Linny said goodbye to Yi Xuangshuang and took a taxi back to school. This morning, Linny was the first person to arrive at the dormitory. When he arrived at the dormitory, his other roommates had not arrived yet. Linny thought that all his roommates should be here by now. I've been busy outside all day and haven't seen my roommates yet. So, after Linny arrived at the school gate, he bought 3 big bags of barbecue at the school service area. After all, everyone will be living together for 4 years, so it's always a good idea to build a good relationship in advance. Moreover, it is especially easy for boys to build closer relationships. Sometimes a meal or even a bottle of water can make the other person willingly call you godfather. Arriving at the dormitory door, Linny looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the dormitory were still on, and it seemed that no one had rested yet. Linny knocked on the door politely, then pushed it open and walked in. I saw 3 shirtless boys sitting at the table playing computer games. At this moment, a game just ended, and a big red word failure appeared on the screens of the 3 people. You guys are too weak. Even though I had such a huge advantage in the early stages, I couldn't save you. A boy with an afro complained. The 2 people who were being complained about knew they were in the wrong, so they just lowered their heads and said nothing. One of the boys wearing thick framed glasses happened to see Linny walking in with the barbecue out of the corner of his eye. His eyes widened and he blurted out a question. Handsome guy, who are you? Being called a handsome guy, Linny scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. I live in the same dormitory as you guys. My name is Linny. I've been out all day today and haven't had time to get to know you guys. I bought you some barbecue, just as an apology. Linny grew up in an orphanage and worked part-time to earn money during high school, so he is much better at dealing with people than these young boys who have just entered college. Sure enough, the moment the 3 saw the barbecue, they pounced on it like 3 hungry wolves with green eyes. You're so nice. Damn, he actually bought so much, what a rich guy. Then we won't be polite. The 3 of them played games in the dormitory all day and didn't even have time to eat. They were already very hungry. Seeing the barbecue that Linny bought was like a refugee seeing disaster relief food. While eating, several people took turns introducing themselves to Linny. The boy with the afro is called He Linwei, the boy with thick framed glasses is called Hu Kai, and the boy with a buzz cut is called Wu Jia. Were you guys playing a game just now? Linny pointed at the red word failure on the 3 people's computer screens and asked. He Linwei swallowed a large mouthful of meat and wiped his greasy mouth. Yeah, these 2 bastards have been screwing me for the whole day. Do you play League of Legends too? If so, let's play together. The most common nightlife among college boys is playing games together. Linny nodded. He didn't have his own computer and used to go to the internet cafe to play games. There were many experts in the internet cafe, and Linny often squatted behind them and watched, and learned some good skills. But I haven't had time to buy a computer yet, so I'm afraid I won't be able to play with you guys today. Linny spread his hands to express his regret. Wu Jia quickly stood up and gave up his seat. I'm tired from playing today, how about you use my computer first? Chapter 15 Encounter with a Female Anchor. Seeing Wu Jia give up his seat, Linny didn't hesitate. It just so happened that he hadn't played for a while and his hands were a little itchy. Linny sat down, logged out of Wu Jia's account, and logged into his own account skillfully. He Linwei picked up another skewer of barbecue and said to Linny with a hint of boasting. As long as you don't give up too much, I can definitely help you get higher points. Hu Kai nodded, as if to prove that what He Linwei said was true. Lao he is a Diamond 3 god. Wu Jia and I are too low ranked to play with him, The account we are using now is the diamond account that Lao he borrowed from a friend. At this point, He Linwei rolled his eyes helplessly. How dare you two say that? I lost today and I don't know how to explain it to my friends. After listening to this, Linny shrugged with an indifferent expression. Why don't you just put the score up later? Wu Jia shook his head quickly. Lao Lin, you don't know, this is my first time playing in the diamond division. They are all masters, I can't beat them at all. Not surrendering early is already pretty good, not to mention getting points. By the way, Lao Lin, what's your rank? Lin Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, and he calmly opened his information page. He Linwei and the other two leaned over curiously. It's okay. If your rank is not high, I'll go borrow it later. He Linwei originally wanted to say that if Lin Yi's rank was too low, he could lend him another account later. But after seeing the rank of Lin Yi's account, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Oh my, master? Lao Lin, you actually beat the master? Several of them have been playing League of Legends for several years, so they naturally know how valuable this rank is. He Linwei only had plenty of time to start playing after the college entrance examination. It took him 2 months of hard work to reach Diamond 3. But unexpectedly, a master-level expert appeared in their dormitory. I just said shamelessly that I would help others to gain points, and asked them not to give too much. Actually, I was a champion before. I'm repeating this season, so I don't have much time to play. What? The strongest king? The master rank has already made several people admire him very much, and they never expected that this is the result of Linny not having much time to play in the new season. He Linwei's face twitched. Compared with Lin Yi's king, his Diamond 3 is as cute as a kindergarten kid. Brother Lin. He Linwei's attitude instantly became respectful. Brother Lin, can you help me improve my scores? He Linwei quickly put down the barbecue in his hand. At this moment, no matter how delicious the food is, it is not as tempting as a living god. Lin Yi nodded, as if he didn't feel any pressure. Anyway, my rank has dropped now, so playing in the Diamond Masters League is just like warming up. Absolutely AC. Soon, He Linwei sent a friend request to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi agreed, the two entered the game. Originally, I wanted to ask Hu Kai to play with me, but Hu Kai was determined to sit next to Wu Jia and learn the skills, and he refused to log in no matter what. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't say much. After a while, Lin Yi and He Linwei were matched with 3 random passers by teammates. Lin Yi is the mid laner and He Linwei is the jungler, focusing on the coordination between the mid and jungle. During the character selection phase, Lin Yi, who was on the first floor, did not hesitate at all and instantly selected the hero that every mid lane player was extremely proficient in, Yasuo. As the confirmation key was pressed, the shooter player on the 4th floor typed 2 lines of words on the public screen. It can't be Thorso. I'm live streaming right now, don't cheat me. I didn't expect that the random stranger I matched with turned out to be a live streamer. Hu Kai, who was standing by, quickly found the Anchor's live broadcast room on the HuYu live broadcast platform based on the name on the 4th floor. Oh my god, look. It's a female anchor. And she has a great body and a baby face, wow. But why are there only about 30 people in the live broadcast room? It seems like she is a new anchor. Hearing this, Lin Yi also looked over curiously. TSK, this figure is really good. I didn't expect to be so lucky today. I actually got the chance to bring a girl with me. Suddenly, Lin Yi thought that he had a system and wondered if he could bind the cashback recipient through remote conversation. If it is possible, you can make a fortune by watching live broadcasts and giving gifts when you are bored every day. Thinking of this, Lin Yi quickly typed a message to the female anchor on the 4th floor on the game's public screen. Don't worry, 4th floor. I'm a level 6 Yasuo rogue. After waiting for a few seconds, no system prompt sound appeared in my mind. Lin Yi felt a sense of loss. It seemed that this road to wealth was not feasible. Look, it says on her live broadcast room that if you send a gift of an airplane, you can play a game with the anchor via microphone. It's so easy for anchors to make money now. One plane costs $100. The sharp-eyed Wu Jia saw the announcement in the female anchor's live broadcast room. For ordinary college students like them, spending 100 yuan to play a game with a female anchor is too expensive. You know, their monthly living expenses are just over 1,000 yuan. 100 yuan is enough for them to eat in the cafeteria for 3 days. But for Lin Yi, who now has millions in his hands, this is a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Lin Yi just reviewed it in his mind. The system binding requirement is to have a conversation with the opposite sex. I just tried it. Typing chat should not be counted within the scope of conversation recognized by the system. But I don't know if a live microphone call counts as such. Thinking of this, Linny quickly opened his mobile phone and logged into Who You Live. In order to prevent the cashback object from being bound unsuccessfully, he only recharged 100 yuan. Soon, the special effects of airplane gifts appeared in the female anchoress live broadcast room. Wow, thanks to this Mumu brother for sending the plane. Mumu is Linny's username on Who You Live. Linny then typed a line of words in the live broadcast room. Host, can I connect with you now? I'm Yasuo from the first floor. The female anchor was stunned. It was her first live broadcast today, and she didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to spend the money for a plane to connect with her via microphone. And the other person was just a passerby whom he met by chance in the game. Yes, of course. When the female anchor saw Lin's request for a live connection, she immediately approved it. Hello? Linny was the first to speak and say hello. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is currently 25 points, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. Hearing the familiar system prompt tone, Linny was secretly happy. It seems that my judgment was correct. The system defines dialogue as speaking, but there are no strict restrictions on whether it is said in person or in other ways. Now that the binding has been successful, if I give her more gifts after the game is over, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Thinking of this, Linny became impatient. Chapter 16. You have too many murals. Linny opened the female anchoress personal information in the system. Name, Chen Fei. Age, 19. Favorability towards the host, 10 points. Identity, game anchor. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Linny looked at the live broadcast screen, and then looked at Chen Fei's weight data. I nodded silently in my heart. It seems that the figure she showed in the live broadcast room is real and not exaggerated. But this is too big. Originally, Linny thought that Guan Jishue's roommate Li Tong, whom he met today, was old enough. I didn't expect to encounter a bigger one now. It seems that I have seen too little of the world. It is true that there are mountains beyond mountains, and each mountain is higher than the other. Soon, both teams selected their respective heroes and entered the game. The people on Linny's side chose the team opening lineup, and the female anchor chose a lucky lady. As soon as I entered the game, I saw Sister Good Luck shaking the two huge things on her chest and twisting her body as she walked down the route. Lao Lin, you're on your own now. I'll go straight to the bottom lane after I finish killing the wild monsters. Today I must let this little sister feel the 360-degree warm care of my wild daddy. He Linwei chuckled and secretly glanced at the female anchor's live broadcast, with an expression in his eyes that all men can understand. Linny could only roll his eyes helplessly at this behavior of putting women before friends. I was originally thinking about roaming with He Linwei in the mid-game, but now the mid and jungle have a split right at the beginning of the game. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, as the first waves of soldiers from both sides clashed in the middle lane, the game officially began. Linny was diligently replenishing his troops while chatting with the female anchor who was connected to the microphone. What should I call you? Brother Mumu, just call me Fei Fei. Chen Fei's voice was so sweet that it made everyone feel like spring breeze. While we were chatting, there was a sudden cry from the other end of the phone. Ah! Why is the opposing jungler here? Chen Fei pushed the line quite deep in the early stage, and in order to avoid being caught, he went to the river to gain vision. But unexpectedly, he was caught by the opponent's jungler. He came here from behind the ward. Linny took a quick look at the map and understood the opponent's jungler's catching path. It seems he is an expert. Linny reminded Chen Fei to be careful. But at this time, Chen Fei and her assistant had already crossed the river, and it was obviously unrealistic to escape unscathed. The auxiliary is also ready to go up and sell himself. He Linwei, who was standing by, quickly raised his voice and shouted to Chen Fei into Linny's phone. Don't panic, Fei Fei. I'm here to save you. He Linwei's Li Xin used Q to climb over the wall of the wild monster, used W to climb over the wall again, and rushed towards the bottom lane by running along the eaves and walls. He looks like a flower protector. Unfortunately, when He Linwei arrived, his auxiliary titan had already been killed by the opponent. Chen Fei slowed down her retreat because she heard that He Linwei was coming to support her. Now she was also detained by the three opponents. He Linwei gritted his teeth, flashed between the men, and slapped them with his bone-breaking hand. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. He Linwei's side had already lost one man, and he had just used his skill while traveling, so it was still on cooldown. If I rush forward now, I will just be used as a target by the other party. In the early stages of the game, Lee Sin's small body simply couldn't withstand the opponent's firepower. The opponent's ADC Ezreal happily got a triple kill. My. He Linwei apologized to Chen Fei with an awkward smile. Chen Fei responded speechlessly with a string of ellipses. Back on the line again, the opponent's Ezreal was extremely arrogant. Moreover, the 3 kills he just got allowed him to directly create the radiance, and his combat power instantly increased significantly. Chen Fei was not careful in her positioning and Ezreal consumed more than half of her health. Hey, the ADC on the opposite side is a girl? Ezreal started typing on the public screen. It seemed that the landing situation did not make him feel any pressure and he even had time to chat. Chen Fei's game ID is called Huyu Live Feifei, and you can search for her live broadcast room by this name. You look pretty good. How about you call me husband and I'll give you some water? Ezreal has obviously seen Chen Fei's live broadcast, so he is teasing her. Chen Fei frowned, looking somewhat unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly responded to Ezreal on the public screen. Do you live in the Dunhuang Grottos? This sentence had no preface or postscript. When Ezreal saw it, he was confused and typed 3 question marks on the public screen. Lin Yi had no choice but to explain. You have too many murals. Several people read it carefully twice before they realized the hidden meaning of Lin Yi's words. Chen Fei also burst out laughing. After being scolded by Lin Yi, the opponent's Ezreal was obviously a little embarrassed. Humph, if that's the case then don't blame me. Just wait for me to use you as an ATM in the bottom lane. Putting aside his character, to be honest, this Ezreal player does have some strength. The last hit is also quite stable. In just a few minutes, his economy was already much higher than Chen Fei's. Adding the 3 kills just now, the advantage in the bottom lane is now clearly on the opponent's side. In order to atone for his mistake, He Linwei moved towards the bottom lane after clearing the wild monsters. I want to open up the situation with a wave of support. When the support titan saw He Linwei's Lee Sin coming, he hooked towards the opposite Ezreal without hesitation. Seeing this, He Linwei hurriedly followed. However, a purple figure suddenly appeared in the grass. Oh no! The opponent's jungler, Mantis, is counter-camping. It's over. After a struggle, Ezreal got a triple kill. Don't come here. Chen Fei typed in the team channel. He Linwei was a little upset when he heard this. He frowned and didn't know what to say because of embarrassment. I originally wanted to bring a girl with me, but I didn't expect to cheat her. It's really embarrassing. Accepting a disciple. The opponent's Ezreal arrogantly typed 2 words on the public screen, which made He Linwei so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chen Fei snorted coldly and did not reply to the other party. After gaining a huge advantage, Ezreal's attack became more fierce, and at one point pushed Chen Fei out of the experience zone. If this continues, the bottom lane will be doomed to a slow death. Chen Fei went up to gain experience, but was reduced to a sliver of health by Ezreal's combo. I'll give you another chance. Call me husband. Looking at Ezreal's provocation on the public screen, Chen Fei was about to type a reply, but she saw a golden arc of light flying towards her. How insidious. You attacked me while I was typing. Chen Fei cursed angrily in the live broadcast room. The good luck sister controlled by Chen Fei originally had only a trace of blood left. If she was hit by this ultimate move, she would definitely die. Moreover, a large wave of enemy soldiers are about to enter the tower. If you are killed at this time, you will lose more than half of the soldiers' experience and economy. But Chen Fei had already used her flash skill, and she hurriedly moved with the mouse, unable to avoid the range of Ezreal's ultimate. Just as Chen Fei left the keyboard and gave up struggling, a mighty wall of wind rose from the ground and blocked Chen Fei firmly. Face the wind. When Ezreal's ultimate hit the wind wall, it disappeared without a trace, like a drop in the ocean. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Lin Yi's Yasuo was like a hero descending on a colorful cloud, bringing the light of hope to Chen Fei when she was most desperate. Chapter 17 Actively add friends. Half a minute ago, the opponent's jungler just went to the middle lane to catch a wave. Lin Yi's Yasuo escaped by chance, but his health was very low. Everyone thought he went home to resupply. But unexpectedly, a low-health Yasuo actually walked through the jungle, went to the bottom lane, and helped Sister Good Luck block a crucial ultimate move. Thank you, Brother Mumu. Seeing that she was rescued, Chen Fei hurriedly thanked Lin Yi. The Ezreal player snorted in dissatisfaction. Originally, he was deliberately typing on the public screen to distract Chen Fei's attention, and then use his ultimate move to attack her when she was typing a reply. But unexpectedly, this plan was ruined by Yasuo. However, Yasuo's health was also very low at this time. A hint of mockery flashed across Ezreal's face, and he turned his target to kill the disruptive Yasuo. Ezreal used his E skill, flashed to the wind wall, and used his Q skill accurately to kill Yasuo. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He controlled Yasuo to use the minions as a springboard and slid to the other side of the wind wall. Ezreal's skill hit the wind wall again. Seeing this, Ezreal did not hesitate and flashed to catch up. However, just as he climbed over the wind wall, Yasuo slid back behind the wind wall like a loach. Hateful. Ezreal felt as if he was being teased by this Yasuo. All his skills hit the wind wall and did not cause any damage to Yasuo. However, the time of the wind wall is almost over. As long as the wind wall disappears, he can still kill Yasuo. Thinking of this, the corners of Ezreal's mouth couldn't help but rise. Oomph, you just mocked me. But what he didn't know was that at this moment in front of the screen, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth were raised even more. Just as the wind wall disappeared, a force of strong wind surged out from Yasuo's blade. Step forward and cut. Steel flash. Wild wind slash. Lin Yi knocked Ezreal away like lightning, and then followed up with his ultimate move gracefully. Although Lin Yi hasn't had many kills so far in the landing phase, his economy from last hitting has always been ahead of the opponent's mid laner, and his equipment is not bad at all. I'm waiting for the wind, what are you waiting for? The thin Ezreal's health was instantly reduced to 0 after this attack. But Yasuo wasn't in good shape either, so Ezreal made up his mind to give it a try. A Q skill is used towards Yasuo. As long as he hits, Yasuo won't be able to withstand the limited health he has. But Lin Yi was not at all flustered, his eyes were full of confidence. I saw a white turbulence appear on Yasuo's body. Damn it! Wind shield. Ezreal slammed the keyboard in anger. I didn't expect that my damage would be blocked by Yasuo's passive. When masters clash, life and death are just a matter of seconds. Yasuo quickly stepped forward, killed Ezreal, who was about to become a god, with one sword, and got a generous bounty. I have recruited enough disciples, let's collect the mounts. Lin Yi typed a line of words on the public screen in a mean manner, responding to Ezreal's arrogant remarks just now. Brother Mumu, you are so handsome. Chen Fei clapped her hands excitedly, looking relieved, and the two rabbits also jumped up and down. He Linwei looked at Chen Fei, who was very flexible in the live broadcast room, and glanced at Lin Yi with envy. For the next 10 minutes or so, no large-scale group battles broke out between the two sides. From an economic perspective, the other party's advantages are more evenly distributed, while Lin Yi's advantages are basically concentrated on him alone. The opponent is also a master, so as long as he targets Lin Yi's Yasuo, he can keep Lin Yi in a suppressed state. The only way to break this suppressed deadlock is to take the initiative to start a team fight. After receiving Lin Yi's signal, he Linwei controlled the blind monk and looked for the right opportunity. At this time, both sides gathered in the river, preparing to fight for the newly refreshed dragon. The blind monk sneaked around and took advantage of the opponent's inattention, then prepared a roundhouse kick to kick the opponent's Ezreal and killed him instantly. He Linwei even began to imagine Chen Fei being impressed by his handsome move. But unexpectedly, his plan was seen through. Just as he Linwei's Lee Sin rushed into the crowd and prepared to use her flash, Ezreal used his E-skill to change the direction in which he was kicked. Oh my god! He Linwei obviously didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. The kick missed and the blind monk fell into the enemy crowd. Moreover, their own support titan also hooked up the moment the blind monk entered the field. We can't fight. Retreat first. At this point, they had already lost the initiative. Forcing a fight would mean a loss. Lin Yi frantically signaled everyone to retreat. Under the concentrated fire of the 5 opponents, Lee Sin and Titan soon fell in the river. The other side took advantage of the victory and pursued, intending to eliminate the remaining 3 people on Lin Yi's side in one fell swoop. Lin Yi and Chen Fei fled to the middle lane, while their top laner stayed behind to cover their retreat. Prepare to counterattack. Lin Yi's eyes focused and he sent a signal to his teammates. Chen Fei was stunned. You were just shouting to retreat, why are you fighting back now? There are only 3 of us left. How should we fight? At this time, the 3 had already escaped to the middle lane, and Linny took advantage of the opponent's line of troops to keep shuttling back and forth. What a fuss! Kill this Yasuo first. Ezreal also sent a signal to his teammates. Several people rushed towards Linny in an instant. Just what I want. Linny's fingers flew rapidly on the keyboard, and with a swoosh, Yasuo's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, Yasuo stepped on the golden light and landed, and the howling wind swept up all 5 defenseless people on the opposite side. Damn it! EQ Flash. What a unique skill. Oh my god. So handsome, Lao Lin. Originally in the river, the opponents were standing in relatively scattered positions to prevent all 5 of them from being hit. But at this time, in order to chase Yasuo, several people unconsciously leaned together, providing Yasuo with a perfect opportunity. Wild Wind Slash. After rolling up the 5 people, Linny immediately followed up with a big move. Chen Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Without any hesitation, he fired a pair of muskets at the 5 opponents with crazy bullets. Ahahahaha. To the 5 people opposite, Sister Goodluck's laughter sounded no different from that of a devil. This is the hero. Even if the line collapses in the early stage, he can still cause considerable damage in the mid to late team fight with one ultimate move. What's more, these 5 people were still controlled in the air by Linny at this time, and they almost took all the damage from Sister Goodluck's ultimate move. Pentakill. The pentakill notification sound, which represents the highest honor in the game, rang out. With the help of Linny, Chen Fei released all the resentment that she had been holding back for the entire game. Ezreal, I think you are Chow Pai's wife strolling in the vegetable garden. After getting a pentakill, Chen Fei proudly replied to Ezreal on the public screen. Ezreal touched his head, thought about this sentence for a long time, and still could only silently form a question mark. Linny smiled and explained for Chen Fei. She said Zhenji is pulling vegetables. Ha 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 ha. After understanding this sentence, He Linwei, He Kai and others also laughed. Ezreal's face turned red, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. After this team battle, Lin Yi's side gradually expanded their advantage. As the Baron was taken down by Lin Yi's team, the game ended with laughter and cheers. Looking at the word victory on the screen, Chen Fei asked, Brother Mumu, can I add you as my friend? Chapter 18 Sisters. When a beautiful woman offered to add him as a friend, Linny naturally would not refuse. So I sent a private message to Chen Fei using my WeChat account. Soon I received a friend request from Chen Fei. He Linwei, Hu Kai and Wu Jia, who were standing by, were so envious when they saw this scene. Brother Lin, we will follow you from now on. Yeah, teach us when you're free, we'll go take the girls with us if we get the chance. A man who doesn't want to take girls with him is not a good man. A man who cannot attract girls will become a joke in the eyes of girls. He Linwei felt this deeply. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's efforts to turn the tide in this game, he might have really ruined it. After adding the friend, Chen Fei immediately sent a message to Lin Yi. Brother Mumu, are you still going to play later? If you still want to play, can we play together? Chen Fei was also impressed by Lin Yi's handsome and cool operation just now, especially the last team battle. Lin Yi helped her get a pentakill. Many comments in the live broadcast room praised her for her good performance, and even the number of viewers increased a lot. Chen Fei wanted to seize this opportunity and strike while the iron was hot. But it's a bit late now and the lights in the dormitory are about to be turned off. Lin Yi looked at the time and felt a little embarrassed. Let's not play today. We can play together next time if we have the chance. After saying that, he went to wash up with a few roommates. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. Soon after a few people lay down in the dormitory, the sound of their even breathing could be heard. Lin Yi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He took out his phone, saw that Chen Fei was still live streaming, and clicked on it. Welcome Brother Mumu. Chen Fei's delicate voice made Lin Yi's body tremble. Brother Mumu, you haven't rested yet. Chen Fei was no longer playing games, but was chatting with the comments in the live broadcast room. Seeing Lin Yi coming in, he casually asked with concern. Lin Yi took a look and found that there were even fewer people in the live broadcast room than before, with only a few people scattered around, making it seem a bit deserted. But this is also a good thing, as it allows me to test whether I can get cash back by giving gifts on the HuYu live streaming platform. Wow, thank you Brother Mumu for the super fire. A super rocket gift special effect suddenly lit up in Chen Fei's live broadcast room. It was sent by Lin Yi. Ding, this time you spent 2,000 yuan on the cashback recipient, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 10 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback is 3 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 6,000 yuan. The cashback was successful, but Lin Yi frowned. When I spent money on Yi Shuangshuang in the coffee shop at noon today, Yi Shuangshuang's favorability was only 5 points, but the cashback multiplier was 3 times. Chen Fei's favorability is now 10 points, so why is the cashback multiplier still 3 times? This random multiple is too random. The key point is that Chen Fei's favorability has always been 10 points since the binding. Logically speaking, when the two of them were playing games together, my awesome operation should have at least increased her favorability rating. She also took the initiative to add me on WeChat. It shouldn't be possible to not increase the favorability at all. Plus the super rocket that I am sending now. Looking at Chen Fei's happy expression in the live broadcast room, it was obvious that she had just started live streaming and this was her first time receiving such a big gift. But why is the favorability level still stuck at 10 points, with no change at all? Lin Yi carefully analyzed the system's judgment in his mind. Could it be? Is it because the two have never met? Through the internet, Chen Fei had no idea who Lin Yi's real identity was, not even what he looked like. In order to make a girl feel favorable towards you, you must at least let her have a specific object in her mind. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly realized. No wonder Chen Fei's cashback multiple is so low. However, no matter how thin a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, and Lin Yi is not the kind of person who is picky. Spending 2,000 and getting 6,000 back, making a net profit of 4,000 just for one gift is already a very pleasant thing. In that case, let the storm come even harder. Lin Yi typed a sentence handsomely in the live broadcast room. Fei, don't blink. Chen Fei looked at this sentence with confusion on her face, not knowing what Lin Yi was up to. Immediately afterwards, another super rocket special effect lit up. And, not just one. One after another. The special effects of the previous super rocket just disappeared, and the special effects of the next super rocket lit up immediately. Would Brother Mumu? Seeing the special effects flashing all over the screen, Chen Fei was so shocked that she even forgot to thank him. The audience in the live broadcast room were equally shocked. Damn it, boss. Is it possible that Tigerfish Live is so popular recently and they are having an event? Are they selling wholesale? Oh my god, this is so popular. It seems some young master has taken a fancy to this anchor. I'm so envious. I want to be rich too. I want to give gifts to the beautiful anchor. The guy above, stop dreaming. We may never be able to save enough money for the gifts for this live broadcast in our lifetime. Damn it, why can't the big guys give me a reward? Is it just because I'm a man? At this time, the system cashback notification sound kept ringing in Lin Yi's mind. However, the cashback multiple gradually dropped from 3 times to 2 times, and finally fixed at 1 times. Depend on. Lin Yi swiped a dozen super rockets again, and found that the cashback was always doubled. He stopped clicking on the gift in frustration. The cashback multiplier is only 1, which means that you spend 2,000 and get 2,000 back. Although you don't lose money, you don't make money either. If he continued like this, before he became the world's richest man, Chen Fei would have become the world's richest man relying on the income from gifts. In just a short while, Lin Yi had used up a total of 600 super rockets. I spent more than 1 million and received a total cashback reward of over 2 million. All in all, I made about 1 million yuan. Although it is a little different from what I expected, it is still very good. On the first day of binding the system, he transformed from an abandoned poor boy into a wealthy man with more than 5 million in savings. This feeling is pretty good. However, Chen Fei on the other side of the screen was a little panicked. Today is her second day of live broadcasting. Before meeting Lin Yi, she had hardly received any gifts, and the number of people in the live broadcast room has always been pitifully small. But today, Lin Yi gave himself 600 super rockets without saying a word. I'm afraid that even most of the big fans in the live broadcast rooms of the top anchors can't do such a thing. It is also said that many big guys will make some requests to the female anchors after giving them crazy rewards, such as meeting them in person or going on a date. Chen Fei felt a little nervous, not knowing what kind of demands Lin Yi would make of her. However, Chen Fei was in urgent need of money, and this wave of rewards was like timely help to her. As long as Lin Yi's request was not excessive, she was willing to accept it. Brother Mumu, thank you so much. Brother Mumu, I love you. Chen Fei openly made a heart shape to Linny in the live broadcast room. This action made a group of sleepless men watching the live broadcast in the room even more unable to sleep. Is this how rich guys pick up girls? He is really simple and unpretentious, and he is approachable. Don't tell me, even a man like me feels moved when seeing this. The one upstairs, you're not gay. Chen Fei's public thanks were indeed very helpful to Linny. After all, who doesn't like to be confessed to by a beautiful woman? Okay, Fei, I'm going to sleep first. Let's play games together next time we have a chance. After saying that, Linny left. Young people are in good health. They feel sleepy as soon as they lie down and fall asleep, leaving Chen Fei alone in a daze. He didn't even ask for anything? Just go offline like that? Chen Fei couldn't believe it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside Chen Fei's bedroom. Chen Fei quickly turned off the live broadcast and ran to open the door. Shen Yao, a beautiful girl with big wavy hair and wearing a tight skirt, was seen standing at the door with dazed eyes. It seemed that she had drunk a lot of wine. Sister, why did you drink so much? Chapter 19 Familiar Figure. Shen Yao collapsed drunkenly on the sofa. The hot feeling in her chest made her unbutton a few buttons of her clothes. The graceful figure looks particularly charming under the outline of the hip skirt. The way she fell drunk on the sofa looked like a lovely rose. Chen Fei made Chen Yao a cup of honey water and asked Chen Yao to drink it to sober up. Chen Yao picked up the cup and gulped down the liquid in one gulp. Chen Fei patted Chen Yao's back lovingly and said with concern, Sister, didn't that rich second generation ask you out for dinner today? Why are you so drunk? Did he get you drunk? I've seen that he has bad intentions. He must want to take advantage of you being drunk to bully you. Sister, I think you shouldn't meet him anymore. You don't like him anyway. Shen Yao felt warm at heart when she saw her sister's concerned eyes. But when he thought about the situation at home, he shook his head helplessly. I also know he's not a good person. But what can I do? If we can't raise enough money for Mom's surgery this week, the hospital will ask us to help her with the discharge procedures. Right now, only that rich second generation can help us. Shen Yao went to Nanling Hotel for dinner tonight at the invitation of a rich second generation man. The rich second generation man expressed it very clearly. As long as Chen Yao agreed to travel to Shania City with him, he would transfer all the money needed for Chen Yao's mother's surgery to the card. We are all adults now, so Chen Yao naturally knows what the rich second generation means by traveling. A single man and a single woman were staying in the same room at the romantic Shania beach. You can tell what will happen just by thinking with your heels. Chen Yao felt very contemptuous towards this rich second generation. However, considering her mother lying on the hospital bed, Chen Yao still agreed to the rich second generation's request and said that she would go back and think about it for 2 more days. The rich second generation was not in a hurry, as he had determined that Chen Yao was already in his pocket, so he did not want to rush into it. After the meal, he generously sent Chen Yao back and asked her to think about it slowly. Chen Yao and Chen Fei are sisters. Their parents divorced when they were very young. Over the years, their mother raised the 2 little girls single-handedly. Now, my mother is seriously ill and the cost of treatment is as high as millions. When relatives and friends heard about this, they all stayed away from it for fear of being blackmailed. This astronomical sum of money almost made the 2 sisters feel suffocated. Out of desperation, Shen Yao contacted this rich second-generation man who had always had a good impression of her, hoping that he could help lend her some money to cover her mother's medical expenses. But I didn't expect that the rich second generation would take advantage of the situation and make such a request. Shen Yao would never ignore her mother who was seriously ill in bed. Is it really true that I can only sacrifice my body? Thinking of this, Shen Yao felt bitter. Sister, don't worry, I'll figure out the money issue. Today I met a very powerful person in the live broadcast room, and he gave me more than 1 million in tips in one go. After deducting the platform's commission, I still got 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. I think I should find a chance to meet him in the next few days and see if I can borrow some money from him. Chen Fei didn't want to watch her sister jump into the fire pit, so she had to pin her hopes on Lin Yi, whom she had just met. But she herself couldn't explain why she trusted this man she had just met so much. When Shen Yao heard that her sister earned 500,000 or 600,000 yuan from a live broadcast, she could hardly believe it. Although it is still much less than my mother's medical expenses, it is definitely not a small amount. It's almost equal to her income for several years. So much money? Then he didn't make any excessive demands on you. Chen Yao is a few years older than Chen Fei and has been exposed to society earlier, so she naturally understands that there is no such thing as a free lunch. There is only one explanation for a man who is willing to spend a fortune on a woman. He wants to get her. Chen Yao looked at her sister Chen Fei's plump figure and sighed helplessly. I'm afraid that the so-called big boss that Chen Fei met is just someone similar to the rich second generation she knows. It's just a matter of being more generous. In the end, his true evil intentions will surely be exposed. In comparison, Chen Yao is more willing to sacrifice herself. Seeing Chen Yao's expression, Chen Fei immediately guessed her sister's worry and hurried to comfort her. Sister, don't worry, he is different from those people who do whatever they want just because they are rich. I just played a game with him, and he gave me more than 1 million yuan in tips. And he didn't ask for anything. He just went offline after delivering the gift. You didn't even leave me a private message. Hearing this, Chen Yao's slightly drunk expression eased a little, and she blinked and looked at Chen Fei in confusion. Fei, is what you said true? Chen Fei nodded quickly. Sister, I won't lie to you. I'll send him a message during the day tomorrow and see if I can arrange a meeting with him. Besides, we are not taking his money for nothing. We can just discuss it with him and pay him back slowly in the future. I think since he's so generous, he must be rich and will probably agree to it. After hearing this, Chen Yao felt a little hesitant. My simple-minded sister always thinks about things in such a simple way. However, if what Chen Fei said just now is true, it means that this person is really generous. Maybe, if you try hard, there really is hope. Thinking of this, Chen Yao nodded, agreeing to Chen Fei's plan. How about this, I'll go with you to meet him then, so you don't get cheated by him without knowing it. Chen Yao is a lawyer after all, although she is only a trainee lawyer, but at least she is much more professional than her sister Chen Fei in all aspects. By the way, you can also help Chen Fei check to see if this rich man really has any ill intentions. Early the next morning, Lin Yi was woken up by He Linwei. Military training will start today, let's go quickly and don't be late. Every wonderful college life starts with military training. Hearing the assembly whistle, several people rushed downstairs while changing clothes without even having time to eat breakfast. After gathering at the playground, all the freshmen were divided into corresponding teams by a dozen instructors, and then taken away to start the boring military posture training. In Nanling in September, the summer heat has not yet dissipated, and the sun is scorching the ground like a furnace. After more than an hour of training, everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat and even covered with salt frost. Everyone, take a 15-minute break. The instructor's words made everyone feel as if they had been granted amnesty, and they quickly hid under the shade of the trees to cool off. At the edge of the playground, there were many seniors who came to watch the military training of their younger classmates. Everyone wants to see if there are any particularly good-looking students among the new batch of students. Guan Jishuai also rushed over. Seeing Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang being so sweet at Nanling Hotel yesterday made her feel very unhappy, and she wanted to find Lin Yi to ask him about it. Moreover, Lin Yi's heroic act of standing up for the waitress yesterday made her feel a little moved. Guan Jishuai stretched her neck and looked for Lin Yi in the crowd. At this moment, a familiar figure came into her sight. Li Tong? Why is she standing with Lin Yi? At this time, Li Tong was standing in front of Lin Yi holding a bottle of ice water. Chapter 20. Do you still have any shame? Li Tong wore a cool blue dress today. A pair of soft and beautiful legs with proud curves immediately caused quite a stir. I heard that she seems to be a senior from the Chinese department. I've heard that there are many beautiful girls in the Chinese department of Nanling University. Now it seems to be true. Hey, I came to the right university. Look, this senior has a hot body, so hot. Oh my god, who is dating girls like this? Compared to her, I feel like my girlfriend's body is underdeveloped. Hey, that senior is holding a bottle of water, could it be? Let me see who is so awesome that he can pick up such a beautiful girl on the first day of school. Everyone's eyes turned towards Li Tong at the same time. Li Tong walked up to Lin Yi, smiled shyly, and handed him the water. Lin Yi, it must be hot during the military training. I bought you some water. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi raised his head. He was not surprised to see that the person coming was Li Tong. After all, the hint was given yesterday. If Li Tong gets on the right track, she will naturally take the initiative to show her goodwill to Lin Yi. Thank you, senior. Lin Yi took it naturally, opened the lid and started drinking happily. Li Tong considerately took out a piece of paper from her pocket and carefully wiped the sweat off Lin Yi's forehead. This sudden action made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. After all, no girl has ever been so considerate to him. Seeing this scene, the boys on the side were so angry that their teeth were almost broken. Damn it, such a beautiful senior actually has a boyfriend. So what if you have a boyfriend? We're not married yet, so we still have a chance. Student, do you want to be a thief? What era is this? Can't we break up just because we're in a relationship? That's right, I don't think there's anything special about this boy. Maybe the senior just likes the freshman boy. Senior, look at me. I'm also a young and handsome guy. Very fresh. Come on, look at the sweat on your body, you're almost marinated. Guan Jishue, who was not far away, was also puzzled when she saw Li Tong's intimate behavior towards Lin Yi. She knew her roommate too well. Like herself, she was a profit-seeking girl. Li Tong had boasted to them more than once that she had always had 2 or 3 loyal suitors around her, but because of her poor family conditions, Li Tong had never agreed to date them. Guan Jishue had seen those boys before, and they all looked good. Although Lin Yi does look much more handsome now than before, Li Tong wouldn't be moved by this. What's more, I had already told Li Tong and the others about Lin Yi's situation. He grew up in an orphanage and had no one to rely on. He had to earn all his tuition and living expenses by himself. At that time, Li Tong, Yang Xiuli and others kept persuading me to break up with Lin Yi as soon as possible, saying that this poor boy is not worthy of her. Why is it that now, she is taking the initiative to hook up with Lin Yi? Guan Jishue looked towards Lin Yi, only to see Lin Yi sitting under the tree with his eyes closed, looking very happy, while Li Tong was sitting beside him, saying something with a gentle expression. That attitude could even be said to be a little flattering. This situation made Guan Jishue very confused. What is going on in this world? Yesterday, a beautiful lady took Lin Yi's arm in hand to have dinner at Nanling Hotel. Today, his beautiful roommate even took the initiative to bring him water. Is Lin Yi putting a curse on them? Guan Jishue couldn't suppress her confusion and hurried towards Lin Yi. Tong, why are you here? Guan Jishue originally wanted to ask how you hooked up with Lin Yi, but then she thought that they were roommates after all, and there were so many people around, so she should be careful with her words. When Li Tong saw that the person coming was Guan Jishue, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red, as if she had been caught doing something bad. But on second thought, since Guan Jishue and Lin Yi had already broken up, there was no need for him to feel guilty. Today is the first day of military training. I came to see Lin Yi. I'm afraid he might get a heat stroke. Buy him a bottle of water. Li Tong spoke very naturally, and it felt like she was visiting her boyfriend. When Lin Yi saw Guan Jishue, he silently smiled with a hint of success. Hearing Li Tong's answer, Guan Jishue frowned slightly. Tong, how do you know him? When Lu Jianghua came to the dormitory to pick up Guan Jishue yesterday morning, Li Tong and the others were still persuading her to break up with Lin Yi as soon as possible so as not to make Lu Jianghua unhappy. It was precisely because of this that Guan Jishue decided to dump Lin Yi in front of Lu Jianghua at the school gate in order to express her loyalty to Lu Jianghua. How come only one day had passed and Li Tong took the initiative to look for Lin Yi? Logically speaking, they shouldn't know each other. Guan Jishue racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. Xiaoxue, Lin Yi and I met by chance on the street yesterday. He happened to come to the beauty store where I work part-time to buy something. Him? Why would he go to a beauty store to buy something? In Guan Jishue's impression, Lin Yi is a straight man, so how could he possibly go to a beauty store? Is it not okay to buy lipstick for your new girlfriend? Lin Yi rolled his eyes and replied unhappily. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is 3 points at this time, which does not meet the binding conditions. Bind failed. Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't expect the system to pop up at this time. It should be that he detected that he was talking to Guan Jishue. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the first sentence I said to Guan Jishue since the system was installed. Fortunately, I don't have a very good impression of Guan Jishue now. If the binding is successful, do I really have to give money to Guan Jishue for the system cashback? That's really dog-licking. Thinking of this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. When Guan Jishue heard the word new girlfriend, her expression changed subtly. She thought of the girl next to Lin Yi yesterday. No matter in appearance or temperament, you must be superior to others. But, how could a girl like that fall for Lin Yi? Xiao Xue, you two have already broken up. Now Linny doesn't need to report anything to you. Li Tong was very perceptive and knew that now was a good opportunity to make her position clear to Linny. There isn't much affection between female roommates in college. It's just that you are jealous of me and I am jealous of you. Every time Lu Jianghua gave Guan Jixue a gift, Guan Jixue would take it back to the dormitory to show off, which had long made Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli unhappy. However, Guan Jixue did not expect that Li Tong would say such words to her for Linny. Li Tong, what do you mean? Didn't you always laugh at Linny for being a poor guy and told me to break up with him as soon as possible? Why is it that now that I dumped him, you took the initiative to stick to him? Do you still have any shame? When the students around heard this exciting conversation, they all pricked up their ears, looking like they were waiting to see what was going on. Chapter 21 Potential Binding Objects. Li Tong felt a little embarrassed when Guan Jixue exposed in public the bad things she had said about Linny before. Guan Jixue, stop accusing me here. It was obviously you who couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to be the mistress of that bald guy. I have failed Lin Yi's sincerity. You don't know what it means to cherish, but I do. I know how outstanding a boy like Linny is. I can't bear to see you hurt him like this. As expected of my roommate, he showed no mercy when it came to digging up my secrets. Seeing this scene, Linny held up his chin and watched the two women's red-faced quarrel with interest. The power of money should not be underestimated. It can easily turn two women against each other. Linny naturally understood that everything Li Tong did today was to win his favor so that he could give her some expensive little gifts when he was in a good mood. However, what Linny lacks the least now is money. Money is an inexhaustible renewable resource with Linny. So, even if Li Tong had other intentions, he didn't care. As long as he could disgust Guan Jixue, he would feel happy. Seeing Guan Jixue's flushed face and hesitant look on her face, Linny cursed her in his heart. She deserves it. However, no one expected that Guan Jixue would be willing to be a mistress to a bald man. I checked the system before and found that Guan Jixue's favorability towards Lu Jianghua was only 5 points. Why would she be so eager to become his mistress? I remember that Guan Jixue was very arrogant when she was in high school. How did it become like this now? Lu Jianghua is married, and Guan Jixue also knows this. For the sake of money, she could pretend that she didn't care, but now that Li Tong had spoken about this matter in public, it was tantamount to the greatest humiliation for her. After hearing this explosive news, the classmates around her started pointing fingers at Guan Jixue. I've heard from seniors before that on weekends, many people from outside will drive luxury cars to school to pick up their canaries. What is a canary? You don't even know this? She's a female college student who's being kept by someone. No way. You've been admitted to such a good school as Nanling University, is it necessary to degrade yourself like this? You don't understand this, right? Even after you graduate from college, you can probably only find a job that pays a few thousand yuan a month. But if they can hook up with a rich man, they can earn tens of thousands a month. And you don't have to do anything, just serve the rich man and make him happy. I only need to work 3 weeks a month, and I have 1 week to rest. I don't get such good treatment when I work. Can we have another week off? After all, there are always a few days every month when women, you know. Look at all the new graduates out there, working like slaves every day in the workplace. Who wouldn't want to take this shortcut? The classmates around were talking about it, and they looked at Guan Jixue with a bit of contempt and disdain. Although we are envious, we all despise this kind of behavior. Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, Guan Jixue wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it immediately. Li Tong. I never want to see you again. I thought your birthday would be in a few days, so I ordered a birthday cake for you in advance. I didn't expect. As she spoke, Guan Jixue began to sob. She had originally wishful thinking that she and her roommates were very good sisters, but she didn't expect that they actually looked down on her in their hearts. The family conditions of these roommates are much better than Guan Jixue's. When she first entered university, Guan Jixue got involved with Lu Jianghua, a disgusting and greasy man, just to fit in with her roommates and not be looked down upon by them. In the end, I was still a joke in their eyes. Guan Jixue felt a little regretful at this moment. If it weren't for my vanity, I might not have to live such a tiring life. Maybe. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Seeing Guan Jixue crying, Linny still felt sympathy for her. After all, he was the first person I fell in love with when I was young. And I have paid so much for her. It is absolutely impossible to say that we can be as firm as a rock now. However, he knew that a good horse never turns back. He just didn't want to have anything to do with Guan Jishui anymore. The past is the past, let everything end at this moment, even if the grudges are settled. Okay, stop arguing. Guan Jishui, please go. Linny stood up and stopped Li Tong, who wanted to continue verbally attacking him, and waved to Guan Jishui with a relieved expression. Seeing this, Li Tong knew that he had to stop while he was ahead, so he immediately shut up. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is very high at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. Name, Guan Jishui. Age, 19. Favorability towards the host, 5 points. Status, student of the Chinese Department of Nanling University. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Linny heard the system prompt in his mind and looked at Guan Jishui in confusion. This system is messing with my mentality. Just now, my feelings towards Guan Jishui were only 3 points, how come it has suddenly risen to 10 points? Is it because I decided not to embarrass her anymore? Thinking of this, Linny curled his lips speechlessly. Forget it, just bind it. It's not necessary to earn the cashback from Guan Jishui anyway. However, seeing that Guan Jishui had a 5-point favorability rating for him, Linny felt a little unhappy. I didn't expect that after so many years of relationship between me and Guan Jishui, in the end, the favorability rating is only 5 points. You know, even a bald fat guy like Lu Jianghua has a 5-point favorability rating in Guan Jishui's heart. Guan Jishui looked at Linny at this moment, and a different emotion surged in her heart. Unexpectedly, when she was in the most embarrassing moment, this man who had been hurt by her not only did not add insult to injury, but was generous enough to stop Li Tong's behavior on her behalf. At this moment, every little bit of what she and Linny had experienced in high school kept flashing back in Guan Jishui's mind. She really regretted it now. Guan Jishui, favorability plus 5. Guan Jishui's current favorability is 10 points. Hearing that his favorability rating had increased, Linny curled his lips. Well, now at least my favorability is higher than Lu Jianghua's. Seeing that Guan Jishui was reluctant to leave, Linny was afraid that Li Tong would argue with Guan Jishui again, so he quickly changed the subject. Senior Li, I heard that your birthday is coming soon? When Li Tong heard this, he immediately became alert. Is Linny going to give himself a birthday present? I didn't expect that after teaching Guan Jishui a lesson for him today, I would get an immediate reward. Although she was very excited in her heart, Li Tong still had to pretend to be shy. Linny, we are about the same age. You don't have to call me senior sister. It's too distant. My friends usually call me Tong Tong. You can just call me Tong Tong from now on. It's my birthday this weekend, and I plan to rent a villa and invite my friends to have a party. If you don't mind, come along? Li Tong blinked her watery eyes and looked at Linny, her eyes full of hints. Hearing this, Linny was secretly happy. It seems that there is a chance to get cash back from Li Tong with good reason. Moreover, Li Tong's birthday party should invite some of her close friends. Those are all potential binding objects. Chapter 22 It's You. After getting Linny's affirmative answer, Li Tong took the opportunity to add Linny on WeChat. Then he left a meaningful sentence, "Be sure to come, I'll wait for you," and left. Seeing this, Guan Jishui also lowered her head and silently disappeared into the crowd. After the two women left, a strong hand immediately patted Linny's shoulder. Lao Lin, I didn't realize you were so charming. He Linwei, Hu Kai, and Wu Jie surrounded them with smirks on their faces. Tell us how you managed to woo such an attractive senior. It seems that our Lao Lin is not only good at playing games, but also very good at picking up girls. If it really doesn't work, why don't you start a class and let the brothers sign up to learn from you? When several boys around heard He Linwei and the others' jokes, they gathered around, wanting to hear what earth-shattering tricks Linny would come up with to pick up girls. Linny spread his hands, shrugged, and looked helpless. I didn't chase her. You saw it. She came to me on her own initiative. She even asked me for my WeChat account. Maybe because I'm handsome. Although Linny has tried his best to suppress himself, his words still reveal a strong sense of pretentiousness. Several boys around rolled their eyes and said huh speechlessly. After a day of military training, Linny and his companions couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory and take a cold shower. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes comfortably, several people were preparing to go to the cafeteria for dinner. At this moment, Linny saw the screen of his mobile phone light up, indicating that there was a new message. I opened my phone and saw it was a message from Chen Fei. Brother Mumu, I'm sorry to bother you. May I ask if you have time tonight? If it's convenient, can I treat you to dinner? Seeing this cautious tone, Linny felt that Chen Fei was a little more adorable. Guys, I'm not going to eat with you tonight. Someone asked me out for dinner. Lin Wei and his companions came over immediately, looking like they were watching spectators. Who is it? Is it the senior with a great figure from today? So it's progressing so fast? We've already started dating alone. She even took the initiative to ask you out for dinner. I'm so envious. When we were in a relationship, we always took the initiative to ask girls out, but why is it the other way around with Lao Lin? Are you coming back tonight? If you don't, I'll go to the dormitory manager to sign you in. Don't worry, I will never let you get caught by the dormitory manager. Linny shook his head upon hearing this. It's not the senior, it's the anchor I played games with last night. The three of them widened their eyes in surprise when they heard this, their faces full of disbelief. Damn it, Lao Lin, it's only been one day and you've already taken down that female anchor. From now on, we brothers will follow you. One day, if we can learn a few tricks from you, we can say goodbye to the single life. Old Lin, you are too amazing. That kind of female anchor with a baby face and a big figure actually offered to treat you to a meal. Is it because you are good at playing games? I will work hard to improve my gaming skills starting today. As expected, there are top talents in every profession, and girls will also like you if you are good at playing games. When Linny was giving gifts to Chen Fei last night, Lin Wei and the other three had already fallen asleep, so they naturally didn't know about it. Therefore, they thought that Chen Fei took the initiative to invite Lin Yi to dinner because she admired his gaming skills. Naturally, Lin Yi did not explain too much. You can't tell your roommates that you have so much money that you just casually gave a female anchor you just met more than $1 million worth of gifts. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. Moreover, Linny wanted to get along with his roommates as an ordinary person and didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Linny sent a message to Chen Fei, telling her that he would be there soon. Several roommates gave Linny a look that all men understood, and told him to take care of his health. Linny rolled his eyes and kept emphasizing that he was a gentleman. However, he was also looking forward to the meeting in the evening. It's not that I expect something to happen with the female anchor, but I'm looking forward to whether the female anchoress' favorability towards me will increase a little after the two of us meet. If it can go up a bit, you can get more cash back by giving gifts in the live broadcast room in the future. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but rub his hands. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yao saw the message from Linny on Chen Fei's phone, and a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her heart. As long as this mysterious rich man agrees to lend the two sisters some money, their mother can receive treatment in time. And Chen Yao no longer has to force herself to accompany that rich second generation. However, the total cost of my mother's medical treatment is several million. Even if we can borrow it, I'm afraid it will take me and my sister several decades to earn money to repay it. Are there really kind-hearted people in this world who are willing to lend such a huge sum of money to two strangers without any evidence? Thinking of this, Chen Yao still felt a little unsure. Seeing her sister's nervousness, Chen Fei held Chen Yao's hands considerately. Sister, let's try our best. Even if Brother Mumu is unwilling to lend us money, we can think of other ways. Anyway, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself to that rich second generation with bad intentions for this matter. Chen Yao felt warm in her heart when she heard her sister's concern, but she still couldn't avoid feeling a little bitter. Due to their mother's illness, there was no time for them to delay any longer. If I can't borrow money this time, I'll have to go find that rich second generation. Chen Yao and Chen Fei simply put on some makeup and took a taxi out. After the two sisters got into the taxi, a man wearing a baseball cap at the gate of the community quietly called a number. Brotherly, I saw my sister-in-law and her sister go out together. They both put on makeup and looked like they had a date. Okay, got it. I'll catch up with them in a bit. I'll send you the location when we get there. Okay, don't worry, brotherly, I'll take care of it. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Linny took a taxi and arrived at the Western restaurant that Chen FIFA had located on time. It was the evening rush hour after get off work, and Linny waited for nearly 20 minutes before he got a taxi. I was almost late. It seems I will have to buy a car myself in the future. Now that I have money, I need a car and a house. Looking at the balance of more than 5 million on the card, Linny is now full of hope for his future life. Pushing the door and entering the restaurant, the waiter led Linny to the private room reserved by Chen Fei. As soon as he entered the box, Chen Fei immediately stood up to greet him. Chen Fei was wearing a JK outfit today, and when she stood up, the hair on her chest shook. With her pure and lovely looks and devilish figure, it is no exaggeration to say that she is a beauty on earth. You must be Brother Mumu. I didn't expect you to be so young. Shen Yao was originally sitting with her back to the box door. When she heard someone coming, she immediately stood up and turned around. But after seeing who it was, the fake business smile on his face froze. Instead, there was a look of surprise and astonishment. It's you! Chapter 23, A Bloody Prophet. Linny was also stunned. He didn't expect to see the big weighty beauty who helped him scare off Lu Jiangbei here again. It's true that we meet everywhere in life. Shen Yao wore a white halter dress today with a black shawl on the outside. Her graceful temperament and hot big waves gave people a contrasting beauty, just like Chen Fei. But, wasn't it Chen Fei who asked me to come here? Why is she here too? The two of them. Seeing Linyi's puzzled expression, Chen Fei immediately stepped forward to explain. Brother Mumu, she is my biological sister. The reason we invited you here today was actually for both of us. We both have something we want to. Chen Fei was originally a young girl under 20 years old and had no idea about the ways of the world. He wished he could get straight to the point and tell Linny his real purpose right away. Seeing this, Shen Yao quickly interrupted Chen Fei, turned to look at Linny, and gave a sincere smile. I didn't expect to see you again. Linny also nodded. Yeah, what a coincidence. Now it was Chen Fei's turn to be dumbfounded. Judging from the situation, it was obvious that these two people knew each other. What's going on? Sister, you know Brother Mumu? Chen Yao quickly explained. Fei, he is the kind-hearted man who bravely stepped forward to help others and whom I met when I was having dinner at Nanling Hotel last night. Lin Yi's old face turned red, and he looked humble. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Instead, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't stepped forward and revealed your identity as a lawyer, that troublemaker fat guy probably wouldn't have let me go so easily. Shen Yao also told Chen Fei about what happened at the Nanling Hotel last night. Only then did Chen Fei realize that the person in front of her who had given her more than 1 million gifts without any reason was the person her sister Chen Yao met yesterday. Chen Fei, favorability plus 5 points. Chen Fei's current favorability is 15 points. Brother Mumu, I didn't expect. Just call me Lin Yi. I'm a freshman this year, so I should be about the same age as you. When Shen Yao and Chen Fei heard this, their expressions were a little incredulous. A freshman student actually gave gifts worth more than 1 million yuan casually? I'm afraid there is a mine at home. Linny smiled and pulled out a chair and sat down. Then let's eat and talk? The two girls finally came to their senses and quickly called the waiter to tell him that the appetizers could be served. You asked me to come here today. Is there anything you want me to help you with? Linny remembered that Chen Fei was interrupted by Chen Yao when she was talking just now. She must want his help with something. Through his contact with Chen Yao at Nanling Hotel yesterday, Linny could feel that this girl was very kind-hearted. When chatting with such a person, Linny didn't want to beat around the bush. So he asked straight to the point. Seeing that Linny said this, Chen Yao told Linny everything about her mother's serious illness. The hospital told us that the conservative estimate of the cost of treatment is around 8 million. We have borrowed money from all our relatives and friends, but no one is willing to help us. We have sold the house we used to live in, and with the large amount of gifts you gave Fei yesterday, we now. At this point, Chen Yao felt a little nervous, wondering if Linny would just turn around and leave after she spoke so bluntly. After all, we just met by chance and have no friendship at all. He asked for such a huge amount of money right from the start. I'm afraid everyone would be disgusted by this. Besides, Linny had already given Chen Fei a lot of rewards yesterday. If he made any requests to him now, it would feel like he was being too arrogant. Chen Yao is a very strong-willed person. If it weren't for her seriously ill mother, she would never do such a thing. At this moment, she looked down on herself a little. Seeing Chen Yao hesitant to speak, Linny probably guessed her embarrassment. He must have seen that I was generous in rewarding Chen Fei yesterday, so he wanted me to help. If it were in the past, even if Linny really had so much money, he probably wouldn't lend it to others so easily. After all, such a large sum of money, once lent out, may never be recovered. Nowadays, those who owe money are often the bosses, and those who borrow money are basically the wronged ones. But now, This is a perfect opportunity to get cash back right at your doorstep. Millions. If this deal goes through, I'll be rich. How much is left for your mother's treatment? 6.5 million.
When Chen Fei heard Linny asking about the money, she seemed to see a glimmer of hope in her eyes and immediately told him the truth.
Chen Yao added hurriedly.
Mr. Lin, I know it's very abrupt and presumptuous to ask you out today to discuss these things with you.
But we are really at our wits' end.
If you have any concerns or it's inconvenient, just pretend we didn't say these words to you today.
I can think of a way to deal with the money issue later. You gave Fei Fei so many gifts yesterday. We are very grateful to you.
Chen Yao gave Chen Fei a look, and Chen Fei hurriedly picked up the wineglass and stood up.
Yes, Brother Linny, it's okay if it's not convenient for you to borrow it. We are still very grateful to you.
The two sisters called him by respectful titles, which made Linny a little uncomfortable. From childhood to adulthood, this is the first time someone has been so polite when speaking to me.
And they are two stunning beauties. It seems that things are really different when you have money.
But I only have over 5 million on hand, which is still over 1 million short of 6.5 million.
Oh, I'm so stupid.
I can just transfer the money in several installments, wait for the cashback from the previous transfer, and then transfer the next one. Moreover, after the money is transferred, the favorability may increase, and the subsequent cashback of the final payment should be higher.
Hey. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but feel that he was truly a genius. Send me a card number and I'll transfer it to you now. Linny took out his cell phone, suppressed his inner excitement, and spoke in a calm tone.
The two sisters didn't originally have high expectations that Linny would agree to lend them money, they just wanted to give it a try. But unexpectedly, Linny agreed without saying a word. And judging from the situation, he intends to directly lend them all the money for subsequent treatment costs.
Mr. Lin, are you really willing to lend it to us? Chen Yao asked tentatively.
She and Linny had only met once, and Linny lent her the money without any additional conditions.
This charitable act was unbelievable to Chen Yao. Linny nodded, and his excitement was no less than Chen Yao's. For him, why not do something that helps others and benefits himself?
What's more, the other party are two beautiful women, and I can also improve their favorability at the same time.
It's a huge profit.
When Chen Yao saw Linny nod, her eyes, which had been pretending to be strong, were instantly filled with tears. The huge rock that had been weighing on my heart for so long finally fell to the ground. He could preserve his innocence and save his mother at the same time.
Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will draw up a loan contract with you.
I will clearly state the repayment period and repayment method.
Once you have read the contract and confirmed that there is no problem, we will transfer the money.
Chen Yao still knew her limits and knew that at least the relevant matters should be agreed upon in advance so that Linny would have peace of mind. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open by a man.
Yao, didn't I promise to transfer the money to you in a few days? Why would you look for someone else? Chapter 24 Don't be ungrateful.
5 minutes ago, a silver-white Bentley Continental braked and stopped at the door of the Western restaurant.
A rich second-generation man with a flashy slicked-back hair got out of the car and walked into the restaurant.
The manager recognized the person at a glance and greeted him with a smile.
Mr. Li, what brings you here?
Although there are many rich second generations in Nanling City, there are not many who bring different women to eat Western food every few days like this. As a manager, it is natural that he will not know his old customers. Li Zhuoran didn't say much, just replied with 2 words.
Looking for someone.
Seeing this, the manager tactfully stepped aside and made a gesture to Li Zhuoran to come in. Li Zhuoran had previously arranged for his younger brother to secretly monitor Chen Yao's every move for him. As soon as Chen Yao went out tonight, Li Zhuoran received a report from his younger brother. After hearing that Chen Yao and her sister had made an appointment to meet a young man here tonight, Li Zhuoran felt unhappy. It seemed that he was about to win the heart of this legally blonde girl with long legs and a nice butt. When the sea view rooms at Shanya become available, we will have a bottle of red wine and have in-depth communication for a few days. Not only did Chen Yao not resist, she even bowed down and thanked him for being willing to lend her money to save her mother.
Of course, this money was not borrowed for free.
Li Zhuoran had already agreed with Chen Yao that the interest rate would be calculated based on the general market interest rate. In other words, this woman was not only free, but she even came to my door at interest.
This kind of good thing doesn't happen often.
So Li Zhuoran would never allow her to get into trouble at this moment. However, just as Li Zhuoran walked to the door of the box, he heard Chen Yao's excited voice coming from inside.
It seems like he is thanking the other party for being willing to lend money. This bitch actually went behind my back to find someone else. Don't even think about escaping from my grasp.
Li Zhuoran was furious and pushed open the door of the box.
Yao Yao, didn't I promise to transfer the money to you in a few days? Why would you look for someone else?
Li Zhuoran walked into the box, suppressed his anger, and pretended to be a gentleman. He pulled a chair over and sat down between Chen Yao and Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned, feeling that the person looked familiar. After careful recollection, it seemed that when I met Chen Yao at Nanling Hotel last night, this man was sitting opposite Chen Yao. At that time, he thought the two were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But now looking at the way Chen Yao looked at this man, there was a hint of disgust in her fear, as if the relationship between the two was not good.
Li Zhuoran also looked Lin Yi up and down. Lin Yi is now wearing the clothes that Yi Shuangchuan took him to pick yesterday.
Although they fit well and look handsome, these clothes worth thousands of dollars are no different from street stall goods in the eyes of rich second-generation people like Li Zhuoran. With just one glance, Li Zhuoran determined that the man in front of him was not a rich man.
I felt relieved.
Yao Yao, your mother's surgery costs a lot of money, so you don't have to bother others.
Do you think anyone can come up with so much money casually? Be good and listen. I have already bought the plane tickets. We can leave for Sanya the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, not only will I lend you all the remaining medical expenses, I will also help you greet the director of Nanling Hospital.
My dad and the dean have always had a good relationship. By then, the hospital will definitely pay more attention to your mother's treatment. After saying that, Li Zhuoran wanted to hold Chen Yao's hand. Before Chen Yao could react, Chen Fei took her sister's hand and stood in front of her. Mr. Li, please respect yourself.
Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. My sister doesn't like you at all.
She was willing to have dinner with you yesterday because she wanted to borrow money for mom's surgery.
Now that we have borrowed the money, please stop harassing my sister.
Chen Fei was furious, and her proud chest was rising and falling slightly because of anger. This made Li Zhuoran stunned. He didn't know that Chen Yao actually had such a lovely sister. Li Zhuoran licked his lips and smiled maliciously.
I made up my mind to capture the two sisters together. You said you borrowed money?
You guys were probably cheated by this poor loser.
More than 6 million in cash flow, do you know how much money that is?
He brags without thinking.
I think he has watched too many mindless dramas and thinks he is a domineering CEO.
Li Zhuoran snorted coldly and gave Lin Yi a disdainful look. Lin Yi felt unhappy when he heard Li Zhuoran say this. And combined with what Chen Fei said just now, it seems that this rich second generation wants to take advantage of the sisters' urgent need for money to rob them. How come these rich people have such dirty minds?
If I can come up with so much money, what will you say? Lin Yi held his chin with a playful expression on his face. Stop pretending. If you can come up with that much money, I'll kowtow to you and call you grandpa right now.
Okay, this is what you said, I hope you can keep your word. Lin Yi looked at Li Zhuoran coldly and smiled contemptuously.
You bastard, you look down on people. You look down on me, don't you? I have a system, and I will spend more and more money. Let me open your eyes today.
Lin Yi took out his mobile phone, clicked on the transfer page, and then handed the phone to Chen Yao.
Please enter your bank card number. Chen Yao quickly shook her head. Mr. Lin, we haven't signed the loan contract yet.
Lin Yi waved his hand.
It's just over 6 million. No need to sign. Lin Yi spoke calmly, but Li Zhuoran looked disdainful. TSK, you sound quite arrogant. I'm afraid you won't be able to save up 6 million in your lifetime. Pretend as long as you can. I want to see how long you can pretend.
Li Zhuoran only has 500,000 yuan in pocket money a month, so he has to think of a way to raise more than 6 million yuan. And this poor loser in front of him, wearing all the cheap goods, had the audacity to think that more than 6 million was a small sum.
You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey.
You dared to say anything big just to pick up girls.
Yao Yao, give him the card number and ask him to transfer it now. I want to see how he ends up.
Li Zhuoran urged. Chen Yao was in a bit of a dilemma at this time. But after seeing Lin Yi's determined eyes, he took the phone and entered his bank card number.
Bite.
In less than half a minute, Chen Yao received a text message about the deposit on her mobile phone.
Chen Yao quickly opened her phone and took a look. It shows that 1 million has been deposited into the bank card.
Unexpectedly, Lin transferred a huge sum of 1 million to himself without saying a word. Including the more than 500,000 gifts he gave to his sister Chen Fei yesterday, he has already given the two sisters a total of 1.5 million. However, this amount of money is still far from enough to cover the cost of surgery. Didn't Lin just agree to lend more than 6 million?
Why now? Chen Yao thought about it and seemed to understand something.
Maybe Lin just wanted to prove through this transfer that he does have the financial resources. As for the balance, I'll wait until I sign the loan contract with him. After all, they are also trying to protect the safety of their property.
I understand.
At this time, Li Zhuoran leaned over and saw the text message reminder on Chen Yao's phone.
I thought you were so rich. I'm afraid you didn't empty your family's savings to get this 1 million.
Yao, I'll give you one last chance, you better think it over carefully. If you come with me, I will definitely make up the rest of the money for you. But if you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't wait until you find out you've been cheated by this poor loser before you come back to beg me.
I won't be soft-hearted then. Chapter 25. The feud is settled.
Li Zhuoran had already planned everything that happened next. Based on his understanding of Chen Yao, he knew that Chen Yao would never give in at this time and would definitely hope that this poor loser did not lie to her.
After a while, I pretended to be angry and left.
When Chen Yao finds out she has been cheated, she will definitely come back and beg me. After all, in the circle that Chen Yao was in contact with, she was the only one who had the ability to come up with such a large sum of money. When the time comes, I will tell Chen Yao that she did not seize the opportunity one gave her. If you want to change your mind, then take your sister Chen Fei and go on vacation to Shanya with you. Looking at this pair of delicate sisters, Li Zhuoran felt his blood boiling just thinking about the erotic scene. Hearing these words, Chen Yao felt a little nervous. Although she was very grateful to Lin, what Li Zhuoran said was not wrong. Not everyone can come up with a cash flow of more than 6 million. Lin just said it himself, he is just a freshman. Even if his family is rich, his parents would not put so much money in his hands. If I really can't raise enough money for the surgery later, I will have no choice but to beg Li Zhuoran for help. Although I was reluctant, I had no choice but to do so for my seriously ill mother.
Alas!
I didn't expect that in the end, I still couldn't escape from Li Zhuoran's grasp. Li Zhuoran saw that Chen Yao's eyes were wavering, and he gradually felt proud. Lin watched Li Zhuoran's eyes constantly wandering between the two sisters, and roughly guessed his dirty thoughts.
I secretly spat in my heart.
I just can't transfer all of it at once because I don't have enough balance.
Who said he could only come up with 1 million? Look, the system is about to ring. Ding, this time I spent 1 million yuan for the cashback recipient, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 30 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 20 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 20 million yuan. An expression flashed across Lin Yi's face, indicating that everything was going as planned.
Who said I only have 1 million?
I was just worried that Chen Yao might have accidentally entered the wrong card number, so I transferred 1 million to test whether the card number was correct. Lin Yi's expression remained normal, as if transferring 1 million yuan was as easy as eating and drinking.
Lin Yi opened his mobile phone and clicked on the bank card transfer interface again.
Without waiting for Chen Yao and Li Zhuoran to react, he transferred all the remaining money to Chen Yao.
5.5 million has been deposited into my bank account.
Chen Yao looked at the bank's deposit message on her phone and her hands began to tremble with excitement as she held the phone.
Adding the 1 million that Lin Yi transferred before, it's exactly 6.5 million. The surgery fee has been collected. Mom is saved.
Thinking of this, Chen Yao excitedly rushed up and gave Lin Yi a big hug.
Thank you. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 40 points.
He held the soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, and the fragrance from her hair drifted into Lin Yi's nostrils. Lin Yi was startled by the sudden hug. As a straight man, it was the first time that a beautiful woman took the initiative to hug him. There was even a layer of sweat on the palms of my hands.
What surprised him even more was that Chen Yao's favorability had risen to 40 points. When the cashback is given, the cashback multiple will be even higher.
At this moment, an untimely reminder from the system rang in my mind. Ding, system prompts, the standard for doubling cashback is based on the host's favorability towards the opposite sex at the time of consumption.
Lin Yi sighed speechlessly when he heard this. I didn't expect this system to be so strict.
Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 5.5 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability when the host consumed was 30 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 30 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 165 million yuan.
Damn, 30 times. System, you still have some conscience.
Based on the experience of several previous cashbacks, the system's cashback multiplier generally does not exceed the favorability of the cashback recipient.
For a favorability of 30 points, a 30-fold cashback multiplier is already the upper limit.
Linny nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, Linny discovered that Chunyao was different from materialistic girls like Yi Xuanxuang. She would not become crazy fond of him just because he gave her money. According to the system regulations, before the favorability reaches 50 points, you can get cash back for all the money you spend on her.
This is simply the return of the holy body from heaven.
Thinking of this, Linny became more determined to buy more things for the two sisters.
Chen Fei was a little bit unbelieving when she saw Chen Yao's excitement. Sister, have we really collected enough money for the surgery?
It was not until she saw her sister Chen Yao nod seriously that Chen Fei believed that all this was true.
Very good. Sister, Mom can finally have surgery. Chen Fei couldn't help crying. There is an emotion called crying of joy.
This big stone has been weighing on the sisters' hearts for too long.
But today, Linny helped them move the stone away completely. Chen Fei, favorability plus 10 points. Chen Fei, favorability plus 10 points. Chen Fei, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 45 points. Linny was stunned. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei's favorability also increased. And it reached 45 points, which is higher than Chen Yao. This pair of sisters is truly a treasure.
Linny was secretly delighted and silently planned how to find an excuse to spend more money on the two sisters in the future. Looking at the three people having so much fun, Li Zhuoran's face turned red as if it was burning. I originally thought that this man wearing cheap clothes was just pretending to be cool. I didn't expect that he actually took out more than 6 million. And he did not ask Chen Yao to sign a loan contract with him.
This is so grand. Aren't you afraid that this woman will just run away with the money?
Nowadays, no one can resist the temptation of such a large sum of money.
Doesn't this guy know this truth? So brainless? Could it be that? There is only one explanation. He is having an affair with Chen Yao.
Thinking of this, Li Zhuoran felt a breath of air stuck in his chest. Unexpectedly, the beautiful lady who was about to be in his grasp was grabbed by someone else. Looking at Li Zhuoran, who was unhappy, Linny smiled triumphantly.
I'm willing to admit defeat. Should one of my grandchildren call me grandpa?
Li Zhuoran stood up, his face flushed red, snorted coldly, and walked out of the box without looking back.
Just wait for me.
Before leaving, Li Zhuoran said something harsh and unconvinced.
It seems that the feud has been settled today. But Linny didn't take it to heart. What threat can a mere rich second generation pose to me?
I now have more than 100 million in my hands, so it is no exaggeration to say that I am a first-generation rich man. Besides, there is no such thing as a grandfather being afraid of his grandson in this world. Looking at Li Zhuoran's receding back, Linny smiled indifferently.
Chapter 26, Join the Game.
After Li Zhuoran left, Linny, Chen Yao and Chen Fei enjoyed their meal very much. Chen Yao and Chen Fei were in a much better mood because they had finally raised enough money for their mother's medical treatment. Linny naturally enjoyed having Western food with these two beautiful beauties. After eating, the two sisters proposed to sign a loan contract with Linny on the spot.
Linny directly rejected it. After all, the system stipulates that cash back can only be obtained when spending with the opposite sex.
If you sign a loan contract, it does not count as consumption.
What if the system takes back the money I just refunded? He doesn't want to take the risk. The two sisters were deeply moved by Lin Yi's strong attitude in refusing.
I didn't expect this man to trust them so much. So Chen Yao and Chen Fei suggested that after arranging their mother's treatment, they would invite Lin Yi to their home for dinner and let him taste the sisters' cooking skills.
Lin Yi also readily agreed. It doesn't really matter whether you eat or not. The main thing is that you are going to someone's house, you can't go empty-handed, you must buy some gifts. Then I can justifiably spend money on the two sisters. You can get some cash back then.
Thinking of this, Linny smiled happily. Suddenly, a cell phone ring interrupted Lin Yi's fantasy. As soon as Lin Yi pressed the answer button, Wu Jie's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lao Lin, where are you? Come back soon. He Linwei and Hu Kai are fighting. Lin Yi was full of questions. These two guys were just wearing the same pants a moment ago, why are they fighting now? After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi quickly said hello to Chen Yao and Chen Fei, saying that he had to go back to school. Seeing that Lin Yi was in a hurry, the two girls did not try to keep him. After saying a few words of thanks, they sent Lin Yi to the car. Lin Yi rushed back to the dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, I saw He Linwei with bruises on the corners of his mouth and a look of resentment on his face. Hu Kai's situation wasn't much better. He turned his back and wiped the blood from his nose silently. What's going on? Lin Yi pulled Wu Jie over and asked in a low voice. Wu Jie half covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Lin Yi what had just happened. Lao Lin, let me tell you, this is what happened. Hu Kai has a goddess whom he has secretly loved for a long time, and she has also been admitted to Nanling. I'm from Nanling University of the Arts, majoring in music. We just happened to be talking about this, and everyone started to make a fuss about wanting to see the girl's photo. But I didn't expect that after Hu Kai took out the photo, Lao he actually thought the girl looked familiar. Then he scrolled through his phone for a while and found that a high school classmate of his had just posted a photo with this girl a few days ago. In the photo, Lao Hu's goddess took the initiative to link her arms with that boy, and they looked very intimate. Lin Yi was a little confused. It's normal for girls to fall in love while in college. There's no need for Lao Hu to fight with Lao He. It's not like Lao He stole my love. Wu Jie sighed when he heard this and continued to explain. Ah, you don't know. That boy is very ugly, short, dark, and has acne all over his face. Lao He said that the boy's family is very rich, and he thinks that Lao Hu's goddess must be attracted by the boy's money. Old Hu refused to believe it and said his goddess was not such a materialistic person. And the most important thing is, this girl often hinted to Lao Hu during the chat, asking him to buy her some cosmetics and skin care products. Tonight, she even asked Lao Hu to order fried chicken takeout for everyone in her dormitory. He Linwei also turned around at this time, pointing at Hu Kai with disappointment. Anyone with eyes can see that this woman is just hanging you. She enjoys your unconditional devotion to her, but doesn't give you any response. It's obvious that she's a scumbag. You're a jerk and you're still speaking for her. Are you crazy? Hu Kai also turned his head, still looking stubborn. Impossible, you don't know her. I have been classmates with her for many years, and I know what kind of person she is. Besides, I bought her food and ordered takeout on my own accord. She didn't force me to do it. What right do you have to say that she has a problem with her character? Hearing Hu Kai's rebuttal, He Linwei became angry again. Are you fucking out of your mind? She even took a photo arm in arm with that pig-headed guy. What does your goddess like about him? Because he's ugly? Because he has acne all over his face? He must be after the money. Can you please use some brains? You're still rushing to buy food and order takeout for people at this hour. Are you her dog? If you have too much money and don't know where to spend it, I suggest you just donate it. By the way, donate your stupid pig brain as well. After hearing this, Lin Yi roughly understood the reason for the conflict between the two people. He Linwei had good intentions and didn't want to see his roommate being cheated by a woman. But Hu Kai was stubborn and refused to change. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Never turn back until you hit the wall. Never give up until you reach the Yellow River. But Lin Yi changed his mind and felt that he felt the same way towards Guan Jishue. In fact, he noticed very early on that Guan Jishue's attitude towards him was gradually becoming colder. But he still transferred 1,000 yuan of living expenses to Guan Jishue every month to express his love. I hope this can maintain the relationship between the two. It was not until he saw Guan Jishue get into Lu Jianghua's car with his own eyes that he finally woke up from the fantasy he had created. Lin Yi now can be considered an experienced person in this kind of problem. Some are experiences. In Hu Kai's current state, it's useless to say anything to him. He was only willing to believe in his own inner judgment and would not listen to anyone saying anything bad about his goddess. It's not so much that I don't want to believe it, but rather that I don't dare to believe it. The goddess I have had a crush on for so many years suddenly fell out today. If he believed all this, it would be a devastating blow to Hu Kai's heart. In Hu Kai's heart, the goddess must be a spiritual pillar.
If this pillar falls, his inner world will also be destroyed. However, as his roommate, I don't want to see Hukai continue to deceive himself like this. If he didn't stop it, Hukai didn't know how much more money he would have to waste on this girl. In the past 2 days, Linny saw Hukai only ordering the cheapest vegetarian dishes when he went to the cafeteria, and not even any meat. I guess it's just to save money to buy things for the goddess. Linny looked at Hukai now, and it was as if he saw himself eating free white rice and drinking free egg drop soup every day when he was repeating a grade. He didn't want Hukai to repeat his past mistakes. Okay, stop arguing. Lao He, you should also stop talking. Linny gave He Linwei a look, indicating that he already had a solution. When encountering such a situation, the only solution is to let Hukai see the true face of his goddess with his own eyes. Only then will he give up. If this happened in the past, Linny might not be able to help. But now, he knows too well how to deal with this kind of gold digger. There is no other way. For the sake of my roommate, I have to join the game once. Chapter 27 Beauty Sales. The next day, Hukai and He Linwei still ignored each other. No matter how many nice things Linny and Wu Jie said, it was of no use. Seeing that Hukai was still deeply in love with the goddess, Linny sighed silently. After the afternoon military training was over, Linny found an excuse and told a few people that he was going out for a while. Afterwards, he sent a message to Yi Xuanshuang. Xuanshuang, I want to come visit your school, are you free? After a while, Yi Xuanshuang replied immediately. Really? I'm free. When can you come over? I'll treat you to a meal in our cafeteria then. The food in our cafeteria is amazing. Yi Xuanshuang seemed a little excited when she received Lin Yi's message. Ever since they parted at Nanling Hotel, she has been waiting for Lin Yi to contact her. After all, the girl still needs to be reserved about this kind of thing. However, Lin Yi didn't look for her at all in the past 2 days. This made Yi Xuanshuang doubt whether her charm was not enough. At first, she thought that since Lin Yi bought her cosmetics and perfume, he must have a good impression of her. But why didn't Lin Yi send me any messages after they broke up? Like the suitors around her, every one of them would take the initiative to chat with her every day and try to find every opportunity to ask her out. But Lin Yi, after spending the money, seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. For a moment, Yi Xuanshuang even wondered if she was being too sentimental. Did Lin Yi never like me? But why buy a bag if you don't like it? That's a limited edition Chanel product worth tens of thousands. There are many people who may not be willing to give gifts even if they like themselves. In this way, Yi Xuanshuang spent 2 days in self-doubt. It was not until I received Lin Yi's message just now and saw that Lin Yi said he was coming to see me that I felt relieved. It seems that Lin Yi still has me in his heart. When Lin Yi saw that Yi Xuanshuang wanted to treat him to a meal, he certainly did not refuse. Who can refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to have dinner together? After Lin Yi agreed on a meeting time with Yi Xuanshuang, he took a taxi to the city. Before going to find Yi Xuanshuang, he still had some preparation to do. After sending the message, Yi Xuanshuang quickly got up from the bed, sat at the table and started putting on makeup. It seems he still likes me. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanshuang's pretty face was flushed with a delicate pink. However, Yi Xuanshuang was immediately shocked by her own thought. Why am I so happy that he likes me? Could it be that He's so outstanding, handsome and rich, it's normal for me to be attracted to him. Yi Xuanshuang figured it out quickly and then concentrated on putting on makeup. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi got out of the taxi. We're here. Looking up, Lin Yi is now at the entrance of the Porsche 4S store. Since Lin Yi has decided to get involved and use himself as bait to lure Hukai's goddess into his trap, he naturally has to do enough preparation. First of all, at least make yourself look like a rich person. And the best way is to buy a better car. After all, you can't just take out a pile of cash and hold it in your hand and tell others that you are rich. At this time, a car becomes the best reflection of a man's financial strength. Because no matter how much money you have or how nice a house you live in, you can't show your bank card balance and property certificate to others every day. But the car is different. In today's society, almost no one is not familiar with the brands of these luxury cars. A successful man must have a good car. As long as you have a good car, passers-by will look at you with more respect. Even if you don't say anything, your car will tell the world that you are a rich person. Lin Yi now has a balance of more than 100 million on his card, and he walked into the Porsche 4S store with full confidence. The female salespeople in the Porsche store all wear sexy work clothes. They all look good. Business in the store was slow at the moment, and they were just gathering together chatting. Seeing someone entering the store, several female salespeople subconsciously looked towards the door. But after seeing that the visitor looked like a student, they all sneered and had no intention of going forward to entertain him. They meet several people like this every day who can't afford to buy a car but still come to the store and pretend to look at cars.
There are even many people who do micro business.
After entering the store, they hold up their mobile phones and start taking pictures of the sample cars on display. Then he posted on his moments saying how much money he earned in a year and that he finally bought the Porsche he dreamed of.
That's hilarious.
Porsche's annual sales in China are only 80,000 to 90,000 vehicles.
But you can find millions of Porsche owners on major online platforms. This is the kind of person the female saleswomen in the store despise the most.
He doesn't have the ability, but still wants to pretend to be so.
However, considering public opinion, they will not deliberately drive these people away. What if some internet celebrity secretly shoots a video, cuts out the beginning and the end, and says that their Porsche store is bullying its customers?
This will affect the brand reputation.
Anyway, these people would leave tactfully after taking the photos, so the female salespeople would just turn a blind eye.
Lenny entered the store and looked around for a long time. Seeing that no one came up to greet him, he began to feel suspicious.
Nowadays, is there anyone who doesn't want to do business that is delivered to his doorstep?
It's not that he thinks I'm not capable of affording a Porsche because I look like a student.
Lenny thought about it and seemed to understand.
When I took Yi Shuangshuang to buy milkshake before, the clerk treated me in the same way at first.
These people really like to judge people by their appearance. So Lenny walked up to the female saleswoman and asked the prettiest one. "Hello, beautiful lady, can you introduce your car to me?" Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex.
The host's heartbeat value is very high at this time, which meets the binding conditions.
Bind successfully.
The other person was wearing a white shirt, with a hint of black lace underwear faintly visible through the shirt. The lower body is a hip-hugging miniskirt and suspender stockings. Straight and slender legs are indeed very tempting. I've heard before that Porsche salespeople are mostly beautiful women, and now it seems to be true.
No wonder rich people love to buy cars here. Lenny opened the other party's information panel in his mind. Personal information. Name, Ina. Age, 25. Favorability towards the host, 0 points. Position, Porsche sales. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Good guy, 0 favorability.
It seems that he really looks down on himself.
Lenny sighed secretly.
You know, even Guan Jishue, who ruthlessly dumped me, didn't he have such a low favorability rating?
It seems that these sales are really realistic.
In that case, let me teach this beautiful saleswoman a lesson.
Chapter 28 is over. I made a mistake. Beauty, I want to buy a car, can you introduce one to me? Lenny was in a friendly mood.
As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Since I was a customer and her attitude was so good, there was no reason for Ina, as a salesperson, to refuse my request. Sure enough, although Ina's brows revealed her inner reluctance, she had no choice but to patiently introduce each car to Lenny as it was a job requirement. When the other female salespeople saw this scene, they all laughed secretly behind the scenes.
That guy is quite good at choosing people. He fell in love with Nana at first sight. I can't help it. I'm just a pretty girl. Okay, keep your voices down. Can't you see that Nana looks unhappy? That guy probably wants to find an opportunity to get close to Nana. It seems Nana is still as charming as ever.
Last time, Mr. Wang also specifically asked Nana to serve him.
Don't mention that Mr. Wang. He kept Nana hooked for more than a week. I even ate with him. In the end, he made an excuse and said he didn't want to buy the car. Damn, it's free. Not really.
After all, they just had a meal together.
Who knows if Mr. Wang took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of me?
That Mr. Wang looks very wealthy, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even afford to buy a car. After all, the economic situation is not good now. You can see that our store has not received any orders for a long time.
I'll tell you a secret.
Last time, I heard our boss say after he got drunk that any salesperson who fails to place an order this month is at risk of being fired.
Oh, is this true?
Of course it's true, I heard it with my own ears, why would I lie to you? Then I have to hurry up and contact the potential clients I have.
Last time, a rich second-generation guy said he wanted to treat me to a movie. I'll make an appointment with him right away.
Ina, who was not far away, also heard the discussions between several colleagues and suddenly became nervous.
She hasn't made a single order this month. Even though it's only the beginning of the month.
But now it is difficult to do business in all walks of life, everyone's income is low, and naturally there are very few customers coming to the store. Moreover, the customers who come to the store are divided among several salesmen in turn, and not necessarily get one to Ina. Several young ladies who opened orders sacrificed their looks to lure rich people they knew to buy cars. Ina has been working in this business for several years, so naturally she would not feel disgusted by such behavior. If she could meet a suitable wealthy man who was generous with his money, she would be willing to do so. Last week, a man named Mr. Wang came to look at the car.
He was wearing a big gold chain and a big gold watch, looking very ostentatious.
Ina originally thought that the other party was wealthy, so she took the initiative in every way. But unexpectedly, the greasy man was simply here to hook up with the female salesperson. Ina had dinner with him and was invited to go to KTV to sing all night.
In the KTV box, Ina did not resist too much against Mr. Wang's unreasonable sexual harassment and just endured it reluctantly for the whole night.
As a result, the next day, Ina asked him to come to the store to order a car, but the bastard disappeared.
Don't answer the phone and block me on WeChat.
Only then did Ina realize that she had been fooled. Thinking of this, Ina became even angrier. Looking at the student-looking man pretending to come and look at the car, Ina didn't even want to say anything. Linny was originally listening to Ina's introduction and looking at the car carefully, but he didn't expect Ina to suddenly stop talking. He also crossed his arms across his chest in anger, as if he was sulking.
Ina, favorability 10 points. Current favorability 10 points. Linny couldn't help but be stunned. Oh my god. What's wrong with this woman? I asked her to recommend a car to me, why did she become less favorable to me? I didn't do anything. This favorability has become negative? This is already annoying.
Fortunately, the system has previously reminded that the minimum cashback multiple is 1 times. Otherwise, Linny would suspect that if he spent money on someone with a negative favorability, the system might even deduct his money.
My lady, why are you silent?
Linny originally thought that if Ina's favorability could increase a little, he would buy 2 cars for himself. One for her and one for myself.
This way you can get another wave of cash back. At least I can earn back the money I spent on the car.
But now it seems, forget it.
People's favorability has already turned negative. Linny didn't want to use his popularity to please others.
Anyway, he is not short of money now. With a balance of more than 160 million yuan on the card, it is more than enough to buy dozens of Porsches as toys. Ina looked at the man in front of her and felt extremely angry.
What do you want me to say?
What is there to say?
You're not buying it anyway.
You should take pictures and post to your friend's circle.
When you are done, leave quickly. Don't waste my time. Ina looked extremely impatient.
With his hands folded across his chest, he looked at Linny with a haughty look.
Linny frowned slightly, but did not get angry. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you then. Bring me the car purchase contract. I'll order a Panamera. Full payment.
Linny simply stopped pretending and took out his bank card and slammed it on the table. Please hurry up, I have something else to do later, don't waste my time.
Linny's overbearing attitude made Ina wonder if there was something wrong with her ears. This student actually wants to buy a car? Pay the full amount? Does he know how much the Panamera costs?
Ina took the bank card in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively.
Then let's sign the contract first? Linny nodded and urged. Hurry up and give it to me to sign. What are you hesitating about?
I have to go have dinner with Yi Shuangshuan later. Don't waste your time in 4S stores. Ina handed the contract to Linny with some doubt.
If this contract is really signed, then the car will really be bought. If you cannot pay the car price, you will need to pay a penalty.
Ina looked at the tall, handsome but average-looking young man in front of her and still didn't quite believe it. After all, who would buy a car after just looking at it for 10 minutes in a store?
This is too hasty. And the car I ordered was a Panamera.
But Linny did not hesitate at all. He took the contract and signed his name on it casually. Go swipe your card now, why are you still standing here with me? Linny looked at Ina, who was in a daze in front of him, speechless. Ina took the contract and read it 2 or 3 times to confirm that Linny had indeed signed his name, then she went to the finance department to get the card swipe machine in disbelief. The other female salespeople who were watching the show were already stunned. Who would have thought that buying a car for this man was as easy as buying vegetables?
I didn't make any requests, didn't take any advantage, and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I just bought the car. Is there such a good man in this world?
Moreover, Ina can get a commission of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan just from this order.
These female salesmen burst into tears instantly.
They all regretted why they did not take the initiative to greet Linny just now.
Why did Ina take such a good opportunity?
It was not until she saw the card machine show that the transaction was successful that Ina came to her senses.
It's over, I was wrong, this person turned out to be a low-key rich man. Are students so rich now? You can easily afford a Panamera. How rich must his family be then? Could there be a mine?
Ina, favorability plus 10 points. Ina, favorability plus 10 points. Ina, favorability plus 10 points. Ina, favorability plus 10 points.
Current favorability is 30 points.
Thinking of this, Yina's eyes gradually lit up, and her attitude changed 180 degrees from before.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't treat you well enough just now. I hope you can understand.
After all, we women always have a few days of bad mood every month.
Please don't treat me like that, okay?
As she said that, she took Lin Yi's arm affectionately and rubbed it deliberately.
Chapter 29. There is a backup plan. Lin Yi didn't respond.
Looking at Yina's fawning appearance, he felt secretly happy.
Sure enough, in this world, as long as you have money, the people around you are all good people. Can I drive away now?
Lin Yi pulled his arms out of Ina's arms, although the warm and soft feeling made him reluctant to let go. But he was still rushing to Yi Shuangshuang's university to do some business. His main purpose today is to seduce Hukai's goddess and make her reveal her true face.
How can we disrupt our plans just because of Yina?
Ina looked at the stubborn Lin Yi and secretly sighed in her heart. It seems that he is indeed a rich man's son. He was so dismissive of my advances. This kind of concentration is beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Mr. Lin, it's like this.
Your car still needs to be registered. It will take 2 or 3 days to complete the whole process. Please leave me your address and I will personally deliver the car to you when the time comes.
In the next few days, our store will provide you with a spare Panamera, you can drive it first.
Ina walked to the seated Lin Yi, bent down deliberately, and explained to Lin Yi. I don't know when 2 buttons of the shirt on his chest were secretly unbuttoned, revealing a beautiful view.
It also exudes a faint fragrance.
Although Lin Yi has already bought the car, for Ina, she must seize the opportunity of this rich man who buys cars like buying vegetables. Maybe next time when he is in a good mood he will come back to take care of his business. As a qualified salesperson, you naturally have to learn to develop such long-term customers.
Lin Yi didn't say much, took out his mobile phone and added Ina's WeChat.
When my car is ready, just message me directly.
I'll send you the location then.
After saying that, Lin Yi took the key to the Panamera spare car handed to him by Ina and strode out of the door.
Oh my god, so handsome and personable.
Prince Charming is no more than this.
Nana, you are lucky.
Then I'll go to his house and throw myself into his arms, under the pretext of sending him a car. I don't believe this man can remain calm. That's right, you have such a great figure.
If I were a man, I would want to have something happen with you. Maybe by then, our Nana won't have to continue working as a salesperson like us. Missling? What does that mean? Go and become a wealthy wife of a rich family, ha 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 ha.
Yina's face flushed slightly as she listened to her colleague's jokes.
However, she really thought so in her heart. After all, you can't do sales work for a lifetime. Because this job, to some extent, is a job that requires youth. Now that I am young and beautiful, there are still customers who come to buy cars from me just because of my looks. When she got a little older, she lost her competitiveness. Although no girl can stay 18 forever, there will always be a girl who is 18. When you are old and ugly, how can you compare with those young and beautiful girls? Therefore, the best way out for myself is to find a rich man to spend my life with while my figure and appearance are at their best. Even if you can't get married, being kept is also good. Then, when the rich man gets tired of having fun, he takes the money he has saved over the years and goes back to his hometown to open a small shop. You can live a good life. In Yina's hometown, there are many middle-aged women who have returned from big cities.
With a large sum of money, he built a new house and opened his own shop. Life is simple, with no worries about food and clothing.
This is also the life Yina planned for herself.
And Lin Yi, who appeared today, naturally became her target. Young, handsome, wealthy, generous, he is excellent in every aspect. Moreover, Yin Na could feel the burning look in Lin Yi's eyes when he looked at the beautiful scene on her chest. Yina looked at her charming appearance in the mirror and felt more confident.
It should be easy for me to win over a boy of Lin Yi's age.
Lin Yi drove the Panamera on the streets of Nanling City at dusk, feeling a little emotional. This was his first time driving after getting his driver's license. In the summer vacation after the college entrance examination this year, in order to be able to rent a car and take Guan Jishue out for a self-driving tour after entering college, Lin Yi spent a month to get a driver's license. Unexpectedly, now, I don't have to rent a car and I can afford to buy one myself.
And it's a Porsche Panamera.
As the saying goes, a car is a man's most important toy. No man can resist the feeling of being pushed back when he steps on the accelerator in a luxury car. Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth, put his hands on the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator and sped up to 80 miles per hour in the congested city. The roaring engine and the street scene outside the car window that was madly receding made Lin Yi shout out in relief. Every pore in the body is filled with the word refreshing. The silver-white Panamera turned into a flash of lightning, constantly shuttling through the traffic.
20 minutes later, the car stopped steadily downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Nanling Art University. Lin Yi got out of the car and leaned against the door. He was not in a hurry to send a message to Yi Xuanxuang. Instead, he stretched his neck and kept looking around. In the setting sun, Lin Yi's figure and the shadow of the car were stretched very long. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and basked in the afterglow, looking very pretentious and imposing. Now is the time when the freshmen finish their military training and prepare to have dinner. A large group of people walked past Lin Yi. Many girls looked at Lin Yi sideways when they saw him leaning on the Panamera, and started whispering to their companions. In college, there are definitely people who can afford a car. But there are definitely only a handful of people who can afford a Panamera. Everyone is curious about who this rich second generation is. Not only is he rich, he's also handsome. How come I have never seen it in school before? Lin Yi had a faint smile on his face, enjoying the attention of men and women passing by. Suddenly, a familiar face came into Lin Yi's sight. Lin Yi saw the photo of Goddess Hukai last night, and the person walking towards him from afar was exactly her. Lin Yi looked at her and gave her a polite smile. When the other party received Lin Yi's goodwill, his face turned slightly red and his expression seemed a little excited. It seems like it is an extremely honorable thing to be shown kindness by a rich second generation who drives a Panamera. However, because there were too many people around, the other party didn't have the courage to come over and talk to Lin Yi directly. But that's enough. Lin Yi's purpose of coming here today was to allow himself and Hukai's goddess to have this encounter. As for how to develop further, Lin Yi has prepared a backup plan. Xuanxuang, I'm downstairs at your dormitory, please come down. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yi Xuanxuang. After a while, a beautiful figure in a white dress was seen running out of the dormitory building. Chapter 30 Hard Power. Yi Xuanxuang put on light makeup today. Her facial features are already very outstanding, and this just right light makeup can only bring out her youthful and beautiful temperament. Compared to the first time she met Lin Yi, Yi Xuanxuang today was less gorgeous but more lovely. Yi Xuanxuang is also a well-known figure in Nanling Art University. She is recognized by many boys as the beauty of the dance department. There are many suitors around her at ordinary times. At this moment, at the door of the dormitory building, there was a boy waiting for a long time with a bouquet of roses. Student Yi Xuanxuang. When the boy saw Yi Xuanxuang coming out, his dull eyes suddenly brightened up and he hurriedly went to meet her. Hello, classmate Yi Xuanxuang. I'm from the Department of Fine Arts. My name is Zhang Yuxuan. I have admired you for a long time, and have always wanted to find an opportunity to express my feelings to you. I've been waiting for you here since noon today. I didn't expect you to come out now. This bouquet of flowers is for you, I hope you like it. Of course, don't feel any pressure. I know you have a lot of suitors around you. I certainly don't expect a bouquet of flowers to move you. But I think you can give me a chance to compete fairly with those suitors around you. After saying that, Zhang Yuxuan knelt on one knee and handed over the bouquet of flowers, which were already a little wilted, with a look of deep affection.
Yi Shuangshuang was startled by this sudden suitor. Especially after hearing that the other party had been waiting downstairs of his dormitory for a long time, he not only did not feel touched, but instead felt a little wary. The most terrifying boys who like to give silently and then move themselves are likely to do something extreme.
Moreover, this behavior of squatting downstairs of the dormitory building seems a bit perverted no matter how you think about it.
Yi Shuangshuang didn't want to have too much interaction with this kind of person. Having been a female sea queen for so many years, she has gained a lot of experience. Only boys who are obedient, have a sense of boundaries, and will not actively disturb you are the best candidates to be included in the fish pond. However, this kind of high-profile display of love, even to the point of being a bit paranoid, might just end up stirring up trouble in one's own fish pond. At this time, Yi Shuangshuang saw Lin Yi standing under the streetlight and waving at her from afar. So he hurriedly made an apologetic expression to Zhang Yuxuan, who was still kneeling on one knee on the ground.
"Excuse me, classmate. Thank you very much for your kindness to me. But you're not my type. I don't want to delay you, so don't do these things to me in the future.
You can keep the flowers, or give them to other girls.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first."
After saying that, Yi Shuangshuang hurriedly ran towards Lin Yi. Zhang Yuxuan stood there in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses.
He originally thought that his sincere confession should be able to touch Yi Shuangshuang's heart.
"I waited downstairs of the dormitory building from noon to evening under the scorching sun." In his original imagination, when Yi Shuangshuang found out that he had waited for her sincerely for so long, she should be so moved that she would cry and throw herself into his arms.
"I also bought a bouquet of roses. There are 9 in total.
A rose cost 18 yuan, and this bouquet of flowers used up almost a week's living expenses for Zhang Yuxuan. Originally he had planned to buy just 1 flower.
But the flower shop owner said that 9 flowers represent longevity and have a better meaning.
That's why he made up his mind to be extravagant.
Did Yi Shuangshuang not understand the deep meaning of this?
Zhang Yuxuan subconsciously looked in the direction Yi Shuangshuan left.
He saw his beloved goddess hurriedly running to a boy. She even took the boy's arm. Damn! Why? How could a goddess fall in love with a boy like this?
I waited for a long time but failed to impress the goddess, and this guy only waited for more than 10 minutes.
Why would the goddess go with him?
Zhang Yuxuan was puzzled.
It wasn't until he saw the silver-white Panamera behind Lin Yi that he reacted. It turns out to be the ability of money.
It seems that the goddess is not someone who is out of touch with the world.
In the final analysis, we are all ordinary people.
For an ordinary college student like Zhang Yuxuan, Lin Yi's act of driving a Panamera was indeed a dimensionality reduction blow. You know, the normal living expenses for college students are only 1 or 2,000 yuan a month.
Not to mention buying a car, you may not even be able to afford to rent one.
Zhang Yuxuan looked at Yi Shuangshuang, who was talking and laughing with Lin Yi like a little bird, and then looked at the bouquet of roses in his hand that were almost withered after being exposed to the sun for a day.
A wave of sadness welled up in my heart. He turned around and threw the bouquet of flowers into the trash can beside him.
Looking at the flower that symbolizes love being buried in the dirty trash can, Zhang Yuxuan swore a solemn oath in his heart.
One day in the future, I must become a rich man.
I must let the goddess Yi Shuangshuang know how stupid it is to reject me today. This scene was very similar to the one when Lin Yi was dumped by Guan Jishui.
However, unlike Lin Yi, there was no system prompt sound in Zhang Yuxuan's mind. After swearing the oath on the spot, he could only escape in disgrace.
Lin Yi saw this scene from afar and couldn't help feeling a little touched. But he did not sympathize with Zhang Yuxuan. Although this scene is very similar to when he was dumped.
But he and Guan Jishui had actually been in a relationship for 4 years and were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. That's why Guan Jishui's cheating is so hateful.
But now, Yi Shuangshuang doesn't even know Zhang Yuxuan.
Everything is just the wishful thinking of this bootlicker. Since you're here to lick, you must be prepared to be rejected. This is the professional ethics that a bootlicker must have. Lin Yi, is this your car?
Yi Shuangshuang's words brought Lin Yi back to his senses. When Yi Shuangshuang ran over just now, she saw the silver-white Panamera. This was her first time to get so close to the car. The rich second generation who gave her the Louis Vuitton bag before only drove a BMW 3 Series.
Lin Yi nodded, then shook his head. Strictly speaking, this car is not mine.
I just ordered a Panamera, but I still need to wait 2 or 3 days to complete the formalities. This is the spare car they have in their Porsche shop, and I'm going to drive it until I get the new car. Linny had no intention of hiding it from Yi Xuanxuan, so he told the truth. If other people heard these words, they would definitely think that Linny was bragging with disdain. But Yi Xuanxuan didn't have any doubts at all. The man in front of me treated me to a cup of coffee worth more than 2,000 yuan as soon as we met, and also gave me a limited edition bottle of Chanel without saying a word.
Since you are so generous, is there any need to brag? This is simply hard power. Did you come here today just to see me?
Yi Xuanxuan held it in for a long time and finally asked this question.
She wanted to take this opportunity to confirm Lin Yi's feelings for her. Chapter 31, Nesting.
Hearing Yi Xuanxuan's question, Lin Yi felt a little at a loss. He was not a fool, so he could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Yi Xuanxuan's words.
This is the first time a girl has asked this question. But how to answer?
Saying that he came just to see her seemed too eager and a bit cheap. But if I say no, it will hurt the girl's heart.
Lin Yi was in a dilemma for a moment. Well, why don't we go eat first? I'm a little hungry.
Lin Yi found an excuse and tried to change the subject. Yi Xuanxuan didn't get the answer she wanted, and she stared at Lin Yi's face for a while without giving up. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and burst out laughing. In her opinion, Lin Yi's action should be an expression of shyness after his true feelings were exposed. He even came to see me today wearing the clothes I bought for him.
He must want to show how important I am to him in this way.
A rich man like him can afford a Panamera, and all the clothes in his house must be brand names. But he was willing to wear the cheap clothes I gave him that cost thousands of dollars.
If this isn't love, then what is it? He should be too embarrassed to admit it. That's right. We've only known each other for a few days. It's a bit too fast to confirm our relationship now. Maybe he'll think I'm frivolous. Okay then, let's just follow his pace and take it slow.
Yi Xuanxuan reviewed the situation in her mind and thought she had thoroughly analyzed Lin Yi's intentions. And she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was quite cute. He spends money on buying things for himself like a sucker, but never asks for anything.
He doesn't confess his feelings to me, nor does he take advantage of me. I didn't expect there would be such a treasure boy in this day and age. Rich, but sincere. It is very rare for these two traits to appear in the same person. Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 5 points. Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability is 70 points.
Ding, reward the host with 10 points. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. Even though I used such a poor excuse to change the subject, Yi Xuanxuan was not unhappy. Instead, her favorability towards me increased.
Why is that?
Lin Yi scratched his head but couldn't figure it out.
What on earth had made Yi Xuanxuan's heart move just now? Is it because I drive a Panamera? That shouldn't be the case. If that were the case, the impression would have increased as soon as we met.
However, Yi Xuanxuan's favorability increased after she said she was hungry and wanted to eat.
What is it about this sentence that attracts her? Is loving to eat now a plus point? Lin Yi was puzzled. It's just like the old saying goes, a woman's heart is as mysterious as the sea. But Lin Yi soon stopped worrying about it. Who cares why?
Anyway, I picked up 10 points for free, it was a huge profit. After a while, Yi Xuanxuan took Lin Yi's arm and walked to the cafeteria.
The two sat down near the window.
Yi Xuanxuan asked Lin Yi to sit down first, and she ran around and got a large table of dishes.
They are all signature dishes of their school cafeteria. It's delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. Lin Yi was drooling with greed. It seems that what Yi Xuanxuan said is true, the food in their school cafeteria is indeed great. By the way, Xuanxuan, I need your help with something.
Lin Yi spoke vaguely while eating. Yi Xuanxuan was stunned, not knowing how she could help Lin Yi. I am just an ordinary college student, while Lin Yi is a rich young man.
Is there anything I can do to help? Seeing this, Lin Yi recounted the entire incident of the conflict between He Linwei and Hu Kai in the dormitory yesterday. That's how it is. That girl is a freshman in your university.
It seems her name is Sun Xiaoxiao. I want to take the initiative to let this woman take the bait, and then tell her true face to my disappointing roommate.
So that he won't spend money on that girl every day like a licking dog. He doesn't have much living expenses per month. I don't have enough food every day.
When Yi Xuanxuan heard this, she also became excited.
She didn't realize at all that she had been hanging other boys in the same way before. Girls are sometimes double standard.
The same thing is excusable if you do it yourself, but it is outrageous if someone else does it.
In addition, Yi Shuangshuang now has a very good impression of Lin Yi.
As long as she can help Lin Yi, she will do her best.
Then tell me how you want me to help you.
Seeing that Yi Shuangshuang agreed, Lin Yi smiled, half-covered his mouth, and whispered his plan to Yi Shuangshuang. After listening to this, a sly smile flashed across Yi Shuangshuang's eyes.
Lin Yi, don't worry, I'll take care of this little thing. After dinner, the two began their plans.
Yi Shuangshuang accompanied Lin Yi back to where he parked the Panamera and helped Lin Yi strike several handsome poses. Then he ran to a distance and took several handsome photos of Lin Yi from a candid perspective.
Lin Yi originally had a good appearance.
He is about 1.8 meters tall and has a perfectly sturdy physique. Paired with the minimalist clothes that Yi Shuangshuang picked for him, the image of a handsome male figure emerged instantly.
Moreover, when Yi Shuangshuang took the photo, she deliberately included Lin Yi's Panamera in the photo, and chose an angle that is not so obvious.
It looks more natural and doesn't look posed. After taking the photos, Yi Shuangshuang created a small account on the school forum and posted a set of 9 grid photos of Lin Yi.
And with text. Today I saw a handsome guy driving a Panamera downstairs of the dormitory. I really want to meet him. I'd like to ask if anyone has his contact information. If so, could you please give it to me? Good people will have a peaceful life. In the school forum, many people would confess their love and try to save people. So many people jokingly call the school forum the confession wall.
Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang were full of confidence, knowing that this trick would definitely work. However, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. After all, not everyone will follow the developments on the school forum in real time.
What they are doing now is equivalent to making a nest. You have to wait patiently.
Wait until all the fish gather together, then go fishing for the fish you want to catch.
I'm free right now, how about I take you for a ride? Lin Yi is a novice driver and is full of passion for driving.
As soon as he has some free time, he wants to touch the steering wheel again.
Of course Yi Shuangshuang was willing too. She has never ridden in a Panamera.
Moreover, a single man and a single woman in the same car seems a bit ambiguous no matter how you think about it.
Yi Shuangshuang was a little excited. She was wondering if Lin Yi would take any further action towards her in the future.
How could she know that Lin Yi, the straight man, really just wanted to drive? With a step on the accelerator, the silver-white Panamera sped out of the gate of Nanling Art University and drove onto the ring road.
Chapter 32 Curfew Time. Nanling City is still bustling at night. Looking from the overpass, the surroundings are brightly lit. It was the first time for Lin Yi to see the night view of a city from this perspective. And looking to the right, he could catch a glimpse of Yi Shuangshuang's pretty profile out of the corner of his eye. Lin Yi's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken.
I don't know if it was because I was nervous because it was my first time driving or because of the beautiful girl sitting in the passenger seat. Yi Shuangshuang leaned against the back of the seat with her hands placed obediently on her thighs, like a primary school student sitting properly. She remembered that the last time the rich second generation drove her out, he kept reaching out his hand to her intentionally or unintentionally, pretending to touch her leg with the back of his hand casually.
This is to take advantage of the situation.
But Lin Yi was very well behaved.
Keep your hands on the steering wheel. There was no improper behavior at all.
Yi Shuangshuang was happy, but also a little disappointed. The good news is that Lin Yi is a gentleman, indeed different from the men she had known before, and a man worthy of her true love. What made her disappointed was that she felt that she was not attractive enough in front of Lin Yi.
Otherwise, why has it been so long and Lin Yi hasn't even taken the initiative to hold her hand?
Yi Shuangshuang had no idea that today was Lin Yi's first time driving after getting his driver's license and he was very nervous. All my attention was focused on the road conditions and I had no time to think about anything else. As for taking advantage, that was even more impossible as he didn't even dare to take his hands off the steering wheel.
Lin Yi circled the elevated road for a whole circle. Seeing that it was getting late, he thought of sending Yi Shuangshuang back first. Shuangshuang, let me take you back to school first.
When I was waiting for you today, I saw a sign on the door of your dormitory saying that the curfew time was 11 p.m.
It's already 10:30. If you don't go back, your dormitory will be locked. Lin Yi was even a little proud when he said this.
He was thinking at this moment. Fortunately, I was careful and remembered Yi Shuangshuang's curfew time. I wonder if Yi Shuangshuang's favorability towards me will increase after seeing my thoughtful and considerate behavior.
He is indeed a straight man. Whenever someone asks a girl out, he always hopes that they can go back later. It's best to get through the curfew time, and then use the excuse that the dormitory door is locked and you can't go back to take the girl to get a room. But Linny not only didn't have this idea, he even thought about whether he should drive faster. After all, there was only half an hour left, and he might still be a little rushed. As he thought about it, Linny stepped on the accelerator a little harder. Afraid that time will not be enough. Yi Shuangchuan was both angry and amused. Looking at Lin Yi's serious expression, he sighed helplessly. In his heart, he cursed Lin Yi as a blockhead. Nanling Art University is located at the northernmost end of Nanling City. It takes a long way to drive after getting off the elevated road. As we were driving, 2 flashes of thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and then it started to rain heavily. The sudden rain blurred the view ahead of the car. Linny was also forced to slow down the car to a relatively safe speed. But at this moment, the car suddenly shook, and then the fault light on the dashboard suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Linny hurriedly parked the car on the side of the road where there were few people. Linny, what's wrong? Yi Shuangchuan also saw the fault light on, but she didn't know what the light meant. Linny took a look, then put his hand on his forehead, looking embarrassed. It seems, the tire has burst. When Yi Shuangchuan heard this, she also became a little anxious. Ah, what shall we do? This is the difference in thinking between men and women. When men encounter a problem, their first reaction is often to think about how to solve it. When a woman encounters a problem, her first reaction is always to ask the people around her what to do. It will take at least 40 minutes to walk from here to your school. It's raining so hard outside. I don't even have an umbrella in the car. Linny felt extremely annoyed when he said this. He insisted on showing off and asking a girl out for a ride, but to his misfortune, not only did his car have a flat tire, but he was also trapped in the car due to the heavy rain. How can this be good? Why don't I get off the car and take a look to see what's going on? After Linny finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, opened the door and got out of the car. He can't repair cars though. But as a man, I can't just stay in the car and do nothing in this situation. That would make me seem useless. Linny braved the rain, walked around the car, and finally found the problem. A nail had pierced deeply into the tire, causing it to leak air and become a little deflated. There is no spare tire in the trunk. There is no car repair shop nearby. Linny shook his head, opened the car door and got back in. How about it? Yi Shuangchuan asked with concern. But his eyes unconsciously looked at Lin Yi's upper body, which was wet by the rain. The water-soaked shirt was tightly attached to Lin Yi, revealing his muscular figure. Even the six-pack abs are clearly visible. Yi Shuangchuan couldn't help but blush when she saw this. Lin Yi wiped the rain off his face, looking apologetic. There's a nail in the tire. I can't drive it. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. You will miss the dormitory curfew. Lin Yi was filled with guilt. As a grown man, it doesn't matter if I can't go back to the dormitory. I can just find an internet cafe and spend the night there. But I can't let Yi Shuangchuan go to the internet cafe with me. After all, internet cafes are a mixed bag, and there may be a lot of gangsters. A beauty as beautiful and delicate as Yi Shuangchuan should have never been to that kind of place. Yi Shuangchuan looked at the time and realized that it was too late to rush back to the dormitory. If you knock on the door in the middle of the night and ask the dormitory manager to open it, you might get scolded by that fierce dormitory manager. Instead of this, it's better to live outside. Seeing that Yi Shuangchuan seemed to have given up the idea of going back to the dormitory, Linny asked tentatively. How about we find a... Before Linny finished speaking, Yi Shuangchuan spoke. Okay, let's find a hotel to stay for the night. When Linny heard this, he was held in place as if he had been hit by a powerful ice attack. Ah, hotel? Isn't this an internet cafe? Oh my god. I'm going to get a room? After working hard with my own hands for so many years, I can finally say goodbye to this loser status and become a real man? Lin Yi's face turned red instantly, as if it was burned by fire. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Yi Shuangchuan also lowered her head shyly. It's raining so hard, we can't drive anymore, we can only live outside. Do you still want to sleep in the car? Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately took over the conversation. No, I won't sleep in the car. Let's go to the hotel and take a hot shower. Lin Yi hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car.
He took off his clothes like a gentleman and let Yi Shuangshuan hold them on his head to protect him from the rain. The rain slid down Lin Yi's muscles, and Yi Shuangshuan was a little distracted for a moment.
But Lin Yi didn't understand Yi Shuangshuan's thoughts at all. He just held Yi Shuangshuan's hand and hurried on his way. The two of them braved the rain and ran quickly towards the hotel not far away. Chapter 33, Really Fragrance. By the time the two ran to the hotel entrance, they were already soaked. Although Yi Shuangshuan was holding up the clothes that Lin Yi had taken off, how could such a thin piece of clothing block out such heavy rain? Her wet long hair hung down on her fair neck, and there were small water droplets on her face. The white dress clung to her slender waist. Yi Shuangshuan now looks as adorable as a lotus flower emerging from water. As for Lin Yi, there is no need to mention him. I feel like I just came back from the water splashing festival. There was no dry spot. The two walked to the front desk. The clerk was a tall and thin man. As soon as he saw their appearance, he knew that they were here to avoid the rain. Lin Yi took out his ID card and asked, "Do you have any spare rooms?" The waiter turned on the computer, checked it, and replied, "Yes, sir. We have 2 rooms available." When Lin Yi heard this, he almost vomited blood. What's the meaning? What do you mean there are exactly 2 left? Is this still human language? How come you have no sense at all? Shouldn't we say at this time, "Sorry sir, we only have 1 room left"? Lin Yi was speechless. But the waiter had already said it. If Lin Yi took the initiative to suggest booking only 1 room, it would seem that he had ulterior motives. How about finding an excuse and asking the waiter to open only 1 room? Lin Yi's brain started working rapidly. A man's IQ at this time can even be compared to Einstein. However, Lin Yi thought for a full minute and still couldn't think of a suitable excuse. You can't just book a room just to save money. That's too fake. A room only costs a few $100s. Before, a bag I just gave to Yi Shuangshuan cost tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Yi subconsciously glanced at Yi Shuangshuan. At this time, Yi Shuangshuan was wiping the raindrops off her body with paper. Although she liked Lin Yi, she didn't mind having something happen between them. After all, Lin Yi is the most perfect candidate for her other half in her mind. It's not impossible to give myself completely to him. But you can't let a girl take the initiative to bring up this kind of thing. What's more, the two have only known each other for a few days. If it's tonight, isn't that too soon? So, Yi Shuangshuan could only pretend that she didn't hear it and continued to wipe the rain off her body with her head down silently. Seeing that Yi Shuangshuan had no intention of expressing his opinion, Lin Yi turned back awkwardly and raised 2 fingers to the hotel waiter. "Then, let's open too." After saying this, Lin Yi cursed the waiter's entire family in his heart. But I still had to pretend that I had no improper thoughts. When Yi Shuangshuan heard this, she felt a little disappointed, but also relieved. She really wasn't ready for that kind of thing. Over the years, although she had many suitors around her, she perfectly managed to walk through the flowers without getting hurt. Although some rich second-generation men have hugged and molested her. But that's all I have to say. Until now, she still has her first kiss. Lin Yi's gentlemanly behavior made Yi Shuangshuan like him even more. Yi Shuangshuan, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 10 points reward. The current total score is 20 points. Lin Yi didn't expect that just by booking 2 rooms, Yi Shuangshuan's favorability rating actually increased by 10 points. Remember, the system prompted before that when the favorability reaches 100 points, you can get extra rewards. And now Yi Shuangshuan has scored 80 points, not far from 100 points. I don't know what good things the system will reward you with at that time. Lin Yi's room is right next to Yi Shuangshuan. After checking into the room, the two of them went into their respective rooms. When Lin Yi heard the sound of Yi Shuangshuan closing the door, he felt a little regretful. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. Yi Shuangshuan's favorability towards Lin Yi increased because he booked 2 rooms, which means that Yi Shuangshuan didn't want anything to happen between her and Lin Yi tonight. Lin Yi also understands that good things take time. Sleeping or not is secondary. The most important thing now is to raise Yi Shuangshuan's favorability to 100 points as soon as possible and see what the system will reward. In order to increase Yi Shuangshuan's favorability, you have to do something that can impress Yi Shuangshuan. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would definitely not know how to please girls. To a straight man like him, women are simply the most difficult creatures to understand in the world. But now it's different. Now he has the system.
You can easily see the changes in girls' feelings towards him. As long as he observes the changes in a girl's favorability after he does something or says something to her, he can guess what she is thinking. Linny returned to his room, took a comfortable hot bath, lay on the bed and turned on his mobile phone. The phone was flooded with messages.
Linny responded one by one.
First, there was news about He Linwei.
He Linwei, Lao Lin, you're not coming back tonight?
He Linwei, it's past curfew time now, you're not going on a date with some pretty girl, are you?
He Linwei, is it the senior who brought you water that day or the female anchor with a great figure?
He Linwei, hee, if it were you, I'd just take them both. He Linwei, but you have to take care of your body.
Even though you are young, you can't stand this.
Linny found an eyes-rolling emoticon and replied, saying that he was going to another school to play with classmates and would not be back because of the heavy rain. Then Linny opened Chen Yao's chat box again. Chen Yao, Mr. Lin, I went to the hospital today to pay the fees.
Here is the detailed bill. I'll take a photo of it for you to see. Chen Yao, thank you very much for your help. Chen Yao, are you free tomorrow night? I'd like to invite you to our house for dinner.
I'll cook for you myself.
Linny took a look and it seemed that there was indeed no arrangement for tomorrow night.
Since the beautiful woman has taken the initiative to invite me out, I must go.
You can also buy some gifts for them and get some cash back.
I just bought a car worth more than 2 million yuan.
Maybe I can get my money back with a cash rebate tomorrow.
So Linny replied, saying that he would be there on time tomorrow night. After exiting the chat box with Chen Yao, Linny saw that Li Tong also sent a message.
Li Tong, Linny, you know, after she had a quarrel with Guan Jishui on the playground yesterday, she has not returned to the dormitory.
Li Tong, I guess she went to that bald man for comfort. Li Tong, in fact, I have long been fed up with her behavior.
Li Tong, she is not worthy of you at all. Linny laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that the relationship between Guan Jishui and Li Tong is indeed a fake sisterhood.
But now he no longer cares what Guan Jishui does.
He has completely let it go.
Anyway, I have more and more money now, and there are more and more girls of all kinds around me.
He wouldn't hold on to the past. If you have this time, why not get a few more girls and get more system rewards? Isn't that great? Chapter 34 Taking the Initiative.
Linny did not reply to Li Tong.
There is no need to reply. Li Tong's favorability will not decrease just because she doesn't reply to messages. After all, she came here for the money in the first place.
This kind of person doesn't care about your attitude towards her. As long as you give her enough money, she will always be by your side. Just as Linny was about to put down his phone and go to sleep, another new message came. I clicked on it and saw it was sent by Yi Xuanxuang.
It was a selfie of her lying on the bed at the moment.
In the picture, a pair of snow-white, slender legs can be seen faintly hidden in the quilt.
And added a sentence.
It's still more comfortable in bed.
I was freezing in the rain just now. You should also be careful not to catch a cold.
I have to say that only a high-level female sea king like Yi Xuanxuang knows how to control men. When Linny saw this selfie of Yi Xuanxuang, his blood instantly boiled. After holding it in for a long time, Linny asked tentatively,
how about I come over and massage your legs?
After a long time, Yi Xuanxuang sent a reply.
That's a nice thought. I'll pinch you next time. I'm going to sleep today. Also added a playful expression.
These two short sentences made Lin Yi's heart flutter.
Moreover, the suggestive sentence I'll pinch you next time made Linny feel uneasy for a long time. Doesn't this sentence mean that although it's not possible today, it will be possible next time? When will the next time be?
Linny had already started to daydream. Especially when he thought of the scene of himself putting his hands on Yi Xuanxuang's white and slender legs. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel so erotic. As he was thinking, Linny fell asleep and had a very exciting dream.
Early the next morning, Linny was awakened by the alarm clock.
The rain outside has stopped, but Linny still has to take a taxi back to school. If I am late, I will probably be punished by the military training instructor and be made to run. When Linny checked out, Yi Xuanxuang had not yet woken up. Linny didn't knock on the door to wake her up. After sending her a message, he took a taxi and left. By the way, I also sent a message to Ina, the female salesperson at the Porsche 4S store, telling her that my car had a flat tire and sent her the location of the car. Ina quickly replied to Linny, saying that she would deal with the matter as soon as possible. He also asked Linny if he needed a spare car sent to him. Linny thought about it and realized that he would be able to get his car in 2 days anyway. Just take a taxi these days. So he rejected Yina's proposal. It takes more than 40 minutes to take a taxi from the vicinity of Yi Shuangshuang's University to Lin E's University. Linny urged the driver frantically along the way, making the driver a little impatient. Fortunately, Linny arrived at the school playground in time 1 minute before the military training assembly whistle sounded. Seeing Linny coming, Lin approached him in a domineering manner and sniffed Linny hard.
Lao Lin, which girl were you with last night? Do you have any photos? Let me see them. Hu Kai also came over curiously.
Although he and Linwei still didn't talk, he had no opinion on Linny. Naturally, I don't want to miss this opportunity for gossip. Linny rolled his eyes at each of them and solemnly emphasized that he slept alone last night.
However, no one believed this answer. Linny also felt aggrieved. I really slept alone last night. That stupid receptionist insisted that the hotel had exactly 2 rooms left. What could I do? I would like someone to sleep with me. But the reality does not allow it. How come no one believes the truth these days? The morning's military training passed in laughter and joy. There is a 3-hour break at noon. In addition to having lunch, you can also go back to the dormitory to take a nap. After Linny finished his meal, he lay on his bed in the dormitory, took out his mobile phone, and logged into the campus forum of Nanling Art University. From last night to now, public opinion should have fermented to a certain extent. It's time to close the net. Linny also created a small account.
There were already hundreds of comments under the post posted by Yi Shuangshuang.
It seems that everyone is very curious about who this mysterious rich second generation is who drives a Panamera into school. Moreover, many people saw Yi Shuangshuang getting into that car yesterday.
So people were discussing in the comments whether this mysterious rich second generation and Yi Shuangshuang were in a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Seeing that the time was almost right, Linny asked Yi Shuangshuang to go to the forum and reply. Yi Shuangshuang naturally understood what Linny wanted to do. So, Yi Shuangshuang replied to the comment using her own big account. You misunderstood, he and I are just friends.
He just happened to come to me yesterday for something. And I'm not his type.
As soon as Yi Shuangshuang finished speaking, Linny couldn't wait to ask below using his secondary account.
So what type of girls does he like?
Yi Shuangshuang curled up the corner of her mouth into a wicked smile and took out a photo of Sun Xiaoxiao from her mobile phone. Every freshman took a student photo at the beginning of the school year.
Yi Shuangshuang asked someone and got the photo of this girl.
So, Yi Shuangshuang replied under the comment based on Sun Xiaoxiao's appearance. My friend likes girls with bangs and high ponytails, and those with pure looks. Don't be too tall, about 1.65 meters is best. And he likes girls who wear round frame glasses. He thinks girls like that are the cutest. Sure enough, in a dormitory on campus, Sun Xiaoxiao was paying close attention to every move in the forum. The moment she saw Linny yesterday, she was deeply attracted by the silver-white Panamera.
You know, her current boyfriend only drives a Volkswagen CC.
For her, who had just entered college, being able to afford a car was considered rare among the people. So she chose to be with her current boyfriend without hesitation. But when she saw Panamera, she suddenly felt that CC was nothing special.
She even felt that her boyfriend's shabby Volkswagen looked particularly shabby.
Sun Xiaoxiao still remembered that when she saw Linny yesterday, Linny seemed to look at her. That handsome look made her even more excited. He is handsome and rich, and the look in his eyes when he looks at me is so gentle. This kind of man is the Prince Charming of my dreams. But there were too many classmates around Sun Xiaoxiao yesterday. If she rashly went up to ask Linny for his contact information, she would appear to be very materialistic. Sun Xiaoxiao still values her reputation.
After all, you will be with your classmates day and night for 4 years in college. If my reputation collapses, I will probably be despised by my classmates in the future. However, she didn't expect that she would see someone post a photo of Linny on the school forum that night. And we are still openly asking for contact information.
So Sun Xiaoxiao kept paying attention to this post. If someone really sent out Linny's contact information, she would take the initiative without hesitation.
Chapter 35. She is anxious.
Not long after Yi Shuangshuang posted the type of girls Linny liked, Sun Xiaoxiao saw this comment. After seeing this, Sun Xiaoxiao instantly lost her composure.
Every one of these is completely in line with my requirements. So he likes me like this.
No wonder, when I passed by him yesterday, he made a point of looking at me. There are so many pretty girls in school, but he was unmoved.
He only looked at me a little more. It turns out he likes me.
It turns out there really is love at first sight. Sun Xiaoxiao held the phone excitedly, feeling that her own love was about to arrive.
As for her current boyfriend, she has completely forgotten about him.
Anyway, she has no feelings for her current boyfriend, and they are together just to spend more of his money. Now that there are better candidates, of course we have to strive for greater heights. What's more, considering the content posted on the forum, there is a high probability that I can win over this handsome rich second generation. Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly sent a private message to Yi Shuangshuang through the forum.
Ask her if she can give me Lin Yi's contact information.
Yi Shuangshuang immediately took a screenshot of the message sent by Sun Xiaoxiao and sent it to Lin Yi. And it was accompanied by an expression of accomplishment.
Lin Yi also smiled.
I guessed that this woman would take the bait, but I didn't expect her to do so easily.
It seems that the purchase of Panamera was worthwhile.
After a while, Sun Xiaoxiao sent a friend request to Lin Yi.
Lin Yi clicked yes without any hesitation.
Soon, a message came from the other side.
Sun Xiaoxiao, hello, classmate.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Sun Xiaoxiao.
Lin Yi responded with a polite expression.
Sun Xiaoxiao, we met yesterday, do you still remember?
Lin Yi, really? Sun Xiaoxiao, yesterday when I went to the cafeteria to eat, I saw you in the girls' dormitory building.
We even looked at each other, and you forgot it.
After saying that, he sent a selfie to Lin Yi. Sun Xiaoxiao, I saw your friend said on the forum what kind of girls you like, what do you think of me?
Lin Yi secretly found it funny.
I didn't expect Sun Xiaoxiao to be so straightforward.
Straight to the point.
Make things clear right from the start.
This is too impatient. Lin Yi thought about it and replied. Are you single now?
Sun Xiaoxiao, who was on the other end of the phone, was overjoyed when she saw the message sent by Lin Yi.
I asked him what he thought of me. He actually asked me directly if I was single? Isn't it obvious that you are interested in me? It seems that I am really his ideal type.
Sun Xiaoxiao quickly replied, yes, I have never been in a relationship.
I have always wanted to wait for someone who was compatible with me in every way.
After sending it, Sun Xiaoxiao felt that what she said was flawless. It not only shows her single status, but also shows that she is a person who pursues soul resonance, rather than a gold digger. Soon, Lin Yi sent another message.
Lin Yi, so what do you think of me?
When Sun Xiaoxiao saw this sentence, she was instantly ecstatic and her face almost broke with laughter. Even my typing hands were shaking with excitement. Sun Xiaoxiao, actually, I noticed you yesterday, because you meet my standards in every aspect.
Sun Xiaoxiao, then I wonder if I'm the type of girl you like?
Sun Xiaoxiao, if you like me too, I think we can try to spend more time together. Lin Yi snorted in disdain, but still typed a reply, actually, you are also the kind of girl I like.
After receiving Lin Yi's reply, Sun Xiaoxiao immediately sent a message to her current boyfriend. I think we are not suitable for each other, let's break up.
When saying this, Sun Xiaoxiao didn't even feel guilty at all. In her opinion, the fact that a richer man is attracted to her means that she is actually very outstanding.
Since I am so outstanding, my current boyfriend is certainly not worthy of me.
In fact, many girls have this idea.
Once you climb onto a high branch, you feel like you have turned into a phoenix.
They have no idea that they are essentially just ordinary sparrows. The ones who are outstanding are the men around them, and they have nothing to do with them. After sending it, he immediately opened the dialog box with Lin Yi.
Sun Xiaoxiao, are you free tonight? How about we go out and watch a late-night movie together? Night movie is a very ambiguous entertainment activity. Because there were basically no people at late-night movie shows, the screening room was very empty.
It is very suitable for young couples to do some ambiguous or in-depth actions.
Moreover, by the time the movie ended, the dormitory curfew time had basically passed.
Then those two people can live outside with a legitimate reason. At that time, taking advantage of the afterglow of the ambiguity in the cinema, the two of them went into the hotel room and got passionately involved, and they made love right away.
Everything fell into place. Lin Yi, okay, then we'll see you tonight.
Sun Xiaoxiao was just about to reply when she received a series of calls from her boyfriend. Sun Xiaoxiao hung up the call without even looking at it, and then blacklisted her boyfriend. Before blocking him, she sent a message to her boyfriend.
I've fallen in love with someone else. Don't bother me anymore. I hope we can part ways in peace. Give each other some dignity.
Then she ruthlessly blocked this boyfriend whom she had only been dating for a few days. Now Sun Xiaoxiao even feels that only a man who can afford a Panamera is worthy of her. After finishing the job, Sun Xiaoxiao quickly went to act coquettishly with Lin Yi.
Sun Xiaoxiao, then will you drive over to pick me up in the evening?
Sun Xiaoxiao, they are too tired from the military training during the day and may not be able to walk at night. Sun Xiaoxiao, you must give me a good massage when the time comes. Seeing this, Lin Yi knew the time had come, so he pretended to apologize.
But what if I don't have a car? The Panamera yesterday was my client's.
I work at a car wash during my spare time. I happened to be visiting a friend yesterday for something urgent, so I drove the guest's car out.
After sending these words, Lin Yi started the countdown. He wanted to see if Sun Xiaoxiao would turn red within 5 seconds.
As expected, Sun Xiaoxiao's head buzzed after seeing what Lin Yi said.
Everyone is dumbfounded. What's the meaning? That car is not yours? And you're actually a car washer. Depend on. So what are you pretending to be here for? Pretending to be a decent person. Are you still a human being? How can there be trash like you?
Sun Xiaoxiao became angry instantly. In order to get close to Lin Yi, she even dumped her boyfriend.
Who knows, this bastard Lin Yi is not a rich man, and the Panamera is not his. He is a complete liar.
In an instant, Sun Xiaoxiao's mood seemed to fall directly from heaven to the abyss. The dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered so quickly. Sun Xiaoxiao angrily sent a long string of voice messages to Lin Yi.
For a full 60 seconds, he cursed Lin Yi's ancestors to every generation. Lin Yi laughed as he listened, not showing any sign of being angry.
He is an orphan after all.
He himself doesn't even know who his ancestors are.
Sun Xiaoxiao can scold me if she wants. Sun Xiaoxiao kept cursing for nearly 5 minutes. Seeing that Sun Xiaoxiao was tired of scolding, Lin Yi replied with 2 words lightly.
In a hurry?
Seeing these 2 words, Sun Xiaoxiao became furious again and started a new round of insults.
I thought I had hooked up with a rich man. I didn't expect he was a poor boy.
And I also lost a boyfriend who drove a Volkswagen CC for nothing.
Now think about it, how great is my boyfriend to be able to buy CC in full? Sun Xiaoxiao was so angry that she wanted to strangle Lin Yi to death. Chapter 36, as reasonable as ever.
After cursing for a while, Sun Xiaoxiao seemed to suddenly remember something. Then I quickly called my boyfriend.
No. To be precise, he is already my ex-boyfriend.
After the phone beeped twice, the other party answered. Sun Xiaoxiao quickly pretended to be aggrieved.
Baby, please don't be mad at me, okay? My roommate was using my phone just now. She wanted to play a practical joke. I've already scolded her.
Sun Xiaoxiao's mind was working rapidly at this moment, and she made up an excuse, hoping to save the relationship. Unexpectedly, the boyfriend on the other end of the phone sneered after hearing it.
Sun Xiaoxiao, don't take yourself too seriously. Do you think I must have you?
To tell you the truth, the girl sleeping on the bunk above you has already told me everything you said and did today.
Since you found a new love, let's break up. It just so happens that I've also made an appointment with the girl on your upper bunk to go to a late-night movie with me tonight. Oh yeah, I wish you happiness.
After saying that, he hung up the phone mercilessly. Sun Xiaoxiao jumped up from the bed, put one hand on her waist and pointed angrily at her roommate who was sleeping on the upper bunk with the other hand.
Zhang Xiaoqian. What do you mean? You're actually poaching my girlfriend.
You still have no shame.
You stinky little mistress.
Zhang Xiaoqian was not to be outdone, she sat up and retorted.
Who do you say is the mistress?
It's obviously you who has fallen in love with someone else and wants to seduce the boy who drives the Panamera.
Why, you have the courage to do it but not the courage to admit it. Now that you've discovered that the other person's car isn't yours, are you already broken?
I admit that you have aspirations, and you look down on people like Brother Sufone who open CC.
But you don't cherish it, but I do. I really like him. You are nothing but a money-grubbing bitch.
It has to be said that the verbal battles between girls are always very intense. The 2 of them cried and cursed for a long time. In the end, Sun Xiaoxiao realized that she was in the wrong, so she lay down on the bed, covered her head with the quilt, and started to cry. However, no one in the dormitory came forward to comfort her. Everyone saw what Sun Xiaoxiao said and did today.
No one looks down on her behavior.
On the other side, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Yi patted Hu Kai on the shoulder and then handed Hu Kai the chat record between him and Sun Xiaoxiao. I also told a few roommates that I drove a Panamera to Nanling Art University last night. However, Lin Yi lied and said that he had rented the car at a high price, and did not say that he bought it. Old Hu, take a look for yourself.
Brother, this is for your own good. I don't want to see you being deceived by this woman again.
Hu Kai looked up at Lin Yi in confusion, then looked carefully at Lin Yi's phone screen.
Hey, this avatar looks familiar. Isn't this the avatar of my goddess Sun Xiaoxiao? Looking at the chat history again. Ah.
This. From the chat records, Sun Xiaoxiao's attitude changed so quickly after she learned that Lin Yi's car was not hers. She showed a typical face of someone who was greedy for money.
Hu Kai even doubted himself for a moment. Could it be that, after all these years? I really haven't seen through her. It turns out that what he Linwei analyzed that day was all true.
This woman is really a gold digger. For such a long time, she has been hinting at me in various ways and asking me to buy her all kinds of things.
Depend on. I live frugally every day just to support a scumbag like you. If I had known you were like this, I would have donated the money to children in poor mountainous areas. It's really the idiot's mother who opened the door for the idiot, and the idiot is home.
Hu Kai decisively took out his mobile phone and completely blacklisted Sun Xiaoxiao. Then he walked up to He Linwei with an embarrassed look on his face.
Lao He, I'm sorry. I was wrong about you. You are a magnanimous person, don't bother with me. How about this, I'll treat everyone to a barbecue tonight. He Linwei rolled his eyes but didn't care. Among boys, conflicts come and go quickly. There's nothing a barbecue can't solve.
Lin Yi and Wu Jie breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two men reconcile.
I hope you two don't quarrel with each other. But I can't accompany you to the barbecue tonight. Someone invited me to her house for dinner. Hearing this, the three roommates immediately turned around and looked at Lin Yi with scrutinizing eyes. Lao Lin, you are not a kind person. Why do you have plans every day?
It's really a drought that will kill you, and a flood that will kill you.
When you are free, can you introduce some girls to us? We also want to go out on a date.
Lin Yi chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly.
These girls I know only like me, how can I introduce them to you? The three of them gave Lin Yi the middle finger. Fuck, Versailles. How shameless. Forget it, let's just play in the dormitory.
I can't pick up girls as well as Lao Lin, so I can only strive to surpass Lao Lin in gaming rank one day.
No, Lao He, you are kidding. Lao Lin has been to the king level. Tisk, if you don't push yourself, how do you know you won't be able to become the king? That makes sense, just do it. Stop talking nonsense and get on the number.
After He Linwei and his two teammates lost 3 games in a row, the military training assembly call was sounded on the playground again. The three of them grabbed Lin Yi, who was still dozing on the bed, and hurried towards the playground. In early autumn in Nanling City, the sun is still scorching. Lin Yi felt that he had become tanned after these days of military training.
Fortunately, military training only lasts for a week. Otherwise I don't know how to get through it.
However, Lin Yi could clearly feel that since he strengthened his physical fitness last time, his physical fitness in all aspects has indeed improved a lot. When he was in high school, Lin Yi could do about 50 push-ups in one breath. But now, after my physical fitness value has been strengthened to level 4, I don't feel tired even if the instructor punishes me by making me do 200 push-ups.
This afternoon we will have military posture training.
Lin Yi had nothing to do, so he opened the system panel in his mind.
Want to study it carefully. Host information. Name, Lin Yi. Physical fitness level 4. Remaining points, 20. Lin Yi's personal information panel is simple and crude, with only these two pieces of information.
He still remembered that before the fight with Lu Jiangbua at Nanling Hotel, he used 5 points twice to increase his physical fitness by 2 levels.
Now I have 20 points, can't I level up another 4 levels? Damn, how powerful I will be by then.
Ding, the system prompts that as the physical fitness value increases, the points required to upgrade will also increase. It costs 10 points to upgrade from level 4 to level 5.
It costs 15 points to upgrade from level 5 to level 6.
It costs 20 points to upgrade from level 6 to level 7.
And so on.
After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yi probably guessed the reason.
Human abilities and potential are limited. The higher you go, the harder it is to go further.
If he could upgrade his level by 5 points, then Linny would be able to raise all aspects of his stats to the human limit very quickly. It seems that this system is still as reasonable as ever.
Chapter 37. How much money does he have?
Linny was not in a hurry to improve his physical fitness. After all, points can be exchanged for many things in the system mall.
For example, talent in basketball, talent in piano, and so on.
You can also directly redeem the Advanced Mathematics Full Mastery Experience package. Although I am majoring in Chinese, I don't need to study advanced mathematics.
But what if I need it someday? Let us keep these points for now. Wait until you encounter the corresponding situation one day and then exchange the corresponding items. But now the remaining 20 points are indeed not much.
And all of these were obtained because Yi Shuangshuang's favorability increased. You will only receive bonus points if your favorability reaches 50 points or above. The favorability of the other bound objects has not yet reached 50 points. It seems we still need to work harder. First, look for opportunities to bind more objects. Then, for bound objects whose points have not reached 50, seize the opportunity to spend money and get cash back. For those who score above 50 points, try to conquer them with your personal charm and get points as reward.
Well, the division of labor is clear. We are all tools, and we must not favor one over another. Even though it sounds a bit shabby. Pooh. How can this be called scum? I just want to give them some warmth. Linny has already secretly planned his next strategic approach in his mind. After the afternoon training, Linny changed his clothes and took a taxi to the street. When you visit a girl's house for the first time at night, you still have to buy her some nice gifts. So Linny started walking on the street. From 5 to 6 in the afternoon, Linny spent a full hour shopping, but still came back empty-handed. As a straight man, he really didn't know what to buy for the girl. What's more, some things are too cheap, so even if you give them away, you won't get much cash back. With no other options, Linny had to go into the Chanel store again. A great man of the ancestor level once said, "If you don't know what to buy for a girl, buy her a bag. You can never go wrong buying a bag. After all, it can cure all diseases."
Grandma Xiang's shop is relatively empty today, with not many customers. The female salesperson who received Linny last time immediately greeted him warmly when she saw Linny coming.
"Mr. Lin, you are here. Which bags are you going to look at today? Do you need me to introduce you?" This almost flattering attitude is completely different from the last time.
It seems that the female salesperson also realized that Linny was not an ordinary poor student.
"Are those bags limited edition?"
Linny pointed at several bags on the display stand and asked.
Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex.
The host's heartbeat value is 8 points at this time, which does not meet the binding conditions.
Bind failed.
Linny curled his lips.
This system. I can't have it keep beeping every time I chat with a stranger of the opposite sex. Ding, host's thoughts detected. Do not disturb mode has been automatically turned on.
When encountering an object that does not meet the binding criteria, the system will no longer prompt.
Damn it. So smart.
At this time, the female salesperson had already gone to the display stand to pick up the bags that Linny pointed out.
Linny looked at another female salesperson next to him and decided to give it a try. "Hello, can you get me a bottle of water?" The female salesperson smiled sweetly and nodded at Linny. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." The system didn't ring. It seems that from now on, the system prompt sound will be triggered only when chatting with girls who make my heart beat faster than 10 points. After a while, the female salesperson placed several bags on the display stand in front of Linny. "Mr. Lin, these are our new products of the season, and they are all limited editions." "Which one did you take a fancy to?"
Linny looked at it carefully for a while and said in a calm tone,
"Which two of these bags are the most expensive?" Hearing this impressive statement, the saleswoman was immediately delighted.
He immediately picked out the two most expensive ones and placed them carefully in front of Linny.
"Mr. Lin has a really good eye. These two bags are the best of the bunch."
Although the price is slightly higher than other styles, the designs of these two are very delicate and can really set off a girl's temperament.
"Mr. Lin, are you planning to give it to the lady from last time? She has a well-proportioned figure, and it will definitely look great with our two bags on her back."
The saleswoman felt envious when she thought of the beautiful girl who accompanied Linny into the store to buy a bag last time.
Linny brought her here to buy a bag a few days ago, and today he wanted to buy two at once.
In less than a week, I bought 3 limited edition Chanel products.
That girl is so lucky. Linny shook his head. It's not for her. The female salesperson reacted immediately. A handsome and wealthy man like Linny must be very popular. How could there be only one woman around him?
Those girls who can be with him are so lucky to receive such surprises every 2 or 3 days. No woman in this world can resist the temptation of bags. I just don't know when this kind of good luck will come to me.
The female salesperson looked at Linny's handsome profile and couldn't help but feel moved. The last time I saw Linny, he was still a rustic student, but now, his face is full of handsomeness. The saleswoman couldn't help but think of her good-for-nothing boyfriend. I haven't bought any luxury items for myself yet. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Linny did not ask in detail how much the 2 bags cost.
He simply took out his bank card and asked the female salesperson to pack the items and swiped the card. Anyway, the saleswoman said those 2 models are the most expensive, so they definitely won't be cheap.
This is perfect.
When I give it to Chen Yao and Chen Fei in the evening, combined with their high level of favorability, I can definitely get a large amount of cash back. The female salesperson happily took the bank card handed over by Linny and went to the cashier to swipe the card.
If this order is successful, she will get a lot of commission. After everything was done, the saleswoman's eyes were full of reluctance when she saw Linny out of the store.
Mr. Lin, if you come next time, please tell me in advance. The female salesperson was afraid that if she happened to be on break when Linny came next time, then the commission would go to other colleagues for nothing. As she spoke, she pretended to casually rub the back of Linny's hand with her soft fingers.
Walking out of the Chanel store, Linny was carrying 2 bags and preparing to take a taxi.
When passing by the cosmetics store where Li Tong worked part-time, she glanced inside inadvertently. I happened to see Li Tong standing at the door welcoming guests.
Linny? What a coincidence! Li Tong waved and greeted Linny happily.
As Linny approached, Li Tong saw the 2 Chanel shopping bags in Linny's hands.
Oh my god! How much money does he have? Didn't he just buy a bag a few days ago? Why did you buy 2 more today? Is he here to buy goods from Grandma Xiang? Chapter 38, Opportunity for Revenge.
Seeing Li Tong, Linny suddenly had a new idea in his mind. It just so happened that Li Tong's birthday was coming up in a few days, and she had invited me to her birthday party.
Why not take her to pick out a birthday present today? Although Li Tong's favorability is not particularly high. But there are still 30 points. You can also reap some cash back. Yes, senior, what a coincidence.
Linny walked up to Li Tong with confidence. Li Tong withdrew her gaze from Xiang Nainai's shopping bag and said shyly,
Didn't I tell you to just call me Tong Tong? I have to say that Li Tong's figure is even better than Chen Fei's. But the 2 people have completely different styles.
Chen Fei has the cute and childlike style.
Li Tong looks more mature and sexy. Linny smiled. Then, Tong Tong, are you free now? If you have time, I'll take you to buy a birthday present now. In order to get the cash back, Linny didn't want to beat around the bush. Anyway, the reason why Li Tong approached me was simply because she was attracted by my generosity. In that case, let us just say that each of us gets what we need. Seeing that Linny was so direct, Li Tong did not make too many excuses. He nodded with a little excitement. Li Tong saw Linny's generosity. Just from the 2 times he was met by her, Linny had already bought 3 Chanel bags. If Linny is also willing to buy me a perfume, then I will have something to show off when I return to the dormitory. Girls of this age are the most vain. By then, not only my roommates, but also other girls in school will be envious when they see my bag. Thinking of this, Li Tong couldn't help but put her arm around Linny's. Linny did not resist. Although Li Tong's motives were impure, she was still a beauty after all. She was the one who took the initiative to hold my arm. I can't be so ignorant of romance. The 2 of them walked in the mall like this. And in front is the Chanel store. As the 2 got closer to the Xiang Nainai store, Li Tong's breathing became increasingly rapid. I became more and more excited. She held Linny's arms tighter. But Linny didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Just like that, I walked straight past the door of Chanel counter. Li Tong glanced at Linny secretly. I can't help feeling a little lost. Is he running out of money? Yeah, I just bought 2 Chanel bags today, so I definitely don't have much money left. Oh, I thought. I don't know who he was planning to give these 2 bags to. So envious.
Although Li Tong thought so in her heart, she did not show her disappointment on her face. She continued to walk forward silently holding Ling Yi's arm.
If you don't want to buy it this time, then don't buy it. As long as you can get Lin Yi, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Tong is a smart woman.
Understand the principle of playing the long game to catch the big fish. However, Lin Yi didn't think so at all at the moment.
What a joke.
I bought both of the most expensive bags in Chanel's store, and the rest are cheap.
Since you want to get cash back, you must buy expensive things.
Lin Yi remembered that there was a Cartier counter in front.
Just take Li Tong to buy a watch. That thing should be more expensive than the bag.
Soon, the two arrived at the door of the Cartier store. Lin Yi held Li Tong's hand, looked at his wrist, and spoke in a gentle manner.
Tong, I see you don't have a watch. How about I give you a watch as a birthday gift? Take a look and see which one you like. Tell me if you like it. Li Tong looked at the Cartier sign in front of her in disbelief.
The depressed mood instantly turned into joy.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yi attached so much importance to his birthday.
I originally thought that being able to buy a bag was already a huge profit.
But I didn't expect Lin Yi to bring me here to buy a watch.
You know, a Cartier watch is much more expensive than a Chanel bag. Some watches can be sold for more than 100,000 yuan. Lin Yi did not set any restrictions for her and generously let her choose whatever she wanted.
Oh my god. For a moment, Li Tong almost thought she was hallucinating.
It was not until Li Tong felt the warmth of Lin Yi's palm that she came back to her senses. At this time, Cartier's shopping guide also came over.
Lin Yi was carrying 2 large shopping bags and looked like a wealthy man.
The shopping guide will naturally not miss this opportunity to serve big customers. Lin Yi said politely to the shopping guide.
Could you please introduce some of your better watches to this lady?
Price is not an issue, as long as she likes it. If you have money in your pocket, you can speak with confidence. At this moment, Lin Yi also experienced the joy of being rich. In the past, when I bought things, I always had to choose to pick the one with the best value for money.
And now, buy whatever you like. Just arrogant. Just have money. And the money is being spent more and more.
I'm not afraid of girls being materialistic, I'm just afraid of girls being too frugal.
Hearing Lin Yi's overbearing CEO-like speech, Li Tong was completely moved. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 45 points.
When Lin Yi heard the system prompt sound, his eyes lit up.
Li Tong's popularity increased at the perfect time. The cashback multiple will be higher in a while. This woman is really on the right track.
After hearing this, the salesperson tactfully showed Li Tong a wide variety of watches.
Lin Yi sat on a chair in the rest area and played with his mobile phone.
When a man accompanies a woman shopping, he only needs to play the role of paying.
If you really have to accompany a girl from beginning to end, you will be exhausted.
Li Tong has delicate and fair wrists, and these watches really look good on her. The whole person has become much more elegant. It feels like I have transformed from a part-time girl working in a beauty store into a female white-collar worker with extraordinary temperament. Li Tong kept looking at herself in the mirror and couldn't wait to secretly take a few photos, intending to post them on her moments to show off. At this moment, Li Tong caught a glimpse of a familiar figure walking towards him.
The person who came was Guan Jishui. Why are you here? Li Tong frowned slightly.
She had just had a quarrel with Guan Jishui in front of Lin Yi on the playground 2 days ago.
The two people almost fell out. Guan Jishui has not returned to the dormitory for the past 2 days. It seems that he is planning to completely break off relations with these roommates.
Guan Jishui held Lu Jianghua's hand affectionately, looking at Li Tong with a proud and arrogant look on her face.
My boyfriend brought me here to buy something. What about you? Are you working here part-time?
Guan Jishui knew that her 2 roommates, Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli, often used their spare time to do part-time jobs outside. I heard before that their part-time job was inside Shenda shopping mall.
Although the family conditions of these 2 roommates are pretty good,
but they also have a lot of expenses in their daily lives. In order to avoid asking parents for money frequently, I choose to do part-time jobs.
Guan Jishui was worried that she couldn't find an opportunity to take revenge on Li Tong. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come to me right now. Chapter 39 Breakthrough. Guan Jishui glanced at Li Tong with disdain and said sarcastically, Miss Li, could you please show me the earrings in your store? Guan Jishue obviously mistook Li Tong for a Cartier clerk.
Li Tong sneered and had no intention of paying any attention to Guan Jishue. Go back and try the watches that the shopping guide just introduced.
Guan Jishue pouted at Lu Jianbo angrily. Lu Jianbo just fell for it.
Seeing that Li Tong didn't take Guan Jishue seriously at all, Lu Jianbo said angrily.
What kind of quality is this clerk? Call your manager here.
These days, Guan Jishue and Lu Jianbo said that they were wronged at school.
Then Lu Jianbo naturally helped Guan Jishue rent a small apartment near the school. He had wanted to do this a long time ago.
But Guan Jishue has always been rather reserved. When I went out to check into a hotel with him, we only stayed for a short period of time and never stayed overnight. Now that he has finally come across this opportunity, Lu Jianbo naturally has to seize it.
Lu Jianbo is already in his 40s, and his wife has long become a shrew.
And she always gives him the cold shoulder every other day.
I've been holding back my anger for so long, I've got to vent it somewhere.
So, Lu Jianbo and Guan Jishue hardly went out during the past 2 days. In view of Guan Jishue's good performance, Lu Jianbo agreed to take Guan Jishue to Cartier today to buy the pair of earrings that she had set her eyes on for a long time. Guan Jishue was extremely excited after hearing this, and happily held Lu Jianbo's fat face and kissed him. The earrings are sold separately. Each one costs more than 8,000 yuan, which is equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary college student for one semester. A complete pair would cost 16,000 yuan. It is impossible for ordinary people to spend so much money just to buy a piece of jewelry. Lu Jianbo naturally felt a little distressed. He has spent a lot of money on Guan Jishue this year. However, he did enjoy a happiness from Guan Jishue that he had never enjoyed before. So I gritted my teeth and agreed to Guan Jishue's request. And now, he saw that a clerk dared to ignore his woman's request, so he naturally couldn't just sit there and do it. At this time, the shopping guide hurried over to smooth things over.
You two must have misunderstood.
This lady is also a customer of our store.
She is not our employee.
Guan Jishue narrowed her eyes and stared at the watch Li Tong was trying on.
So you don't work here? What a misunderstanding.
But come to think of it, Cartier would never hire someone like you. By the way, I seem to remember you mentioned before that you wanted to buy a high-end replica Cartier watch.
Why, today you're here to try out which one is suitable, and then go back and buy the corresponding fake one, right?
Huh, that's disgusting. After saying that, he turned to the salesperson next to him and deliberately raised his voice a little.
Handsome guy, I'm here to buy earrings. Let me try them on first. Li Tong immediately stood up to protest.
Why?
I was here first. Guan Jishue seemed to be smiling.
So what if you came first?
You can't afford it.
Don't think I don't know that your monthly living expenses are only 3,000.
You can't buy the watch you have on your hand even if you save for several years.
Guan Jishue's voice was sharp, attracting the attention of the surrounding customers.
Lin Yi, who was sitting in the rest area, heard the quarrel and subconsciously looked up. After seeing who was coming, he frowned. This woman is really haunting. At this moment, Li Tong was speechless due to Guan Jishue's retort. She really couldn't afford this watch on her own. Moreover, there is no relationship between her and Lin Yi.
Although Lin Yi promised her to come here to choose a birthday present.
But there is no guarantee that he will buy it.
It would be normal if Lin Yi felt the price was too high and was unwilling to pay. After all, they are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
Not even friends. At best, we can only be considered classmates. Who would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy birthday gifts for classmates?
At this moment, facing the aggressive Guan Jishue, Li Tong lost her confidence.
Forget it, it's better to have less trouble than more. If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide from you?
Just when Li Tong wanted to take off the watch she was trying on and get away from this place of trouble,
a tall and handsome figure appeared in front of him. Why did you take it off? Don't you like it? I think this watch suits you very well.
Lin Yi's warm voice made Li Tong feel instantly secure.
Li Tong looked up. Lin Yi's handsome facial lines and gentle eyes were like the spring sunshine, nourishing her dry heart. Lin Yi, she.
Li Tong felt so aggrieved that she didn't know where to start.
Lin Yi comforted. I'm here to buy you a birthday present, why do you care about other people's business? Just tell me whether you like this watch or not. Li Tong nodded slightly. Like? Guan Zhixue burst out laughing when she saw this. Ha ha ha, Li Tong, are you so hungry now that you won't be picky about what you eat? You actually think Lin Yi can afford this kind of thing? Ha ha ha, you're really going to make me die of laughter. His pockets are cleaner than his face, don't you know that?
He didn't even have the tuition to repeat his studies, and he had to wash dishes to earn money.
How many dishes do you think you need to wash to afford the watch you want?
Guan Zhixue laughed extremely wildly, and people around her gave her strange looks.
However, although everyone was disgusted by Guan Zhixue's impolite behavior, they did not sympathize with Lin Yi because of it.
A poor boy has to bring a beautiful woman to a luxury store to show off. This behavior is also ridiculous. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not explain further. He pointed at the watch on Li Tong's hand and said to the shopping guide,
"Hello, let's buy this watch. Please help me put it on.
Just swipe your card." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out his bank card and handed it to the shopping guide. The shopping guide took the card and brought the card machine without saying a word.
"Hello, sir. The total is 128,000 yuan. Lin Yi nodded and entered the password into the card machine casually.
Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 128,000 yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 45 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 40 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 5.12 million yuan.
It's really a huge profit.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows in satisfaction.
Tong, do you like this birthday present?
Li Tong took the packed shopping bag handed to her by the shopping guide, still a little dazed. This momentum of buying as soon as they say it is really a bit confusing.
Could it be that? Does he really like me?
Thinking of this, Li Tong's face turned a little red. Originally, she just wanted to keep Lin Yi hanging, and would be satisfied if he bought her a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan. And she is prepared for a protracted war. First, gradually give Lin Yi some sweet benefits, and then put forward your own requirements.
But now, nothing happened between the two.
Lin Yi was so generous as to give him a watch worth 120,000 yuan. You know, as a college student, it is already very generous to transfer 520 or 1314 to your girlfriend during the holidays. As the saying goes, to judge whether a man loves you or not, just see whether he is willing to spend money on you. Li Tong felt a little ashamed of herself at this time. Lin Yi was so sincere, but I had other intentions from the beginning. Such a good man, handsome, gentle and rich. If I could really be with him, I would die without regrets.
Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 60 points.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object Li Tong has exceeded 50. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 point reward.
The current remaining points are 21 points. Ding, Li Tong's favorability increased by 10 points.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-point reward.
The current remaining points are 31 points. Chapter 40 Big Joke.
I received more than 5 million in cash back and 11 points as a reward.
This wave is definitely a huge profit. Lin Yi was a little grateful to Guan Zhixue.
If she hadn't appeared, it might not have been possible to break through Li Tong so quickly. After all, Li Tong approached him for money in the first place. If you want her to fall in love with you and get your favorability level above 50 points, it will definitely be a bit difficult.
Women like Li Tong know exactly what they want.
I would never be serious if I could help it.
But with Guan Zhixue's interference, he naturally became Li Tong's protector.
It not only saved her face, but also helped her vent her anger.
I also bought her the birthday present she wanted.
These waves of emotional values directly opened up Li Tong's Ren and Du meridians.
In this situation, it's hard not to be moved.
When Guan Zhixue saw that Lin Yi had successfully paid, she stood there in disbelief for a long time.
How is it possible? How could he have so much money?
The last time she met Lin Yi at Nanling Hotel, Guan Zhixue thought that he had used sweet words to trick a beautiful girl into asking him out for dinner. Then Li Tong openly showed her kindness to Lin Yi and brought water to Lin Yi during military training.
This also made Guan Zhixue extremely puzzled. Guan Zhixue knows Li Tong too well.
Relying on her proud figure, she has high aspirations. If he is not a top-notch rich second generation, she will definitely not be moved. So Guan Zhixue was very puzzled at the time, wondering why Li Tong would fall in love with Lin Yi. Later she guessed that it might be because some of her roommates looked down on her behavior of hanging out with rich men and wanted to slap her in the face by this method.
But it was not until today that Guan Jishua understood everything.
Linny can actually afford a Cartier watch. And I bought it as a gift for a girl with whom I hadn't had any relationship yet. Guan Jishua risked her life to accompany Lu Jianghua for such a long time, and Lu Jianghua only reluctantly agreed to buy her a pair of earrings worth more than 10,000 yuan.
Many times, there is hurt only when there is comparison. Only by comparison can you know the difference.
Guan Jishua felt that her cognition had been refreshed.
When did Linny become so rich? Could it be that he was pretending to be poor before?
Looking at the dazed Guan Jishua, Linny had no intention of staying any longer.
He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman anymore.
He turned around gracefully, without any reluctance, and walked out of the store with Li Tong. I have to go to Chen Yao and Chen Fei's house to keep an appointment soon, so I can't waste time here. Looking at Lin Yi's receding back and the 2 shopping bags of Chanel in his hands, Guan Jishua felt like a bolt of lightning had fallen from the sky.
Chop yourself into pieces until the outside is crispy and the inside is tender. She couldn't help but recall some things in the past. Guan Jishua was considered a beauty in high school.
But after entering university, she realized that girls like her from a small city, compared with her other roommates, exuded a rustic vibe from head to toe.
Whether in appearance, figure, or dress, Guan Jishua cannot compare with her roommates. But Guan Jishua has always been a competitive person. Even when she chose to be with Linny in high school, it was just to outdo another girl. That girl was the study committee member of the class, and her grades and looks were comparable to Guan Jishua. One day, Guan Jishua heard from someone that this girl had a crush on Linny. So from that day on, Guan Jishua began to approach Linny intentionally or unintentionally.
Linny was simple-minded at that time, and naturally developed a liking for Guan Jishua.
Following Guan Jishua's suggestion, Linny took the initiative to confess his feelings.
Afterwards, the two of them naturally got together.
Guan Jishua has always been very proud of this.
When Guan Jishua saw the girl's lost expression, she felt that she had won over her.
However, this pride was completely shattered by reality on Guan Jishua's first day in university. The other 3 roommates she shared the dormitory with were all natives of Nanling City. Their family conditions are much better than hers.
Guan Jishua only has 800 yuan for living expenses per month, but her other roommates have 2,000 to 3,000 yuan each.
Usually they all dress up beautifully. All the cosmetics I use are brand name. And the latest Apple phones.
For this reason, Guan Jishua often complained to Linny on the phone that she did not have enough living expenses. So Linny lived frugally and gave Guan Jishua the 1,000 yuan he saved every month. But this little money is just a drop in the bucket for Guan Jishua, who is extremely competitive. Later, in order to gain respect from her roommates, Guan Jishua dialed the number on the money borrowing advertisements posted in the school.
The final result is predictable.
The snowball kept getting bigger and bigger, and eventually reached an amount that Guan Jishua could not imagine. The other party also threatened Guan Jishua that if she could not pay the money, she would post her private photos all over the school. Let every student passing by have a good look at her body. With no other options, Guan Jishua remembered a building materials boss she had met when she was working part-time.
After much thought, I called him. That person was Lu Jianghua.
In response to Guan Jishua's request for help, Lu Jianghua generously said that he could lend her the 300,000 yuan she owed. Moreover, Lu Jianghua knew that Guan Jishua would definitely not be able to pay back the money, so he proposed to allow her to pay off the debt in other ways. Lu Jianghua agreed with her that a date between the two of them would cost 500. And he didn't charge her any interest on the 300,000 yuan he lent her.
However, in return, Guan Jishua had to be at his beck and call.
At that time, Guan Jishua had lost the ability to think rationally. As long as her indecent photos are not posted in the school, she can do anything.
The rest of the story is self-explanatory.
However, through repeated exchanges, Lu Jianghua also felt the benefits of young girls. Not only is it full of vitality, but it also makes you look very impressive when you take it out. Therefore, every time Lu Jianghua was in a good mood, he would buy Guan Jishua some small gifts.
After all, the money has to be paid back one day. But Lu Jianghua wanted to keep Guan Jishua by his side for a long time.
Last year, when Guan Jishua celebrated her birthday, Lu Jianghua generously gave her a Chanel bag worth more than 30,000 yuan.
Guan Jishua was happy for a long time.
After carrying the bag back to the dormitory, Li Tong and several other roommates looked at him with envy. This was the first time that Guan Zhixue saw envy of herself on their faces.
At that moment, Guan Zhishue's vanity was satisfied unprecedentedly.
Gradually, Guan Zhixue would go to some occasions with Lu Jianghua that she had never dared to think about before.
For example, accompanying Lu Jianghua to the golf course to discuss business. Or attending a high-end business banquet. Although Guan Zhixue could feel that Lu Jianghua only treated her as a plaything to show off.
But she gradually lost herself in this life of decadence and dissipation. So much so that later on, she became more and more disgusted with Lin Yi, this poor and good-for-nothing boy. In addition, several roommates often instilled in her the idea that she must find a rich man when dating, so she resolutely decided to break up with Lin Yi. But today, Lin Yi actually bought a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in front of her.
And he looked relaxed, as if the money was spent effortlessly.
It seemed as if these hundreds of thousands were just a drop in the bucket and a drop in the ocean in his eyes. This cold reality made Guan Zhixue feel that all her previous choices had become a huge joke.
Just like what Li Tong said to her a few days ago.
She left such a handsome and rich boyfriend behind and became a mistress to a fat bald pig. Thinking of this, Guan Zhixue felt as if a knife had stabbed into her chest. All the reluctance and regret turned into 2 lines of silent tears at this moment, quietly sliding down from the corners of my eyes.
Chapter 41. Should I take action? Guan Zhixue, favorability plus 10 points. Guan Zhixue, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability is 30 points.
Listening to the system prompt, Lin Yi sneered.
This woman is so realistic. After seeing the financial resources I displayed, my favorability rating actually increased by 20 points.
I have been with her for so many years and have given so much to her, but my favorability towards her is only 10 points.
Sure enough, life only bullies the poor. So does love.
Li Tong hasn't gotten off work yet, so she has to rush back to work.
Lin Yi, are you free later? I'd like to invite you to dinner.
After receiving such a valuable gift, Li Tong also wanted to express his gratitude. She is not the kind of gold digger who is stingy with her money. She knew that many times, men had to be given a little sweetness so that they would have the motivation to continue to give.
After finishing dinner, the two walked back to school hand in hand at night.
Maybe, if we pass through some deserted place, there will be further development. For example, kissing, hugging, and lifting up high. Li Tong now wants more than just Lin Yi to buy her some small gifts. She wanted to take this man down completely. In this way, I can marry into a wealthy family naturally in the future.
You don't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Stretch out your hand for clothes and open your mouth for food. This kind of life is joyful just thinking about it. That's human nature. Once you get a little, you start wanting more. Moreover, Li Tong knows very well that high-quality men have always been a scarce commodity. It can be encountered by chance but not sought after. It can be said that she is lucky to meet a top-rich second generation like Lin Yi. If she doesn't seize this opportunity, Lin Yi will most likely be snatched away by someone else. Just the thought of the girl who went into the cosmetics store with Lin Yi to buy cosmetics last time made Li Tong feel a sense of crisis. Not only does she have a sweet look, but she also has a great figure, with a slim waist, hips, and long legs. Although the key parts are not as erect as mine. But she can definitely be considered a goddess-level beauty. And leaving this girl aside, there must be other beautiful girls around Lin Yi. You can tell from the 2 Chanel shopping bags Lin Yi is holding. Li Tong secretly made up her mind to seize Lin Yi as soon as possible. If it really doesn't work, it's not impossible to give your first time to Lin Yi. Lin Yi can only be hers. Lin Yi looked at Li Tong's eager eyes and shook his head awkwardly. Sorry, Tong Tong, I already have a date tonight. A look of loss flashed across Li Tong's face. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. Now that I have not established a relationship with Lin Yi, I have no right to interfere with Lin Yi's choice. Moreover, men are afraid of being controlled. Instead of being suspicious every day, it is better to be more generous. Okay, then I'll treat you to a meal next time I have the chance. Li Tong waved goodbye to Lin Yi, turned around and went back to work in the store. Lin Yi also walked to the entrance of the shopping mall, took a taxi, and headed towards Chen Yao and Chen Fei's home. Seeing Li Tong coming over with a Cartier bag, Yang Xiuli was shocked. Tong Tong. Could this be what Lin Yi bought for you? Last time, Li Tong secretly followed Lin Yi, and after seeing Lin Yi buying a bag for Yi Xuanshuang, she gossiped about it with Yang Xiuli. At that time, the two also speculated whether Lin Yi was spending money out of revenge because he was dumped by Guan Zhixue. Or like Guan Jishue, who borrowed money to make phone calls to place advertisements. But now it seems that Linny is definitely a rich second generation.
After all, no one would use borrowed money to buy something for others.
Li Tong looked at Yang Xiaoli's surprised expression and nodded slightly.
Then, he opened the box and took out the watch that Linny had just bought for him.
He said it was a birthday present for me. Yang Xiaoli covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god.
This watch must cost at least 100,000.
Li Tong smiled and corrected. 180,000. He didn't even look at it.
He just swiped the card. Yang Xiaoli suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and leaned close to Li Tong's ear thoughtfully.
Tong, I heard that many rich second generations would hide their identities in order to find true love.
Then see who is sincere to him. Finally, I will bring this girl of my destiny back to the wealthy family and reveal my identity. Li Tong touched Yang Xiaoli's forehead with her hand.
You didn't hear that. This must be another plot from some Mary Sue novel with a domineering boss.
Yang Xiaoli is a homebody, and her hobbies are watching TV series and reading novels.
Seeing Li Tong's slightly shy look, Yang Xiaoli poked her waist with a wicked smile. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to him? Do you want to be a rich wife?
Li Tong blushed and started playing and laughing with Yang Xiaoli.
You are not allowed to talk nonsense.
I'm not going to tear your mouth apart.
Ha, if Linny knew you were so fierce, do you think he would still dare to like you? You still say that. I think you shouldn't invite anyone else to your birthday party. Just keep it to yourself.
When the time comes, tie yourself into a bow and pack it up for him.
Yang Xiaoli. You really think I can't control you, right? Li Tong hugged Yang Xiaoli and started tickling her.
Yang Xiaoli was tickled so hard that she giggled and had to beg for mercy.
Okay, I won't say anything. I was wrong, please forgive me.
Seeing Li Tong let go, Yang Xiaoli quickly changed the subject.
Oh, by the way, let me tell you something serious.
I have a cousin who was admitted to Nanling University of the Arts this year.
When it's your birthday party, can I invite her to come and play? Li Tong nodded.
Anyway, she had rented an entire villa to hold her birthday party.
It's more lively when there are more people. My cousin is pretty good looking. Aren't you afraid that Linny will fall in love with her?
Yang Xiaoli looked so mean, as if she had forgotten the pain after the wound had healed.
Yang Xiaoli.
Seeing this, Li Tong raised her fists and started fighting with Yang Xiaoli again.
The mall is some distance away from Chen Yao and Chen Fei's home.
It happened to be rush hour, and the traffic was very congested. They had originally agreed to have dinner at 7 o'clock, but it was already 7:10 and Linny was still on the way.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect the traffic to be so bad. Linny sent a message to Chen Yao to explain. Chen Yao came back quickly. It's okay, no rush, just be careful on the road. I've prepared the meal. I'll wait for you at the gate of the community.
Our community is quite complicated, you may not be able to find where our building is.
Linny looked at the location sent by Chen Yao on his phone, and found that it was about 10 minutes drive away. Well, I'll be at the gate of your community in about 10 minutes. After seeing Linny's reply, Chen Yao changed her shoes and prepared to go out. Fei, clean up the house. I'll go pick up Linny at the gate of the community. He will be here soon. Chen Yao shouted into the room. Okay sister, I got it. Go ahead. Chen Fei was cleaning up inside at this time. Soon, Chen Yao arrived at the gate of the community. It was already dark and there were not many people on the road. This is a residential area, and everyone is eating at home during this time.
A masked man at the gate of the community noticed Chen Yao and immediately called a number.
Hello, Mr. Li? I saw that chick coming out, what do you say, do you want to do it? Chapter 42, Strengthening 2 Levels. The person on the other end of the phone was Li Zhuoran.
Ever since Linny ruined my plan last time, I have been feeling resentful. Although Li Zhuoran is not short of women around him.
But those women are all small internet celebrities or young models.
They all came for his status as the crown prince of the Li group.
But Chen Yao is different. A young lawyer just entering the society.
And she has a figure like a queen. The most important thing is that she has a pure mind, which is totally different from those glamorous bitches out there. Li Zhuoran eats too much fresh seafood, so occasionally he wants to try this kind of dessert to improve his taste. Originally, Chen Yao was in a hurry to raise money for her mother's surgery, so this was a perfect opportunity. It seems that he is just one step away from winning this beautiful lady who loves to wear tight skirts.
Unexpectedly, Linny intercepted him halfway. Li Zhuoran got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it when he got back. When would a woman he fell in love with disappear like this? Damn it! Just go all out and use force.
So Li Zhuoran found a few people and waited at the gate of Chen Yao's community. Chen Yao and Chen Fei are currently renting an old residential complex located in the old city area of Nanling City.
That area is quite run down. There are small paths and alleys everywhere, and surveillance cameras are not widely available.
When the time comes, find an opportunity and drag Chen Yao into the car and take her away.
As long as things are done cleanly and efficiently, no one will notice. Go ahead, but be careful not to be seen.
Li Zhuoran spoke in a cold tone on the phone. He wasn't worried at all that Chen Yao would cause him trouble after the incident. She was a girl who had just entered society, had no background, and her mother was seriously ill in bed. If she had any brains, she would know that there would be no good outcome if she went against the Li family. The arms can never twist the thighs.
Moreover, a girl like her must also pay attention to her reputation.
It would do her no good to make this scandal known.
Will she never get married again?
Thinking of this, Li Zhuoran showed a sneer on his face.
You can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you.
Li Zhuoran hung up the phone silently, walked to the bedroom window with the cigar in his mouth, and took a puff with satisfaction. In the darkness of the night, the flames on the cigarette butts flickered faintly. When Li Zhuoran thought of Chen Yao's lovely appearance of kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, he felt as if a roaring beast was about to break out of the cage in his heart. At the gate of Chen Yao community, the leader of Li Zhuoran's men glanced at several of his younger brothers around him after hearing Li Zhuoran's instructions. Several people immediately understood what he meant. Disguised as passers-by, they quietly surrounded Chen Yao from several directions. At this time, Chen Yao was still standing stupidly at the gate of the community, stretching her neck to look in the direction of the oncoming cars on the road, waiting for Lin Yi to appear.
I didn't pay any attention to my surroundings.
It was not until two men stood next to Chen Yao that she realized something was wrong.
You.
Chen Yao had just opened her mouth when a pair of large hands suddenly appeared behind her and covered her mouth tightly. Then several people worked together to lift Chen Yao and dragged her to the van. Chen Yao was so frightened by this sudden situation that she didn't know what to do. He twisted his limbs wildly in fear, trying to break free from the hands of several people. But how could a weak woman be stronger than these men who were as strong as bulls? Chen Yao's neck was also strangled so tightly that she couldn't make a sound. At this time, there was not even a passerby around. Moreover, the street lights in this area are dim, so even if someone passes by, they won't notice anything if they don't look carefully. Chen Yao was thrown into a van by several men. Then, the leader locked the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and prepared to take Chen Yao to report to Li Zhuoran with satisfaction.
You, what are you going to do?
Chen Yao was crying with tears in her eyes. She was really scared. Who could have thought that these people were so bold as to kidnap people in the street? Chen Yao didn't know what she had done to offend these people. The leading man turned around and looked at Chen Yao with an evil smile.
We'll take you to a very happy place, hee hee.
Chen Yao's hands and feet were grabbed by someone at this time, and her violent struggle caused the wound on her chest to show signs of breaking open. The leading man looked Chen Yao up and down. With such long beautiful legs and tight buttocks, she is truly a beauty on earth.
If Li Zhuoran hadn't specifically asked for this woman, the leading men would have wanted to enjoy themselves first.
But soon, he calmed down.
The power of the Li family is not something that a small person like him can contend with.
He would not offend Li Zhuoran for such a woman. The leading man licked his lips and reluctantly moved his eyes away from Chen Yao.
Okay, little beauty, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so pretty.
The leading man turned his head back, started the car, and was about to leave. At this moment, a taxi happened to stop in front of their van. Afterwards, Linny got out of the car carrying 2 shopping bags of Chanel.
However, it was dark at night and Linny did not notice anything wrong. Didn't Chen Yao say she would pick me up at the gate of the community? Where is she? Did I locate the address wrong? Linny looked around, looking for Chen Yao. Handsome guy, you haven't paid yet.
The taxi driver stuck his head out at this time and hurriedly stopped Linny, who was about to leave. Linny then realized that he seemed to have forgotten to pay.
Excuse me, sir. How much is it?
I'll just scan the code and pay. Linny scratched his head awkwardly and took out his phone to pay. The leading man in the van saw the taxi blocking his way and hesitated to move, so he flashed his high beams twice in annoyance. Lenny reflexively narrowed his eyes and looked towards the van. At this time, the taxi driver did not show any sign of leniency and flashed his high beams twice at the van. With the help of the bright light, Lenny saw that there seemed to be several men in the van holding a woman's hands and feet tightly. Lenny frowned slightly and looked carefully.
Damn, isn't this Chen Yao?
Chen Yao in the van seemed to have seen his savior and began to struggle frantically.
Lenny!
Save me! The leading man in the driver's seat realized that Chen Yao knew the man in front of him.
It seems we can't delay any longer.
Li Zhuoran had just specifically instructed us to get things done cleanly. So the leading man started the car, put it in gear, stepped on the accelerator and backed up, preparing to change direction and leave quickly. Seeing this, Lenny rushed forward quickly.
Damn it, this is lawless.
You bunch of bastards.
Kidnap someone in front of me.
Ding, it is detected that the host is about to be in danger.
The current host's physical strength is level 4, and the winning rate is 60%.
Upon hearing this, Lenny waved his hand.
System.
Strengthen my physical strength.
Increase by 2 levels directly. Chapter 43 What's wrong with your neck? Ding, current physical strength value is level 4. Strengthening. Strengthening successful. Current physical strength value is level 5, consuming 10 points. The current winning rate is 80%. System, continue to strengthen it for me. Ding, current physical strength value is level 5. Strengthening. Strengthening successful. Current physical strength value is level 6, consuming 15 points. Current winning rate 100%. This wave of enhancement directly consumed 25 points.
Lenny felt a warm current instantly flowing from his brain to his whole body. You can even feel that the subcutaneous muscles have become stronger and the bone density has increased a lot. With the help of this force, Lenny caught up with the retreating van in just 3 or 2 steps.
Get down here.
Lenny jumped high and punched the windshield of the car hard. The glass shattered. The leader was shocked by the monstrous power and he stepped on the brakes reflexively. At this moment, Lenny quickly reached into the car and firmly grasped the leader's collar.
Roar!
A graceful arc was seen in the air, and the leader was pulled out of the car by Lenny with one hand. Seeing this, the other brothers hurriedly got out of the car and quickly surrounded Lenny. Lenny's eyes narrowed and he glanced at these people coldly. It's obvious that these men have practiced this skill before. Explosive muscles all over the body. He is much better than Lu Jianghua, who is a tough guy. However, fortunately, my physical fitness has just been enhanced by 2 levels. It should still be able to fight. At this time, the leader covered his knees and struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at the strong young man in front of him with surprise on his face. It is hard to imagine that this young man actually possesses such abnormal power.
But so what?
2 fists are no match for 4 hands.
What's more, there are 5 of them.
The leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became increasingly fierce.
Superior.
Following the leader's order, several people instantly attacked Lenny from different directions. Seeing this, Lenny did not hesitate at all. Since he was a child, he has been involved in many group fights. He knew that at this time, the best way to deal with it was to attack one of them fiercely.
Then use this as a breakthrough.
So, Lenny raised his leg and kicked hard at the man who was rushing towards him.
A muffled groan.
The man who was kicked by Lenny flew backwards like a cannonball.
Lenny looked at his toes in disbelief. Physical fitness value is level 6, is it that strong? He actually kicked a strong adult man away with just one kick?
Lenny clearly felt that his strength at this moment was completely different from the strength he had when he fought Lu Jianghua at Nanling Hotel. No wonder the higher the physical fitness value, the more points it costs to upgrade.
It seems that you really get what you pay for. The system is so conscientious.
Although he was happy, Lenny did not stay stunned.
After kicking one person away, Lenny threw out a few lightning-fast sidekicks. The remaining few people fell to the ground instantly.
Seeing several people collapsed on the ground wailing in pain, Lenny hurriedly opened the car door and checked on Chen Yao's condition.
Are you okay?
Chen Yao was a little frightened at this time, with 2 lines of tear marks on her face.
He stared blankly ahead, unable to recover for a long time.
Seeing this, Lenny gently hugged Chen Yao and patted her shoulder.
It's okay, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can bully you. Hearing Lin Yi's gentle voice, Chen Yao finally relaxed her guard. Lin Yi. Woo woo. Chen Yao hugged Lin Yi's waist tightly and cried bitterly. She had already despaired. Faced with such strong men, she, a weak woman, was completely unable to resist. But Lin Yi's appearance was like a hero riding on colorful clouds. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, the group of villains were driven away. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi is not only kind-hearted, but also so skilled. Chen Yao, favorability plus 9 points. The current favorability is 49 points. Looking at the gang of hooligans running away, Lin Yi considerately helped Chen Yao out of the car. Do you want me to call the police for you? This was also the first time that Lin Yi encountered such a thing in real life. Those people are simply lawless. If I hadn't happened to run into them, Chen Yao might have been taken away by them. And you can tell at first glance that these people are not good people. If they were taken away, the consequences would be disastrous. But Chen Yao shook her head calmly. It's useless. There is no surveillance nearby. There is no evidence to prove what just happened. Maybe they will turn the tables and say you beat them unilaterally. As a trainee lawyer, Chen Yao is very familiar with the pros and cons of this situation. She didn't want this matter to affect Lin Yi. She could probably guess the forces behind these people. Apart from Li Zhuoran, who else would go to so much trouble to kidnap me? But as a helpless woman, what could I use to fight against Li Zhuoran? Behind Li Zhuoran is the Li Group, which is well known throughout the entire Nanling city. Reality is sometimes so cruel. Since you can't beat them, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. If you can't afford to provoke, then you can only hide. Forget it. I'm fine now anyway. Come on, let's go back and eat. Chen Yao smoothed the hair on her forehead, pretending to be free and easy. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't say much, but he secretly made a plan in his mind. Chen Yao led Lin Yi through many twists and turns and finally arrived downstairs of the apartment building. Your place is indeed quite hard to find. If you hadn't come to show me the way, I would have been lost. Lin Yi started joking, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Chen Yao smiled politely. This is an old neighborhood. The street lights in the neighborhood are broken and no one has come to fix them. It's okay during the day, but at night I really can't see the road clearly. When we first moved here, we got lost a few times. The two walked into the apartment building. The corridor was also dark and there was no light. Aren't you two girls scared to live in a place like this? To be honest, as a grown man, Lin Yi would feel a little uneasy when seeing such a dark environment. Of course I am afraid. But we looked for many houses, and the rent here is the cheapest. Lin Yi remembered that Chen Yao had mentioned this when they met last time. In order to pay for their mother's medical treatment, the two sisters sold their house. It seems that these two sisters really live a hard life. Arrive! Chen Yao took out the key and opened the door. Fei, we are back. Lin Yi followed Chen Yao into the house. There was a pair of new slippers on the ground, which looked like the two sisters had prepared them specially for themselves. When Chen Fei heard the sound, she ran over immediately. Sister, what's wrong with your neck? Chen Fei noticed several red handprints on Chen Yao's neck. It was those guys who pinched me just now. Did you just have a conversation with brother Lin Yi? Seeing that her sister had misunderstood, Chen Yao hurried to explain. No, that's not it. Just now. In order not to make my sister worry too much. Chen Fei avoided the main point and recounted what had just happened. Chapter 44. He won tea like me. Ah. How could this happen? It's so scary. Sister, are you okay? After listening to Chen Yao's account of what had just happened, Chen Fei was obviously frightened. No one could have imagined that such a thing would happen in their life. It's okay, thanks to Lin Yi. If it weren't for him, I don't know where I would have been taken. Chen Yao said as she poured Lin Yi a glass of water. Lin Yi took the cup of water with a smile. It's just a piece of cake for me. Don't take it to heart. Chen Fei looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude at this moment. Although I have only known this man for a few days. But a lot of things were done. First, he gave himself more than 1 million gifts as rewards during his live broadcast. Then I managed to secure my mother's medical expenses. Today I rescued my sister who was almost kidnapped. Chen Fei, favorability plus 4 points. The current favorability is 49 points.
Hearing the system prompt that Chen Fei's favorability had increased, Lin Yi quickly took out the bags of the two Shangna behind him. The favorability of the two sisters has risen to 49 points.
Hurry up and give it away now. If the score exceeds 50 points later, you won't get the cash back. This is my first visit today, and I brought you some small gifts.
The two sisters then noticed that Lin Yi was carrying two bags.
This is too expensive. Lin Yi, we appreciate your kindness, but this gift. After seeing the Xiang Ninai trademark, Chen Yao waved her hands repeatedly.
They already owed Lin Yi a big favor.
If they accepted another gift from Lin Yi, what would become of them two sisters?
Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned and pretended to be angry.
If you don't accept it, then you are not giving me face.
With such a high favorability, Lin Yi would be really depressed if he couldn't get any cash back. The two sisters saw that Lin Yi frowned and looked a little unhappy. I had no choice but to accept the two bags with a blushing face. Ding, this time the cashback recipient Chen Yao spent 98,000 yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 49 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 46 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 4,508,000 yuan. Ding, this time the cashback recipient Chen Fei spent 106,000 yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 49 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 48 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 5,088,000 yuan. After sending out two packages and easily getting a rebate of 10 million, Lin Yi rubbed his hands with satisfaction. This pair of sisters is truly a treasure. Since owning the system, several large cashbacks have been contributed by them.
Let's open it and take a look. I don't know if you like it or not.
Regardless of whether the two sisters like it or not, Lin Yi is very happy now. The two sisters unpacked the package and saw the bag inside. They couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes. Before their mother fell ill, Chen Yao and Chen Fei's family conditions were average.
For such luxury, it is unthinkable. Although they will not deliberately pursue such things.
But when these two bags were placed in front of them, the innate love for bags in women's jeans was irresistible.
Especially Chen Fei, who is still young.
At her age, all her friends are good at dressing themselves up. But Chen Fei's family situation is such that she can't spend money on these material things. So, when hanging out with friends, Chen Fei couldn't help feeling envious when she saw her friends dressed up beautifully. But today, Lin Yi helped her realize this little dream. This bag means a lot to her. Chen Fei looked at Lin Yi, and her eyes gradually became gentle. This man seemed like the one sent by God to save her.
Could it be? Is this the so-called Mr. Right? Lin Yi, thank you. Chen Fei, favorability +1. Current favorability is 50 points.
Ding, Chen Fei's favorability has exceeded 50 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 point reward.
Another breakthrough. Lin Yi was overjoyed.
It seems that these two bags are worth buying. But it's hard to figure out what these girls are thinking. She was not moved by the gift worth more than 1 million yuan, and she was not moved by the millions of yuan given to her to pay for her mother's medical expenses.
I received a bag today and I was actually moved. What's the magic of this bag? Why do girls like it so much?
Lin Yi scratched his head, puzzled.
Maybe this is the difference between boys and girls.
Just like a boy would feel very happy when he receives a 4090 graphics card.
Bags to girls should be like 4090 graphics cards to boys.
Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Chen Yao.
Chen Fei's favorability is now 50 points, so she can't get any cash back.
But Chen Yao can still make good use of these 49 points. As soon as he entered the community, Lin Yi had a preliminary plan in mind. Now, the time is almost right, and Lin Yi decided to bring it up to Chen Yao right away.
I'm afraid she will break 50 points in a moment, then we'll miss a great opportunity. By the way, Chen Yao, I have a favor I'd like to ask you for. Lin Yi pretended to be a little embarrassed.
When Chen Yao heard this, she immediately became alert. Ever since she owed Lin Yi a favor, she has been thinking about how to repay Lin Yi. As rich as he is, it would be difficult for him to be interested in ordinary gifts. But Chen Yao really didn't know what she could do for Lin Yi. When Chen Yao heard that Lin Yi needed her help with something, she agreed without thinking. Lin Yi, you tell me, no matter what you need, I will definitely help you.
Hearing Chen Yao's agreement, Lin Yi immediately felt relieved. Looks like I can make some serious money again. It's like this. Lin Yi pretended to be deep. I want to invest in a property.
But due to some personal reasons, it is not convenient to put this property in my name.
So I thought, if it would be convenient for you,
I will buy this house and register it in your name.
Of course, I won't let you do me such a big favor for nothing. You and Chen Fei can move in.
I bought it for investment purposes and won't sell it for a while. And the conditions of the place you live in now are too poor.
What if this kind of kidnapping happens again next time? Move to a high-end neighborhood, and you'll be safer.
Lin Yi explained the situation with both reason and emotion, and secretly prayed that Chen Yao would not object. A house in Nanling City would cost at least several million or tens of millions. Combined with Chen Yao's current favorability rating of 49 points, Lin Yi estimated that as long as this deal was successful, his net worth would definitely double. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes flickered with the light of money.
But to Chen Yao, these words had a completely different meaning. She is a lawyer herself, and from a professional point of view, Lin Yi's behavior is a gift. To put it simply, it means buying a house and giving it to yourself for free.
A rich man like Lin Yi must understand the pros and cons.
Why would he give me a house for nothing? Is it really because he is worried that it's not safe for me to live here? He won't, like me.
Chapter 45, The Rich Young Man Who Has Never Seen the World.
Thinking of this, Chen Yao couldn't help but blush.
But on second thought, she felt that she might be being too sentimental.
Lin Yi should like Fei Fei.
After all, when they just met, Lin Yi gave her gifts worth more than 1 million.
I am willing to lend money to my mother for her medical treatment. I guess it's also to win Fei Fei's favor. Then why did he buy me a house? Wouldn't it be better to buy it directly for Fei Fei?
Perhaps.
He really just wanted to invest in a property.
Maybe he thought I was a lawyer and more professional, so he asked me to help.
It seems I'm overthinking. Really, why do I feel like Lin Yi likes me?
Chen Yao calmed herself down and coughed awkwardly.
Ahem, no problem, I can help with that. Do you need me to draw up a contract now?
It is used to prove that this house is not a gift from you to me. After all, he is a lawyer, so Chen Yao felt it necessary to remind Lin Yi. But Lin Yi quickly shook his head, seeming a little anxious.
No need to sign a contract. No need to sign at all. I trust you.
This attitude made Chen Yao feel a little abnormal. Generally, the person who receives the house is anxious, while the person who buys the house is cautious.
Why is it that when it comes to Lin Yi, the situation is completely reversed? Chen Yao was full of confusion, not knowing what Lin Yi was up to.
Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, seeming to realize that he was a little anxious just now.
Well, let's eat first. Are you free after dinner? If we have time, we'll go by the house soon.
Looking at the sisters' puzzled expressions, Lin Yi explained shamelessly. I'm mainly worried that the people who kidnapped you just now will come back.
You are too unsafe here. I can't live in your house to protect you.
Hearing this, the two sisters blushed.
No man has ever lived in their house. Let us eat first.
Chen Yao blushed as she poured Lin Yi a bowl of winter melon and pork ribs soup.
It smells so good, I didn't expect you to be so virtuous. Lin Yi praised casually.
Hearing this compliment, Chen Yao's face turned even redder.
After much persuasion, Chen Yao finally agreed to Lin Yi's proposal.
After dinner, Lin Yi took the two sisters in a taxi to the sales office of Shangjiang Fenghua Community. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, but the sales office was still brightly lit. Considering that many people have to work during the day and may only be free to go house hunting at night, the sales offices usually close late. Lin Yi saw on Douyin 2 nights ago that among all the residential communities in Nanling City, Shangjiang Fenghua could be ranked in the top 5. This community is built against the mountain and beside the lake. There is a row of single-family villas by the lake, and behind the villas are several large flats with 2 elevators and 1 household with excellent views.
Looking out from every balcony, you can see the beautiful river view. Moreover, the location of Shangjiang Fenghua is also very good. Very close to the city center. It is also very close to Nanling University.
This design concept of finding peace and quiet in a bustling city has attracted many people. However, the extremely high housing prices have left most people with nothing more than the ability to look at and sigh. As soon as they walked into the sales office, sisters Chen Yao and Chen Fei felt a little emotional. Most people cannot afford to buy a house here even if they work hard for several lifetimes.
But Lin Yi actually planned to buy one for investment. How inhumane.
Seeing a guest coming to see the house, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately came forward to greet them.
Hello, is this your first time here? I can introduce it to you. Lin nodded.
This salesperson was quite considerate. Unlike before when I went to buy cars and bags, the salespeople always looked down on me as soon as I walked in. Lin Yi's favorable impression towards this real estate project also increased.
I'm a salesperson here. My name is Zhang Hanyu. You can just call me Xiao Zhang.
Zhang Hanyu gave the three of them a professional smile, then led Lin Yi and the others to the model stand table and gave them a detailed introduction. He didn't think that Lin Yi was a poor loser just because he looked like a student.
After all, Lin Yi is accompanied by two stunning beauties, Chen Yao and Chen Fei.
Nowadays, beauty is the most intuitive standard to test whether a man is good. A poor loser would never be surrounded by two beauties like this.
Zhang Hanyu has a deep understanding of this. Because he is not actually a salesperson in the sales office. He has another identity.
The Xiangjiang Fenghua community was developed by Haoyu Real Estate. Zhang Hanyu is the biological son of Zhang Tianhao, chairman of Haoyu Real Estate.
But Zhang Hanyu did not live a life of debauchery like other rich second generations because of his halo.
Instead, he wanted to start from the bottom of the company and understand the work of each department. Lay the foundation for him to take over Haoyu Group in the future. From the way Zhang Hanyu talked to Lin Yi and the others about the various advantages of this community, it can be seen that his business ability is absolutely strong.
Lin Yi was also very satisfied with Zhang Hanyu's introduction.
He nodded, pointed to the highest floor of the tallest building on the sand table model, and said lightly,
I think this one is pretty good. Just buy this one.
It has only been more than 10 minutes since Lin Yi entered the door. After listening to a few words of introduction, I decided to buy it.
Zhang Hanyu was stunned. This atmosphere, why does it look like buying vegetables at the market?
Even the rich young Master Zhan was shocked by Lin Yi's courage.
I was right. He is indeed a low-key rich man.
Zhang Hanyu roughly went through the group of wealthy people in Nanling City in his mind, but he didn't seem to find the face in front of him.
Sir, you have a very good eye. This is the best flat we have. Do you plan to pay a deposit first or?
Lin Yi heard this and shook his head.
Pay the full amount directly by credit card. Lin Yi took out a bank card from his pocket. Zhang Hanyu took a deep breath when he saw this.
This large flat of more than 400 square meters would cost more than 25 million yuan in full.
How could this student-looking guy in front of me come up with so much liquid funds?
Many small and medium-sized companies may not be able to come up with so much working capital. Zhang Hanyu was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly took out the house purchase contract and handed it to Lin Yi respectfully. Sir, please take a look at the contract first.
If there is no problem, we can sign it.
Lin Yi took the contract and turned to hand it to Chen Yao behind him. Then he said to Zhang Hanyu,
This house is in her name. Zhang Hanyu picked his ears, wondering if there was something wrong with his hearing. Brother, you took the right medicine, did you? A house worth tens of millions was just given away? Don't you want to think about it anymore? Whose family is this young man from? He is so arrogant.
You know, in Zhang Hanyu's circle of rich second generations, no one is willing to spend so much money to pick up girls. Being able to buy a girl a car worth hundreds of thousands or millions is already considered very generous.
Who would give away a house directly? The gift is the best flat in Xiangjiang Fenghua.
Zhang Hanyu felt that his worldview had been refreshed.
It seems that what my father said is right. In this society, there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. I have seen too little of the world. Chapter 46 Buying a House.
Chen Yao looked through the contract and nodded to Lin Yi, indicating that there was no problem with the contract. Lin Yi immediately paid with his credit card and asked Chen Yao to sign the house purchase contract.
The set of movements is smooth and seamless. Lin Yi was afraid that if he was a second late, Chen Yao's favorability would exceed 50 points. This feeling of making a buzzer beater is really exciting.
Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 25 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 49 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 42 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 1.5 billion yuan.
Ha, I'm rich, I'm making a lot of money. At this moment, Lin Yi wanted to set off fireworks to celebrate. Now I have 12 small goals in hand. The interest alone will be enough to cover the rest of my life. No, that's too unpromising. How could I have such a stupid idea? I want to be the richest man in the world. We can't let such a good system go to waste.
At this moment, Chen Yao looked at Lin Yi's handsome profile in front of her and felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. First, I helped myself solve the medical expenses of my mother. When he was in danger, he stepped forward. Now, in order to keep herself away from Li Zhuoran's harassment, she bought a house without any hesitation. Although Lin Yi said that he bought this house for investment. But in the final analysis, this house is for me and my sister to live in. There is no kindness without reason in this world. Chen Yao believed that Lin Yi must have some special feelings for her or Chen Fei.
Chen Yao, favorability +1. Current favorability is 50 points.
Ding, it is detected that the favorability of the bound object Chen Yao has exceeded 50 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 point reward.
It is better to buy at the right time than to buy early. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced.
Fortunately, I paid quickly, otherwise I wouldn't have received such a generous cashback reward. Looking at Lin Yi's excited expression, Zhang Hanyu felt more and more respect for him. He was so generous that he just gave the girl a luxury house.
Cash flow of tens of millions. The key is that after spending, you don't feel sad at all, but instead look happy. This kind of bearing is not something that ordinary people can cultivate. There is definitely a super wealthy family behind him. Zhang Hanyu had an idea and wanted to make friends with Lin Yi. People like Zhang Hanyu, who have been immersed in the upper class for a long time, know too well that having more friends means having more paths. Mr. Lin, can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Hanyu looked sincere. Lin Yi didn't think much about it.
After all, it was normal for salespeople to want to add customers on WeChat.
So Lin Yi took out his mobile phone and added Zhang Hanyu as a friend. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. Actually, I'm not a salesperson here. My father is the chairman of Haoyu Group. This property was developed by my company.
Zhang Hanyu extended a hand to Lin Yi in a friendly manner. He knew that if he wanted to make friends, he had to show sincerity.
You can't always hide your true identity from others. The most important thing in interpersonal communication is sincerity. What's more, the other party's family background is slightly higher than mine. Please forgive me for not telling you my true identity right away. I also saw that you are extraordinary, Master Lin, and I want to make friends with you. To show my sincerity, I can help you get a discount when you buy a house in the properties under Haoyu Group in the future. Zhang Hanyu is very good.
I know that no matter how many false words you say, it is not as direct as giving the discount directly. Lin Yi finally reacted and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Zhang Hanyu in a friendly manner. Unexpectedly, the gentleman in gold-rimmed glasses in front of me was not a salesperson, but a real rich second generation. There are actually rich second generations who would go to the bottom of society to experience life like what is shown in idol dramas. The ability to develop such an excellent real estate project shows that Haoyu Group is quite powerful. In such a family environment, Zhang Hanyu not only did not spend his time in debauchery and bullying men and women like Li Zhuoran, but was very down to earth.
Lin Yi couldn't help but think more highly of Zhang Hanyu. Moreover, the other party also took the initiative to offer him a discount. What a kind person. It turns out to be Master Zhang. I am so sorry for my disrespect. I would also like to make friends with you. Since this is young Master Zhang's property, I will take care of the business and buy another one. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he walked to the sand table model and started looking at it again. Anyway, I have more than 10 billion yuan in my hands now, so it's time to buy myself a house. Lin Yi grew up in an orphanage and has always wanted to have a home of his own. A private space that is completely your own. A place where you can let go of all your defenses and completely relax. And now, this goal is within reach.
Lin Yi's expression was calm and composed, as if buying another house was as easy as getting a refill in a restaurant. Little did he know that this action caused a storm in Zhang Hanyu's heart. If we don't agree, I'll buy another house. I am considered a wealthy man, so why have I never had fun like him? You know, it has only been more than half an hour since Lin Yi and his companions entered the sales office. Zhang Hanyu asked himself, he would never be so hasty if he bought a house. The other party's behavior can only mean one thing. This amount of money seemed insignificant to him. These houses might just be bought by him as toys. Mr. Lin, the flat you just bought is already the best one here. Other apartment types may be slightly inferior in comparison.
Zhang Hanyu had unknowingly lowered his status in front of Lin Yi by half a level.
Hearing this, Lin Yi looked around and then set his sights on the row of villas along the river.
Since there are no good flats left, I'll just buy a villa. Since I have money, I might as well buy the best. After suffering so many hardships over the years, I must never treat myself badly again.
Zhang Hanyu wiped the sweat from his forehead when he heard Lin Yi's words. Since the launch of their Shangjiang Fenghua, they have a total of 15 villas. Due to its unique geographical location and exquisite and elegant design, many wealthy people have made reservations in advance several years ago. So far, these 15 villas have already been sold out. Zhang Hanyu was thinking about how to explain to Lin Yi. At this time, the sales manager at the side pulled the corner of Zhang Hanyu's clothes and whispered in his ear. Mr. Zhang, there is a villa currently, and the owner is entrusting us to list it for sale. Isn't this a coincidence? Zhang Hanyu immediately told Lin Yi about this situation. Mr. Lin, what do you think? I can take you to see this villa now. The owner has entrusted this matter to us. If you are satisfied after viewing the villa, you can sign the contract and transfer the ownership today. This villa is worth 120 million yuan in total, and it's the one in the middle. Chapter 47. What is the other party's name? Lin Yi looked at the location of the villa on the sand table model and it was indeed good. So he nodded. Then let's go check out the house first. Zhang Hanyu immediately made arrangements. After a while, a business car stopped in front of the sales office. Would you two like to go with me? Lin Yi asked Chen Yao and Chen Fei behind him. It was the first time that Lin Yi bought a big villa, and he really wanted to find someone to share this joy with. The two sisters shook their heads. It's a little late today, and we have to go to the hospital to see Mom later. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. Okay, let's do it next time. Anyway, we will live in the same neighborhood from now on. You can come visit us if you have the chance. That's right. The houses here are all fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. You can move in after you finish your work tonight. I'll go back to the old house during the day to pack up the things I'm moving here. Lin Yi was worried that the two sisters would be harassed by Li Zhuoran again at night. Anyway, the house has been bought for them now. The safety here is much better than those old residential areas. Be careful on the road. Call me if anything happens. Hearing Lin Yi's concern, Chen Yao and Chen Fei felt warm in their hearts. I didn't expect Lin Yi to care about them so much. Lin Yi got in the car and arrived in front of a luxurious villa in about 10 minutes. There is a private courtyard in front of the villa. Zhang Hanyu opened the door. A marble path appeared in front of Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, take a look. Are you satisfied? Lin Yi stepped onto the marble path, crossed the courtyard, and walked into the villa. The tall living room and the spotless huge crystal chandelier are eye-catching. The bright light illuminates every corner. Our property management will arrange for people to come and clean your house regularly, so you don't have to worry about hygiene. Zhang Hanyu followed behind Lin Yi, introducing him as he walked. The living room floor is covered with extremely luxurious imported handmade wool carpet, which feels soft when stepped on. The dining room is at one end of the living room and the kitchen adopts an open design. A full set of high-end kitchenware is available. There is also a marble island in the center. There is a long table in the restaurant that can accommodate more than a dozen people. The crystal tableware sparkles charmingly under the crystal chandelier. On the other side of the living room is a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, from which you can take in the beautiful river view. If you get closer, you can seem to hear the soft sound of water. The second floor of the villa is the study and guest rooms, each of which is equipped with a separate bathroom and cloakroom. The third floor is a sky garden and an extra-large master bedroom. Lin Yi opened the door of the master bedroom and walked in. It was like a small palace. An oversized king-size bed is placed in the center. It's such a big bed, I can't fall off even if I turn over at night. Lin Yi walked from one end of the bed to the other, and silently estimated in his mind that such a big bed could easily accommodate 10 people. Mr. Lin, the private garage of the villa can accommodate 10 cars. If your friends want to come over to play, they can park their cars in the garage. I'll take you to the basement now. Zhang Hanyu made a gesture of invitation and took Lin Yi to the basement floor by elevator. The basement of the villa has been transformed into a paradise for entertainment and leisure. There is a private cinema, gym, billiard room, game room, and wine cellar. The wine cellar houses several top-quality wines from all over the world, exuding an alluring aroma. This wine was left by the previous owner. She said it was given as a gift for buying her villa. Zhang Hanyu said, pointing to several expensive red wines on the shelf.
Lin Yi also became curious. I am indeed quite satisfied with this house, but I don't know why the previous owner wanted to sell it.
Lin Yi was a little worried, fearing that this house might have some hidden flaws.
And the other party is so eager to take action. Could it be a haunted house? Zhang Hanyu guessed Lin Yi's concerns, so he explained seriously.
In fact, this involves the privacy of the owner.
But since Master Lin is interested in buying it, it's okay to tell you. The owner is a well-known actress in the entertainment industry.
Now she wants to open her own artist company in Shanghai. Her work in life will basically be focused on the Magic City from now on.
Nanling probably won't come back very often. It's a waste to leave such a big villa empty.
So half a year ago she entrusted us to help her sell it. It's just that the price is relatively high, so it has not been sold yet.
Lin Yi was a little surprised to hear the news. Unexpectedly, I accidentally bought a house that a female celebrity once lived in. I didn't expect that celebrities' lives were so luxurious. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh.
Zhang Hanyu responded with a smile on the surface, but he secretly curled his lips in his heart.
Can a celebrity's life be as luxurious as yours?
It's impossible for ordinary people to just buy a luxurious apartment worth tens of millions and give it to someone else.
Lin Yi walked around the villa from top to bottom and nodded with satisfaction. This villa is pretty good. I bought it. Give me the contract and I'll sign it now.
This house is only worth 120 million yuan, and Lin Yi has money in his pocket now.
He also started to speak in an arrogant manner.
Seeing Lin Yi being so straightforward, Zhang Hanyu had a higher opinion of Lin Yi's ability.
Mr. Lin, do you want to pay in full or? Of course, the full amount. Lin Yi calmly took out the bank card and handed it to Zhang Hanyu.
Zhang Hanyu took the card and a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Can more than 100 million be paid in full? How much liquid capital does he have?
Zhang Hanyu asked himself that his father Zhang Tianhao could probably only come up with tens of millions of personal liquid funds.
What on earth does his family do?
Zhang Hanyu secretly decided in his heart that he must have a good relationship with Lin Yi. A young man who can easily come up with hundreds of millions of cash flow must have a powerful family behind him. This kind of big family has first-class connections and other resources.
Although Haoyu Group is pretty good in Nanling City, it is not the top one.
Zhang Hanyu also has his own ambitions. If there is a chance in the future, maybe they can use Lin Yi to help their Haoyu Group move to a higher level. Just as Zhang Hanyu took out the card reader and prepared to swipe Lin Yi's card, the sales office manager suddenly interrupted the two of them. Master Zhang, Master Lin, there is something I need to tell you about in advance. The manager looked a little embarrassed.
Because this house has not been sold, I thought it would just sit there idle. So? Usually we would rent this place out to others for events or something.
Someone is renting it for a birthday party tomorrow, and the lease was signed 2 weeks ago.
Now that young Master Lin has decided to buy the house, how about I tell the person who rented it?
But in that case we might have to pay liquidated damages. The manager didn't dare to make a decision on his own on such matters, and Zhang Hanyu happened to be present, so he asked for his opinion. After all, he is the prince of his own group. Things like liquidated damages can be settled with just a few words. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, as if he had caught the key information in the manager's words just now.
Birthday party? What's the name of the person who rented the villa?
The manager hurriedly took out his cell phone and flipped through the memo.
Oh, I found it. The other person's name is Li Tong. Chapter 48 Birthday Party.
Lin Yi smiled, revealing an expression of as expected. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. How about this, we'll still rent the villa to her tomorrow.
Zhang Hanyu was a little confused. Skillful? Does young Master Lin know her?
Lin Yi shrugged. She is my classmate, and she invited me to her birthday party tomorrow. But I didn't expect that her birthday party would be held in my house, huh? Seeing Lin Yi say this, Zhang Hanyu gave the manager a few instructions, and the manager nodded to indicate that he understood.
After giving the instructions, Zhang Hanyu took out the house purchase contract. Lin Yi took a quick look at it and signed it decisively. Pay by card, no regrets at all.
Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the owner of this villa. It's getting late, you should go to bed early, and we won't disturb you any further.
I'll ask my men to get you the property certificate, and it will be delivered to your door tomorrow.
After saying this, Zhang Hanyu tactfully left with the manager. After hearing the sound of a door closing from the courtyard outside the villa, Lin Yi lay down comfortably on the soft sofa.
After being alone and helpless for so many years, I finally have my own home.
Lin Yi felt extremely happy at this moment. Looking at the night view of the river outside the window and listening to the gentle sound of the river flowing, I gradually felt sleepy. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes with satisfaction. Anyway, tomorrow is Saturday, so I don't have to go to school.
Just have a good sleep. The next day, when Lin Yi woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning.
When I opened my phone, I saw a message from Li Tong.
Lin Yi, I'll send you the address of the birthday party now.
A few friends and I are already on our way there.
You come quickly too.
After seeing these words, Lin Yi suddenly came to his senses. He went to bed without even taking a shower last night. We can't let others see him with unkempt hair and dirty looks. Lin Yi immediately jumped up from the sofa, rushed upstairs, and quickly washed and tidied himself. I have to say, boys are fast in this regard. It may take a girl 1 or 2 hours from getting up in the morning to packing up and going out. But boys can basically do it in 10 minutes. I brushed my teeth while taking a shower. Looking at the cleaned up self in the mirror, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. A boy looks his best when he has just finished taking a shower.
Looked at the time. I guess Li Tong will be here soon.
Lin Yi doesn't want too many people to know that he bought a villa for the time being. So he quickly slipped out the door. He planned to stroll around the door and wait for Li Tong and the others to arrive, and then pretend that he had just arrived.
Perfect.
Lin Yi went out from the back door of the community and walked around for more than half an hour. He also went to the convenience store at the door and bought a box of chocolates. Although I have already bought a birthday present for Li Tong.
But I can't show up empty-handed today.
There's nothing else to buy around here, so a box of chocolates would be the most practical option. It just so happened that I didn't have breakfast, so I can have 2 pieces of chocolate to fill my stomach before lunch. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Na, the Porsche salesperson. Mr. Lin, your car has been licensed.
Please send me the location and I will send it to you this afternoon.
Lin Yi agreed without hesitation.
I'm finally getting my own car.
I will never have to take a taxi again when I go out. Ever since he drove a car last time, Lin Yi has been itching to drive around and wants to find another opportunity to show off his driving skills. Maybe this is what is called the beginner swell period.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi sent the location of the villa.
Soon, Yina sent back an expression indicating that she had received the message. When Lin Yi returned to the villa, he saw several men and women tinkering with the barbecue grill in the courtyard in front of the door.
Lin Yi.
You're here.
Li Tong greeted Lin Yi happily.
As the protagonist of today, Li Tong wore a beige gauze dress and her hair was curled. There are a few tufts of woolen curls on the forehead, which look very elastic.
Like a lovely little princess. Lin Yi handed over the box of chocolates he had just bought. I bought it on the way here. Happy birthday to you. Li Tong took the chocolate with a happy face.
I heard that boys love to give chocolates to girls they like.
Does this mean that she is still relatively important in Lin Yi's heart?
Compared to the watch Lin Yi bought for her yesterday, Li Tong felt that this box of chocolates could better represent Lin Yi's intentions. Many boys sometimes wonder why the gifts they give to girls never seem to touch their hearts. The reason is simple, because the gifts are too cheap.
Girls are all like this. You can give her chocolates, but you can't just give her chocolates. Giving chocolates after an expensive gift is the icing on the cake and is romantic and sentimental.
But if you only give chocolates to girls, they will just think you are a stupid loser.
Thank you, I like your gift very much.
I'll put the chocolate in first, you stay here and help them with the barbecue.
We'll start eating once everyone arrives. This is the first time I treat you to a meal.
I specially prepared a lot of ingredients.
You should eat more at noon. Li Tong's beautiful eyes moved, and she happily turned around and went back to the house holding the chocolate. Lin Yi looked at Li Tong's receding back reluctantly and curled his lips.
Lin Yi has been hungry since this morning and still wants to eat 2 pieces of chocolate to replenish his energy. Unexpectedly, Li Tong took it away directly after receiving it.
Shouldn't we just open the package and share it with everyone? Why are you still eating alone?
Of course Lin Yi didn't know that in Li Tong's heart, this box of chocolates had already been given a special meaning. At this moment, next to the barbecue grill, a short-haired boy wearing glasses saw this scene and snorted in dissatisfaction. Just a box of chocolates can make Tong Tong so happy. I specially gave her a pair of shoes worth more than 5,000 yuan, and I never saw her show this expression. The short-haired man is named Zhou Jini, and he is one of Li Tong's suitors. Ever since he first met Li Tong at the beginning of the school year ago, Zhou Jini has been paying attention to this girl with a sexy figure. Although Li Tong's appearance is not the best in the whole school, but her figure is really good. Zhou Jini couldn't sleep at night whenever he thought of Li Tong's almost perfect figure. However, Zhou Jini is not a pure boy. While pursuing Li Tong, he also maintained ambiguous relationships with several girls. He knows very well that girls nowadays like boys with good conditions. So, he often posted some carefully designed circles of friends. For example, find some photos of beautiful foreign scenery on the internet, then post them on your moments, and add a caption about enjoying life. Pretend you are on vacation abroad. He also often posts photos of himself in high-end restaurants, pretending that he is enjoying a luxurious dinner. In fact, it was a group of buddies who chipped in together to make the deal. They often go to high-end restaurants in groups of a dozen or so, order 2 or 3 dishes, and then take turns taking photos. Zhou Jingyi has won over many girls with this trick. After seeing his circle of friends, many girls took the initiative to show their affection to him. He found another opportunity, rented a car and took the girl out for shopping and to the movies. Then he made the excuse that it was too late and he couldn't go back to the dormitory, and basically he could win over these girls. When shopping, you don't have to buy anything, because girls are still quite reserved at the beginning. Most people are too embarrassed to ask for something they want to buy. Zhou Jini took advantage of the girl's psychology and took the initiative. Afterwards, few girls realized that they had been cheated. I just thought that this rich young man didn't like me. However, Zhou Jingyi was not satisfied with this. After all, there was still some gap in the figures of these girls compared to Li Tong. For so long, Zhou Jingyi can be said to have been successful in everything he did with others. But he was defeated by Li Tong. Chapter 49 Student Union President. It can be said that Li Tong's rank is higher than Zhou Jini. It's completely like not releasing the eagle until you see the rabbit. Li Tong's idea is that no matter how rich you are, if you are not willing to spend it on me, you are no different from a beggar to me. Although Zhou Jingyi had given Li Tong gifts, they were just cosmetics worth a few hundred yuan. It was not something particularly valuable to Li Tong. Naturally, she would not be attracted to Zhou Jingyi because of these things. But Zhou Jini became more and more courageous after facing more setbacks. It seemed that Li Tong's attitude towards him aroused his desire to conquer. After learning that Li Tong's birthday was in early September, Zhou Jingyi offered to help Li Tong rent a villa for holding a birthday party. Zhou Jingyi's uncle is the manager of the Xinjiang Fenghua sales office. He had heard from his uncle before that a luxury villa was on the market for sale. But it has never been sold. Thinking of Li Tong's birthday, Zhou Jingyi started to have an idea. After a long period of persuasion, I finally convinced my uncle to rent the villa to me privately for a day. Considering that he was his nephew, Zhou Jingyi's uncle did not ask him for money. In this way, Zhou Jingyi found the venue for the birthday party. Zhou Jingyi even boasted to Li Tong that his uncle was an executive of Haoyu Group and that normally it would cost tens of thousands to rent a villa like this for a day. But those people rented it to him for just over 10,000 yuan because of his uncle's reputation. When Li Tong heard the price, she was a little shocked. After all, students who can easily take out tens of thousands of dollars can be said to be quite rich. What's more, his uncle is actually a senior executive of Haoyu Group. Haoyu Group is a well-known company in Nanling City. When Li Tong arrived at the scene today and saw such a luxurious villa, he was extremely surprised. It was the first time for her to celebrate her birthday in such a luxurious villa. She even fantasized that she would be able to live in such a house one day. I guess I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Looking at Li Tong's intoxicated look, Zhou Jingyi vaguely felt that he seemed to have a chance today. There are already many empty rooms in the villa, and now it's the weekend, so you can stay here at night. By then, maybe there will be a chance to make some substantial progress with Li Tong. Zhou Jingyi withdrew his thoughts and looked at Lin Yi, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. I don't know what tricks this man used, but he made Li Tong smile with just a box of chocolates. You know, he specially gave Li Tong a pair of Gucci shoes today, spending more than 5,000 yuan. In order to win over Li Tong, Zhou Jingyi spent a lot of money. This was the first time he gave a girl such an expensive gift. But unexpectedly, after Li Tong got it, he just said thank you in reply. Thank you?
That's it? Wouldn't it be normal to give a kiss or something to show your affection? Linny walked to Zhou Jinyi's side at this time. He was so thick-skinned that he didn't notice Zhou Jinyi's unfriendly look at all. How's the grill going? Do you need my help? Lin Yi's attitude was friendly. Zhou Jinyi snorted coldly, thinking that Lin Yi thought he was too slow and hadn't even set up a barbecue grill yet. You're awesome, go ahead and do it. After saying that, Zhou Jinyi put down the work in his hands, angrily threw all the tools on the ground, and ran to the other side to help others skewer the barbecue ingredients. Lin Yi was stunned and scratched the back of his head. Did this guy eat gunpowder? Why are you speaking so harshly? But Lin Yi didn't take it to heart. Concentrate on setting up the barbecue grill. After more than an hour, all preparations were ready. All the ingredients have been skewered and laid out on a large table. Lin Yi was drooling with greed. However, he felt embarrassed to eat first since the birthday boy hadn't spoken yet. After seeing that everyone was seated, Li Tong cleared his throat. I also invited a mysterious guest today. Li Tong shook the message she had just received on her phone and smiled mysteriously at everyone. At this time, the gate of the villa yard was slowly pushed open. A beautiful lady walked in gracefully. She was wearing a long white dress, the hem of which swayed gently like a white lotus. Her long, smooth hair fell like a waterfall on her slender back. A few strands of hair fluttered gently in the breeze, adding a bit of agility and charm. Her skin, as white as snow, makes her look like an elf that has fallen into the mortal world. The delicate facial features seem to be a masterpiece carefully carved by God. A pair of eyes as bright as lake water, which makes people unable to help but fall into them. The attention of everyone present was instantly attracted to her. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone was amazed by the visitor's appearance, and even the air was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. Isn't this the student union president Su Ming? I didn't expect Tong Tong to be able to invite her to her birthday party. This is the second most beautiful girl on our school's beauty pageant. Is it true that Su Ming is only ranked second? Then who is first? The number one campus beauty is quite mysterious. It is said that she is in poor health and is often hospitalized. She rarely comes to school, and few people have seen her. I think Su Ming is already very beautiful. I don't believe there is anyone prettier than her. Besides her looks, Su Ming has been the president of the student union for 2 years. Just for this reason, I am willing to be her little fanboy. Come on, you're not a fanboy, I think you're just a bootlicker. If I can really lick Su Ming, then what's wrong with being a dog? You are so enlightened. Li Tong is also a cadre of the student union and often deals with Su Ming. Su Ming is already a senior and is about to quit the student union. Li Tong wanted to take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Su Ming. Perhaps Su Ming would consider her when he gave up the position. Tong Tong, happy birthday. This is my birthday present for you. Su Ming stretched out his hand and handed over a small bag. It is a set of brand-name skincare products. And it is the one Li Tong usually uses. It can be seen that Su Ming also put his heart into it. Senior, you are so polite. Your presence here is the best gift you can give me. Li Tong took Su Ming's arm and enthusiastically pulled Su Ming to sit down. Since Lin Yi was not familiar with the other people present, everyone subconsciously sat together when they sat down. This resulted in an empty seat next to Lin Yi. Now, Su Ming happened to sit next to Lin Yi. The people around cast envious and jealous looks at Lin Yi. Tong Tong, where is Yang Xiaoli? Isn't she coming to your birthday today? A girl asked. Everyone knows that Li Tong's best friend in school is Yang Xiaoli. It's impossible that Yang Xiaoli wouldn't show up at an occasion like today. Li Tong explained. Yang Xiaoli went to play with her cousin today. Her cousin also passed the entrance exam to Nanling this year. She said they were eating outside at noon today and would come over to play with us in the afternoon. Let's ignore her and eat first. After working so long, everyone must be hungry. Li Tong greeted. Everyone clinked their glasses, wished Li Tong a happy birthday, and then picked up the ingredients on the table and started grilling. It was the first time for everyone to have a barbecue in the courtyard of such a luxurious villa, and everyone looked excited. Chapter 50 Barbecue. Everyone felt it was a novelty to eat barbecue in this environment. Su Ming also picked up a few skewers of meat with great interest and put them on the barbecue grill in front of him. Soon, oil began to sizzle.
But it was obvious that Su Ming had never tried barbecue by himself. When turning the skewers, oil dripped down the skewers into the charcoal fire, and several flames popped out instantly.
Ah! Su Ming exclaimed.
Seeing this, Linny quickly reached out and took the skewers of meat from Su Ming's barbecue grill. Prevent the oil from dripping off the skewers.
After a while, the flame went out naturally. Thanks. Su Ming thanked him sincerely.
Although she was very capable in her work in the student union, her privileged family environment meant that she had few opportunities to develop other life skills. So, when it comes to things like barbecue, there is naturally still some shortcomings.
It's okay, but your skewers of meat are already mushy and inedible. Linny calmly threw the skewers of meat into the trash can. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex.
The host's heartbeat value is currently 25 points, which meets the binding conditions.
Bind successfully. Personal information. Name, Su Ming. Age, 21. Favorability towards the host, 20 points. Status, student of the Department of Finance, Nanling University. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. This system is getting smarter and smarter. It has learned how to automatically open the information panel after binding. Linny nodded approvingly. The few girls I have a good relationship with have basically exceeded 50 points. Linny was worrying about where to find a binding object. I didn't expect that a beautiful woman would come to my door so soon. How can I be so stupid that I can't even make a barbecue? Su Ming frowned, pursed his lips, and looked a little annoyed. This was a rare time for her to experience the feeling of failure. There was a slight sense of loss in his eyes. Zhou Jingyi has been watching Su Ming's every move. From the moment Su Ming appeared, Zhou Jingyi seemed to have temporarily forgotten about Li Tong. After seeing Su Ming's expression, Zhou Jingyi knew that his chance to show off had come. So I immediately went over. Don't worry, I'll help you. After saying that, he shamelessly walked over to Su Ming, picked up a string of chicken wings and started grilling them. After seeing Zhou Jingyi's actions, several boys glanced at him with disdain. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this guy was going after Su Ming. Even Li Tong was speechless. Zhou Zheng had been trying to please himself all morning, but now he had gone to flatter Su Ming. Ha, man. Zhou Jingyi's body was not very calm when he was grilling the chicken wings. She kept pretending to lean towards Su Ming unintentionally. Su Ming frowned and tactfully stepped aside. She has seen too many people with ulterior motives like this. Seeing that his plan failed, Zhou Jingyi had no choice but to concentrate on grilling the chicken wings. Zhou Jingyi kept flipping the chicken wings in his hands and sprinkled seasoning on them from time to time. He looked confident. Linny wanted to laugh when he saw his unprofessional look. Add seasoning before it's even cooked? After a while, the seasoning on the surface of the chicken wings became burnt and the inside was not cooked yet. A few minutes later, the surface of the chicken wings had turned a little brown, and Zhou Jingyi confidently handed the chicken wings to Su Ming. Try what I baked, it must be delicious. Su Ming took the chicken wings, took a look at them, and they seemed to be much better than the ones he had just grilled. So I took a careful bite. But the next second, Su Ming's face became very ugly, his brows were tightly locked together, and his eyes were full of surprise and disappointment. She swallowed the mouthful with difficulty, hesitated for a moment, and said awkwardly, "There seems to be blood inside this chicken wing." Hearing this, Linny shook his head and showed an expression of as expected. Zhou Jingyi blushed, took the grilled chicken wings from Su Ming's hand, and scratched his head embarrassedly. How can it be uncooked? I see the surface of the chicken wings is already cooked. If you continue to bake it, it will burn. After seeing this scene, several boys around also started laughing. Old Zhou, please stop embarrassing yourself. Don't poison our Su University campus beauty to death. Why don't you go to the New South Culinary School to learn some cooking skills? This can be considered dark cuisine. At this time, Linny naturally handed the several skewers of roasted meat in his hand to Su Ming. Come, try what I baked. Linny had worked in a barbecue restaurant before, so he was very confident in his barbecue skills. Su Ming was a little embarrassed at first, but after seeing Lin Yi's sincere eyes, she took it. When Su Ming took the first bite, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, it's delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The taste is just right, not too salty or too bland. Linny smiled slightly and did not become complacent because of the compliment from the school beauty. Instead, he acted as if everything was expected. Eat more if you like.
As Linny spoke, he handed the other few skewers he had just grilled to Li Tong.
Come on, birthday boy, try my cooking.
Li Tong took the skewer, took a bite, and then made the same exclamation as Su Ming just now.
Linny, your cooking skills are truly amazing. I think the taste is almost the same as that of the barbecue restaurants outside.
Originally, everyone got together to have a barbecue just for fun.
It's pretty good if it can be baked. I didn't expect that Linny's grilled food was so delicious. A man who can cook is a big plus. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 65 points.
Ding, it is detected that Li Tong's favorability has increased by 5 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward. When Linny heard Li Tong's praise, he waved his hand modestly.
It's nothing. I worked in a barbecue restaurant before, so I learned a lot from them.
In order to earn money for his studies, Linny had done many different part-time jobs.
He has done basically every part-time job imaginable. I didn't expect you had a part-time job. Li Tong had a better impression of Linny.
Even though he is so rich, he still goes out to work and experience life.
This is so down to earth. Completely different from those other rich second generations who are high and mighty. So relatable. Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability is 70 points.
Ding, it is detected that Li Tong's favorability has increased by 5 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward.
Linny was stunned.
He didn't expect that Li Tong's favorability would increase by 10 points just by eating a few skewers of his barbecue.
What? Now even knowing how to barbecue is considered a plus? Or do I look particularly charming when I am grilling?
In that case, let us grill a few more skewers for them to eat. Linny started to work skillfully, and other students around him also came over, wanting to taste Linny's cooking skills. Zhou Xinyi, who was ignored by everyone, snorted in dissatisfaction and returned to his seat silently.
I just worked in a barbecue restaurant. What's so great about that? Just a poor boy. I just don't believe it. Can you woo a girl by eating a few skewers of barbecue? Chapter 51. What's so good about him? The barbecue at noon ended with laughter and joy.
After the meal, Li Tong gathered everyone together to clean up the food.
After all, Zhou Xinyi rented this villa for her, and if it was made dirty and messy, Zhou Xinyi would probably have a hard time explaining himself.
When cleaning, many boys were just doing their job perfunctorily.
Only Linny worked particularly hard. This is the new house he just bought. He didn't want to make a mess on his first day moving in.
Of course you have to keep the place where you live clean. When Su Ming saw Linny working seriously, he began to have a better impression of this boy.
As the president of the student union, I admire such down-to-earth and responsible people. Tong Tong, this junior is a freshman this year, right? How did you get to know him? Su Ming became curious.
According to the time, the freshmen just finished their military training this week.
Even the student union's recruitment activities haven't started yet.
At this time, freshmen should have no interaction with people from other grades.
But why would Li Tong specifically invite him to the birthday party? And judging from the way they look, they obviously have a good relationship. Li Tong was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer.
I didn't expect that Su Ming, a beautiful schoolgirl who usually looks serious, actually has an extremely gossipy heart.
Could it be that I should tell Su Ming that I approached Linny on my own initiative because I discovered that he was very rich? But Li Tong's hesitant reaction made Su Ming have another guess. Little boyfriend?
Su Ming had a wicked smile on his face.
Li Tong quickly shook her head. No, it's not. Not yet. After hearing Li Tong's answer, Su Ming keenly discovered the key point. Not yet? When is that? Are you chasing him or is he chasing you?
Su Ming moved closer to Li Tong and asked in a low voice.
Li Tong blushed and didn't know how to answer.
Until now, she still didn't dare to confirm whether Linny had any thoughts about her in that regard. Although he spent a lot of money on himself, Linny never showed any intention to develop further relationship with himself.
Li Tong is actually not that confident about her appearance.
Although she has a good figure, boys only look at her face. She felt that her appearance was only above average among the crowd. Especially now that I have a school beauty like Su Ming around me.
Li Tong suddenly felt a little regretful.
I feel like I shouldn't have invited Su Ming to today's birthday party.
Ever since Su Ming appeared, everyone's attention has shifted to Su Ming.
I have been dressing up carefully for so long, but it is still not as good as Su Ming's casual appearance.
Senior, please stop laughing at me. He and I are just ordinary friends.
Li Tong explained shyly, wanting to quickly end the topic.
Unexpectedly, Su Ming refused to give in. Really just friends? I quite admire him. Since you don't like him, so I should chase him? Li Tong was shocked.
She didn't expect Su Ming to be attracted to Lin Yi.
Senior, I didn't say I didn't like him. Li Tong became visibly nervous. Su Ming looked at Li Tong's protective look and burst out laughing.
Only then did Li Tong realize that Su Ming was trying to trick her.
Senior, you can't really. Li Tong wanted to ask, could it be that Su Ming really fell in love with Lin Yi?
But when the words came to my lips, I was too embarrassed to ask. After all, Lin Yi and I are just friends at most.
What qualifications do I have to interfere with others liking Lin Yi? Seeing Li Tong's hesitant expression, Su Ming already understood everything. Su Ming gave a nice smile. Don't worry, I'm just kidding.
I have a boyfriend and we might get engaged soon. After hearing this, Li Tong finally felt relieved. I didn't expect that Su Ming already has a boyfriend. A girl as outstanding as Su Ming, who is beautiful, capable, and has a good family background, must have a boyfriend who is also a very outstanding person. But for some reason, Li Tong noticed that when Su Ming was talking about his upcoming engagement, there was no sweetness or happiness on his face. In Li Tong's imagination, getting engaged to the one she loves should be a very happy thing. But she didn't think too much about it. It was enough to make sure that Su Ming would not compete with her for Lin Yi. Not far from Li Tong and Su Ming, Zhou Jingyi pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two girls.
But he only heard a general idea. Then I heard Su Ming say that she also liked Lin Yi or something.
When Zhou Zheng heard this, he almost gritted his teeth in anger.
What's good about this poor loser? There are actually two beauties surrounding him.
How can a person who has to work part-time to supplement his family income after studying be qualified to receive the favor of these two top beauties?
Especially Su Ming.
You know, there has been a constant stream of people pursuing Su Ming since she was a freshman.
Not only are there those in school, there are even many outside of school.
There was a rumor in the school that when Su Ming went downstairs to buy a bottle of water, she would meet 7 or 8 people who confessed their love to her. But even in this situation, Su Ming has not had a romantic relationship in 4 years.
It is said that Su Ming's family runs a company.
The cars that came to pick up Su Ming home on weekends were all Maybachs. It is also equipped with a full-time driver.
After knowing this, everyone understood.
This kind of high-quality, rich and beautiful woman is destined not to fall in love with mortals like them. If you think about it carefully, the school is actually just breaking down the identity barriers and bringing people of different levels together to study. If it were in society, many people would probably not even have the qualifications to meet Su Ming once in their entire lives.
But such an unattainable goddess actually said today that she likes Lin Yi? Why? Giving him chocolates as his birthday gift? Because he worked in a barbecue restaurant?
Thinking of this, Zhou Jingyi became more and more unconvinced.
He was thinking about how to make Lin Yi embarrass himself in front of everyone.
At this time, Lin Yi knew nothing about these things. He had just packed up the garbage that a few girls had collected and thrown it out the door. He walked back to the living room with a harmless look on his face and slumped down on the sofa.
Worn out. Have an iced Coke. While wiping the sweat off his face, Lin Yi took out a bottle of ice cola from the refrigerator.
This was what Zhang Hanyu asked the sales office manager to prepare for Lin Yi when the house was handed over yesterday. He said it would be a bad idea to have the refrigerator empty when the new house was delivered, so he wanted to fill it up for Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not refuse at that time, and asked the manager to buy him several cans of Coke.
How can a good life be without some Fat House happy water? Lin Yi gulped down 2 mouthfuls happily. A look of satisfaction. Li Tong asked curiously. Lin Yi, how do you know there is Coke in this refrigerator?
Lin Yi has been in the courtyard since he arrived in the morning.
Just entered the living room. Didn't even touch the refrigerator. How did he know there was Coke in it? Chapter 52. What is your gift?
Hearing Li Tong's words, Lin Yi was slightly stunned with his hand holding the Coke.
Ah. I guessed it. Lin Yi explained shamelessly.
I think in such a big villa, the refrigerator can't be empty.
There will definitely be some drinks or something. The most common beverage is Coke. Lin Yi chuckled.
At this moment, a sneer came from the side.
Snort. What a lack of quality. Don't you know this villa is rented? This drink must belong to the owner of the villa. How can you drink someone else's stuff so casually? If you want to drink Coke, can't you just go to the gate of the community and buy it yourself? Zhou Jingyi sneered. He was glad that he finally caught Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned and looked sideways in the direction of the voice. When he saw that it was Zhou Jingyi, Lin Yi immediately felt unhappy. This guy has been targeting me since I walked in this morning. What's wrong? Did I step on your tail? What's your name? And this is my own house. I'm drinking my own Coke, why do I need you to meddle in my business?
Before Lin Yi could get angry, Li Tong hurried forward to smooth things over.
Oh, it's okay, it's just a bottle of Coke, we can just buy a new one and put it in the fridge when we leave. The other students also nodded. It's just a bottle of Coke, not a big deal. Zhou Jingyi seems to be making a big deal out of nothing. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhou Jingyi felt embarrassed.
But he adjusted himself immediately and continued to argue shamelessly. You don't know, they only rented this villa because of my uncle's face. My uncle is a senior executive of Haoyu Group, and he happens to be in charge of this property. He told me that the owner of this villa is very eccentric and even a bit obsessive-compulsive. Many of the things in his house are collections that he carefully selected. Don't underestimate this bottle of ordinary Coke. It is very likely a product with a special serial number from the Coca-Cola Company. Just like some people like to collect misprinted Chinese coins. After hearing Zhou Jingyi's words, some students who had not seen much of the world were immediately frightened. It seems that's what they say. There seemed to be a rumor before that Coca-Cola's sales volume dropped sharply one year and it only produced a small amount of products. Later, this batch of products was collected by many people. When Zhou Jingyi heard his classmates talking, a smug expression suddenly appeared on his face. Look, I told you. And this kind of Coke is out of stock. In the eyes of true collectors, these are all treasures. Maybe it cost tens or even hundreds of thousands when I bought it. Zhou Jingyi took the opportunity to exaggerate the situation. Lin Yi was also stunned when he heard this. When did this Coke become a treasure? Isn't this what I asked the manager to buy at the convenience store at the entrance of the community last night? When I went to the convenience store to buy chocolate in the morning, I took a special look and saw that a can of Coke was $6. Why does Zhou Jingyi ask for hundreds of thousands? Lin Yi didn't want to bother with Zhou Jingyi, so he picked up the Coke and drank it all. Then he burped the soda comfortably towards Zhou Jingyi. A face full of provocation. Zhou Jingyi talked for a long time, but Lin Yi didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing Lin Yi's reckless look, Zhou Jingyi pointed at Lin Yi's nose and started scolding him. You are such a poor person. Didn't your parents teach you not to rummage through other people's things when you visit someone's home? Lin Yi picked his ears, looking nonchalant. I'm sorry, I'm an orphan. Zhou Jingyi immediately seemed to have found new evidence. He didn't know what was going on, but today he inexplicably felt a natural hostility towards Lin Yi. Maybe it was because the two beauties he liked both seemed to have some affection for Lin Yi. And they are two beauties that he can't get. Therefore, in Zhou Jingyi's heart, Lin Yi had already been regarded as an unforgivable enemy. I can only say that jealousy can make people unrecognizable. Now that he knew Lin Yi had a bad background, Zhou Zhang suddenly felt his sense of superiority return. Humph, it turns out to be a wild animal that no one is raising. When they heard this word, the other students were a little surprised, and their eyes changed when they looked at Zhou Jingyi. He usually looks well-mannered at school, why is he so out of control today? At this time, the displeasure on Lin Yi's face deepened. He looked at Zhou Jingyi coldly, with a hint of contempt on his lips. You have a father who gives you things, but your mother doesn't teach you. Didn't your parents tell you to be civilized and polite? Or are you an orphan too? When it comes to talking nonsense, Lin Yi has never been afraid. I don't know what's wrong with Zhou Jingyi, he has to keep biting me. I don't even know you, okay? The clay Buddha still has some temper. If the tiger doesn't show its power, people will think I'm Hello Kitty. When Zhou Zheng heard Lin Yi's retort, he immediately became anxious. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Yi stood up and walked in front of Zhou Jingyi. Looking at the boy who was half a head shorter than him, Lin Yi sneered condescendingly. I make keys, how many do you want? Hearing Lin Yi's counterattack, several students around him couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. You! Zhou Zhan was at a loss for words for a moment. He pointed at Linny angrily and didn't know what to say for a long time.
Okay, we are all classmates, stop arguing.
Su Ming came out to act as a peacemaker.
In Su Ming's view, it was just a bottle of Coke.
Zhou Zhengyi seemed a little too radical. She had heard rumors in the student union before that Zhou Zhengyi was pursuing Li Tong. I guess she got jealous today because she saw Li Tong and Linny getting close. But you may be jealous, but what's the point of attacking Linny for no reason?
This layout is too small.
Seeing that the school beauty had spoken, Zhou Zhengyi didn't say anything else. But there was still an expression of unconvinced on his face. Seeing this, Li Tong also came out to change the subject. Lead everyone to the living room where the gifts were piled.
Come on, everyone, help me open the presents. I don't even know what everyone gave me.
After hearing Li Tong's words, the girls excitedly started to unpack the gift boxes.
Girls seem to be naturally immune to this kind of thing. For example, opening a package or a gift.
Wow, Miao Miao, the dress you gave me is so beautiful. Li Tong picked up the skirt from the gift box she had just opened and compared it in front of her.
The design style of this skirt is exactly what Li Tong likes. Tong, look, this is a gift from me.
A boy took out the gift box he had given and opened it to reveal a pearl brooch.
This brooch is so beautiful too. Thank you. I love it.
Seeing that everyone had opened their gifts and handed them to Li Tong, Zhou Zhengyi also found the box he had given.
Tong, this is a pair of shoes I gave you.
I saw you posted on your moments before and I like this pair. In fact, when Zhou Zhengyi gave the gift, he opened it and showed it to Li Tong.
It's just that now everyone is talking about gifts. That's a good opportunity for me to show off.
After all, as a student, giving away shoes worth more than 5,000 yuan is considered a generous act. These shoes must cost thousands. A sharp-eyed girl immediately recognized that these were Gucci shoes.
Zhou Zhengyi nodded in a low-key manner. Price is not a problem, as long as Tong likes it.
When he said this, Zhou Zhengyi's heart was bleeding. He had saved up more than 5,000 yuan for a whole semester. But looking at everyone's admiring eyes, Zhou Zhengyi felt that it was all worth it.
Linny, what's your gift?
Zhou Zhengyi changed the subject and looked at Linny and asked.
Chapter 53 Yang Xiuli's cousin.
Hearing Zhou Zhengyi's question, Linny calmly walked forward and picked up the box of chocolates he bought that didn't even have a package.
Here, this is my gift. Linny had a serious expression on his face and didn't think there was anything wrong with giving chocolates. Zhou Zhengyi took the opportunity to laugh. Ha, is this all your sincerity? Tong invited you to a birthday party at a luxurious villa, and you only prepared this? You're not planning to come here for free food and drinks. I didn't expect there are still such ignorant people nowadays. You don't even understand the most basic social etiquette. But I can understand that. After all, you still have to work at the barbecue restaurant. The living conditions must be very bad. I guess I have to save up money to buy this box of chocolates.
Zhou Zhengyi seemed to have regained his position all of a sudden. Although he is not a rich man. But he felt that his conditions were better than Lin Yi's anyway. At this moment, he was completely blinded by his desire to win. I just want to be better than Lin Yi in some way. Lin Yi curled his lips and was about to say something. Li Tong stood up and took the initiative to defend Lin Yi. Zhou Zhengyi, you misunderstood. Lin Yi is not that kind of person. In fact, he already gave me a gift yesterday. As he spoke, Li Tong rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Cartier watch on his wrist. This is what Lin Yi took me to the Cartier counter yesterday to pick out. Li Tong's move was not only to protect Lin Yi, but also to take this opportunity to show off her new watch. I can also tell everyone that Lin Yi is willing to buy me such an expensive gift, which shows that I am very important in Lin Yi's heart. In order to prevent Su Ming or other girls from having any other thoughts about Lin Yi, it can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Sure enough, after Li Tong showed her watch, several girls surrounded her. Everyone knows the brand Cartier. But usually I can only watch it online. I didn't expect that some of my classmates already have Cartier watches. Except for Su Ming, all the other girls were envious. Su Ming's family is well off, so he doesn't attach much importance to such things. She herself owns several watches like this one. However, she was still quite surprised that Lin Yi could come up with so much money. Just now when they were eating barbecue, she heard that Lin Yi went to work part-time at a barbecue restaurant. She thought that Lingyi's life was difficult, so he needed to work part-time to earn money for his studies. I didn't expect that they were just rich people experiencing life. Su Ming also does part-time jobs when he is free. But she works part-time mainly to kill time. She can never spend all the living expenses her father gives her.
But didn't Lini say that he was an orphan? So where did his money come from? Could it be that he could already earn so much money on his own?
After all, Su Ming's family is in business, and he has been exposed to how to make money since he was a child.
Naturally, my perspective on and thinking about problems is different from everyone else.
I immediately discovered what made Linyi most different.
Having money is just an appearance.
What makes Linyi most special is his ability to make money beyond the ordinary. Su Ming asked herself, when she first entered college, she could only earn 1 or 2,000 yuan a month doing part-time jobs. She interned at her father's company for 2 months a while ago, and her father only paid her 10,000 yuan a month. And this is because I am her biological daughter. It is impossible for a normal person to reach this monthly salary without several years of hard work. But as a freshman, Linyi just finished the college entrance examination and only has 1 summer vacation to earn money.
How could he save hundreds of thousands to buy a watch? No.
He was able to give Li Tong a gift worth hundreds of thousands, which meant that his wealth was far more than that.
How did he do it?
Su Ming suddenly became curious about the boy in front of him. But what Su Ming didn't know was that when a girl develops a crush on a boy, it often starts with curiosity.
Because of this curiosity, girls will become irresistibly interested in a man. Su Ming, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 30 points.
Hearing the system prompt, Linyi turned his head and glanced at Su Ming. This increase in favorability is a bit sudden.
Could it be because he saw the watch he bought for Li Tong? Girls are really realistic. I didn't expect that even the most beautiful schoolgirl couldn't escape the temptation. Linyi sighed. But on second thought, this is a good idea.
I was worried that Su Ming would not accept the gifts I gave her. It seems that this worry is unnecessary. You can find an opportunity to get some cash back in Su Ming later.
Maybe you can double your assets. Hee, so wonderful.
Seeing that Linyi had become the focus of everyone's discussion, Zhou Jingyi became more and more annoyed. I originally wanted to sow discord and say that the watch Linyi bought was a fake. But Li Tong herself said that it was Linyi who took her to the counter to buy it.
I bought it from a store, so how could it be fake? But where did Linyi get so much money? Hundreds of thousands. A college student may not be able to earn that much money even after 1 year of graduation. Could it be that Linyi is really a rich man who was pretending to be a pig but is actually a tiger? Hateful.
Zhou Jingyi scratched his head in annoyance, feeling as if he had kicked a steel plate today. And look at how happy Li Tong is. It is estimated that the goddess Li Tong, whom he has been thinking about, will most likely be won by Linyi.
He knew Li Tong too well.
She is simply a gold digger who is as realistic as can be.
Linyi is so generous to her, Li Tong will definitely be moved.
The reason why he hadn't won over Li Tong for so long was because he hadn't been willing to spend much money on Li Tong.
Li Tong had previously hinted that she wanted a Louis Vuitton bag.
The price is more than 10,000.
Of course Zhou Jingyi couldn't afford it.
Even if you spend more than $10,000 to pick up a girl, you may not be able to get her.
Who can accept this?
The young girls that Zhou Jingyi had swindled before probably didn't cost him more than 10,000 yuan in total. But right away, Linyi gave Li Tong a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That was completely sent to Li Tong's heart. Maybe the two of them had already. Hateful. Zhou Jingyi seemed to be able to imagine that erotic scene in his mind. Linyi, that bastard, actually got the woman of his dreams so easily. Zhou Jingyi felt as if a stream of blood was rushing up in his chest.
The eyes looking at Linyi were filled with raging jealousy. At this moment, the door to the living room was suddenly pushed open.
Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm late.
The person who came was Yang Xiaoli. Behind Yang Xiaoli, there was a girl with bangs, a high ponytail, and round glasses, with an innocent look.
Let me introduce you all, this is my cousin. Today is the weekend, and she just came to Nanling to go to school. I brought her over to play. Sun Xiaoxiao walked out from behind Yang Xiaoli, waved and greeted everyone politely with a smile. Chapter 54. I'm showing my cards.
The moment Linyi saw Sun Xiaoxiao, he recognized her.
Isn't this the materialistic goddess of my roommate Hu Kai?
A few days ago, I deliberately conducted a sting operation to expose her true colors. I didn't expect that she was actually Yang Xiaoli's cousin. And Yang Xiaoli also brought her to the villa to play. Really, all the good things come together in one day. Linny subconsciously turned his face away. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this kind of person again. Sun Xiaoxiao didn't notice Linny at first. Until I got closer, I found that a boy always had his back to me. It's like he's hiding on purpose. Driven by curiosity, Sun Xiaoxiao poked her head in to take a look. These familiar facial features. Isn't this the culprit that caused me to break up with my boyfriend? It's you! Sun Xiaoxiao immediately pointed at Linny. The student's attention was also attracted by this scene. Yang Xiaoli turned her head to look at Sun Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do you know Linny? Sun Xiaoxiao nodded, staring at Linny. Sister, he's the boy I just told you about who pretended to be a rich second generation and deceived my feelings. When having lunch with Yang Xiaoli at noon, Sun Xiaoxiao told Yang Xiaoli about this matter. At that time, Yang Xiaoli felt sorry for Sun Xiaoxiao. My silly cousin is so easily deceived. She actually gave up her boyfriend who came from a relatively well-off family for a boy who worked at a car wash. Yang Xiaoli also helped Sun Xiaoxiao to come up with some ideas to see if she could get back together with her boyfriend. But unexpectedly, the liar mentioned by Sun Xiaoxiao turned out to be Linny? How could this be possible? Didn't Linny just buy a Cartier watch for Li Tong yesterday? Yang Xiaoli pulled Sun Xiaoxiao's arm. Xiaoxiao, are you mistaken? The other students also looked confused. I was thinking, how come Linny has any connection with Yang Xiaoli's cousin? Seeing that no one believed her, Sun Xiaoxiao quickly took out her cell phone and found the screenshots on the school forum. There are also chat records between him and Linny. Sister, look for yourself, it's him. I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. The students who were watching the show also curiously leaned over and looked through Sun Xiaoxiao's phone with Yang Xiaoli. Ha ha. Linny. I didn't expect you to be so pretentious. Zhou Zhini seemed to be revived all of a sudden. Finally found an opportunity to make Linny embarrass himself in front of everyone. And judging from the chat records between Linny and Sun Xiaoxiao, Linny is just trying to be strong. He has no money at all. He was pretending all of this. Including the watch given to Li Tong. Tonton, why don't you return the watch to Linny? Who knows where he got the money to buy the watch? Don't bring trouble upon yourself. What if the money for the watch was embezzled from his car wash owner's money? When his boss finds out, he will definitely hold him accountable. Zhou Jingyi took the opportunity to exaggerate. When Li Tong heard Zhou Jingyi say this, although she still believed in Linny in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Indeed, I heard from Guan Jishua before that Linny was a penniless orphan. For this reason, I also advised Guan Jishua to break up with Linny as soon as possible. But how come Linny became so rich immediately after he broke up with Guan Jishua? I go to the street to buy luxury goods every few days. I bought 3 brand name bags alone. It looks a lot like revenge consumption after being stimulated. Could it be that Lin Yi's money really came from an illegal source? But if that was the case, why would he buy such an expensive thing for himself? At the moment, the two of them are just friends at best. Linny didn't get any benefit from giving himself this watch. What does he want? Li Tong felt that this was totally unexplainable. At this time, Li Tong had already developed a liking for Linny. So subconsciously, I am more willing to believe Linny. Su Ming on the side believed Zhou Zhini's inference even more. Although she would not have any prejudice against Linny just because he was an orphan. But in this society, if you don't have the help of your family, it is completely impossible to have so much money on your own at the age of 18 or 19. At first, Su Ming thought that Linny was some kind of investment and business genius, and might have an extraordinary business sense. But considering the current situation, it seems that I am overthinking it. Su Ming felt extremely ashamed of Lin Yi's behavior. It doesn't matter if you are poor, but at least you should be an upright person. What's the point of doing such sneaky things? Su Ming hates people who have no ability but still try to show off by using tricks. Su Ming, favorability 10 points. Su Ming, favorability 10 points. Su Ming, favorability 10 points. The current favorability is 0 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Linny rolled his eyes 3 times. Is this campus beauty so realistic? After hearing others say that I am a poor guy, my favorability towards them plummeted. It's really like turning the pages of a book. Li Tong is still the best, still sticking to 70 points without any change.
Oh. That's right. Linny suddenly had an idea.
The system stipulates that if the favorability reaches 50 points or above, you can get a corresponding reward of 1 point for every increase of 1 point.
So if we first lower Li Tong's favorability and then raise it, can we earn points repeatedly?
Linny felt that he seemed to have mastered some amazing trick.
This is much easier than binding a new person and then working hard to improve their favorability. Thinking of this, Linny was secretly happy.
He calmed himself down and pretended to be resigned to nothing.
Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm just a liar. You can say whatever you like.
Linny spread his hands and shrugged at everyone. When Li Tong saw Linny's slightly rogue look, a trace of disappointment flashed through her heart. But at the same time, there was another voice in Li Tong's heart that was brainwashing her crazily.
Linny must have said this out of anger. I don't believe he would lie to me. He must not be that kind of person. No. Even so, Li Tong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with Linny. Li Tong, favorability 10 points. Current favorability, 60 points. Only 10 points were reduced?
Linny found it a little unbelievable. He thought that a gold digger like Li Tong would at least be reduced to below 50 points. Unexpectedly, Li Tong still maintains above the heartbeat score. It seems that girls won't give up easily after they fall in love.
Hearing Linny admitted himself, Zhou Jingyi jumped out immediately. Listen. He admitted it. I've seen for a long time that he's not a good person.
You use any means to pursue a girl.
Do you think Tong Tong will fall in love with you? Joke. Zhou Jingyi looked like a smug villain and took the opportunity to add insult to injury.
He completely forgot that he was the scumbag who pretended to be a rich man and flirted with other girls everywhere.
The classmates around him also looked at Linny with contempt.
Just then, a brand new Porsche Panamera stopped at the door of the villa. Porsche saleswoman Yina opened the car door and got out to confirm the villa's house number.
Yes, this is it. Chapter 55. This is really my home. Yina knocked on the door politely. Finding that the door was not locked, he pushed it open quietly and walked in.
As soon as she entered the room, she found several people sitting in the living room.
Beauty, who are you looking for? A boy came forward and asked.
Ina was still wearing the Forest Shop's work clothes today, a white shirt on the upper body, a black miniskirt and black stockings on the lower body.
You can tell at a glance that this is the standard for sales.
Ina ignored him and looked around, finally finding Linny in the crowd. So he hurried forward, half leaning forward, with a respectful attitude.
Boss Lin, I've parked your car at the door for you. Here is your driving license. Please go and take a look at the car. If everything is okay, please sign the pickup form.
When the students heard this, they all looked towards the entrance of the villa. I saw a brand new Panamera parked at the door. Sun Xiaoxiao snorted coldly.
Use this trick again? Are you tired of it? We even invited actors today. Zhou Jingyi also echoed.
Yeah, I advise you to return the car to your car wash as soon as possible, otherwise when the customer comes to pick up the car, they will find that you have secretly driven it out.
To put it bluntly, your behavior is theft. Linny looked at the two people who sang the same tune and did not feel angry. Instead, he found it funny. It was not until now that he realized that when people become rich, their vision will naturally become much bigger. He doesn't care about the opinions of these clowns at all now. He didn't need to prove anything to this group of people. Anyway, I have money, and the car and house are all mine. Whether you believe it or not, it can't change any reality.
Linny rolled his eyes at the two of them, opened the driving license, confirmed that the information was correct, and signed the vehicle pickup form. There's no need to inspect the car.
I trust you. Linny handed the signed form to Ina.
Ina looked at Linny and Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhou Jingyi behind him in confusion. When she first entered the room, Ina thought these people were Linny's friends. But from what they said, it was obvious that they had a very bad relationship with Linny.
If that is the case, why did they appear in Linny's house?
At this time, Sun Xiaoxiao walked up and patted Ina on the shoulder.
Sister, I'm curious about how much money Linny paid you per day to help him act out this scene? Yina was puzzled. What acting? Zhou Jingyi also stepped forward, snatched the driving license from Linny's hand, and waved it proudly to everyone. If you're acting, you have to do it in full. You guys are pretty professional. They even made a fake driving license. Let me see. It really is Lin Yi's information. Do you know that giving false testimony is against the law? I can call the police to arrest you right now. Hearing Zhou Jinyi's question, Yin Na immediately became anxious. Isn't this questioning the integrity of their 4S stores? Sir, I don't know why you would say such a thing. I can guarantee on behalf of our 4S store that there is no problem with this driving license. If you continue to slander us, our 4S store will reserve the right to sue you. Yin Na's serious look obviously frightened Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhou Jinyi. However, Zhou Jinyi reacted immediately. He acted quite seriously. You're not a professional actor. Yin Na frowned, looking a little angry. The personal information of our Porsche 4S store employees can be found on the official website. This is my work badge. You can check it if you don't believe me. Yin Na took out her work badge from her pocket and held it in front of several people. Seeing that the conflict seemed to be getting worse, Lin Yi hurried forward and pushed Yin Na's hand back. It's not that serious. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a fuss. Yin Na specially delivered the car to him today, but this happened. Lin Yi felt bad about it. I really bought this car, please don't make things difficult for the staff. When Zhou Zheng saw Lin Yi hurriedly push back the work badge handed to him by Yin Na, he thought that Lin Yi was guilty and didn't dare to let them check. Lin Yi, if you're not guilty, why don't you dare let us investigate? Do you think I'll be fooled? As he spoke, Zhou Jinyi opened his mobile phone and visited the official website of the Porsche 4S store. What's your employee number? Zhou Jinyi looked at Yin Na and asked. Yin Na held up her work badge in front of Zhou Jinyi in annoyance. Look for yourself. Zhou Jinyi entered the information on his work badge, clicked search, and actually found Yin Na's personal information. He is really a salesperson at a Porsche 4S store. But this doesn't prove that this car was really bought by Lin Yi. Hearing the question, Yin Na took out her mobile phone and started recording. So what you mean is that our 4S shop made a fake certificate? I am recording the whole process now. Everything you say will become evidence in the future. Seeing Yin Na being so strong, Zhou Zhan was instantly intimidated. Now that it has been confirmed that the other party is really a Porsche salesperson, then maybe this driving license is really true. Damn, can Lin Yi really afford a Panamera? Zhou Jinyi suddenly became dazed. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was standing beside her, was also in disbelief. Lin Yi had admitted to her personally that he had secretly taken the car from a car wash customer. Could it be? A flash of lightning suddenly passed through Sun Xiaoxiao's mind. Did he lie to me on purpose? To see my true reaction when I find out he has no money? Damn, why didn't I think of that? I've seen many rich people pretend to be poor in idle dramas to test other people's true attitude towards them. When Sun Xiaoxiao finally reacted, she felt so regretful. If she had realized it earlier, she might have been with Lin Yi. Seeing that Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhou Jinyi stopped talking nonsense, Lin Yi also stepped forward to apologize to Yin Na. I'm sorry to let you encounter this kind of thing. Please send the car here today. How about staying and having dinner together? Yin Na turned off the video on her phone and gave Lin Yi a professional smile. No, Mr. Lin, you have guests at home today, so I won't disturb you. Let's make an appointment another day. Zhou Jinyi, who was unwilling to give up, seemed to have grasped something when he heard Yin Na's words. His home? Lin Yi told you that this is his home? Yin Na tilted her head. Yeah, what's the problem? Zhou Jinyi got the answer he wanted, let out a long sigh, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Everyone heard it, right? Let's not talk about the car for now. Lin Yi actually said that this luxurious villa is his home. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. I think everyone should know it. I rented this house through my uncle. Do you believe it or not, I can call the property management to kick you out right now? Li Tong and Su Ming also looked at Lin Yi, each with a different look in their eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. Seeing this, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. I didn't want to argue with you, but you just wanted to get yourself killed. Lin Yi cleared his throat, trying not to sound too pretentious. I'm sorry, this is really my home. Chapter 56 Male version of green tea. Tong Tong. Look. He lied. Can you prove that I rented this house? After being attacked by Lin Yi for a whole day, Zhou Jinyi finally found an opportunity to fight back. But after the previous incident, Zhou Jinyi has become a little unconfident.
so he subconsciously asked Li Tong to help him prove it. Looking at the looks from her classmates, although Li Tong wanted to save Lin Yi's face, she couldn't help Lin Yi in this matter.
Helpless, I could only nod.
This villa was indeed rented for me by Zhou Jini. The students who were rushing to eat the melons immediately turned their eyes to Lin Yi. Lin Yi held his forehead and explained. The property management did show me the rental contract, and I agreed to rent it out.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just that I'm a low-key person and don't want to be too conspicuous. Everything Lin Yi said was true, but it sounded completely different to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Jingyi was secretly proud of himself. Fortunately, my uncle works here. Otherwise I would have been scared by you. Today I'm going to let you know what it feels like to try to be cool and hit a wall.
Zhou Jingyi clapped his hands and turned to his classmates.
Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Let me tell you, the owner of this villa is actually Yang Muyi, a popular star in the entertainment industry. But my uncle told me that I had to protect the owner's information, so I never told anyone.
But Lin Yi shamelessly said that this villa is his.
I just want to ask you, does Yang Muyi know what you said? You are so good at pretending. Lin Yi thought carefully about what Zhou Jingyi said.
When I signed the house purchase contract yesterday, I saw Yang Muyi's name on the contract. And Yang Muyi must have also received the house purchase money that she had transferred through the property management.
Then, Yang Muyi must know about this. Of course Yang Muyi knows what I said.
I bought this house from her. Lin Yi spoke confidently, but it sounded completely different to the students around him. Everyone went from being rational observers at the beginning to discussing the issue in low voices.
This is indeed a bit outrageous. What can he use to buy Yang Muyi's house?
This house is probably worth tens of millions. I heard rumors before that Yang Muyi has a mansion worth hundreds of millions in Nanling.
Could this be the one they are talking about? Fuck, hundreds of millions? Just now I thought it was amazing that Lin Yi could afford a Panamera. Now think about it, who can afford a mansion worth hundreds of millions of yuan and drive this kind of car? Don't say that. Don't say that.
If he rents a sports car and parks it in front of the villa, I will believe that he bought the villa. The students' discussions were neither loud nor soft, and Lin Yi happened to hear them clearly. Ever since his physical fitness was enhanced, Lin Yi felt that his hearing had also improved. Listening to everyone's discussions, Lin Yi felt aggrieved.
I also wanted to buy a sports car, but I didn't have enough money at that time. But it does make sense, the Panamera is a bit lame with this kind of house. I'll keep this car for commuting to school in the future. When I have free time, I'll find an opportunity to buy a few sports cars to show off. I haven't driven a sports car yet, so the feeling of being pushed on the back must be even better.
Su Ming, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Yi with a complicated look in his eyes. The Porsche salesperson personally delivered the car, and also had the driving license, confirming that the Panamera at the door was indeed Lin Yi's. It seems that what Sun Xiaoxiao said before, that Lin Yi used luxury cars to cheat people, did not happen.
People can really afford it. It seems that I misunderstood him too. But why does he insist on saying that this villa is also his? Is it just to get angry with Zhou Jingyi? This is too fake. He also said that the house was bought from Yang Muyi. You might as well just say that you are the financial backer behind Yang Muyi.
Originally, Su Ming felt a little ashamed because he had wrongly blamed Lin Yi. Now, after hearing Lin Yi's boastful words, the last trace of shame was dispelled.
Li Tong also looked at Lin Yi in confusion. I don't know why Lin Yi said such a thing. Lin Yi came over only after she sent him the address of the birthday party this morning. How could this be his house? But for some reason, Li Tong always had an idea in her mind telling her to believe Lin Yi. It seemed that the two of them realized now that Lin Yi had not lied to her in any way. But this reality sounds too sensational. Li Tong and everyone else looked at Lin Yi, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Only then did Lin Yi realize that what he had just said was completely beyond the comprehension of his classmates. But he didn't want to make too many excuses. This is the truth. If you don't believe me, what can I do?
Just then, a thin middle-aged man walked in.
Zhou Jingyi immediately rushed forward as if he had seen a savior. Uncle!
Zhou Jingyi just secretly sent a WeChat message to his uncle. He just wanted to expose Lin Yi's true face in public.
He couldn't tolerate Lin Yi pretending to be cool in front of him and getting away with it.
Zhou Jingyi's uncle saw that his nephew looked aggrieved and expressed his concern.
What's wrong? Zhou Jingyi pointed at Lin Yi and said to his uncle. Uncle, we are having a birthday party here today and we didn't invite him at all. He came uninvited. And you're still laughing at me.
He even brazenly said that he bought the villa.
Uncle, can you ask the property management to kick him out?
After hearing Zhou Xingyi's words, Linny suddenly felt that his three views were refreshed.
Is this the legendary male version of green tea? No wonder they say women can identify green tea at a glance.
It turns out that if you swap the genders, you can also tell what green tea is.
What kind of shit is this? You just put it on your own head.
Li Tong hurried out to explain.
No, I invited Linny individually.
Seeing that Li Tong was still speaking for Linny, Zhou Xingyi became even more furious.
Tong Tong, why are you still speaking for him? Can't you see that he just wants to deceive you? He just wants to get close to you in this way.
When Zhou Xingyi's uncle saw the current situation, he naturally realized what was going on. Maybe the girl that his nephew wanted to date was deceived by this boy. In this situation, of course he would protect his nephew. So Zhou Xingyi's uncle sent a message to the property security department without saying a word. Within 5 minutes, a car stopped in front of the villa. The person who got out of the car was Zhang Hanyu. When Zhang Hanyu heard that it was Linny's villa calling security, he immediately decided to come over to see what was going on. After all, Linny was someone he decided to make friends with, so naturally he had to serve him well.
Chapter 57 Don't lock the door at night.
When Zhou Xingyi's uncle saw the person coming, he immediately changed his expression and greeted him respectfully.
Mr. Zhang, why did you come here in person?
Working on a property of Haoyu Group, it was natural for him to know Zhang Hanyu. He is the future successor of the group.
One sentence can determine your life or death in this company.
Zhang Hanyu looked puzzled.
Didn't you send a message to the security department saying that there was trouble here? Where is the troublemaker?
Zhang Hanyu looked around and found no signs of fighting or conflict. Linny silently raised his hand at this time and walked in front of Zhang Hanyu with a speechless face.
The person he was talking about causing trouble was me. Ah? Master Lin? What do you mean?
The confusion on Zhang Hanyu's face deepened.
Linny is causing trouble? How can they cause trouble when they are in their own home? Even if the house is set on fire, it's none of their business.
The students around were also stunned. When Zhang Hanyu walked in, everyone saw Uncle Zhou Xingyi's attitude towards Zhang Hanyu and knew that this person was not ordinary. But Zhang Hanyu was actually very polite when speaking to Linny, even a little humble.
Could it be that Lin Yi's identity was more powerful than his?
Su Ming on the side was also dumbfounded.
Of course she knew Zhang Hanyu.
Their fathers were all members of the Nanling Chamber of Commerce, so they had to attend cocktail parties and banquets together. Su Ming and Zhang Hanyu had also met several times.
However, her Su family's business is completely incomparable to Haoyu Group. Haoyu Group is one of the top 5 real estate groups in Nanling City.
As the prince of Haoyu Group, Zhang Hanyu is down to earth, but he also has his own pride.
There is no way I could be so humble to an ordinary person. Could it be that I really was wrong? Is it true that Lin Yi's identity is not simple? So, what Lin Yi said is very likely true.
Only then did Su Ming realize that he might have really misunderstood Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained calm from beginning to end. Facing everyone's doubts, he did not panic at all. There's not even the desire to explain. Just a few casual words.
Believe it if you want, or forget it if you don't want. This kind of bearing is not something that ordinary people can have. Su Ming, favorability plus 10 points. Su Ming, favorability plus 10 points. Su Ming, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability is 30 points. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi looked in the direction of Su Ming. Su Ming is too fickle. I thought school beauties should be the kind of people with a cold and aloof personality who don't care about worldly matters.
I didn't expect that his inner emotions were so rich.
Mr. Lin?
Seeing that Lin Yi was in a daze, Zhang Hanyu called out tentatively.
Only then did Lin Yi come back to his senses.
Looking at Zhang Hanyu, who was still puzzled, Lin Yi cut to the chase and gave a brief explanation.
I said this is my home. My classmate didn't believe me and thought I was in the way, so he called his uncle and said he wanted to kick me out. Mr. Zhang, you are here too. Please help me deal with this. After hearing Lin Yi's accusation, Zhou Xingyi's uncle hurriedly tried to make amends. Mr. Zhang, I don't know.
Before he could finish his words, Zhang Hanyu slapped him.
Bang!
A resounding slap echoed throughout the living room. Uncle Zhou Jingyi covered his face in shock. Zhou Zhang was stunned. Li Tong, Su Ming, and Yin Na were also stunned. Even a fool could see that Zhang Xiao's action was equivalent to acknowledging the truth of what Lin Yi had just said.
This luxurious villa really belongs to Lin Yi. Zhang Hanyu looked at Zhou Jingyi's uncle with a cold face and a cold tone. I want to know who gave you the right to rent out the owner's house privately? Mr. Lin doesn't care and agrees to continue the lease, but that doesn't mean I don't care either. And you actually want to evict the owner? Who gave your dog the courage? Is this how you usually work? Being a property manager, a small position, do you really think you can be a bully who can run rampant in the community? People like you really bring shame to our Haoyu group. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work.
At the same time, I will also send a notice to other real estate companies in Nanling City to never hire you.
No, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. Pack up your things and get out of here now. Zhang Hanyu was really furious.
If Lin Yi really had some opinions about him because of this kind of thing, then it would be a loss.
In this situation, he can only use such thundering means to quell Lin Yi's dissatisfaction.
After Zhang Hanyu finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at Lin Yi, wanting to see Lin Yi's reaction.
Lin Yi didn't say anything, but nodded, which was considered as his approval of the result. Zhang Hanyu then breathed a sigh of relief.
Uncle Zhou Zhengyi was also dumbfounded. I didn't expect that I would lose my job just like that.
After so many years of hard work, I finally got the position of manager. It's gone just like that. It's all my fault, my disappointing nephew.
Zhou Jingyi's uncle became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and he slapped Zhou Jingyi in the face. Zhou Jingyi was stunned by the slap.
This is the first time my uncle has hit me since I was a child. Uncle. Don't call me uncle. I don't have an uncle like you. Bah, I don't have a nephew like you.
Seeing his uncle about to leave angrily, Zhou Jingyi immediately chased after him.
Uncle, please listen to my explanation. Uncle.
The annoying flies finally left, and Lin Yi felt that the whole house was a lot quieter.
That's right, we're here for a birthday party anyway. I'm not the protagonist, why do you focus all the attention on me? Okay, everyone, don't forget that we are here to celebrate Li Tong's birthday today. How about this? There is a collection of fine wines from the famous Star Yang Mudi in the wine cellar downstairs. Do you want to try it?
If you're drunk, you can stay at my house tonight.
I have plenty of guest rooms anyway. After Lin Yi's reminder, everyone realized the purpose of coming here today. The actress wine. Then we have to try it. Brother Lin Yi, but I can't drink much. I get drunk after just one glass. What should I do? Please move aside. None of the 5 boys drank from you last time. And now they're pretending to be you. Hate it, why are you exposing me? I just want to get drunk in front of brother Lin Yi.
Be careful, Tongtong might get jealous. Seeing this, Zhang Hanyu and Yin Na also tactfully retreated. Sun Xiaoxiao originally wanted to leave in shame. But when she thought that this big villa belonged to Lin Yi, she couldn't help but have a little fantasy in her heart, wondering if something could happen between her and Lin Yi. Seeing that everyone had gone to the wine cellar downstairs, Li Tong slowly walked to Lin Yi.
I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Don't lock the door tonight. I may have a little surprise for you. After saying that, Li Tong winked at Lin Yi seductively. Even a straight man can understand the meaning of these words. Chapter 58, School Beauty's Thoughts. Li Tong, favorability plus 10 points. Li Tong, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding, Li Tong's favorability has increased.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-point reward.
Only 10 points?
Lin Yi curled his lips in disappointment. It seems that my plan to gain points has failed.
From this it can be seen that points cannot be gained by repeatedly improving favorability.
Then you can only work hard to bind other girls and improve their favorability.
This system really forces me to be a scumbag.
However, at this moment, Lin Yi was thinking more about what Li Tong had just said to him.
Could it be that I could truly become a man tonight? Although he didn't have much feelings for Li Tong. Most of the time, people just use her as a tool to get cash back. However, since they have offered it to me, there is naturally no reason to refuse. After all, Li Tong still has a good figure. Looking at all the girls present, except Yin Na who just left, no one can compare to Li Tong.
After saying those two sentences, Li Tong turned around and ran to the underground wine cellar.
Linny looked at Li Tong's leaving back and couldn't help licking his lips. My heartbeat also suddenly quickened.
After arriving at the basement floor, the students discovered that this villa was truly a different world. Who would have thought that there could be so many places for entertainment activities at home? There is not only a private cinema, but also a home KTV, a gym, an esports room and a board game room.
Wow, Linny, your house is so big. Yeah, who has a movie theater at home? The students all looked like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden.
Linny smiled secretly, thinking that when he first saw this villa last night, his reaction was probably exactly the same as theirs.
Linny, this villa won't cost hundreds of millions, right? Finally, a classmate couldn't help it and asked the question that everyone was curious about.
In fact, other students had wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but this kind of thing involves other people's privacy after all, so it is not good to ask rashly.
Linny had no intention of hiding it from everyone. It cost 120 million yuan in total.
You don't know until you hear it, and you'll be shocked when you hear it. Normally, people just joke around online and say that we should set a small goal and make 100 million first. But this is just a joke.
How did you really come up with a small goal so easily?
Unlike middle school or high school students, college students at this stage already have a clearer concept of money. Everyone's monthly living expenses are basically around 1,500 yuan, and with part-time work, the maximum income they can earn is around 3,000 yuan a month. After deducting basic living expenses, being able to save 2,000 is already very, very impressive. If you calculate it this way, 120 million.
It takes 60,000 months, 5,000 years. China's history is only 5,000 years old.
In other words, even if one starts saving money from ancient times, the money saved up until now is barely enough to buy a villa like this.
And the premise is to save money every month. There is really no difference without comparison.
Some have already reached Rome, while others are still being used as slaves. The students present, including Su Ming, were all surprised beyond words.
Especially Su Ming.
She was very curious about how Linny, as a freshman, could earn so much money.
Especially since he has no family background.
He earned all this money by himself.
Did he win the lottery? Impossible. The probability is too low.
It is said that the probability of winning the lottery for more than 100 million is lower than the probability of being struck by lightning 3 times in a row. Su Ming's eyes gradually began to show some admiration when he looked at Lin Yi. Su Ming dreamed of becoming a successful female entrepreneur since she was a child. Like my father, I want to start my own company and make it bigger and stronger. But as she grew older, she realized that it was very difficult to carve out a niche for herself in this era. It can be said that starting a business is the most expensive thing in the world. As the saying goes, we are not afraid of the second generation of rich people living a life of debauchery, but we are afraid of them working hard to start a business. Once problems arise in a business, it is very likely that the family fortune accumulated by several generations will be lost.
Su Ming's father Su Yu is a good example.
Originally, Su Yu was considered a leader among Nanling's logistics companies. In order to expand the scale of the business in the past few years, we began to enter the tourism market.
Spent a huge amount of money to buy a luxury cruise ship. However, there are always unexpected events. Just after I bought the cruise ship, I encountered a global epidemic. Both the tourism and logistics industries have been hit hard.
When I bought the cruise ship, I was already short of money, so I took out a loan for this purpose.
This is even worse. The capital chain is on the verge of breaking and the entire company is in danger.
Out of desperation, Su Yu had to use business marriage to try to save the company's current predicament. The object of the marriage is the eldest son of the Nanling Li Group, Li Runs. It was Li Zhuoran's biological brother who had a conflict with Lin Yi some time ago. Everyone in the Nanling business circle knows that Su Yu has a daughter named Su Ming, who is very beautiful. When Li Runs met Su Ming at a party before, he developed a strong interest in her.
This kind of woman is the one that the eldest son of the Li family should marry. He has outstanding looks and a good family background. Only by bringing a woman like this out can you bring honor to yourself and reflect your status.
Unlike his younger brother Li Zhuoran, Li Runs is not the kind of person who lives a life of debauchery.
I don't think that much of a thing about women.
To him, the role of his wife is nothing more than a vase standing beside him to show off his taste.
What's more, the Su family is now facing bankruptcy.
Maybe he could take advantage of the situation and take over the Su family's business. At that time, let Su Ming stay at home and be a wealthy wife who never goes out of the house, give birth to children for herself, and take care of her husband and children at home.
This is in line with Li Run's definition of a good wife.
Su Ming's father had no choice but to rely on the Li family's strong financial resources under the current circumstances.
To this end, he and Su Ming's mother Zhang Wanji did ideological work on Su Ming every day.
Su Ming also knew how important this company was to his father.
Since I was a child, my parents have always loved me very much.
My family is facing difficulties now, and I can't just turn a blind eye to it.
It seems that the only thing to do is to marry Li Run's. But Su Ming also understands Li Run's character.
After marrying Li Run's, she might never have the chance to realize her life dream of becoming a strong businesswoman.
In the eyes of others, marrying Li Run's may be a great honor.
But in Su Ming's heart, the person she wants to spend the rest of her life with is someone with outstanding abilities and whom she can admire from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt bitter in his heart. He picked up a bottle of red wine from the wine cellar and poured himself a glass.
Drink it all in one gulp. Chapter 59 Investment Genius.
At this time, the students were all playing on the underground floor, some were playing games, some were watching movies and singing. It seemed that no one noticed Su Ming sitting lonely in the wine cellar.
Su Ming looked at the lively crowd and suddenly felt envious.
Once upon a time, I was also such a carefree college student.
Don't worry about tomorrow, don't worry about today. But now,
Su Ming actually felt like he had seen the end of his life. Su Ming sighed and poured himself another glass of wine.
Big campus beauty, are you drinking alone here?
A figure sat down next to Su Ming. His tone was warm, yet there was a hint of joking in it.
Lin Yi? Why don't you go play with them? Su Ming asked.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and took the bottle of wine next to Su Ming away. I'm afraid you'll secretly drink up all the good wine in my house.
Of course, this is a joke.
Lin Yi's experiences since childhood have made him very thoughtful, and he can tell whether others are happy or unhappy through some subtle expressions. Just now, Lin Yi saw from afar that Su Ming looked unhappy.
Like he has something on his mind.
After all, he has been bound to the cashback object by himself. It's always a good idea to find opportunities to improve your relationship.
Maybe it can improve your favorability.
Su Ming also heard that Lin Yi was trying to make him happy, so he lifted the hair beside his ear with his fingers.
Master Lin, you are so rich, would you care about 1 or 2 bottles of wine? The irony is obvious. Lin Yi smiled and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you hear what Zhou Jini said just now? The owner of this villa is a very paranoid collector. You can't even drink the Coke in the refrigerator, let alone the treasures in the wine cellar. Hearing this, Su Ming burst out laughing. Ha, I didn't expect you to hold a grudge.
Su Ming was a little drunk, and a beautiful blush appeared on his face. His eyes gradually became blurred.
Lin Yi, can you tell me how you make your money?
Alcohol makes cowards braver. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Ming finally asked the question that concerned him most. If Lin Yi could tell her, or was willing to teach her, then maybe she could also earn a huge sum of money in a short period of time.
By then, Dad's company will be saved.
She wouldn't have to marry Li Run's, whom she didn't like. But this time, Lin Yi was stumped.
How should I explain this to Su Ming? Should I tell Su Ming that I have a system? Can I get high cashback by spending money on girls? No one would believe this.
Maybe Su Ming would think of himself as a nerd who daydreams all day long. Seeing that Lin Yi was in a difficult situation, Su Ming quickly waved his hands.
It's okay.
I know it's a bit too abrupt to ask such a thing directly.
Just pretend I didn't ask. Su Ming knew that such questions might involve commercial secrets. It's normal for Lin Yi not to say anything.
After all, no one wants to tell others the secret to getting rich.
Lin Yi shook his head. It's okay to tell you. But you may not believe me. In fact, I can make money myself as long as I spend money on others. The more you spend, the more you earn. And what you earn is usually dozens of times what you spend.
Lin Yi thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to use this obscure way to express the fact that he had a system. Although it still sounds incredible, it is much better than directly saying that you have a system. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Su Ming not only did not show any doubt on his face, but his eyes lit up.
Who makes money by spending money on others? There is only one explanation. Invest. Aren't those who run investment companies making money by investing in other companies?
I once heard that there was a genius in the investment world who started from scratch with a tiny amount of capital. With his keen business sense and strong perception of the market, he finally built his own business empire.
Is it the same for Linny? Moreover, Linny just said that what he earns is usually dozens of times what he spends. Oh my god, what a concept!
It is a legend that the stock god Bart can achieve an annualized investment return of 20%.
Linny can actually reach dozens of times? Thousands of percent? It's so fake, it's a lie.
But Su Ming immediately came to his senses again. At Linny's age, without any help from his family, he bought a villa worth hundreds of millions on his own. If it weren't for the dozens of times return on investment, how could he have made so much money in a short period of time?
Genius. Worship. Su Ming's admiration for Linny has now turned into worship.
Even the way she looked at Linny gradually developed towards that of a fangirl.
Su Ming, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 35 points.
Linny was stunned when he heard the system prompt.
What's wrong with Su Ming? He won't really believe it.
Never mind, it doesn't matter whether I believe it or not, as long as my favorability goes up. The next step is to find an opportunity to spend money on Su Ming and earn cash back. Linny has already summed up some experience through the previous cash back experiences. When spending money on girls, spend big.
There's no point in making small moves. Moreover, it is too easy for a girl's favorability to exceed 50 points.
After reaching 50 points, you will not get any cash back. Therefore, the only way is to find a way to control the favorability score within 50 points, and then find an opportunity to spend a huge sum of money directly.
Just like buying a house for Trinya yesterday. Could it be possible that he also gave Su Ming a house?
No, I have 1 billion yuan in my hands now.
Buying a house is too easy. I still have to find a way to buy something more expensive. What is more expensive than a house? Sports car? It seems to be about the same price as a house.
After all, Linny has just reached adulthood and has too little exposure to society.
For a moment, I was at a loss as to what to buy that was more expensive.
Seeing Linny frowning as he thought about something, Su Ming felt even more touched.
It looks like he is thinking about his business layout.
I didn't expect that he would have to bear such pressure at such a young age.
It's really not easy.
Su Ming had already imagined Lin Yi's inner thoughts in his mind. At the same time, she also secretly decided to carefully observe Lin Yi's every move in the future. If Lin Yi has any investment trends, he can just invest along with him and maybe get a piece of the pie.
In the afternoon, everyone basically spent their time playing their own entertainment activities on the underground first floor. Soon it was night.
Li Tong originally wanted to organize everyone to continue having barbecue in the courtyard. However, some students said that their cooking skills were too poor and they wanted to change their taste.
How about we order takeout? A classmate suggested. Other students echoed this. Linny suddenly came up with an idea and generously offered to order the takeaway himself. Chapter 60, Blocking the Wine.
Linny opened the food delivery app on his phone and found Nanling Hotel. First, use Su Ming to earn some cash back. Linny thought so in his mind, tapping the phone screen frantically. After a while, a lot of dishes were ordered. The Nanling Hotel, where the average cost per person is 2,000 to 3,000, felt like a buffet under the order ordered by Linny. Then, Linny thoughtfully filled in Su Ming's name in the contact column for the takeaway delivery.
Then click Pay.
Ding, this time I spent 150,000 yuan on the cashback recipient, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 35 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 32 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 4.8 million yuan. No matter how thin a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat, and every bit of money earned counts.
Linny is still quite pragmatic.
Besides, more than 4 million is not a small amount. It's just that the hundreds of millions of cashbacks he received a few days ago raised Lin Yi's psychological threshold, so the 4 million could no longer cause Lin Yi to have too much psychological fluctuations. After successfully placing the takeout order, Lin Yi first took out a few bottles of good wine from the wine cellar.
The takeaway will be here soon, let's drink first. Seeing this, everyone walked over to the long table and sat down around it. The atmosphere is great when young people get together.
A few boys made jokes and soon livened up the atmosphere.
Amidst laughter and joy, the takeaway was quickly delivered to the door. Wow, so rich. Nanling Hotel. I never thought that one day I would be able to eat the food at Nanling Hotel. Thank you, Boss Lin, for feeding me. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. The students excitedly opened their takeaways and filled the table with food. Australian lobster, foie gras, Spanish ham, caviar, and abalone as big as a fist. Everyone was stunned for a moment. I never thought I could eat these things as a staple food. There are only 10 of us, and there are already 20 Australian dragons. I've seen situations where there are too many monks and too little meat, but this is the first time in my life that I've fought such a prosperous battle. Hey, why didn't you order rice? You country dog, why do you need to eat carbs? You can get full just as easily by eating lobster and abalone. After this meal, I'm afraid I'll get gout. Forget about gout. I'll finish this meal first even if I have to have my limb amputated. Okay, no more words, it's all in the wine. We toast to Linny. Yes, to Linny. Linny raised his glass and waved to his classmates. Tong Tong is our protagonist today. Let me take the lead. Let's wish Tong Tong a happy birthday. May she always be 18 years old. Hearing Linny's blessing, Li Tong smiled shyly and clinked her wineglass with Linny sweetly. Happy birthday, why are you only clinking glasses with Linny and not with us? Nonsense, with Linny here, Tong Tong can't have room for anyone else. The classmates started joking with each other. Li Tong's face turned even redder with embarrassment. Although she enjoyed being joked about by her classmates. After all, she now has a genuine liking for Linny. But the two have not confirmed their relationship after all. So I couldn't respond to my classmates' words with confidence. At this time, it was Yang Xiaoli who came out to smooth things over for Li Tong. Well, even a big meal can't fill your mouths. No one is allowed to be left alive today. Don't let Linny down. Everyone had experienced Yang Xiaoli's hot temper, so they obediently changed the subject. Looking at Li Tong sitting next to Linny with a sweet look on her face, Sun Xiaoxiao felt a little sad. Now she felt extremely regretful. How could you jump to the conclusion so early that Linny must be a liar? People can order a meal that costs a whopping 150,000 yuan. How wealthy must that person really be? Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes rolled and she began to have evil thoughts. Linny said at noon that if you drink too much tonight, you can stay here. If I get him drunk and then sneak into his room at night to take him down, I should be able to at least make some money from Linny. Just like the national husband, Principal Wang, he is very generous even to those female internet celebrities with whom he has only had a brief romance. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaoxiao nodded silently in her heart. Linny, I sincerely apologize to you. I was wrong about what happened before. I have realized my mistake. I hope you can forgive my mistakes and accept my apology. Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes were charming. She picked up the wineglass and walked to Linny. She raised the nearly half-full glass of red wine in her hand and drank it all in one gulp. Linny frowned and looked carefully at Sun Xiaoxiao's expression. Did he repent so quickly? Or did he have other plans for himself after knowing his true identity? I'm afraid the latter is more likely. But Linny didn't care. Anyway, the money is in his hands and Sun Xiaoxiao can't snatch it away. No matter what evil thoughts she has, as long as I can control myself, that's all. So, Linny also poured himself a full glass of red wine. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. The girls were drinking so heartily, so Linny naturally couldn't show weakness. A full glass of red wine, which he drank in one gulp. Fortunately, I had enhanced my physical fitness through this system before. Linny found that his alcohol tolerance seemed to have improved. After drinking a full glass of red wine, I didn't feel much. Seeing Linny drinking so decisively, Sun Xiaoxiao felt that her plan seemed to work. So, he started to find all kinds of reasons to ask Linny out for a drink. Several other students present also wanted to curry favor with a wealthy man like Linny. After all, they are all classmates. If Linny is in a good mood one day, some flesh falling from between his fingers will be enough for them to have a full meal. So as the meal went on, a magical situation emerged. As if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone began to take turns toasting Linny. Su Ming and Li Tong sat on Linny's left and right. One was the school beauty and the other was the protagonist of today's birthday party, but they were both ignored. After sitting there for a long time, no one came to drink with them. Don't guys usually love to get pretty girls drinking? Why today? Could it be that Linny's personal charm is so great that it appeals to both men and women? Gradually, Lin Yi's vision became blurred.
As the saying goes, one tiger cannot fight off a pack of wolves.
Even though Linny had enhanced his physical strength, he couldn't withstand everyone's toasts.
From the beginning to now, Linny has drunk 8 bottles of red wine. You know, red wine has a very strong after effect. You may not feel anything when you first drink it, but the longer you drink it, the easier it is to get drunk. Linny's face turned a little red at this time.
Don't bully Linny anymore, I'll help him drink.
Su Ming noticed that everyone was trying to get Linny drunk. Now in Su Ming's heart, Linny is a talented business legend.
She can't let everyone bully her idol like this. Li Tong subconsciously glanced at Su Ming, feeling a little dissatisfied. Isn't Su Ming going to get engaged soon? Why is he so nice to Linny now? And me? I'll help Linny drink too.
Li Tong also stood in front of Linny.
Linny can only be hers, no one else is allowed to snatch him away. Chapter 61, Trying the Female Celebrity's Bed. Seeing the two beauties joining in, the students drank more happily. Clinked glasses and exchanged cups.
By the end, everyone was basically drunk. Only Yang Xiaoli was still relatively sober.
It's not that she can drink a lot.
The main reason is that no one dares to challenge her to a drinking contest.
Everyone in school can see Yang Xiaoli's hot temper.
Linny burped drunkenly and waved to everyone.
Tonight. Stay at my place tonight. I have a lot of rooms upstairs, rooms. You can sleep in my bedroom.
My bed is super big. After saying that, Linny fell headfirst onto the sofa next to him and passed out.
After drinking to this extent, everyone is basically ready to leave.
There were still a few boys who had not yet lost their memory.
They helped their classmates and took a taxi back to school.
Although Linny asked them to stay overnight, they also knew that this was Linny's home after all, and they had just met today because of Li Tong's birthday party, so they were not very familiar with each other.
Living in someone else's home under such circumstances always seems impolite.
Su Ming, Li Tong and Sun Xiaoxiao were also drunk at this time and were lying on the table with their eyes closed. They could not be woken up no matter how hard they were called.
Yang Xiaoli waved to the students who were about to leave. Go back without worry.
I'll take care of these drunkards. Seeing that Yang Xiaoli looked relatively sober, everyone felt relieved and took a taxi back to school.
After everyone left, Yang Xiaoli diligently cleaned up the mess on the long table.
Then they helped the drunk Su Ming, Li Tong and Sun Xiaoxiao to the 3 guest rooms on the 2nd floor respectively.
After settling the 3 girls, Yang Xiaoli prepared to go and help Linny. Unexpectedly, Linny was sleeping so soundly that Yang Xiaoli couldn't drag him away no matter how hard she tried. I give up. How come you are so heavy? After trying for a long time, Yang Xiaoli gave up and let Linny sleep on the sofa. Afraid that Linny would catch a cold at night, Yang Xiaoli found a quilt and put it on Linny's stomach. At this moment, Linny turned over and pressed Yang Xiaoli's hand under his body. Drink, I can't drink anymore.
Linny spoke vaguely without opening his eyes.
Yang Xiaoli was speechless and silently wanted to pull her hand away.
But Linny suppressed him tightly.
Drunkard. Yang Xiaoli used force to flip Linny over a little, and then she managed to pull her hand free. She's in pretty good shape. Yang Xiaoli's hand just happened to accidentally touch Linny's thick chest.
The firm touch made her heart beat faster.
Is this considered taking advantage of him?
Thinking of this, Yang Xiaoli couldn't help but blush a little, showing the shyness that a girl should have. Subconsciously, he looked at Linny's belly again. I just pretended to touch his face accidentally when I was covering him with the quilt. While comforting herself, she reached her hand towards Linny's abdomen.
Oh my god. Such obvious 6-pack abs.
Yang Xiaoli usually likes to take Li Tong to the playground to watch sports students play basketball.
Especially when it's hot.
The boys took off their shirts while fighting. Yang Xiaoli loves to watch this kind of scenes full of male hormones. Unexpectedly, one day she would be able to get her hands on such a great figure. Looking at Lingy's sleeping face, his handsome facial lines made Yang Xiaoli's breathing quicken.
No.
Tong likes him.
I can't.
The remaining sanity of Yang Xiaoli forced herself to calm down.
She and Li Tong are best friends. Anyone with a discerning eye can see Li Tong's feelings for Linny.
It was the first time that Yang Xiaoli saw Li Tong so attracted to a boy. She kept telling herself in her heart that she must not fall in love with the boy her friend liked. But the more I reminded myself of this, the more I couldn't control my heart. Handsome, rich, and in great shape. These 3 points are all perfectly embodied in Lin Yi.
How can I not be moved when facing such an outstanding boy? Yang Xiaoli moved closer and secretly rested her head on Lin Yi's chest,
feeling Lin Yi's breathing in his sleep and following his breathing. Forget it, just think of it as drinking too much tonight and being a female hooligan for once. Yang Xiaoli closed her eyes and silently enjoyed this moment of peace.
Lin Yi groaned again. This scared Yang Xiaoli. I thought Lin Yi was about to wake up.
So he immediately stood up and ran upstairs. It was not until she closed the door and entered the bedroom that Yang Xiaoli realized how violently her heart was pounding. I had to lean against the door and take deep breaths to relieve my tension.
I guess he didn't notice. Yang Xiaoli kept comforting herself.
At this time, the door of another guest room on the second floor was also opened.
Su Ming didn't know when he woke up.
But at this time her head was still dizzy.
Where am I?
Su Ming groped his way out of the room, and the corridor was pitch black. She fumbled around for a while, rubbing her head, but couldn't remember how she ended up here. The aftereffects of the red wine made her feel dizzy.
Where was I sleeping? It's over. I forgot.
Su Ming narrowed his eyes and could no longer find which room he had come out of. As I was walking, I saw a staircase in front of me and walked up it as if possessed. Pushing open the door of the master bedroom, Su Ming saw a huge bed appear in front of him.
It seems to be here.
Su Ming muttered and fell on the bed. Then he fell into a sweet sleep.
At around 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi woke up because he had to urinate.
I forced myself to get up and went to the bathroom to relieve myself. After going to the toilet, Lin Yi sobered up a little.
Why am I sleeping on the sofa again?
Lin Yi curled his lips. I haven't slept in the bed since I bought this big villa.
That is the king-size luxurious bed of actress Yang Moody.
I must feel the taste of female stars today.
Maybe that bed is fragrant and soft.
As he was thinking, Lin Yi rubbed his eyes and went up to the third floor. Pushing open the door of the master bedroom, Lin Yi vaguely saw in the faint moonlight that the quilt on the bed seemed to be bulging. But I didn't think much about it and just lay down comfortably. He turned over in satisfaction. The female star's bed is really soft, it feels like my bones are softened. And it smells so good.
It smells as good as Su Ming's.
Lin Yi took 2 deep sniffs and stretched. Suddenly, he felt as if his fingers touched something soft.
Without thinking, Lin Yi thought it was the big pillow on the bed. He hugged me.
Just like that, school beauty Su Ming, by accident, was held in Lin Yi's arms.
Su Ming didn't wake up either.
The central air conditioning in the villa was originally set at a low temperature, and Su Ming only felt a hint of warmth in the originally cold quilt around him. So, Su Ming also took the initiative to move closer to the source of warmth and shrank his body.
Chapter 62 Inexplicable Feelings.
The next day, the early morning sun shone through the window onto the bed. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes.
He was completely sober by now.
It seems that after the physical fitness value has been enhanced, the metabolic efficiency has been greatly improved. It was only one night, and all the alcohol I drank had disappeared. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes and was about to get up.
But I felt like something was pressing on me.
Lin Yi squinted his eyes and looked.
The next second, the eyes suddenly dilated. All sleepiness is gone. The whole person is awake.
Su Ming's white legs were placed on Lin Yi's body, and his arms were tightly around Lin Yi's body. Because of his restless sleep, Su Ming's clothes were lifted up a little, revealing his fair waist.
Perfect hourglass figure.
Thin waist, wide hips, and raised buttocks. This waist-to-hip ratio is too perfect. Lin Yi swallowed subconsciously.
Why did Su Ming sleep with me? Did he? It shouldn't be. How come I don't have any impression of it at all?
Lin Yi rubbed his head and tried hard to recall.
I can't remember when Su Ming slept here.
But seeing that their clothes were intact, nothing should have happened. Lin Yi steadied his body and tried not to make any movement that would wake Su Ming up. In her heart, she prayed silently that Su Ming would quickly turn over and get off her so that she could sneak back to the sofa in the living room.
Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing when Su Ming wakes up. Maybe I'll even think of myself as a gangster. Said that he took advantage of someone's drunkenness to do something bad. Etc. That's not right. How did you become a gangster? Isn't this your room? Yes. If anyone wants to be a hooligan, she should be the one. Anyway, I was drunk last night and didn't know anything.
Thinking of this, Linny felt more confident. He bravely raised his head and looked at the school beauty who was sleeping on his chest. Su Ming's face is like a fine work of art, with every line being perfectly beautiful. The thick and slightly curved eyelashes are like two small fans, gently covering the tightly closed eyes, trembling slightly with the breathing. The bridge of her nose was small and tall, casting a faint shadow in the morning light. Her lips are slightly open, like delicate petals, pink and soft, making people want to touch them. A few strands of hair gently fell on Su Ming's delicate face, making her look more lazy and gentle.
Like a well-behaved and clingy kitten.
Linny just stared at Su Ming blankly, lost in thought for a moment.
No wonder she is the school belle. Indeed, so beautiful.
This was the first time in all these years that Linny slept with a girl. And I didn't expect that she was such a beautiful lady. Lin Yi's heartbeat quickened. After all, it is the age of full vigor and vitality. Looking at Su Ming at such a close distance, it was difficult to have no reaction at all. Linny even felt that he could hear the thumping sound of his own heartbeat. At this time, Su Ming hugged Linny, stretched, and slowly opened his eyes.
It's dawn. Where is this? What is this? Why is it so hot? Why next to? Is there someone else next to you? Su Ming's round eyes suddenly widened. Linny. How did you? Damn it, I drank too much yesterday, I lost my memory.
In Su Ming's last memory, she only remembered that she seemed to wake up once in the middle of the night and then looked for a bed everywhere.
I have no recollection of what happened afterwards.
Su Ming hurriedly sat up and subconsciously lifted the quilt to look at himself. Don't worry, I was drunk last night too, nothing happened between us.
Linny comforted. Su Ming's face turned red instantly.
Why should I worry? I don't need to worry, I'm not worried at all. After all, they are all about to get engaged. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly felt a little guilty.
If Li Run's knew that he slept in the same bed with Linny last night, would he be furious?
Based on Su Ming's understanding of Li Run's, even if he explained to him that nothing had happened between him and Linny, Li Run's probably wouldn't believe it. Moreover, if this matter were to get out, people would probably secretly discuss behind his back that Linny had cheated on the eldest young master of the Li family. By then, Li Run's might be so angry that he would cancel the engagement directly. Thinking of this consequence, Su Ming felt relieved at first, but then became nervous again. Now his family's company is in urgent need of a large sum of funds, and currently only Li Run's is willing to lend a helping hand.
If I cancel the engagement, my family business will be ruined.
When Su Ming thought of his father Su Yu's weathered face, he felt inexplicably distressed.
It's all my own fault. From childhood to adulthood, I have relied on my family for everything. I wish I could be as good as Linny.
Su Ming looked at the man in front of him and suddenly felt a little more favorable towards him. The two slept together for a whole night, but nothing happened. Lin Yi's behavior can be said to be calm and collected. Such a gentleman naturally makes people feel at ease with him.
Su Ming, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 40 points.
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. The level of favorability has been almost cultivated, and the next step is to look for opportunities to earn cash back on purchases. Oh, it's so troublesome to give gifts to girls. I want to give something expensive, but I don't know what to give. It would be nice if I could just send the money directly.
It's still easiest to send money. Oh no.
It's too crude. If I give money right away, people might think I'm a psychopath.
Linny thought so in his heart. Linny, I'm going back to school first. Thank you for your hospitality yesterday.
Su Ming blushed and hurried out of Lin Yi's bedroom. I don't know what is going on, but when Su Ming sees Lin Yi, he feels an inexplicable emotion in his heart.
This is not a good sign.
I'm getting engaged soon, and I had a crazy day playing yesterday. I still have to calm down in the future and accept the reality that I have to accept.
Su Ming ran downstairs, ran out of the villa, and took a taxi back to school.
When going downstairs, the hurried footsteps woke up Yang Xiaoli, who was sleeping in the room near the stairs. Yang Xiaoli rubbed her eyes and opened the door, then saw Su Ming running down from the master bedroom on the 3rd floor.
Ha! Didn't I help her to sleep in the guest room yesterday? Why did she come down from the master bedroom on the 3rd floor?
Yang Xiaoli looked curiously in the direction Su Ming left. I happened to see that the sofa in the living room on the 1st floor was empty. Lin Yi, who was supposed to be sleeping on the sofa, was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was the quilt that I had covered him with last night because I was afraid he would catch a cold. At this moment, Linny also walked down from the third floor in slippers. As he walked, he was also adjusting the buttons of his shirt. When he reached the second floor, Linny saw Yang Xiaoli looking around and greeted her politely.
Good morning, you're up so early?
Yang Xiaoli was surprised to see Linny buttoning his clothes, and combined with the scene of Su Ming running down in a hurry.
Oh my god. You guys last night? Chapter 63 Not Hateful. Yang Xiaoli's surprised expression was as if she had learned some shocking secret. She took care of these drunkards personally yesterday.
Those who sleep in the guest room sleep in the guest room, and those who sleep on the sofa sleep on the sofa.
How come these two people secretly slept together at night? When did they start dating? That's not right.
Li Tong even told her quietly yesterday that Su Ming admitted that they were going to get engaged soon.
Could it be that she is engaged to Linny? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
At Lin Yi's age, he is not even of legal marriage age.
So is this Su Ming's last indulgence before marriage? Crazy singles night? Oh my god, I didn't expect that the school beauty who usually looks pure and innocent is actually such a person. Seeing Yang Xiaoli's expression change 8 times in 1 second, Linny guessed what she was thinking. Don't think too much, nothing happened between her and me. We just drank too much and happened to sleep in the same bed by accident. Yang Xiaoli nodded sensibly. Don't worry, I know, I won't tell anyone. I understand.
Linny looked at Yang Xiaoli in confusion.
What do you know? I didn't lie to you. Everything I said is true. Looking at Yang Xiaoli's smirk, Linny felt as if he was making things worse.
Li Tong and Sun Xiaoxiao slept until noon before they barely sobered up. The two men rubbed their heads and went downstairs, then leaned back on the big sofa in the living room on the first floor. Yang Xiaoli tactfully pulled her cousin Sun Xiaoxiao up.
Well, we won't stay here and be the light bulbs for you too. I'll take Xiaoxiao back to school first.
After saying that, he pulled Sun Xiaoxiao out the door.
After knowing that Linny slept in the same bed with Su Ming last night, Yang Xiaoli started to worry about Li Tong. As Li Tong's best friend, she certainly hopes that Li Tong can be with Linny.
Regardless of whether anything happened between Su Ming and Linny, it is an indisputable fact that Su Ming is about to get engaged. In other words, it is absolutely impossible for Linny and Su Ming to be together.
Linny can't just go and steal the wedding, right?
In that case, Li Tong still has a chance. Even if Su Ming really did that with Linny last night, it doesn't matter.
As a man, can you be called a man without some stories?
Besides, Linny is so outstanding, it is normal for him to have some beautiful girls around him.
As long as he can treat Li Tong well after they are together, that's enough.
Therefore, Yang Xiaoli has to seize the time to create a space for them to be alone. She knew that there were some things that Li Tong could only say when she was alone with Linny. As the door of the villa closed, Linny and Li Tong were the only ones left in the empty living room.
The atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment.
Linny remembered that Li Tong hinted to him yesterday not to lock the door when he went to bed at night. He was at a loss for a moment and didn't know how to face Li Tong.
Li Tong also felt a little embarrassed.
He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of holding a party at Lin Yi's house to take down Linny in one fell swoop.
But I didn't expect that I drank too much last night and didn't have the chance to implement the original plan. Now everyone is sober and is calmed down from yesterday's impulsive emotions. This is often the case with things that are consensual. When the atmosphere is right and the mood is high, it's easy to hit it off. But if you don't seize the opportunity, once you miss it, you miss it. This kind of thing requires sentiment.
The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became eerily quiet. Both of them could hear each other's breathing clearly. In the end, it was Li Tong who spoke first.
Su Ming went back?
I saw she drank quite a lot last night. I didn't expect she could hold her liquor quite well.
I drank too much last night, and I don't even remember how I got to the room. Linny, are you sober? Can you say anything else besides I like you.
Linny didn't expect that Li Tong would confess directly.
There is no skill pre-swing at all. This is too sudden.
After all these years, this was the first time that a girl confessed to Linny.
Li Tong, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 90 points. Ding, Li Tong's favorability has increased.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-point reward.
Now, Li Tong's favorability has surpassed Yi Xuanxuan.
Linny still remembers that he always heard people say that money can't buy true love.
Now, facing this kind of argument, Linny just wanted to laugh. Maybe feelings really can't be measured by money. However, if you want a girl to fall in love with you, money is needed in every step. Without money, you can't buy true love.
Seeing that Linny didn't say anything, Li Tong hurriedly tried to make up for it.
You don't have to rush to give me an answer now. I respect your feelings, and I understand. Just because I like you doesn't mean you have to like me.
It's your freedom to like whoever you want.
I just want to tell you that I like you, that's all.
Listening to Li Tong's words, Linny felt inexplicably familiar.
Isn't this what those licking dogs often say?
It turns out that when you love someone to a certain extent, no matter if they are men or women, they will voluntarily become licking dogs.
It's so deep in love that I lick it naturally.
Linny, actually when I first approached you it was because I saw that you were relatively wealthy.
I admit that I am a bit of a money worshipper at heart. But now, I like you from the bottom of my heart. So I don't want to hide it from you. If you hate me for this, then I can accept that.
After saying this, Li Tong lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong. Li Tong herself couldn't tell at what moment she started to like Linny. Maybe he bought himself a very expensive gift just because he had a disagreement. Maybe it's because he remains calm and composed when faced with other people's misunderstandings. Anyway, in Li Tong's heart, she thinks Linny is a big boy who is sincere to the point of being a little silly.
Such a Linny made her feel very warm. In comparison, I seem less pure. Thinking of this, Li Tong couldn't help feeling a little guilty. But after hearing what Li Tong said, Linny quickly shook his head. I don't hate you. Real? Real.
Seeing Linny's affirmative tone, Li Tong finally smiled sweetly.
That's good. If you don't hate it, then there's a chance you'll like it. Okay, I won't bother you today. I'm going back to school first. See you at school tomorrow.
After getting Linny's answer, Li Tong felt relieved and her mood became much more relaxed. Considering that the two of them haven't confirmed their relationship yet, Li Tong felt embarrassed to stay in Linny's big villa.
Linny didn't try too hard to persuade him to stay. After Li Tong left, Linny lay on the sofa, bored.
Suddenly, he thought of how Zhou Zhini had mocked him yesterday for not being able to afford a sports car. I just so happen to have 1.1 billion yuan left in my hand, so it's time to buy myself a new toy. However, better sports cars generally need to be booked in advance.
It's not something you can just buy as easily as vegetables.
After much thought, Linny sent a message to Zhang Hanyu, asking him if he had any ideas in this regard. When Zhang Hanyu heard that Linny wanted to buy a sports car, he quickly replied.
Mr. Lin, I happen to know the owner of a car dealership. If it's convenient for you tonight, I'll take you to meet her. Chapter 64 Going to the Bar.
Considering that today is Sunday and he has nothing to do anyway, Linny agreed to Zhang Hanyu's proposal. The two agreed that Zhang Hanyu would drive over to pick up Linny around 9 o'clock in the evening. In the afternoon, Linny stayed in the villa alone and played with his mobile phone for a long time. Suddenly, he had an idea that he should buy himself a computer. So I went out and ordered a whole set of the Eye of the Prodigal without saying a word.
It's good to have money, and you don't have to consider the cost-effectiveness at all. Buy whichever is more expensive. Just pick the one with the highest value. Anyway, there is always a reason why it is expensive. The entire computer configuration is just numbers, without any technical content.
Linny used to not understand why those rich people always liked to spend money in vain when there were obviously more favorable ways to save some money. Now he understood that truly rich people would not care about these things at all. For them, time is their most precious wealth. Instead of wasting time researching how to save money, it is better to spend this time making more money. Many times, the little money you save through hard work is not as much as the income that the rich earn in 1 minute. After the installation master came to his house and installed the computer, Linny couldn't wait to open it and play with it for a while.
The Eye of Prodigal Son was indeed extraordinary.
Linny felt that his skills had reached a new level. In this way, after playing on the computer for an entire afternoon, time quickly came to 9 o'clock in the evening.
Followed by a low roar of the engine.
A black and white Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the door of Linny's villa. Knowing that someone would come to pick up Linny in the evening, Zhang Hanyu specifically asked the driver to drive his car over.
At least it looks more formal. Mr. Sang, here we come.
After seeing this, Linny opened the door and walked out. The driver politely opened the car door, and Zhang Hanyu made a pleased gesture to Linny. Linny bent down and got into the back seat of the car. This was Lin Yi's first time riding in a Rolls-Royce, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. Especially the iconic starry sky ceiling, which made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Luxury cars are indeed different. In comparison, his Panamera is a bit embarrassing.
Mr. Zhang, the car is nice. Lin Yi sighed sincerely.
Zhang Hanyu got in the car from the other side and signaled to the driver that he could drive.
Mr. Lin, you must be joking.
This kind of car may still be a bit inferior in your opinion. After all, the day before yesterday, Zhang Hanyu saw Lin Yi and gave someone a large flat worth tens of millions just because they had a disagreement. This car worth several $1 million is probably nothing to Lin Yi.
It can only fool ordinary people. Lin Yi smiled and didn't explain too much.
The driver stepped on the accelerator and soon arrived at the destination. After getting off the car, Zhang Hanyu pointed to the sign in front of him that read Starry Night Bar and introduced it.
Mr. Lin, this is it.
Lin Yi looked at the huge sign, puzzled.
Aren't you here to buy a car? Why are you here at the bar?
Zhang Hanyu hurriedly explained. Mr. Lin, you may not know that the owner of this bar is Chung Hong, and we all call her Sister Hong. In addition to being the owner of this bar, she is also the owner of the largest car dealership in Nanling City. I bought this car from her. She has many channels at her disposal, and she claims that she can get all the other cars except for the 2 limited editions.
Lin Yi nodded, understood, and walked into the bar with Zhang Hanyu. As soon as we entered the door, the waiter greeted us warmly. Mr. Zhang, you are here.
The waiter had a fawning look on his face, and it seemed that Zhang Hanyu often visited here. But it's normal when you think about it. After all, the second generation of rich people only have those kinds of entertainment activities.
Zhang Hanyu nodded to the waiter. Please open a box for me.
When Zhang Hanyu and his friends came here to play before, they basically booked the premium booths, but today he brought Lin Yi with him, so he had to show off his strength. No need for any fancy stuff, just open a private room. But the waiter seemed a little embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, all 5 of our imperial boxes have been booked today.
How about you take a look at a booth?
The Starry Night Bar is very popular, and if you want to book a private room, you basically have to book it a week in advance. Lin Yi and Zhang Hanyu decided to come here today on the spur of the moment, so naturally they did not make an appointment in advance.
Zhang Hanyu was a little embarrassed for a moment.
Those who can book a private room here must be well-known people.
You can't just snatch it from others. Mr. Zhang, let's sit in the booth. Lin Yi didn't care.
This was his first time in such a place. If you sit in a booth, you can be closer to the dance floor and the atmosphere will be better.
Who doesn't want to have fun when coming to a bar?
Seeing that Lin Yi agreed, Zhang Hanyu didn't hesitate anymore and directly asked the waiter to take him to the Supreme booth. Although it is slightly lower in grade than the Imperial box, it is still quite good. The minimum consumption for a Supreme booth is 88,000, which is not affordable for ordinary people. So, as soon as Lin Yi and Zhang Hanyu sat down, many young hot girls around them cast passionate glances at them. He stared at the 2 of them as if they were prey.
As for wine, let's put on 2 dragon suits first. We are not here to play today. We have something serious to discuss with your boss.
Go tell Sister Hong that I introduced a business to her. Zhang Hanyu gave the waiter a tip of several hundred yuan and asked him to pass on a message for him.
The waiter smiled happily and went there immediately.
It wasn't long before the wine arrived. There were also 4 young and beautiful girls who came with them.
When Zhang Hanyu saw the 2 stunning beauties that accompanied Lin Yi when he bought a house before, he naturally thought that Lin Yi was into that kind of thing.
So, I took the initiative to call the waiter and asked a few sisters to come and drink with me.
Otherwise, just 2 grown men would be too plain.
Seeing that Zhang Hanyu was so successful, Lin Yi gave him a look that all men understood.
This is how drinking at a bar is fun.
Under the guidance of several girls, Lin Yi also learned some common games in bars.
Things like finger grabbing and lady cards, they are all having a lot of fun.
After a while, the second round of drinks was ordered, but Chung Hong had not shown up yet.
Your sister Hong is busy today? Why hasn't she come yet? Zhang Hanyu asked, pulling a hot girl next to him.
The hot girl smiled coquettishly. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, let us stay with you for a while.
Sister Hong is in the Imperial box today.
I heard there are a few guests from the Han country there, and they specifically asked for Sister Hong to accompany them. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyu narrowed his slightly tipsy eyes and looked towards the box.
The side of the imperial box facing the hall is a huge piece of transparent glass. From the seat, you can vaguely see inside the box.
I saw 3 men surrounding a woman and urging her to drink.
However, the woman seemed to be at ease.
She pushed back the wine she didn't want to drink while chatting and laughing, and easily avoided the countless sexual advances from those men.
Chapter 65 Limited Edition Magic Car.
Seeing that they could not take advantage of the woman, those Han people had to give up in disappointment.
Everyone, let me excuse myself for a moment. I'm a little drunk.
I'm going to the bathroom to wash my face. Cheng Hong said politely to several people with a smile on her face. Then he slipped out of the box.
You guys still want to force me to drink? Humph, you overestimate your own abilities.
Cheng Hong secretly hummed towards the box, then walked towards Zhang Hanyu.
Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Come on, I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Cheng Hong was very cheerful.
He poured himself 3 full glasses of wine and drank them all in one gulp. Originally, Zhang Hanyu was a little upset because Cheng Hong had left him here for so long. After these 3 glasses of wine, even if I feel unhappy, I have to hold it in.
Sister Hong, I didn't expect your business to be so good today. Come, let me introduce you, this is Master Lin.
Lin Yi also poured himself a glass of wine, stood up and looked at Cheng Hong.
Hello Sister Hong, my name is Lin Yi. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex.
The host's heartbeat value is 35 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions.
Bind successfully. Personal information. Name, Cheng Hong. Age, 29. Favorability towards the host, 15 points. Occupation, bar owner. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms.
I have to say that Cheng Hong has a strong feminine charm. Faced with such top-notch products, it was hard for Lin Yi not to be moved. The comic waist, wineglass legs, peach buttocks, and a hot slim-fitting mom's skirt made Lin Yi feel like he was in spring breeze.
Is this what they call a young woman's feeling?
Seeing Lin Yi staring at her, Cheng Hong was not displeased at all. Instead, a hint of deep wrinkles appeared in her eyes, and she bent down and clinked glasses with Lin Yi.
It turns out to be Master Lin. He is really young and promising.
Although Cheng Hong didn't know Lin Yi, she was quite familiar with Zhang Hanyu.
This is the prince of Haoyu Group. How could the people he personally brought here to play be mediocre people?
Being able to be a bar owner, Cheng Hong naturally has a very good grasp of the ways of the world.
I wonder what's the matter that you two specially asked me to come here today. It can't be that Master Zhang, you missed me.
Cheng Hong laughed after she finished speaking, but Zhang Hanyu felt embarrassed. The rich second generations who often came to the night sky bar knew that Cheng Hong was incredibly beautiful. Many people also had feelings for Cheng Hong. Because Cheng Hong's usual style is carefree, giving people a casual or even frivolous feeling. However, when those rich second generations who had set their sights on Cheng Hong really wanted to win her over, they found themselves completely manipulated by this woman from beginning to end. If you take a step closer, she takes a step back. If you take a step back, she takes another step closer.
Just play tug of war with you like this. You can see it, but you can't touch it. This feeling is very uncomfortable. It feels like a kitten is scratching my heart. Especially for those rich second generations who can get anything they want immediately since childhood. It's simply a torture. Finally, Cheng Hong got tired of playing around and told these people that they could ask her to buy a car or have a drink with them, but when it came to relationships, none of them together could beat her. From then on, everyone realized that this woman was not as simple as they had imagined. All that enthusiasm and frivolity was just a way for her to attract clients. The only thing on her mind is making money. No man.
Thinking of this, Zhang Hanyu withdrew his thoughts and explained for Lin Yi. Sister Hong, young Master Lin wants to buy a sports car, and I told him you have the most channels. Cheng Hong looked at Zhang Hanyu with satisfaction. Then I would like to thank Master Zhang for taking care of my business.
I wonder what kind of sports car Mr. Lin wants to buy. I happen to have a Ferrari 488 on hand right now, listed at 4.8 million. I wonder if young Master Lin is interested.
Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head silently. He usually plays a lot of racing games. In the game, he has a lot of virtual hidden cars. So he knew that the Ferrari 488 could only be considered an entry-level sports car at best.
Since you have decided to buy it, buy a better one.
However, Chang Hong thought that Lin Yi refused because the Ferrari 488 she quoted was beyond Lin Yi's budget.
Then I wonder what price range Master Lin wants to buy.
After saying this, Chang Hong felt a little disappointed. I thought Zhang Hanyu had specially introduced a big business to me. I didn't expect it to be such a small fight. If she sells a car at this price, she can only get a commission of about 100,000 yuan at most. Not even as much as I earn in a day at the bar.
However, although she was disappointed, Chang Hong did not show it.
When doing business, you will naturally not reject customers just because the profit is low. This will affect word of mouth.
Lin Yi frowned and thought for a long time. Sister Hong, I want to buy a Bugatti Divo first. This is one of Lin Yi's favorite cars in racing games.
With a maximum power of 1,500 horsepower, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.3 seconds.
After much thought, Lin Yi decided to take it first.
However, this car is limited to 40 units worldwide, so Lin Yi just tried his luck without holding out too much hope.
If Cheng Hong says it's not available, then consider other models.
But when everyone heard Lin Yi's words, they were stunned. Chang Hong was stunned, Zhang Hanyu was stunned, and even the 4 hot girls who were drinking with him were stunned.
Although the hot girls don't understand how amazing this car is. But everyone has always heard of the name of Bugatti.
That is the best of luxury cars. Zhang Hanyu also silently felt that the key to the Rolls-Royce in his pocket suddenly no longer smelled good.
Chang Hong was shocked and swallowed hard. Mr. Lin, are you sure? This car is limited to 40 units worldwide. You can't buy it just because you want to. You have to pay more.
What Chang Hong said was also true. To buy this kind of magical car, in addition to money, connections are also essential. Naturally, you need to spend money to take care of all the parties.
Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this.
I originally thought that Chang Hong couldn't do anything about it, but I didn't expect that all I had to do was pay more money.
It seems that money is indeed omnipotent.
It's no problem to add money, Sister Hong, just give me a price. This decisive attitude made Chang Hong difficult to accept for a while.
This young man is so capable?
That's right, since he dares to ask to buy a Bugatti Divo, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Chang Hong calculated carefully and gave Lin Yi a price.
How about this, Master Lin, one price, 62 million. The deposit is 20 million, and the remaining balance can be settled after receiving the car. Lin Yi nodded.
Sister Hong, tell me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you directly.
Lin Yi had no intention of bargaining and just bought it as he said. Chang Hong was shocked by this heroic aura.
And roughly speaking, if this deal is successful, I can get several million in commission.
Chapter 66 I fell down.
After receiving the card number sent by Chang Hong, Lin Yi directly transferred the full amount of 62 million.
Mr. Lin, you are.
Chang Hong was a little surprised when she saw the string of zeros on the deposit message.
Didn't you say that you would collect 20 million as a deposit first?
Lin Yi shook his head indifferently.
I'm a lazy person. I don't want to do it twice, so I just do it in one go. Since it was young Master Zhang who introduced it, I believe there will be no problem.
Hearing this, Zhang Hanyu broke out in a sweat.
Thought.
Brother, please don't mention me at this time. If Chang Hong really absconded with the money, I can't take the blame.
But let us be honest, who is this Lin Yi and why is he so rich?
Within just a few days, he bought a large apartment, a villa, and a sports car, all of which were paid in full.
How much liquid capital does he have? He is so rich.
At this time, Chang Hong also began to look at Lin Yi with a new respect. More than 60 million was transferred without any hesitation, and it seemed that he did not value the money.
Moreover, this behavior is a great trust for a businessman like Chang Hong. Chang Hong, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability is 20 points.
Hearing that his favorability had increased, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. While drinking just now, he also heard Zhang Hanyu talk about Chang Hong.
I originally thought that this kind of woman would be very difficult to deal with. Now it seems that people will still be impressed by the power of money.
Chang Hong poured a glass of wine and was about to toast Lin Yi. At this moment, a drunk man suddenly appeared and grabbed Chang Hong's wrist.
Xiao Hong, didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? Why are you here to accompany others? Is this your bathroom?
The man spoke Mandarin with a strong Han accent and snatched the wineglass from Chang Hong's hand.
Today, you are mine, and you can only drink with me.
After saying that, he reached out to hug Chung Hong's waist. Chung Hong instinctively wanted to dodge, but her wrist was held tightly by the Han man.
There is no way to avoid it.
Just when the dirty hand was about to touch Chang Hong's waist, it was firmly clamped by a stronger hand.
The Han countryman looked in the direction and came face to face with Lin Yi's seemingly harmless face. Let go, the Han countryman said angrily.
Lin Yi looked at the hand of the Han countryman that grabbed Chung Hong's wrist.
I'll loosen up if you loosen up first.
Chung Hong was very grateful to Lin Yi for being willing to stand up for her. But there was tension between the two, and Cheng Hong didn't want to make things worse.
Mr. Park Young Cheon, please go back to the box first. I'll be here soon.
Cheng Hong already had a plan in mind at this time.
Anyway, these Han countrymen are just here for fun.
At most they can just call a few hot girls to accompany drinking to their box to apologize. But Park Young Cheon was not willing to give in at this time.
What the men of Han country value most is that little bit of face.
If I bow my head in front of this Chinese man today, it would be a disgrace to the great Han nation.
What if I don't let go? What can you do to me? Park Young Cheon looked provocative.
He didn't believe that the man in front of him would dare to do anything to him. After all, on major social media platforms in Han country, there is a widespread rumor that the Chinese are paper tigers who only dare to talk but not actually do anything. Lin Yi ignored him and talked to himself.
I'll count to 3. 3. 2. Park Young Cheon's knowledge of Chinese literature is quite good and he can understand what Lin Yi means. Seeing Lin Yi being so arrogant, he became even more angry. Wagwa pig, today I want to,
It hurts, it hurts.
Let go.
Before Park Young Chuan could finish his words, Lin Yi suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding Park Young Chuan. As a veteran League of Legends player, Lin Yi already had a prejudice against the Han people. I didn't expect that the Han people I met today were even more lawless.
What? You still want to bully his system-bound object in front of him? Are you dreaming?
Lin Yi's current physical fitness value is as high as level 6. Last time, he broke the front windshield of a van with just one punch.
Isn't dealing with a Han person the same as dealing with a dog? Park Young Cheon only felt a brutal force sweeping over him in an instant.
The intense pain hit his brain violently, and he howled like a pig being slaughtered. The hand that was originally holding Chung Hong immediately loosened its grip, and turned around to tightly hold Lin Yi's hand, trying to loosen Lin Yi's hand a little.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yi's hand seemed to be welded and did not move at all.
Apologize to Sister Hong. Lin Yi looked at Park Young Cheon coldly. Beads of sweat the size of beans had already appeared on Park Young Cheon's head, but his mouth was still as hard as a rock.
You're dreaming. Why should I apologize? She was originally here to accompany us for drinks.
Lin Yi shook his head helplessly.
I gave you a chance.
After saying that, he continued to exert force with his palm. There were a few creepy crisp crackling sounds, and Park Young Cheon suddenly fell to the ground with powerlessness all over his body, cold sweat streaming down his face like a stream. Only then did Lin Yi let go of his hand.
Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Park Young Cheon's hand.
I saw that the hand had been squeezed out of shape,
curled up there in a weird posture.
At this time, the other 2 Han people in the box also rushed over.
Director Park. What's wrong with you?
Park Young Cheon was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He just pointed in Lin Yi's direction. The 2 men immediately understood and rushed towards Lin Yi aggressively.
They were originally Park Young Cheon's subordinates.
Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity to show his loyalty to his master.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He picked up the 2 wine bottles on the table and smashed them on the heads of the 2 men. Bang! Bang!
With 2 loud noises, 2 hard and thick wine bottles shattered to the ground under the strong impact. The 2 Han people also fell to the ground, as if they had fainted. Seeing this, Chung Hong felt nervous and hurried forward to check. It can be said that today's conflict was caused by her.
If something really went wrong, her bar would basically be closed down.
Lin Yi waved his hand and comforted him.
Don't worry, Sister Hong, everything will be fine. I hit it on the skull. That bone is the hardest bone in the human body. It will be fine. At most, I will be dizzy for a while.
Lin Yi had fought with other children in the welfare home many times since he was a child, so he was very familiar with this common sense. And he held back when he attacked just now.
It just looks a little scary. If they really wanted to kill them, these two people would probably have been killed. Kill, murder. You guys, I'm going to call the police. Park Young-cheon was so scared that he was stunned. How could he have thought that he would run into such a devil when he came to the bar to play? Linny squatted down and patted Park Young-cheon's face as if to humiliate him. Are you sure you want to call the police? It was your two companions who took the initiative to rush towards me just now. This is called self-defense, you know? Park Young-cheon was speechless for a moment. Chung Hon, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Chung Hong also stood up at this time. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? Didn't they just slip and fall on their own? Then I accidentally hit my head on these two wine bottles on the ground. Unfortunately, the surveillance camera in our bar is under maintenance recently. Anyway, this is what I saw. Seeing that the boss had spoken, the hot girls who were serving drinks nodded repeatedly. We saw it too. They definitely fell on their own. Chapter 67 Black Gold Card. When Cheng Hong saw the two Han people falling to the ground just now, she was worried about the impact on her bar, and she was also worried about Lin Yi. It's no big deal to offend these Han people. But if Lin Yi got into trouble because of standing up for her, Chung Hong would feel uneasy. But now we know that the two Han people are not seriously injured. Then there is no need to be afraid. This is Chung Hong's territory. How could Chung Hong let them do whatever they want? Cheng Hong sent a message on her mobile phone, and soon several burly security guards came over. They carried up the two unconscious Han people like dead dogs. Go ahead. Send them to the hospital. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Chung Hong waved her hand gracefully. Several security guards received instructions and immediately dragged the three Han people out of the bar. After the commotion just now, many people around looked at Melons in amazement. Even the people dancing on the dance floor stopped. Seeing this, Lin Yi had another idea in his mind. So he moved closer to Chung Hong and whispered. I'm sorry, Sister Hong, I'm sorry for affecting your business. I will compensate you. Then, Lin Yi walked to the DJ stage, took the microphone, and spoke to the audience. Some minor accidents happened just now, which disturbed everyone. I apologize to everyone here. To express my apologies, I will pay for all the consumption of everyone present here today on behalf of our boss Sister Hong. Lin Yi's words were very cunning, and he specifically emphasized that he was paying for everyone present on behalf of Cheng Hong. In this way, it is equivalent to spending the money on Cheng Hong, so you can naturally get a cash rebate. Everyone in the bar cheered and thanked Sister Hong and Lin Yi. Chung Hong looked at this young and handsome man, and her heart also felt a little moved. In bars, sometimes there are indeed some wealthy people who are willing to pay for the entire meal in order to show off. But that's all done under the names of the rich people themselves. After all, this money is spent to save face for yourself. But Lin Yi spent money and actually gave away this valuable favor. It's really a bit stupid. But this stupidity reveals a lot of sincerity. Cheng Hong has seen a lot of intrigues and deceptions over the years, so it's rare for her to see someone like Lin Yi, and she finds it very heartwarming. Cheng Hong, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 35 points. Lin Yi did not break his promise. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the front desk. Swipe card. Pay. No drag at all. Ding, this time the cashback recipient has spent 3.6 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 35 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 32 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 115.2 million yuan. Before swiping the card, Lin Yi didn't expect that paying for the entire bar would be so expensive. I originally thought it would only cost a few $100,000. I didn't expect that the total cost was more than 3 million. It seems that opening a bar is very profitable. Lin Yi was a little tempted and wondered whether he should invest in opening a bar in the future. But think about it. No matter how much money the bar makes, it won't be as fast as the system. In 1 second, more than 3 million became more than 100 million. I earned back the money I spent on the car in an instant. There is even some to spare. But if you think about it from another perspective, it's not impossible to open a bar. This way, you can find excuses to pay for different pretty girls every day and make some money every day. Let us talk about it later. Lin Yi had a preliminary plan.
But after all, I know nothing about this and I have enough money to spend, so I am not in a hurry. The most urgent task is to work hard to improve the favorability of those currently bound.
Earn more points. Improve your physical fitness more.
After all, a blacksmith must be strong himself. If it weren't for my level 6 physical fitness today, I might not have been able to deal with these Han people so easily.
It was late at night, and Lin Yi was ready to go back. Tomorrow is Monday and I have to go back to school.
This is the first day of formal classes after the military training at the beginning of the school term, so we can't be late. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to leave, Zhang Hanyu called the driver and asked him to take Lin Yi back first and then come to pick him up. Cheng Hong came over at this time and handed Lin Yi a pure black card.
Mr. Lin, this is our bar's black gold card. I've pre-charged 100,000 yuan on the card for you.
When you come to our bar with this card, you can get a 30% discount on all your purchases. And you don't need to make a reservation to book a private room. There are 9 private rooms in Starry Night Bar, 5 of which are open to the public as long as you make a reservation in advance. There are 4 other private rooms, which are specially prepared for customers holding black gold cards.
Zhang Hanyu looked envious.
You know, he has been spending money here for so many years, and Cheng Hong only upgraded him from a platinum card user to a diamond card a few months ago. Lin Yi just arrived today and he got the black gold card. It is said that there are only 4 black gold cards prepared for the entire bar. He had previously given one to the son of the richest man in Nanling. This seemed to be the second black gold card Lin Yi had given out since the bar opened.
However, Lin Yi's big move today is indeed extraordinary.
The fact that he paid for the Bugatti Divo in full is enough to make Zhang Hanyu take a closer look at him. Sister Hong, Lao Zhang, you can just call me Lin Yi from now on. Lin Yi specifically took care of this before leaving. He was still not used to being called young master. Cheng Hong nodded, but in her heart she felt a little more friendly towards this rich yet humble boy. When Lin Yi returned to the villa, it was already past midnight.
After washing up and lying on the bed, Lin Yi turned on his mobile phone out of boredom. Lin Yi was used to that kind of loser life.
When he turned on his phone, he would basically not receive any messages except those from the mobile phone operator.
But I didn't expect that when I opened my phone now, WeChat was full of unread messages. Su Ming, student Lin Yi, next week our student union will hold a recruitment event for freshmen. Are you willing to join our student union? Lin Yi was stunned. What was this? Was he trying to give himself a backdoor? I heard before that if you want to join the student union, you have to go through an interview and so on. Now the president of the student union came to ask me if I wanted to join the student union.
Forget it, senior sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have any plans in that regard for the time being. Lin Yi thought about it and realized that he was so busy applying for cashbacks every day that he had no time to attend the student union.
After receiving the news, Su Ming realized that he had been rude. Lin Yi's time must be very precious.
Investors usually spend a lot of time studying market trends, so they would never look down on the student union's petty actions.
Su Ming, okay, if you encounter any problems at school in the future, you can come to me. Lin Yi, okay, then I'd like to thank you first. Chapter 68 Eating with the School Beauty.
After closing the dialogue box with Su Ming, Lin Yi exchanged a few words with the 3 funny guys in the dormitory. Several people created a group, and they were all curious about why Lin Yi didn't go back to the dormitory this weekend. Lin Yi, I bought a luxurious villa.
I invite you to come and have fun when it's empty.
Wu Jia, fuck, is this true? He Linwei, okay, Lao Lin, we are all brothers, so stop pretending in front of us.
He Linwei, you have class tomorrow morning, don't forget it.
Hu Kai, oh, Lao Lin, Wu Jia and I have also reached the diamond rank these days. When you are free, please lead us. Lao he is a loser and can no longer lead us.
He Linwei, shut up, you guys are just too bad, okay? Look at your stats from the last game, 163, I'll lead you with my head.
Hu Kai, look at how many times the opponent's mid laner came to the bottom lane to gank, and then look at how many times you came.
He Linwei, damn it, you guys are pushing the line so deep, how can I catch you?
Seeing the two of them bickering as usual, Lin Yi laughed and exited the chat box. Then, Lin Yi saw that Guan Jishue sent him a message.
Guan Jishue, are you there?
Seeing this, Lin Yi rolled his eyes. After some speculation, it was probably that a classmate leaked the news after Li Tongya's birthday party yesterday, which led Guan Jishue to realize that she had missed out on such a hidden rich man.
Do you regret it now? Too late. We are all adults and we must pay for our actions. Linny didn't want to pay any attention to it and directly put Guan Jishui on the blacklist.
At this time, Yi Xuanshuang also sent a message.
Yi Xuanshuang, are you there? The same two words gave Linny completely different feelings.
Linny then remembered that he had not contacted Yi Xuanshuang on his own initiative since he took her for a ride last time.
There is no way.
There are too many objects bound to me, and I will forget them if I get distracted.
I'm here, what's wrong?
Linny typed back, wanting to see what Yi Xuanshuang wanted to talk to him about so late at night. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yi Xuanshuang finally replied.
Yi Xuanshuang, it's okay, go to bed early.
Linny scratched his head, not knowing what Yi Xuanshuang was up to.
Could it be that she is jealous because I haven't looked for her in the past few days? However, when Linny saw that the system showed that Yi Xuanshuang's favorability was still 80 points, he felt relieved. Suddenly, the phone vibrated.
Linny looked down and saw that it was Yi Xuanshuang calling.
Didn't you just say everything was fine? Why are you calling again now?
Just as Linny was about to answer the call, the phone was hung up.
The ringing lasted perhaps less than 3 seconds. Linny sent a message to Yi Xuanshuang in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong?
After waiting for a minute, Yi Xuanshuang sent a voice message.
I'm sorry, Linny, I pressed the wrong button just now. It's okay, go to bed early. You have classes tomorrow. This abnormal behavior always made Linny feel that something was wrong. But I can't tell exactly what's wrong.
If you encounter any problems, please tell me.
I will help you if I can.
Linny thought about it and replied to Yi Xuanshuang in the same way. This time, Yi Xuanshuang replied quickly.
Linny, thank you, don't worry, I'm fine.
Seeing Yi Xuanshuang say this, Linny felt a little relieved.
After putting down my phone, I slept soundly in bed until dawn.
The next morning, Linny packed up and drove to school.
I arrived at the school, parked the car, walked into the cafeteria, bought breakfast, and then hurried to the classroom. There were 2 classes this morning, and He Linwei thoughtfully brought textbooks for Linny.
The 4 of them sat in the last row of the classroom, using their textbooks to cover their faces, and played with their cell phones for the entire morning. By the time the get out of class was about to end at noon, several people's cell phones were running out of battery. As the bell rang, the 4 of them rushed out of the classroom and ran towards the cafeteria like 4 hungry wolves.
There is no way.
Everyone finishes class at this time. If you are 1 minute late, you may have to wait in line for 20 minutes longer to get to the cafeteria. Fortunately, the 4 of them ran fast and overtook groups of students who had just finished class on the road.
When we arrived at the cafeteria, there weren't too many people there.
Several people were waiting in line when they saw a sudden commotion at the cafeteria entrance.
That must be Su Ming. It's her.
I haven't seen Goddess Su for a whole summer. I miss her so much. She's a senior this year and will be doing an internship in the second half of the semester. You can only watch her for another half a year at most.
Oh my god, what cruel news.
I saw Su Ming walking in from the cafeteria door. Facing his classmates' whispers, Su Ming seemed to be accustomed to it. At this time, more and more people were coming to the cafeteria, and Linny quickly waved to Su Ming.
Senior, here.
Hearing the familiar voice, Su Ming subconsciously looked over and saw Linny motioning him to go to his line. Looking at the crowded crowd in the cafeteria, Su Ming thought for a moment and then walked towards Linny.
What a coincidence.
Su Ming smiled sweetly, and her eyes curved into beautiful little crescents. He Linwei, Hu Kai, and Wu Jia couldn't help but hold their breath.
Beautiful, so beautiful. Lao Lin, do you know Chairman Su? Su Ming is the president of the student union and is considered a prominent figure in the school.
He Linwei and his friends heard people discussing Su Ming's affairs in the freshman group before school started. I have also seen photos of this legendary second most beautiful girl on the school forum. I didn't expect that they would meet the real person today. But why do I feel like Su Ming and Linny seem very familiar with each other?
The student union hasn't started recruiting new members yet. How did Linny get involved with Su Ming? Linny nodded calmly.
I happened to have dinner with senior sister Su the day before yesterday. It could be considered a coincidence that both of them were invited to Li Tong's birthday party. But after hearing this, He Linwei and the others showed exaggerated expressions of disbelief.
Fuck, Lao Lin, you actually had dinner with the school beauty? How come I never encounter such a good thing?
As they were talking, everyone had already prepared their meals and found an empty seat to sit down. Su Ming also walked to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Su Ming.
Senior, will you eat with us?
Su Ming was a little confused.
Why, is it inconvenient?
Before Lin Yi could answer, He Linwei and others spoke first. Convenient, so convenient.
It's our honor to have dinner with the school beauty.
As they spoke, several people consciously made room for Su Ming.
Lin Yi also moved to the side. Senior, I thought you would eat with your roommate or best friend.
Su Ming put down the plate and sat next to Lin Yi.
I'm a loner and don't have many friends.
That's true. The main reason is that Su Ming has too many halos around her, and any girl standing next to her will pale in comparison. So over time, no girl wanted to get too close to Su Ming.
Chapter 69. Don't pamper him.
There was another reason why Su Ming wanted to sit down and have dinner with Lin Yi.
She now has some inexplicable admiration for Lin Yi. I am very curious about the investment channels through which Lin Yi makes money. So I wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Lin Yi and see if I could get some information from him.
Su Ming, who dreams of becoming a strong businesswoman, has always been interested in these things. But she didn't dare to speak rashly.
So I can only find a way to get closer to Lin Yi first.
But in the eyes of He Linwei and others, this action has a completely different meaning. Su Ming just said that he didn't have many friends, and now he took the initiative to sit next to Lin Yi to have dinner together.
Doesn't this mean that in Su Ming's heart, Lin Yi is her friend? Does Lin Yi have such a high status in the school belle's heart? Several people couldn't believe it. Everyone started school on the same day.
They are all bad players who don't listen in class.
How can you hook up with female anchors and school beauties?
During military training, there are also senior sisters with amazing bodies who come to bring you water. Several people looked at each other, racking their brains to figure out why Lin Yi had such a good relationship with these girls.
Not far away, Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli also walked into the cafeteria.
The sharp-eyed Li Tong saw Su Ming and Lin Yi sitting together at a glance.
Why are they having dinner together? Are they that familiar? Li Tong was a little confused. The two of them just met the day before yesterday. They didn't seem to have much interaction at the birthday party. Seeing Li Tong's suspicious expression, Yang Xiaoli secretly pulled her aside. Tong, there is actually something I haven't told you.
Yang Xiaoli hesitated for a long time, and felt that she should tell Li Tong what she saw that morning. After all, Li Tong is her good friend. It is neither moral nor reasonable to hide such things from her.
Although it's not nice to gossip behind someone's back. And there is no substantial evidence. However, we are all adults now, and if a man and a woman are alone in a room after drinking, you can easily guess what will happen. What? Are you telling the truth? Li Tong was shocked when she heard what Yang Xiaoli said.
She never expected that something like this would happen after everyone drank too much at the birthday party. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take down Lin Yi.
By some strange coincidence, Su Ming got there first. Damn it, isn't Su Ming about to get engaged? Why are you trying to snatch Lin Yi from me? The more Li Tong thought about it, the angrier she became. However, she is a school beauty after all, and has a good family background, so I am indeed not as good as her. Thinking of this, Li Tong felt aggrieved. I finally mustered up the courage to confess my feelings to Lin Yi that morning. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi had already been with Su Ming.
Tong, don't worry, maybe the two of them just drank too much and nothing happened.
I think it would be better for you to find a chance to ask Lin Yi. Yang Xiaoli comforted.
When Li Tong heard this, he felt that it seemed to make some sense.
Everyone was so drunk that day.
Lin Yi and Su Ming didn't look like they were pretending to be drunk.
Being so drunk, even if he had the intention, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Li Tong immediately breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Yang Xiaoli to go get food.
However, they didn't expect that the conversation between the two was heard in its entirety by Zhou Jingyi, who was not far away. Zhou Jingyi, filled with jealousy, stared at Lin Yi viciously.
I didn't expect that even the goddess Su Ming would be. Damned Lingo, you and I cannot coexist.
There were no classes in the afternoon, so after lunch, Lin Yi and his roommates went back to the dormitory to rest.
Su Ming also has to take care of the student union and other club recruitment-related matters in the afternoon.
When Su Ming left, he specifically told a few people that they could come and have a look when they were free in the afternoon. After all, college life would be incomplete without participating in student unions or clubs.
Several people agreed immediately.
After returning to the dormitory and playing a few games, I saw that a small tent for the student union had been set up downstairs, and I guessed that the recruitment activities should have begun. He Linwei even sprayed some perfume on purpose, changed his clothes, and told everyone to go out quickly. Lao He, are you going on a blind date? Hu Kai joked. He Linwei fixed his hair and looked serious. You know nothing. I don't know how many seniors or girls in my grade I'll run into during today's recruitment event. I'm doing this to leave a good impression on them. After saying that, he looked at himself in the mirror conceitedly. Okay, let's go. When they arrived at the dormitory entrance, they found that there were already long queues in front of some club's small sheds. It looks like some particularly popular club. Everyone is welcome to join our music club. A boy held up a loudspeaker and introduced himself to the students in the long line. We have countless handsome men and beautiful women in our music club. There are handsome seniors who can play guitar and pretty seniors who can play violin. We welcome all freshmen to sign up. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a handsome senior from the music club holding a guitar and singing in public. There was also a beautiful senior schoolmate next to her who started playing the violin. Seeing this, more students lined up. Everyone, don't crowd, line up one by one. The boy holding the loudspeaker maintained order among the crowd. Wu Jie had sharp eyes and recognized the boy from a distance. Isn't that Su Ziang from our class? How come he has joined the club? He Linwei had an expected expression on his face. I heard that his sister is a senior in our school, and she seems to be the president of some fighting club. With a sister like this, it's normal for him to get into a club. He Linwei had been very popular in the freshman group long before school started, and knew all the gossip, big and small. Hu Kai also came over at this moment, looking mysterious. I've heard that too. It's said that his sister is not only cold as ice, but also very skilled. Although I have never met her in person, I have heard from others that her beauty is even comparable to Su Ming's. Hearing the name Su Ming, Lin Yi also became interested. You're so pretty, you can't let it go to waste. You have to find an opportunity to bind yourself to a cashback recipient. Not far away, Su Ziang was excitedly introducing the details of joining the music club to each girl, his eyes constantly looking into the girls' collars. The girls bent down and looked at the registration form that Su Ziang placed on the table, without noticing anything wrong. Look at his wretched appearance. I already knew he was not a good person. It really makes me angry just by looking at him. He Linwei rolled up his sleeves, looking unhappy. Lin Yi had never joined the freshman group before, so he had no idea about what was happening in the group. Hu Kai explained to Lin Yi. This Su Ziang had conflicts with Lao He in the freshman group before. Su Ziang often posted some very contrived photos in the group, such as traveling or eating at a luxury hotel, hoping to attract the attention of girls. Mister, he is a straightforward person. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I criticized him in the group, saying that his photos were too obviously staged. Then the two of them started quarreling with each other in the group. He Linwei got angry when this matter was mentioned. Fuck it, don't spoil him, go. That boy's eyes are almost flying into the girl's clothes. Chapter 70, What a Show. Seeing Lin Yi, He Linwei, and others approaching him, Su Ziang instantly looked displeased. You guys, don't cut in line, go to the back. The quality is so poor. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the queue started pointing and talking at them. He Linwei was confused by Su Ziang's action of complaining first. They were clearly here to prevent these girls from being taken advantage of by Su Ziang, but how come they ended up becoming the bad guys? Lin Yi frowned, but did not back down, and continued to stand in front of Su Ziang unmoved. Don't look where you shouldn't be looking, or your eyes will get rotten. After Lin Yi's reminder, the girls who were bending over to look at the registration form finally reacted and hurriedly straightened up, covering their collars. Su Ziang was exposed in public and felt a little embarrassed. But he knew he was in the wrong and didn't want Lin Yi and He Linwei to continue making a fuss about the matter, so he quickly changed the subject. What are you guys doing here? To join the music club, you need to be skilled in playing a musical instrument. Lin Yi pointed at the registration form unconvinced and asked. Doesn't it say here that music lovers can also join the club? Why is the standard changed here? Is this club owned by your family? Some people just like to use the little power they have to make things as difficult for others as possible. This is the kind of person that is difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, a senior student next to Su Ziang stood up and protected Su Ziang. Hello, classmate. I'm the president of the music club.
My name is Zhang Lingfeng.
The purpose of our club when it was first established was to attract music lovers in the school. But judging from your attitude just now, it's obvious that you didn't come here because you like music, and you're probably not someone who is interested in music. So, if you want to join our club, I need to test your talents.
Zhang Lingfeng's sudden appearance surprised Lin Yi. What is the relationship between Zhang Lingfeng and Su Ziang? Why is he so protective of his son?
He Linwei could only be heard whispering in Lin Yi's ear with his mouth half covered. Old Lin, Zhang Lingfeng is a loyal pursuer of sister Su Ziang.
Hearing this, Lin Yi instantly understood.
So you want to be someone's brother-in-law, no wonder you care so much about it.
Lao Lin, forget it, it's better not to join this crappy club.
Besides, we have no interest in this club in the first place.
Hu Kai advised from the side.
These grown men can't do anything except playing games, they can't play any musical instruments and they are even tone deaf when singing. It's okay to go to KTV occasionally to join in the fun, but if you ask them to perform their talents in public, it would be like asking them to die socially. The wonderful college life has just begun, and they don't want to be made a laughingstock by other classmates for the next 4 years. Seeing that Lin Yi, He Linwei, Zhang Lingfeng, and Su Ziang were on the verge of a fight, Wu Jia hurriedly echoed them.
Yeah, Lao Lin and Lao He, don't bother with them. Aren't we here to find the esports club? Don't waste your time here.
Seeing that Lin Yi and He Linwei remained silent, Su Ziang became more and more proud. It is obvious that these people know nothing about music, lack confidence, and feel guilty.
So, Su Ziang's smug face immediately came out. Okay, stop standing here and disturbing others. You don't have the family conditions to study music.
The seniors in our club who are good at playing musical instruments all had their families spend a lot of money hiring instrument teachers to teach them when they were young. For people like you, I suggest you go to the street and play the hulusi and beg for alms. After bickering with He Linwei for a whole summer, Su Ziang finally let out a sigh of relief today. At this moment, a few students from not far away pushed a dark and shiny piano towards the side. Zhang Lingfeng promptly interrupted several people who were about to continue arguing.
Okay, the farce just now has come to an end.
Thank you very much for joining our music club today.
As the president, I will play a song for you.
Zhang Lingfeng sat down in front of the piano with a show-off look on his face and gave the younger students present a look that he thought was very charming.
As the school's famous piano prince, Zhang Lingfeng's piano playing level is indeed unique.
Zhang Lingfeng has been practicing piano since he was 5 years old and has always been very confident in his piano playing skills. Except for Su Ziang's sister Su Dongqing, there is no girl who does not fall in love with him after hearing him play the piano. Now, with so many pretty school girls present, Zhang Lingfeng naturally would not miss this good opportunity to show off.
I'm sorry for making a fool of myself.
Zhang Lingfeng pretended to be modest and put his hands on the keys and started playing. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone listened attentively to Zhang Lingfeng's performance. Lin Yi originally wanted to leave, but after hearing Su Ziang's ridicule just now, he subconsciously stayed.
Unexpectedly, I immediately encountered Zhang Lingfeng deliberately showing off his skills.
He Linwei muttered softly to himself. I see people from their music club don't even use plastic bags when they go to the supermarket to buy groceries.
They love to bag so much, they just bag everything. Lin Yi also nodded in agreement. If you are a pretentious student, God will strike you with lightning. But those simple-minded girls will never realize this. Just like it is difficult for men to identify green tea. To these girls, Zhang Lingfeng at this moment looked like a Prince Charming sitting in front of the piano. The way she looked at him gradually became one of admiration. Zhang Lingfeng played a very famous piano piece called Moonlight.
Through the sound of the piano, everyone seems to be able to hear the melancholy of unrequited love that Zhang Lingfeng wants to express. That is right, when Zhang Lingfeng played the music, he also incorporated his love for Su Dongqing into the music. In between playing, Zhang Lingfeng took a look towards the tent where the fighting club was recruiting new members, but unfortunately, he did not see Su Dongqing. After the song was over, Zhang Lingfeng stood up and bowed to everyone.
The person I love is not here today, I am in a bad mood, so I won't continue. This pretentious look made Lin Yi and He Linwei feel sick.
Seeing that Lin Yi and the others were still at the scene, Su Ziang walked over and prepared to drive them away.
Why are you still here? Do you losers want to go up and play a song too? Huh, that's hilarious.
Lin Yi glared at Su Ziang, stepped forward, and looked in the direction of Zhang Lingfeng with a look of disdain. I just heard this senior say before his performance that he made a fool of himself. I didn't expect it to be such a shame. As soon as these words came out, all the students present were stunned.
He Linwei was stunned, thinking, is Linny so powerful? Now all the girls present here are almost becoming Zhang Lingfeng's fans. If they had a conflict with Zhang Lingfeng at this moment, I'm afraid these Zhang Lingfeng's fans would drown them with their spit. Classmate, shall we spar with each other? Zhang Lingfeng also looked displeased.
This was the first time someone mocked him for playing the piano poorly.
What a joke!
His piano playing level is even better than the music teacher in school.
Where does this bumpkin get the confidence to mock me? Chapter 71. A little bit.
Senior Lingfeng is the most handsome.
How could someone be so arrogant as to challenge Senior Lingfeng?
I have never heard such an elegant piano performance.
I feel like Senior Lingfeng is like a prince.
I don't know where this boy came from. He actually dared to speak rudely to our Senior Lingfeng. He probably can't even tell the keys apart, and yet he dares to speak so brazenly here.
Besides, didn't he just say he didn't want to join the music club? I think he's here to cause trouble on purpose. Get him out. Yes, get out. Several girls wearing thick glasses and with fat faces seem to have completely become loyal fans of Zhang Lingfeng. I have begun to protect my idol spontaneously. Zhang Lingfeng had already gotten used to the feeling of being supported. He calmly pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Classmates, since this boy thinks there is something wrong with my playing level, then he must be a very good pianist. In that case, I, Zhang Lingfeng, am also willing to seek your advice. As soon as these words were spoken, pink hearts instantly appeared in the eyes of those girls. Oh my god, Senior Lingfeng is so generous. This is the pattern. You're such a great piano player, and you're so humble. I declare that from now on Senior Lingfeng will be the only man in my heart. I want to see if this boy dares to take the challenge. Forget it. He's just talking nonsense. Some people are just like this. They can't stand seeing others do well. When they see others shining, they have to make fun of them to make themselves feel important. Amid the boos from the crowd, Zhang Lingfeng looked at Linny arrogantly with a teasing look on his face. I originally thought that this matter would just be over. I didn't expect that this boy would walk into the gunpoint himself. If it were to be a competition of other things, Zhang Lingfeng might not be fully confident, but if it were to be a competition of piano, he would be completely confident of winning. Student, please enlighten me. Zhang Lingfeng stood up, gave up the seat in front of the piano, and made a gesture to Linny to invite him in. Linny didn't hesitate and took a step forward. No way, Lao Lin, you really can do it? He Linwei looked at Linny in disbelief. What Su Ziang said just now was correct. Learning a musical instrument is not something that can be done overnight. It requires a lot of money to cultivate from a young age. Even if you study seriously for 2 or 3 years after you grow up, you will definitely not be able to compare to others who have practiced as a child for so many years. Linny spread his hands and spoke truthfully. I know a little bit. To be honest, Linny has never even touched a piano since he was a child. At most, I have seen performances by master-level performers on TV. But now I have a system. Linny still remembered that he had seen the piano talent option in the system mall before. Although it may not be as perfect as the top masters, but it is produced by the system, so at least it won't be too bad. By this rough calculation, it's not really bragging when I say I can play the piano a little. System, I want to exchange for piano talent. Ding, the host's intention is detected, and the exchange is in progress. Ding, the first-class piano talent exchange was successful, consuming a total of 12 points. As the prompt sound of successful exchange rang, Linny felt a powerful force spreading in his mind. All the piano playing skills instantly flooded into my mind. He even has extremely advanced performance experience. Linny nodded with satisfaction. If playing skills are theoretical knowledge, then playing experience is the accumulation of practical experience. The combination of theory and practice is the strongest. The piano in front of him now seemed much more familiar in Lin Yi's eyes. It was like an experienced driver looking at the steering wheel he used day and night. Seeing Lin Yi walking towards him calmly, a look of surprise flashed across Zhang Lingfeng's face. He originally thought that Lin Yi would retreat, but unexpectedly, he actually came. Could it be that Lin Yi really can play the piano? Zhang Lingfeng grumbled to himself. But he changed his mind. So what if Lin Yi can play the piano? It doesn't mean that they can play better than you. No, it's definitely not as good as what I play.
Since I was a child, I have been praised by my piano teacher for my extraordinary comprehension.
It is only with constant practice that I have today's outstanding performance. This Linny must only know the basics.
Otherwise, he would have definitely taken the initiative to bring it up when Su Ziyang asked them to show off their skills just now. From this, it can be seen that he must have come up now with no alternative but to bite the bullet.
Yes, that must be it. Zhang Lingfeng pretended to be magnanimous and stepped aside, watching Linny coldly as he sat in front of the piano.
He snorted in dissatisfaction, waiting to see Linny make a fool of himself. After Linny sat down, he casually scratched his hair.
Make yourself look more handsome.
Since he wants to pretend, Linny will let Zhang Lingfeng see who is the king of pretending. Linny's hands hovered above the piano keys for a long time without dropping them. As time passed, the students below gradually became impatient.
Are you going to play it or not? If you can't play it, just click it consciously, okay? Why are you trying to be mysterious here? What a waste of everyone's time.
I thought you were so powerful, and you even dared to point fingers at Senior Lingfeng. It can be confirmed that he is just a big shot. Although I admit that he is quite handsome, handsomeness is nothing compared to talent. The classmates' discussions were getting louder and louder, and Lin Yi's roommates were also worried for him. Half a minute later, Lin Yi's hand finally moved.
He didn't mean to do that just now.
Instead, he quickly reviewed the knowledge instilled by the system. And he thought of the best way to deal with Zhang Lingfeng's provocation.
You just played Moonlight, right? Let me show you the correct way to play this song.
As the first note sounded, Lin Yi's hands danced deftly on the keys. The discussions among the crowd gradually subsided after hearing Lin Yi's performance.
Quiet.
The scene was extremely quiet. The students all shut their mouths at the same time, and only the soft piano music echoed in the air. Lin Yi became more and more devoted to playing the piano, his fingertips flying up and down with the notes.
Why do I suddenly feel like crying?
For some reason, a girl suddenly shed a few tears from her eyes. The sad mood accompanied by the sound of the piano impacts everyone's heart. Different from the moment when Zhang Lingfeng was performing and the audience was full of praise, now everyone was completely immersed in Lin Yi's piano playing and was speechless.
One can feel an indescribable loneliness in Lin Yi's piano playing.
It seems that no one in this world can truly enter his heart. Just as everyone was reveling in it, two beautiful figures appeared behind the crowd.
Chapter 72 Just a Hobby.
At some point, the student union president Su Ming and the fighting club president Su Dongqing appeared behind the crowd. The simultaneous appearance of these two beauties did not cause any sensation at all.
Because at this moment everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yi, who was playing the piano.
Lin Yi, I don't know how many surprises you have.
Su Ming looked at Lin Yi with more and more admiration.
She didn't expect that Lin Yi was not only handsome, but also good at investing, managing life, and barbecue, and he could even play the piano so skillfully. When he was a child, Su Ming often went to various concerts. She has also listened to many performances of those masters.
Lin Yi's performance today is no less impressive than those of international masters. Moreover, she could hear the tragic loneliness that Lin Yi wanted to express from the sound of his piano. This is the highest realm of music. Through the notes you play, you can resonate with other people's souls. Even if we don't speak the same language, you can still understand what he wants to express. This is what is called music without borders.
Su Dongqing, who was standing aside, was also somewhat fascinated by what was being said. She originally came to look for her brother. At noon, I heard that Zhang Lingfeng from the music club made an exception and allowed Su Ziyang to join the music club and become an executive. Su Dongqing came here specifically to tell her not to let her brother take any backdoor access. After being openly pursued by Zhang Lingfeng for such a long time, Su Dongqing naturally knew that Zhang Lingfeng wanted to use this method to get closer to her. But Su Dongqing didn't like this.
And she also doesn't like Zhang Lingfeng.
He's ostentatious and showy, which is totally not her type. So, she wanted to come and make things clear with Zhang Lingfeng. But I didn't expect that as soon as I got here, I saw this scene.
Su Dongqing had heard Zhang Lingfeng play the piano many times before. There was no other way.
As the president of the music club, he would be asked to go on stage and play a song every time there was a school party or performance. As a Sanda enthusiast, Su Dongqing has no interest in music at all.
I have absolutely no feelings towards Zhang Lingfeng's performances every time. But why did I feel so intoxicated by the song played by the boy on the stage? After Lin Yi finished playing the song, the audience remained silent.
It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that thunderous applause broke out. Especially some boys, they have long been fed up with Zhang Lingfeng's pretentious behavior. But unfortunately, he is really good at piano and has the capital to show off.
So everyone dared to be angry but not to speak out. But today, a boy suddenly appeared and openly slapped Zhang Lingfeng in the face. This is simply very satisfying. I think he plays much better than Zhang Lingfeng.
Yeah, Zhang Lingfeng is just showing off his skills, without any emotion at all.
Listening to this boy's playing made me want to cry.
I suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion weighing on my heart.
This is so thoughtful, this is a true master.
I originally thought he was a bronze player, but he turned out to be a king.
This time Zhang Lingfeng has hit a wall.
Moreover, since both of them were playing the same piece of music, the difference in their playing techniques could be more clearly seen.
This is a complete crushing of strength.
Humph, after all these years, I finally see him get humiliated.
And this boy is also very handsome, and taller than Zhang Lingfeng.
I think he is much better than that dog Zhang Lingfeng.
Lin Yi. You are so handsome. Lin Yi. I love you.
Hearing everyone's discussion, He Linwei and others started shouting at the top of their lungs.
The students immediately followed suit, with waves of cheers rising one after another. Lin Yi. You're so handsome. Lin Yi. I love you.
Everyone's heart was captured by the song that Lin Yi just played.
Lin Yi stood up and bowed to everyone.
It took a while for the scene to return to calm. Several girls' faces turned red from shouting.
Ahem. At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng's face looked a little embarrassed.
Having been immersed in piano for many years, he could feel the gap between himself and Lin Yi better than the students in the audience.
He quickly came up with a solution in his mind.
Although I am indeed not as skilled as others,
but they can pretend to be generous and invite Lin Yi to join their music club.
With today's piano competition, their music club will definitely become more famous. As long as Lin Yi joins the music club, as the president, I will have ways to deal with him. Sooner or later he will learn that when you live under someone's roof you have to bow your head.
Today's incident can be regarded as Lin Yi giving their music club free advertising.
Zhang Lingfeng adjusted his mood and forced a smile.
Student Lin, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Just now Su Ziyang asked you to perform and you pretended to be humble. I almost got fooled by you. You've obviously practiced the piano a lot.
There was a lot of sarcasm in these words, which made Lin Yi very unhappy.
What is false modesty? Who are you pointing this at?
Lin Yi rolled his eyes.
With your great example, how dare I show off my skills in front of you? This statement is even more ironic. Zhang Lingfeng's face suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
But he still hurriedly took over the conversation.
Student Lin, let's put it this way. We can say that we didn't know each other until we fought. To be honest, I admire your piano skills.
Since you just said you want to join our club, I will approve it here.
If other students present here think our club is good, they can also sign up enthusiastically.
After Zhang Lingfeng finished speaking, he signaled to the other members of the club to quickly fill out the registration forms for the other freshmen in line. The more people there are in the club, the more funds for club activities you can apply for as the president. By then, Zhang Lingfeng might be able to make a small fortune for himself.
Thinking of this, Zhang Lingfeng couldn't help laughing.
But Lin Yi didn't give him any face at all and interrupted him with his hand.
President Zhang, when did I say I wanted to join your club?
After these words were spoken, Zhang Lingfeng stood there in a daze.
What's the meaning? Now that things have come to this, why don't you join the music club? What happened to the promise not to hit someone who smiles at you?
I lowered my pride and put my face in front of you to invite you to join the music club, and you put my face on the ground and stepped on it?
Zhang Lingfeng's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. I'm sorry, senior, I think you misunderstood me. I'm only interested in the e-sports club. Things like playing the piano are just a little hobby of mine.
Lin Yi waved his hand and left without waiting for Zhang Lingfeng to react, heading towards the e-sports club.
Zhang Lingfeng was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Only interested in the e-sports club. Playing the piano is just a hobby. Lin Yi. You are going too far.
These murderous and heartbreaking words made Zhang Lingfeng so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, the president of the e-sports club was almost grinning from ear to ear.
Chapter 73 Sigma True Man. Brother, welcome to join our e-sports club.
When Zhao Yizhou, president of the esports club, saw Lin Yi coming, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. In previous years, when clubs were recruiting new members at the beginning of the school year, the music club would always be the most popular. Other societies receive little attention.
With the rise of esports events in recent years, the esports club has gained some popularity.
But it still can't compare with the music club. Especially at Nanling University, 70% of the students are girls, and these girls are most obsessed with boys who can play some musical instruments.
There's nothing we can do.
People who can play musical instruments can hold their guitars and sing love songs here, but their esports club can't just hold a keyboard and show off their hand speed of 5 sprays per second. But today, Lin Yi overshadowed Zhang Lingfeng in front of everyone, and announced in a high-profile manner that he would join the esports club, which finally made Zhao Yizhou save face. Moreover, not only that, after seeing that Lin Yi was going to join the esports club, many classmates also lined up in front of the esports club booth.
Not only boys, there are even many girls.
Esports is now considered a national sport, unlike before when it was basically only played by boys. Nowadays, there are quite a few girls who play games.
Come on, everyone, come here and fill out the registration form. Write down what games you usually play and what rank you are in.
An executive from an esports club came to greet him.
I'm Diamond 1 in League of Legends.
A short-haired girl said proudly.
Damn, our rank is not even higher than that of a girl.
Hu Kai and Wu Jie both began to doubt their lives. At this time, a girl with long straight black hair wearing JK lifted her hair and said,
I can't play games, but I can cosplay. Is that okay?
A group of boys' eyes widened when they heard this. Yes, of course. The clerk in charge of registration nodded hurriedly. In the past, their esports club's collective activities were basically a bunch of boys getting together to play games. Now with the addition of such top beauties, maybe they can hold some larger scale activities in the future. You can also organize a get-together with the animation club next door.
After all, games and animation are one family.
What's more, this girl is so pretty, I'm in for a treat.
Hey handsome guy, since we are both members of the esports club from now on, can I add you on WeChat?
After filling out the registration form, the girl in JK turned around and looked straight at Lin Yi. It seems that they are coming for Lin Yi.
Then scan me.
Lin Yi did not hesitate. The girl was so proactive, he couldn't let her suffer a loss. What's more, this girl is really good looking. This cute girl with an innocent face is simply a natural-born JK saint.
Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex.
The host's heartbeat value is 20 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions.
Bind successfully. Personal information. Name, Jiang Xiaowan. Age, 18. Favorability towards the host, 30 points. Status, student at Nanling University. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Bust, B. Appearance, 90 points. Hey, the system has been updated?
Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 new data appearing on the system panel.
Not bad, it's getting smarter and smarter. It would be nice to see their current emotional state. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Ding, the host's intention is detected. Jiang Xiaowan's current relationship status, single. Lin Yi was amazed at the system's feedback.
As soon as I had this idea in my mind, the system had already put it into practice.
It's true that he can do everything.
After Jiang Xiaowan scanned Lin Yi's WeChat, she immediately sent him a friend request. Lin Yi took a look and saw that Jiang Xiaowan's profile picture was a selfie of her with 2 ponytails and wearing a JK costume.
My name is Lin Yi, what's yours? Although there is a system that can view Jiang Xiaowan's personal information, the necessary procedures still have to be followed. Otherwise, how can I explain to a girl that I know her name? I know your name is Lin Yi. We are in the same class. We had the same class together in the morning. Have you forgotten?
Jiang Xiaowan tilted her head mischievously. Lin Yi was stunned, and his expression became a little awkward for a moment. In the morning, the boys were busy playing with their cell phones.
I didn't even pay attention to my classmates' self-introductions. Oh, I remember now, you are Jiang Xiaowan, right?
Lin Yi quickly pretended that he had just reacted. Jiang Xiaowan smiled with her eyes curved, her smile as beautiful as a flower.
You remember me.
Lin Yi nodded hurriedly, feeling extremely grateful to the system. It would be embarrassing if the system could not display personal information. So she is Jiang Xiaowan.
He Linwei looked surprised and whispered behind Linyi, covering his mouth. Among the freshmen, she is the most recognized beauty in our class.
I heard that she is quite famous in the cosplay circle. Last year, the anime character she cosplayed at the anime festival became very popular online, and many people liked and commented on her posts.
Jiang Xiaowan looked at the boys and giggled. Are you talking about the photos I took at last year's Comic-Con?
He Linwei quickly covered his mouth, only then realizing that he had spoken too loudly because he was too excited.
Linny, please teach me how to play games when you have time.
Although I play League of Legends, I am not very good at it and I am always criticized.
Jiang Xiaowan's attitude towards Linny was very proactive. Linny, so you are here.
Before Linny agreed to Jiang Xiaowan, Su Ming came over from behind. For some reason, Su Ming felt inexplicably uneasy when he saw Linny standing with other girls.
Linny was stunned, pointed at himself and asked. Senior, did you come to see me specially? Su Ming nodded slightly.
Yes, I want to invite you to join our student union, and I came here to ask if you are willing. The president of the esports club, Zhao Yizhou, and the presidents of several other clubs nearby almost dropped their jaws in shock when they heard this.
Who is this Lin Yi? Anyone who wants to join the student union has to go through layers of screening.
But today, the president of the student union, Su Ming, the campus beauty of Su University, actually came to ask Linny if he was willing to join the student union.
Are you willing? Is there anyone who wouldn't want to? Unlike social societies, student unions can often exercise management responsibilities.
All activities, including club activities, need to be approved by the student union. In college, it is so glorious to be able to join the student union.
But Linny didn't think so at all.
He just wanted to lie back and enjoy his college life comfortably, and didn't want to bother getting involved in these things. Besides, I now have the system, and I don't even have time to apply for cash back when I'm free, so how can I have the time to deal with student union matters? Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid I don't have much free time. After these words were spoken, the mouths of several presidents around opened even wider.
She's the student union president and the school belle.
It's a great honor for her to invite you personally.
But you refused? How could you bear to refuse? Sigma is a real man? Chapter 74 Dinner Invitation. In everyone's imagination, Su Ming should be angry and humiliated after being rejected by Lin Yi.
After all, Chairman Su would definitely be dissatisfied after being humiliated in front of so many people. Unexpectedly, Su Ming not only did not show any dissatisfaction, but even had a hint of apology on his face. Su Ming realized that Lin Yi probably had a lot of investment matters to deal with.
Sorry, I forgot. I was so abrupt. You must be very busy. If you want, I can help you share some of the burden. Although I don't know anything, I can learn.
Don't worry, I learn quickly. Su Ming's attitude made the people around him almost hit their jaws on the ground.
No, what is going on? Did Lin Yi put a curse on Su Ming? What could a freshman have to do? There were probably less than 10 classes a week.
Besides, after so many years in college, who has ever seen Su Ming so humble?
He also said things like if you want and although I don't know anything. Oh my god, this is the student union president.
Last year, she single-handedly secured sponsorship for the school sports meet. This kind of working ability is truly outstanding among students.
I can't figure it out. I totally can't understand it.
The eyes of the people around him gradually became sour when they looked at Lin Yi. The goddess who was usually unattainable in their eyes, behaved like a little follower in front of Lin Yi.
Lin Yi. From afar, there was another voice calling Lin Yi. Li Tong ran over from not far away. The proud curve swayed as she ran. Senior Su, you are here too. Li Tong ran up to Lin Yi and greeted Su Ming with pretended surprise.
In fact, she had already seen Su Ming talking to Lin Yi. Combined with what Yang Xiaoli said at noon, it was very likely that something had happened between Su Ming and Lin Yi, and Li Tong felt very uncomfortable.
Didn't Su Ming keep saying that he was going to get engaged?
And he had already hinted to Su Ming that he liked Lin Yi.
Why does Su Ming want to interfere?
Before the problem was clarified, Li Tong was unwilling to let Lin Yi and Su Ming get closer. Thinking of this, Li Tong felt a little regretful. If I had known this, I wouldn't have invited Su Ming to the birthday party. Not only did she steal her limelight, but she even stole her man.
No wonder the girls in school don't like to play with Su Ming. This woman is too threatening. Tong Tong, are you looking for me? Linny looked at Li Tong and asked. I want to invite you to dinner, are you free?
Li Tong no longer hid her feelings. It seemed that all the girls present were interested in Linny. At this time, you must dare to hit the straight ball.
No matter what, it's better to strike first.
Linny nodded subconsciously. After all, he had no plans for the evening.
I'm free tonight. Hearing Linny's answer, Li Tong instantly became happy. Okay, that's a deal, see you tonight.
Linny nodded woodenly, although he didn't know why Li Tong wanted to treat him to a meal.
However, he would not miss this opportunity to improve his favorability.
Li Tong's favorability is already 90 points, and if she works harder, it might reach 100. I still don't know what rewards the system will give at that time. Seeing that Linny agreed to her, Li Tong felt a little proud. In front of these girls, Linny agreed to have dinner with me without any hesitation. It seems that I am more important than these girls in Linny's heart. Moreover, both Su Ming and the girl in JK outfit are very good looking. Li Tong suddenly felt a sense of superiority over these two people. Thinking of this, Li Tong proudly straightened her proud figure towards Linny. Seeing this scene, Linny could hear the sound of people swallowing saliva around him. By the way, I haven't looked at Li Tong and Su Ming's body data since the system was updated. Thinking of this, Linny opened the information panel of the two in his mind.
Personal information. Name, Li Tong. Bust, E. Appearance, 86 points. Current relationship status, single. Personal information. Name, Su Ming. Bust, C. Appearance, 93 points. Current relationship status, single.
As expected of Li Tong, she is indeed capable.
Linny couldn't help but take another look. Although I haven't seen it in person, the system's data fully demonstrates Li Tong's outstanding qualities.
Su Ming is not bad either, her appearance score is indeed high for a school beauty. She is 3 points taller than the pure and lovely little lowly Jiang Xiaowan in front of her.
But why does the relationship status show unmarried? Aren't the others showing as single? What the hell is this unmarried? Is it because Su Ming has reached the marriageable age, but the other two girls haven't?
Linny felt that this might be the reason.
After all, China has regulations on marriage age.
Linny, please consider what I just told you.
And me, Linny, are you willing to teach me how to play games? Su Ming and Jiang Xiaowan also came over.
Only then did Linny realize that the atmosphere at the scene seemed to be a little off.
With several girls, you won't be jealous of each other, right? However, the favorability of Su Ming and Jiang Xiaowan has not yet reached 50 points.
The system determines that a score of 50 or above is considered heart-moving. Judging from their current status, it is more likely that they are competing for attention, but not jealousy. Linny smacked his lips. I didn't expect that being pestered by several girls at the same time would feel like this.
But how will it end next? We are all cashback tools bound to the system, so we can't favor one over the other.
At this moment, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. Linny took a look and saw that it was Zhang Hanyu calling.
Well, let's talk about it later. I have something to do right now.
While Linny was thanking Zhang Hanyu in his heart for the sudden call, he quickly looked for an opportunity to leave this place of trouble. Su Ming did not try to persuade him to stay. He sensibly stepped aside and made way for Linny. Jiang Xiaowan pouted angrily and stomped her feet.
What? You haven't answered me yet. After leaving the crowd, Linny answered the phone.
Thank you so much, Lao Zhang. Zhang Hanyu was totally confused on the other end of the phone and had no idea what Linny was thanking him for.
What are you talking about? It's what I should do.
Although Zhang Hanyu didn't know what Linny was thanking him for, it was always right to be humble and polite.
By the way, do you want to talk to me about something? It was a rare occasion that Zhang Hanyu took the initiative to call Linny.
Linny guessed that the other party must have something important to discuss with him. Hey, there's a business dinner this weekend, and I was wondering if you're free to go with me.
Linny was a little confused.
He was just an ordinary college student, so why did Zhang Hanyu call him to do something?
The last time I came to your house, I saw a girl named Su Ming, right? She seems to be from the same school as you.
She should go there by then.
Zhang Hanyu knew that Su Ming was Su Yu's daughter.
This business dinner was organized by Li Runs of the Li Group, so Su Ming was naturally invited. A charity auction was also arranged at the dinner, and according to Li Runs, he had a personal matter to announce to everyone after the auction. Chapter 75 Zhang Hanyu's Plan. Zhang Hanyu wanted to invite Lin Yi to the dinner party for his own selfish reasons.
It would be impolite to ask a wealthy young man like Lin Yi about his family background.
Zhang Hanyu had previously tried to find out through other means whether there was a Lin family in Nanling City or other surrounding cities.
Unfortunately, I couldn't find any useful information at all.
Finally, he checked the personal information Lin Yi left when buying the house, and actually found out that Lin Yi was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage.
How is this possible?
At the age of 18 or 19, he was so generous, spending tens of millions of dollars at a time.
If he was not a son of an aristocratic family, how could he have such strength?
The fact that there was no information could only indicate one thing, that is, the family behind Lin Yi was huge.
It's not something that someone like him can easily touch.
This further deepened Zhang Hanyu's desire to make friends with Lin Yi. If Haoyu Group can get in touch with Lin Yi, perhaps it will be able to take it to the next level in Nanling City. By far, the biggest competitor of Haoyu Group in Nanling City is the Li Group. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. The Li Group started earlier than their Haoyu Group and has more resource advantages. Although Haoyu Group has developed by leaps and bounds in recent years, it has always been firmly suppressed by the Li Group. Zhang Hanyu also knew that Li Run's was going to announce something at the dinner.
This is no secret in the industry. Su Ming's father, Su Yu, whose company is on the verge of bankruptcy, wants to seek a business alliance with the Li Group.
What Li Run's was going to announce at that time was that he and Su Ming were going to get engaged.
Originally, Zhang Hanyu didn't have any other thoughts about this.
After all, this kind of thing is very normal. Although it sounds a bit like Su Yu is selling his daughter. However, the business world is like a battlefield, and no one will lend you a helping hand for no reason. It is understandable to make some sacrifices in order to protect one's own interests.
However, when Zhang Hanyu went to Lin Yi's villa that day, he happened to see Su Ming there.
This instantly piqued Zhang Hanyu's interest. Su Ming is about to get engaged to Li Run's, but at the same time, she seems to have a close relationship with Lin Yi. On the first day Lin Yi bought the new house, he invited Su Ming to his home. The relationship between the two must be unusual. In this case, if Lin Yi appears at the dinner party organized by Li Run's, how will Lin Yi react when Li Run's announces the engagement news? A woman is the biggest face of a man when he goes out. Watching the woman he loves getting engaged to someone else, even if Lin Yi does nothing at that time, he will probably have a grudge against Li because of this matter from then on.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At that time, Zhang Hanyu could openly propose cooperation with Lin Yi to target the Li Group together.
Thinking of this, Zhang Hanyu admired himself a little. When Lin Yi on the other end of the phone heard that Su Ming would also be going, his eyes suddenly lit up. Su Ming's favorability is quite high now, but I haven't had time to figure out how to get cash back. It's a good opportunity to see if there is a chance to make a fortune from Su Ming on the day of the dinner.
Okay, then send me the address.
Lin Yi agreed immediately.
Hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Zhang Hanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of success.
After playing games for an afternoon, time quickly came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi naturally remembered that he had promised Li Tong to have dinner together. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Yi sent a message to Li Tong and walked towards the girls' dormitory. When I arrived at the door of the girls' dormitory, Li Tong was already waiting there.
In preparation for this evening's dinner, Li Tong started putting on makeup and dressing up at around 3 p.m.
Lin Yi. After seeing Lin Yi, Li Tong waved to him from afar. Tonight she deliberately wore a gray tank top with thin straps that exposed her belly, and her two plump breasts were tightly clamped, as if they were about to jump out at any time.
The flat belly is also fully revealed at this moment. The slightly tight denim shorts on her lower body just outline Li Tong's perfect buttocks.
Under the trouser legs that are short to the thighs, there is a pair of beautiful white legs. There is no excess fat, yet it is just the right amount of soft and smooth, and it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. I have to say that in terms of figure, Li Tong is indeed top-notch.
Let's go. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Li Tong twice more, and then led Li Tong towards the parking lot.
Li Tong lowered her head slightly and took Lin Yi's arm with a shy look. It was the first time she wore something so bold. Lin Yi's fiery eyes just now made Li Tong feel that she had dressed right today.
Moreover, after holding Lin Yi's arm, Lin Yi did not dodge. The classmates around them also looked at the two of them with interested eyes. Li Tong felt a little proud and held Lin Yi's arm tighter as if to assert her sovereignty.
Lin Yi felt the soft touch on his arm, and his heartbeat quickened a little.
I couldn't help but move closer to Li Tong.
Arriving at the parking lot, Lin Yi considerately opened the car door for Li Tong. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the school gate.
Not far away, Zhou Jingyi saw the entire scene and took a picture of it with a mobile phone.
Linny, just wait. I will bring disgrace upon you sooner or later.
If I catch you and Su Ming being intimate, you're done.
I'm going to post it on the campus website so that everyone knows you're a man who plays with girls' feelings. I want Su Ming and Li Tong to see your true face.
You damn scumbag.
On the other side, there was another figure who watched Linny and Li Tong drive away from the school.
It was Guan Jishue, who had just returned from school.
At this moment, Guan Jishue had disheveled hair and several scratches on her face, looking particularly embarrassed. Somehow the house Lu Jianghua rented for her outside the school was discovered by Lu Jianghua's wife.
This afternoon, Guan Jishue was taking a nap inside. Suddenly there was a violent knock on the door.
Guan Jishue thought the other party had found the wrong place, so she was woken up and opened the door to vent her anger. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianghua's wife rushed in with her men. Without saying a word, he scolded Guan Jishue.
He also threw all of Guan Jishue's clothes and daily necessities into the corridor outside the door. Even the new earrings on Guan Jishue's ears were not spared. During the fight, Guan Jishue was slapped several times by Lu Jianghua's wife. Lu Jianghua's wife also warned Guan Jishue to give her half a day to pack up and move.
If she continued to have an affair with Lu Jianghua in the future, she would report the matter to Nanling University.
Let all the teachers and students in the school know that Guan Jishue is a shameless mistress.
After Lu Jianghua's wife left, Guan Jishue hurriedly called Lu Jianghua, but found that she had been blocked by Lu Jianghua. Guan Jishue, who had completely lost hope, had no choice but to pack up her things silently and walk back to school in a daze.
She had nowhere to go at the moment and could only go back to the dormitory.
But unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the school gate, I saw Li Tong dressed up beautifully and getting into the car with Linny.
Chapter 76. Let go of that girl. Seeing how intimately Tong and Linny were, Guan Jishue became furious.
I didn't expect that they would really get together.
Moreover, Linny actually drove a Panamera.
Is he so rich now that he can afford to rent such an expensive car? It would cost several thousand to rent it for a day. Guan Jishue was so angry that her teeth were itching. It was under the instigation of Li Tong and others that I resolutely chose to break up with Linny. But now, Li Tong herself went and had an ambiguous relationship with Linny.
If I hadn't let go at the beginning, maybe I would be living a good life now.
When I think of how considerate Linny was to me in the past, and compare it with Lu Jianghua's current cowardly look, the difference is obvious.
Guan Jishue felt sad.
I don't believe that Linny has no feelings for me at all.
Isn't it said that a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold? It's not too late for me to turn back now. Linny, wait for me.
Li Tong booked a table at a popular restaurant today. When the two arrived at the store, the lights were just coming on.
Sitting on the restaurant terrace and watching the hustle and bustle of the busy street is particularly romantic.
While eating, Li Tong and Linny talked a lot about themselves. Linny played the role of a good listener. To judge whether a girl is sincere to you, just see if she is willing to share her things with you. If a girl is gentle, considerate, and attentive to you when she is with you, but always keeps silent to you about her own affairs, don't doubt it, she must be trying to hook you. But if another girl seems a little nervous and stupid when she is with you, but is willing to share everything with you, then she must be attracted to you.
Girls are creatures with an extremely strong desire to share.
Just look at who they are willing to share with to know who is important to them. After finishing his meal, Linny subconsciously prepared to get up and pay the bill.
The two of us ate more than 800 yuan in total.
Although we can no longer get cash back from Li Tong, 800 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Linny now. Since you are going out to eat with girls, there is no reason to let them pay the bill. But just when Linny was about to pay the bill, Li Tong stopped him.
It was agreed that I would treat you to this meal. Li Tong looked serious.
She now really wants to redeem her previous image as a gold digger. She wanted Linny to know that she really liked him. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Li Tong, Linny just let her go.
Li Tong, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 95 points.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward. Linny scratched his head and looked at Li Tong, who was paying the bill at the bar, seeming to be thinking about something. As the favorability gets higher and higher, it seems to be a bit difficult to improve it. However, compared to giving blindly yourself, sometimes letting girls give in return can actually increase their favorability towards you.
Although Linny has mastered this rule, he still can't figure out the reason behind it. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Anyway, it's a good thing to improve your favorability. Li Tong is almost at 100 points, keep up the good work. After paying the bill, Li Tong came back and saw Linny staring at her with a smile. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Tong subconsciously took out the small mirror she carried with her and looked at herself. No, I think you look particularly good today. Lin Yi joked. When Li Tong heard this, she felt shy and her heart was beating like a deer. Linny stood up and took Li Tong's hand. Let's go, I'll take you shopping. There is a shopping mall downstairs, and Linny wants to try to improve the last 5 points of favorability by buying things. But the opposite happened. After a few hours, Linny bought a lot of things for Li Tong. Although Li Tong liked them very much and was very happy, her favorability still remained at 95 points. There is no change. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. Let's find another opportunity later. Linny shook his head helplessly and drove Li Tong back to the dormitory. Along the way, Li Tong lowered her head and clenched her hands tightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. After sending Li Tong back to the dormitory, Linny decided to drive back to the villa. After all, the house has been bought, and I can't just leave it there and not live in it. The super king-sized bed in the bedroom is very comfortable. Linny opened the car window and slowly drove out of the school gate. Let the cool evening breeze blow away the heat from your body. Outside the north gate of Nanling University is a small path that few people walk on. At night, the street lights were blocked by the dense shade of the trees, making it difficult to see clearly. Linny drove along this road humming a little tune, feeling the breeze on his face. Suddenly, a scream came from the side of the road. Linny subconsciously squinted his eyes and looked, only to see 7 or 8 drunkards blocking a girl in a corner. One of the drunks was about to attack, but the girl suddenly jumped up and kicked the drunk in the side of the face. The drunk was hit hard and a mouthful of blood foam came out of his mouth. His eyes also changed from obscene to fierce. You stinky bitch, you don't give me face, do you? Brothers! Kill her for me. Several drunks surrounded the girl, laughing. The girl was obviously well trained and was unwilling to sit and wait for death, so she fought back, and each of her moves was very professional. But those drunks also looked like martial artists, with thick arms and obvious fat-covered muscles. Moreover, the power gap between a girl and these drunkards is too huge. As soon as the girl kicked out, her ankle was firmly grasped by a drunk man. Wasn't it impressive just now? Why don't you kick another one for us to see? The girl had one foot lifted by the drunk and could only rely on the other foot to barely maintain her balance and was unable to resist at all. Let me go! The girl scolded. But how could those drunkards, who were so shameless and lecherous, do as she wished? The drunk man who was holding the girl's ankle exerted a little force and lifted the girl's feet higher, putting them in a somewhat embarrassing posture. Due to inertia, the girl lost her balance and fell backwards. Behind her, another drunk man hugged the girl from behind and leaned his greasy face against hers. Don't worry, the brothers will love you well. After saying that, he searched the girl's pocket, as if to see if she had any money. However, I only got a student ID card. Su Donching, a college student? Hey, we made money, guys. We got to play with female college students today, ha ha ha. Su Donching was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. I went out for a night run in the evening. I deliberately changed the route today because I thought there would be fewer people on this road and it would be quieter. But I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The president of a fighting club was molested by a few drunks. And he has no power to fight back. A feeling of humiliation and helplessness arose spontaneously. It looks like today is going to be a bad day. What to do? Is my innocence? No. No. Just when Su Donching was filled with despair, a voice sounded behind the strong men. Beast, let go of that girl. Chapter 77 Injured. A few drunks heard the sound and subconsciously looked back. I saw a thin young man standing at the entrance of the alley. With the dim light, Su Donching struggled to see the face of the person who came. It seems to be the boy who played the piano in public today. You are no match for them. Run. Go back to school and call security. Su Donching shouted at Lin Yi. As expected of someone who has practiced martial arts, he can make the calmest judgment in this situation. There were 7 drunks at the scene, but Lin Yi was alone. Looking at his thin appearance, if a fight breaks out,
he will be crippled if not killed.
The most sensible solution is to go back to school and call for help.
But after hearing this, Linny remained unmoved and still stood there staring at them.
You are surrounded by me.
Let her go, and I can still let you leave here standing.
Hearing Lin Yi's words, several drunks burst into laughter. You are overestimating yourself, aren't you? With your skinny arms and legs, you still want to imitate others and save the damsel in distress?
Brothers, take care of him first. In fact, a few drunks had sobered up a little and knew that if they really let Linny go back to school to call people, they would definitely be in trouble. The best way is to leave one person to watch over this girl, while the others go and deal with Linny first. The other people looked at each other, understood instantly, and rushed towards Linny. Seeing this, Linny rubbed his forehead.
Why is it that no one ever listens to me?
At this time, a drunk man had rushed in front of Linny and punched him in the face with his fist as big as a sandbag.
Linny turned sideways and kicked the drunk hard in the face. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The legs are definitely longer than the arms.
Before the drunk's fist hit Linny, Lin Yi's instep had already kicked the drunk's face.
The posture was exactly the same as Su Dongqing's whip kick just now.
But the power is several times greater. The drunk man was so hit that he flew sideways. He fell to the ground with a thud, groaned, and covered his face and right ribs, his face full of pain. Seeing this, the other people involuntarily slowed down their pace.
Damn it, get your weapons.
These people are obviously not good people, as they all carry butterfly knives with them. A few people made a few moves and sharp blades flashing with cold light appeared in their hands.
Superior.
Ding, the host is detected to be in danger. The current winning rate is 95%.
Do you need to spend 20 points to increase your physical fitness to level 7? Linny quickly weighed the pros and cons. A 95% winning rate is considered very high. At least there should be no problem in defeating them.
I only have 31 points in total now, and it's a bit painful to spend 20 points at once. System, I won't upgrade my physical fitness.
Ding, the host's intention is detected. Good luck to the host.
Hearing the system's dry blessing, Linny curled his lips. At this time, several drunks had surrounded Linny. Linny dodged the knife by leaning sideways and punched one of the men in the stomach. The man's stomach was hit so hard that a horrible dent appeared in it. He spat out a mouthful of bitter water and fell to the ground, holding his stomach.
Linny didn't pause at all, and with another side elbow strike, he knocked the other person away.
Amid the flashes of swords, Linny moved swiftly like a ghost.
A punch and a kick.
As long as those drunks were hit by Linny at close range, they would instantly fall to the ground in agony.
In just a few moments, all 6 people were knocked to the ground by Linny. There is only one person left who controls Su Dongqing.
Linny walked towards him slowly with cold eyes.
I repeat, let her go.
The drunk man grabbed Su Dongqing's neck from behind and pointed the knife at Linny with trembling hands.
Don't come over here. If you come over here I will cut her face.
Hearing this threat, Su Dongqing, who had been under control, seemed to have his reverse scale touched. For a girl, face is the most precious thing. While the drunk was pointing the knife at Linny, Su Dongqing suddenly grabbed the drunk's hand tightly and burst out with amazing strength. With a handsome shoulder throw, the drunk man fell to the ground like a dead dog. Linny quickly stepped forward, kicked the knife out of the drunk's hand, and knocked him unconscious with another punch.
Are you okay? Linny asked with concern. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex.
The host's heartbeat value is 20 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions.
Bind successfully. Personal information. Name, Su Dongqing. Age, 21. Favorability towards the host, 35 points. Status, student at Nanling University. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Bust, B. Appearance, 92 points. Current relationship status, single. Su Dongqing, why does this name sound familiar? Oh yes, she seems to be the elder sister of that pretentious guy Su Ziyang.
Linny thought for a long time before he remembered the name.
Unexpectedly, Su Ziyang actually has such a beautiful sister. And the favorability is really high, with 35 points right from the start. He is also a natural cashback tool. I'm fine.
Su Dongqing smoothed the hair on his forehead and brushed off the dust on his body. At this time, the sound of sirens sounded at the intersection.
Linny called the police when he got off the car just now.
I didn't expect the police to arrive so quickly.
Linny took out the dash cam and handed it to the police. The whole process just now has been captured by the dash cam. After watching the video, the police understood the whole process of the incident.
As per the usual practice, they took Linny and Su Dongqing back to the police station to take a statement. The drunkards were also arrested.
Are you hurt?
After coming out of the police station, Su Dongqing discovered a bloodstain on Linny's back.
I was just wondering why my back hurts.
Linny walked to the glass, took off his shirt and looked at himself, and saw a small cut on his back. It must have been caused by scratches from those guys during the fight just now. Now that it was pulled, the wound hurt even more, and Linny grimaced in pain.
It seems that I should not be so complacent in the future. Even a 95% winning rate is so unreliable. Linny sighed.
I thought that my fighting skills were still not well developed enough.
I'll take you to the hospital to bandage it.
Your wound needs to be disinfected as soon as possible. Su Dongqing's eyes were full of concern.
Linny nodded.
In this case, he would probably need a tetanus shot. So he took out the car keys and handed them to Su Dongqing.
Senior, I'm afraid I can't drive like this now. Sorry to bother you. Su Dongqing took the keys and helped Linny to the passenger seat. It doesn't matter if it's a problem or not. After all, you got hurt just to save me.
Su Dongqing was already in despair just now.
If Linny hadn't come to the rescue, the consequences would have been disastrous. Moreover, Linny's extraordinary skills also made Su Dongqing's heart flutter. As a fighting enthusiast, I like people with good skills the most.
Su Dongqing has always had many suitors around her, but Su Dongqing has also stated publicly that only those who can beat her are qualified to date her. During the college years, many boys went to the fighting club to challenge Su Dongqing, but no one could win.
Until today, Su Dongqing finally met a boy who could meet her standards. Moreover, this boy demonstrated piano skills far beyond Zhang Lingfeng this afternoon.
He is truly a man of both literary and martial arts.
Su Dongqing, favorability plus 10 points. The current favorability is 45 points. Chapter 78 Yi Xuanxuan's voice. Arriving at the hospital, Linny went to the emergency room. The doctor took a quick look at the wound and said it needed to be sutured immediately.
After saying that, he asked Linny to lie on the bed, and then took out the sterilized needle and thread. The wound was not particularly deep, but it was quite long.
Linny grimaced in pain while the stitches were being done. It would be great if the system could come up with a feature that would allow me to do this painlessly. Linny thought silently in his heart. Ding, the host's intention is detected.
You can use 2 points to exchange for a 10-minute painless experience. Linny wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead and rolled his eyes in frustration. Although this system is indeed very smart, but the speed is a bit lagging. The system prompted only when the suturing was almost completed.
Forget it, I'll talk about it next time I get hurt.
Seeing Linny sweating profusely from the pain during the stitching, Su Dongqing gently grabbed Linny's wrist with his cool hand.
Does it hurt?
Su Dongqing's eyes were full of concern.
Linny sighed.
I thought to myself, of course it hurts.
If it didn't hurt, would I break out in so much cold sweat? Can't you see my hands are shaking? However, a man cannot show his weakness in front of a woman.
So, Linny still answered stubbornly.
It doesn't hurt. It's nothing.
But Su Dongqing also saw that Linny was showing off, and held Linny's hand even tighter. An inexplicable feeling spread in Su Dongqing's heart. After the stitches were completed and the wound was simply bandaged, the two left the hospital.
Senior, let me drive.
After the wound was treated, Linny felt that he was fine again.
The main reason is that Su Dongqing's driving skills are average.
He almost hit the guardrail on the side of the road on the way to the hospital just now. Su Dongqing also knew his own limitations, so he obediently sat in the passenger seat. As the car drove out of the hospital gate, Linny saw a girl squatting on the side of the road through the rearview mirror. With his hair disheveled and a depressed look on his face, he sat on the side of the road.
Linny didn't notice it at first.
But it was only after the car had driven some distance that Linny reacted.
The profile of that girl just now, why does she look a bit like Yi Xuanxuan? What is she doing outside the hospital so late?
Linny also thought about how Yi Xuanxuan contacted him on WeChat last night but seemed hesitant to talk.
It's indeed a bit abnormal.
But the car had already driven a long distance at this time, so Linny had to step on the accelerator harder, intending to send Su Dongqing back to school first and then come back to find Yi Xuanxuan. Suddenly, Linny thought that the system seemed to provide an opportunity to listen to the inner voice of the bound object. Something must have happened to Yi Xuanxuan. If I just ask her rashly and she doesn't want to tell me, I won't be able to get anything out of her. System, I want to exchange for a chance to listen to Yi Xuanxuan's inner voice. Ding, the host's intention is detected, and the exchange is in progress.
Ding, exchange successful, consuming 15 points.
As the system prompt sounded, scenes of Yi Xuanxuan's recent life appeared in Lin's mind. A few days ago, Yi Xuanxuan received a call from home saying that her brother had gotten into an accident while driving. A middle-aged woman was hit and hospitalized. After examination, it was found that the other party's leg was broken and a large amount of medical expenses would be required. In addition, the other party also demanded a large sum of nutrition fees and loss of work wages from Yi Xuanxuan's family. When the accident happened, the other party immediately called the police. When the police arrived at the scene, they found the matter very clear and there was no dispute that it was Yi Xuanxuan's younger brother Yi Fei who was fully responsible. But Yi Fei was a lazy person, and after dropping out of technical secondary school he spent his days hanging out outside.
I simply can't come up with that much money.
Yi Xuanxuan's parents do have some savings, but they are still counting on saving the money for Yi Fei to get married. So, this couple who favored boys over girls set their sights on their daughter Yi Xuanxuan. It happened that the medical conditions in their hometown were average, so the middle-aged woman who was hit was transferred to Nanling City for hospitalization. So, Yi Xuanxuan's parents told the middle-aged woman's family that they had a daughter who was studying at Nanling Art University, and that she would find a way to earn money and pay it back to them slowly. When the family heard this, they went to the school that same day and blocked Yi Xuanxuan's dormitory building. Yi Xuanxuan had never seen such a scene before and was shocked at the time. She asked them to go find Yi Fei, saying that every grievance should be punished and she had no contact with her family for a long time. But that family seemed to have determined to take advantage of Yi Xuanxuan and refused to give in. They knew that Yi Fei was a tough guy and they would not get any money by pestering him. But Yi Xuanxuan is different. She is good-looking and a college student. This kind of girl cares most about other people's opinions. As long as they came to the school to block Yi Xuanxuan every day, she would definitely be afraid that her classmates would gossip about her. Sure enough, after the family had blocked the school for 2 days, Yi Xuanxuan compromised. When she returned to the dormitory that day, Yi Xuanxuan called her mother crying and asked why she was so cruel to her. Yi Fei was their child, so was he not? From childhood to adulthood, all the good things were left to Yi Fei. Even if he ate an extra piece of meat during a meal, he would be blamed for robbing Yi Fei of his nutrition. Now that Yi Fei has gotten into trouble, he has to bear the consequences himself. The total medical expenses, lost work time, and nutrition expenses amount to more than 1 million yuan. She is just a college student. Where does she get so much money?
Isn't this going to ruin her?
But what Yi Xuanxuan's mother said on the other end of the phone really made Yi Xuanxuan feel heartbroken and desperate.
Xuanxuan, we know that you have grown up and are unwilling to come back to our home.
But do you think it was easy for your parents to raise you from childhood?
Do you know how much money we spent raising you from childhood to adulthood? Since you really have so many complaints about this family, let's put it this way. This money will be considered as your repayment to us. As long as you pay this money on behalf of your brother, we will be even with each other in the future.
After hanging up the phone, these words kept echoing in Yi Xuanxuan's ears. Yi Xuanxuan smiled self-deprecatingly and tried hard not to cry. She decided that this was the last time she would compromise with her family.
From now on, let's all be well.
Yi Xuanxuan originally wanted to borrow money from Linny. But after thinking about it, I still felt embarrassed to bring it up. Linny spent a lot of money on himself. The two of them were not related, nor were they boyfriend and girlfriend. It would obviously be inappropriate to ask Linny for money at this time. Later, Yi Xuanxuan found a part-time job with a high income through a friend's introduction.
There is a very luxurious hotel in Nanling City called Ziyunlu.
The biggest feature of the hotel is that guests can enjoy beautiful dances while dining. Therefore, Ziyunlu recruits girls who can dance all year round. Yi Xuanxuan studied dance and had outstanding looks, so she passed the interview as soon as she went in the afternoon. Tonight was her first time working, and because she danced well, a customer gave her a tip of 2,000 yuan. As soon as she got off work, Yi Xuanxuan brought the few $1,000s she had to the hospital and told the family that she would pay the money back and asked them not to bother her at school in the future. He also signed a letter of guarantee with the family, promising that he would repay the money in installments. The family then agreed not to continue going to school to disturb Yi Xuanxuan. After leaving the hospital, Yi Xuanxuan sat dejectedly at the hospital entrance. She had become a laughingstock in the school in the past few days. Many of her classmates pointed and talked about her when they saw her. Yi Xuanxuan really didn't want to go back to school. But where can she go? In such a big city, there is no place for her to stay. Yi Xuanxuan felt depressed. After reading about what happened to Yi Xuanxuan recently, Linny felt inexplicably distressed. After sending Su Dongqing back to school, Linny stepped on the accelerator and rushed back to the hospital as fast as possible. Yi Xuanxuan is still sitting there at this moment.
Linny parked the car, opened the door and walked towards Yi Xuanxuan. Chapter 79 The Feeling of Home.
Yi Xuanxuan sat on the curb in front of the hospital. His arms were folded tightly, and his head rested limply on his knees. At this moment, Yi Xuanxuan's eyes had lost their former light.
It looks dead and without any vitality.
When Yi Xuanxuan thought about having to make money to pay off debts for a long period of her life in the future, she felt very helpless. Both were born by their parents and raised by them, so why is Yi Fei always spoiled by everyone, while I have to become the victim? Yi Xuanxuan was filled with grievances, but she didn't know who to talk to. Originally, Yi Xuanxuan planned to stay in Nanling and support herself after graduating from university.
Now, she didn't know what to do.
Of the money you earn every month, apart from the portion used to pay off debts, the remaining money may not be enough to support your daily living expenses.
Confused,
Yi Xuanxuan had no idea where hope for the future lay.
For a college student, more than 1 million is an astronomical figure.
Yi Xuanxuan sighed and stared listlessly at the ants crawling on the ground in front of her.
I thought, if only I were an ant too.
This way you 1T have these worries. The evening breeze blew, and Yi Xuanxuan was wearing thin clothes, so she subconsciously hugged herself a little tighter. Just then, a warm coat was placed on her shoulders.
Yi Xuanxuan recognized the stress. It was exactly what she picked for Linny on the day she met him.
Yi Xuanxuan subconsciously looked up and met Linny's gentle face.
Linny was bathed in the streetlight.
In Yi Xuanxuan's view, Linny was radiating light all over his body at this moment.
Like a bright lamp lighting up the darkness.
When a girl is at her most vulnerable, that is also when she is most easily moved.
Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 5 points. Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 5 points. Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 95 points.
Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 15 points.
Xuanxuan, I'm sorry, I'm late.
Linny felt a little guilty. Yi Xuanxuan is his binding object after all.
Such a big thing happened and I didn't even know about it.
After all, it was because I cared too little about Yi Xuanxuan. I haven't thought about taking the initiative to care about others these days. And Yi Xuanxuan is his first binding object. I made my first pot of gold from Yi Xuanxuan.
Hearing Lin Yi's apology, Yi Xuanxuan threw herself into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi. Woo woo.
Yi Xuanxuan is a relatively strong-willed person. I have been trying hard to suppress all the sad emotions in my heart when I encountered these things in the past few days. She was unwilling to show her vulnerability to others. But the moment she saw Linny and heard Linny gently say that he was late, Yi Xuanxuan suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. Linny gently stroked Yi Xuanxuan's head and comforted her.
It's okay. I'm here, and everything will be fine.
Yi Xuanxuan originally had a lot of grievances that she wanted to express, but after hugging Linny, all her words turned into soft sobs. After crying for a long time, Yi Xuanxuan raised her head while sobbing.
How did you know I was here?
Yi Xuanxuan cried with tears in her eyes, which made Linny feel distressed.
Linny pinched Yi Xuanxuan's delicate little nose and complained.
Not only do I know you're here, I know why you're here.
Why didn't you come to me when you encountered such a big problem?
Yi Xuanxuan pouted and whispered.
This is my business, I don't want to bother.
Before Yi Xuanxuan could finish her words, Linny domineeringly grabbed Yi Xuanxuan's hand and walked towards the hospital. Your business is my business. Linny took Yi Xuanxuan to find the family and directly transferred 2 million to them.
And asked the other party not to disturb Yi Xuanxuan's life for any reason in the future.
When the family saw such a large sum of money, they immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly to assure everyone. Before leaving, Linny tore up the letter of guarantee that Yi Xuanxuan had just written for them in public. After seeing that Linny was able to give out 2 million in one go, those people knew that he was a rich man and did not dare to say anything more. After walking out of the hospital and getting into the car, Yi Xuanxuan felt as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. I originally felt that my life was a mess and I saw no hope for the future. But as soon as Linny appeared, all problems were solved.
But how did Linny know that he was in trouble? Is it because of the abnormal phone call I made last night?
Yi Xuanxuan looked at Linny's profile, her heart pounding.
Does he care about me that much? Just because I acted a little strange, he found out what happened to me. Am I so important in his heart? Linny didn't notice Yi Xuanxuan's expression at this time. He started the car on his own. Send you back to school? Linny looked at the time.
It was not yet time for curfew, so he should still have time to go back to school. But Yi Xuanxuan hesitated and shook her head. Linny then remembered that when he was listening to Yi Xuanxuan's thoughts just now, he heard that Yi Xuanxuan seemed reluctant to return to the dormitory. Because of recent events, it seemed like her roommates were gossiping about her behind her back.
In that case, I might as well not go back to this dormitory. Then let's go to my house. My house is big anyway.
Linny thought about it. There were so many guest rooms at home, they would be empty anyway. If Yi Xuanxuan didn't mind, they could keep each other company.
It's more lively when there are more people at home. It's a bit lonely to live alone in such a big house.
But to Yi Xuanxuan, these words had a different meaning. But she was willing to do so. When he needed care and help the most, only Linny stepped forward to help him. Such a man is worth her giving everything. Yi Xuanxuan nodded shyly, which was considered as her agreement. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the villa.
Linny, is this your home?
Yi Xuanxuan was extremely surprised to see such a luxurious villa. She had also seen Xiangjiang Fenghua community on the internet.
It is said that a villa here costs hundreds of millions.
At first she thought Linny was hinting at something when he said his house was big.
Unexpectedly. This one is really big.
Linny pulled Yi Xuanxuan in and showed her around the upstairs and downstairs. After seeing the huge bed in Linny's master bedroom, Yi Xuanxuan's face unconsciously showed two beautiful blushes.
Go take a shower first. I have some loose clothes. If you don't mind, you can wear mine after you take a shower. You probably haven't had dinner yet. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. You can eat it after you take a shower.
After saying that, Linny found a set of clean clothes for Yi Xuanxuan, and then ran downstairs to the kitchen to busy himself. Yi Xuanxuan looked at Linny's back as he was busy in the kitchen. She lowered her head and smelled the scent of the sun on his clothes, feeling sweet in her heart.
This was a feeling of home that she had never experienced before. Chapter 80 Night Like Water. There are limited ingredients in the refrigerator.
After Linny moved here, he had no time to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Some of the things in the refrigerator now are the ones that were brought to Li Tong's birthday party that day and were not used up. Linny used local ingredients to make a bowl of tomato and beef noodles. The noodles had just been cooked and served on the table, and Yi Xuanxuan had just finished washing up. Linny's white t-shirt looked particularly big on Yi Xuanxuan. The hem of the clothes covered Yi Xuanxuan's thighs. Yi Xuanxuan's hair had just been blown dry and was draped softly over her shoulders, making her look particularly charming. Seeing Yi Xuanxuan's beautiful appearance like a lotus emerging from water, Linny's face also turned red. The pleasant smell of shampoo and shower gel mixed with Yi Xuanxuan's body fragrance drifted into Linny's nostrils through the air, and Linny became distracted for a moment.
Eat noodles. The noodles will become clumpy soon.
Linny hurriedly pushed the freshly cooked noodles in front of Yi Xuanxuan.
Yi Xuanxuan looked at Linny's dazed look and burst out laughing. Okay, let me try your cooking first.
Yi Xuanxuan took the chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. Yi Xuanxuan had no appetite in the morning because she was in a bad mood.
After noon, she went to Ziyun building for an interview, and after passing the interview, she went straight to work in the evening.
After get off work, I rushed to the hospital. It was not until now that Yi Xuanxuan had something to eat. She was indeed starving. Now that my worries are gone and I'm in a good mood, my appetite has naturally returned. The sour taste of tomatoes further stimulated her appetite, and Yi Xuanxuan enjoyed the meal particularly well.
Eat slowly, there's more.
Seeing that Yi Xuanxuan had drunk all the soup, Linny stood up and prepared to go back to the kitchen to cook another bowl.
No, I'm full. I didn't expect your noodles to be so delicious.
From now on, other aspects may not be pleasing to my eyes. Yi Xuanxuan doesn't eat much on a normal day, and as a student in the dance department, she has to pay attention to maintaining her figure. This bowl of noodles was enough to fill her stomach.
Linny.
Yi Xuanxuan looked at Linny, who was sitting next to her, her red lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something.
Linny asked with concern. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Linny, a straight man, had no idea what Yi Xuanxuan was thinking and just thought she was not feeling well. Yi Xuanxuan was both angry and amused, thinking, she was already so close to Linny, why didn't he show any reaction? Don't men learn this kind of thing naturally? Why is Linny not taking the initiative at all? I can't let a girl take the initiative. Seeing Linny staring at her with a concerned look on his face, Yi Xuanxuan sighed silently. My legs are sore, I'm tired today. Can you please pinch it for me? Yi Xuanxuan lifted her long, white legs onto the chair and looked at Linny as if asking for help. Linny looked at Yi Xuanxuan and suddenly thought of the last time it rained heavily and the two of them were soaked and had to stay in a hotel. Yi Xuanxuan sent herself a selfie of her long legs. At that time, she teased me and asked me to massage her legs if I had the chance next time. Unexpectedly, such a good opportunity would come so soon. Lin Yi's heart pounded several times. He swallowed and looked at Yi Xuanxuan tentatively.
Is it really possible?
Yi Xuanxuan said coquettishly. Hey, just pinch me if I tell you to. Why, you don't dislike me, do you? After saying that, she placed her pair of jade smooth legs on Lin Yi's thighs. At this point, there was no need to hesitate.
Lin Yi chuckled and pretended to massage Yi Xuanxuan's legs. She is indeed a dancer. This leg is so soft, so tender. It feels very smooth. As he pinched, Lin Yi's eyes involuntarily looked up along Yi Xuanxuan's legs.
It seemed that she was not wearing the shorts that Lin Yi had prepared for her under the loose white t-shirt.
That white one seems to be. Oh my.
No way, Lin Yi's face suddenly turned red. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Yi Xuanxuan naturally knew what he had seen. Yi Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes moved and she glared at Lin Yi in a reproachful manner.
Rogue.
Lin Yi was just about to explain that he saw it accidentally. But I only heard Yi Xuanxuan continue to ask.
Does it look good? The words of explanation came to Lin Yi's lips, but he swallowed them back. Good, beautiful.
Yi Xuanxuan looked at Lin Yi like this and thought he was particularly cute. Subconsciously, he moved closer to Lin Yi.
So do you think I'm pretty?
Looking at this touching face so close to him, Lin Yi felt like there was a beast roaring violently in his heart, as if it was about to break out of the cage in the next second.
Nice. Lin Yi told the truth.
Hearing this, Yi Xuanxuan moved closer. The air exhaled from his mouth gently brushed Lin Yi's face.
Real? Lin Yi nodded seriously.
Real. Before Lin Yi could finish his words, Yi Xuanxuan kissed him. The soft mouth pressed tightly against Lin Yi's lips. Lin Yi opened his mouth and responded to Yi Xuanxuan awkwardly. After a moment, Yi Xuanxuan let go of Lin Yi, her face slightly red, and her breathing became rapid.
This is my first kiss.
Yi Xuanxuan explained her lack of experience.
Lin Yi smiled. Me too.
After saying that, he forcefully and proactively kissed Yi Xuanxuan. Yi Xuanxuan cried out softly.
She didn't expect that Lin Yi would finally take the initiative.
Then he cooperated and closed his eyes.
His arms naturally wrapped around Lin Yi's neck.
Lin Yi felt Yi Xuanxuan's nervous and excited rapid breathing in his arms, and hugged her tightly. The kissing skills also gradually became more proficient from the initial immature ones. Yi Xuanxuan opened her pearly teeth and responded to Lin Yi passionately. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi raised his head reluctantly.
With a blushing face, Yi Xuanxuan looks like a cute and adorable baby bunny.
At this time, Yi Xuanxuan's legs had become a little weak from being kissed by Lin Yi. Lin Yi put his arms around Yi Xuanxuan's legs and shoulders, picked her up easily like a princess, and walked towards the master bedroom on the third floor. Yi Xuanxuan closed her eyes gently and leaned in Lin Yi's arms with a shy and happy look on her face.
Lamp. The lights are still on.
Lin Yi hugged Yi Xuanxuan and turned off the light switch with his elbow.
It's closed now.
Yi Xuanxuan hugged Lin Yi's neck obediently. After arriving at the master bedroom, Lin Yi gently put Yi Xuanxuan on the bed. The curtains are not drawn.
It's okay, there's no one outside the window. Then you, be gentle.
Before Yi Xuanxuan could finish her words, Lin Yi kissed her again. Two shadows rolled over on the huge bed.
Outside the window, the river water kept hitting the embankment. Make a rustling sound.
The evening breeze blew by, creating ripples. Gradually, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The bright moonlight gently spreads on the surface of the river. On the shore, a holy night blooming cereus trembled for a while in the evening breeze, and then opened its beautiful buds in the moonlight.
Chapter 81 Obtaining Ziyun Tower.
After an unknown amount of madness for an extended period of time, the two of them finally fell into a deep sleep. When Linny opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Linny subconsciously felt around him and found that Yi Xuanxuan was not on the bed. But the red marks on the bed proved that everything that happened last night really happened.
Yi Xuanxuan, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 100 points.
I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain.
I remember a celebrity once said that there is only one way to a woman's heart. It seems that what he said is true. After a night of indulgence, Yi Xuanxuan's favorability was immediately full. Ding, the system has been upgraded.
From now on, you can get cash back if your favorability is below 60 points. Linny recalled that the system did give such a prompt at that time.
It says that after the favorability of the cashback recipient reaches 1%, the favorability threshold corresponding to the cashback can be upgraded once.
It seems that there will be more opportunities to get cash back in the future. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward. Ding, it is detected that Yi Xuanxuan's favorability is full. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward.
Would you like to receive the reward immediately?
Hearing this system prompt, Linny became completely alert.
System, I want to claim the extra reward. Ding, the host's intention is detected. Additional rewards are being distributed. Ding, the extra reward has arrived.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the property, Ziyun Building. Linny was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could directly acquire the industry through this system.
This is much better than just giving money directly.
You know, Ziyun Tower is the most luxurious hotel in Nanling, no doubt about it.
The hotel enjoys a unique geographical location, located at the foot of Ziyun Mountain in Nanling City.
The land rent for the hotel alone is 100 to 200 million yuan a year. Adding other miscellaneous operating costs, if you want to buy a hotel of this size yourself, it will cost at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions.
But the system is now given away for free.
Without spending a penny, you can own such an awesome industry, and all future profits will belong to you.
It's a huge profit. According to the internet, the owner of Ziyunlu is a mysterious boss and no one knows his true identity. Those who go to Ziyun Tower for dinner are either rich or noble. Because Ziyunlu is not open to the public but adopts a membership system, if you want to dine at Ziyunlu, you must first become a member of Ziyun Catering. To become a member, one must first pay a hefty membership fee. Therefore, the upper class in Nanling are proud to be able to dine at Ziyunlu. Even many wealthy businessmen from other places would often come to Ziyunlu for dinner.
Because the dining experience at Ziyunlu is truly unique and is known as the Kingdom of Men's Dreams. The restaurant has a pure Chinese-style design with an antique feel, and each box is decorated in a different style.
The most important thing is that here you can really enjoy imperial treatment.
Not only that, but while you dine, there will be super good-looking dancers to dance with you on the spot.
Just like attending a banquet in the palace in ancient times. Many people come here just for this reason. Linny was very satisfied with this reward.
This also strengthened his desire to increase the favorability of other bound objects to 100 points as soon as possible.
Linny glanced at the time and it was almost time for class. So he sent a message to Yi Linwei, asking him to sign in for him.
Having been too busy last night, Linny had no intention of attending class today. What's more, college life is incomplete without skipping classes. Afterwards, Linny got up and washed up, humming a little tune. After washing up and going downstairs, Yi Xuanxuan just opened the door of the villa and walked in. Yi Xuanxuan had beads of sweat on her body and was holding breakfast in her hands.
It looks like he just finished a morning run. You're awake. I bought you breakfast. Yi Xuanxuan wiped the sweat from her cheeks.
Although she was also very tired last night. But over the years, her training as a dancer required her to get up and run every morning in order to maintain a good figure.
Coincidentally, I also bought breakfast for Linny on the way.
When she got up in the morning, seeing Linny sleeping soundly, Yi Xuanxuan didn't wake him up. Linny took the breakfast and asked casually,
Do you have classes this morning? Do you need me to take you back to class?
Yi Xuangshuang shook her head.
I don't have any classes today. We have very few classes in the dance department. I just need to practice on my own every day.
Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully.
It seems that Yi Xuangshuang is indeed very self-disciplined. No wonder the body is so soft. Last night. Such a difficult move. TSK, TSK, TSK.
Seeing Lin Yi's wandering eyes, Yi Xuangshuang blushed. You eat, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, he ran upstairs. After hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing, Lin Yi stuffed his breakfast into his mouth in a few gulps, wiped his mouth quickly, and ran upstairs.
Xuangshuang, I want to take a shower too. Rogue. It's okay. The bathroom and the master bedroom is very big. There are 2 shower heads, one for each of us.
Oops, the soap fell. Xuangshuang, can you help me pick it up?
No, you pick it up yourself. My back aches. I'm jealous too. Then I'll support you.
More than 2 hours later. After taking a shower, Lin Yi saw several missed calls on his phone. Yi Xuangshuang was still blow-drying her hair at this time, so Lin Yi found a quiet place at home and dialed the number.
The call was connected quickly. Hello, were you looking for me just now?
Lin Yi's voice was lazy. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Is it Mr. Lin?
Sorry to bother you.
I'm Yang Mingjiao, the manager of Ziyunlu. You can just call me Xiao Yang.
Yang Mingjiao suddenly received an email from the former owner of Ziyunlu this morning, informing her that the hotel had been transferred to a new owner.
And attached was Lin Yi's name and phone number.
Yang Mingjiao was still a little surprised.
As the manager of Ziyun Building, she knew that the person who could buy Ziyun Building was definitely not an ordinary person. And there is an unwritten rule in the catering industry.
Generally, after buying a hotel, the new boss will fire most of the staff and then recruit a new group of people.
This is also easy to understand. A new emperor appoints new ministers. For the new boss, these staff members can be regarded as the confidants of the previous boss. No boss would want to employ such an employee.
So Yang Mingjiao wanted to make a tentative call to ask the current boss where they would go. If I leave Ziyunlu, I will definitely not be able to find a better job in the catering industry in Nanling City.
Yang Mingjiao finally got the position of manager. It's a pity to think about it.
If there is really no other option, you can only ask for more when discussing severance pay.
How old are you? Lin Yi asked abruptly. Yang Mingjiao was stunned.
I thought about it carefully for a long time.
How big? How big is what? Are you asking about age? Or something else?
As a manager, Yang Mingjiao has always been good at figuring out her boss's intentions. But Lin Yi's unreasonable question made her unable to figure out what the other party was thinking.
Chapter 82 I wear it for you anyway.
I am 29 years old. After thinking for a long time, Yang Mingjiao still couldn't figure out what Lin Yi meant. I had no choice but to answer this question based on my own understanding of the issue.
Oh, then I'm younger than you, so it's not appropriate to call you Xiao Yang.
I'll call you Sister Yang from now on.
Lin Yi said seriously. Yang Mingjiao was shocked by Lin Yi's words.
She was 29 years old and was able to become the manager of Ziyun Building, which was considered very young.
But Lin Yi is actually younger than me. And he even bought Ziyun Building in full. He is so powerful. Nanling City might have a new business upstart now. Yang Mingjiao quickly adjusted her mood and asked tentatively. Okay, Mr. Lin, you can call me whatever you want. I want to ask, are you coming over today? Yang Mingjiao's original intention was to ask Lin Yi whether he wanted to hold a meeting for these old employees. Let's talk about things like severance pay.
As a manager, she can also hand over work to Lin Yi's newly recruited people. After all, for such a large hotel, there are still many details that need to be explained to the next manager.
But Lin Yi obviously didn't understand the implication of Yang Mingjiao's words.
He thought about it and decided that since he was just sitting around doing nothing at home, he might as well take Yi Xuangshuang to Ziyun Tower for a meal. Seeing how mysterious it was online, Lin Yi was also very curious about what the Ziyun Tower was like inside.
Since it is my own property now, I should always conduct an on-site inspection. So Lin Yi paused and said, I'll come over in the evening, please help me arrange a private room for 2. As for the food, whatever, I don't have any dietary restrictions. Let's serve some of the restaurant's specialty dishes. Yang Mingjio was stunned. The new boss is coming to eat? Well, that's normal.
He first inspected the dishes in the restaurant and then picked out some problems and fired several management employees in key positions, replacing them with his own confidants. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. A good method indeed. Yang Mingjio had a bitter expression on her face, but she still agreed. And he assured Lin that he would make all the arrangements for him when the time comes. After Yi Xuanshuang dried her hair, it was almost noon. Lin urged Yi Xuanshuang to go out. Many of Yi Xuanshuang's clothes are at school. There were no clothes for her to change into in the villa. After taking a shower yesterday, I was still wearing Lin Yi's clothes. However, considering that Yi Xuanshuang is not very willing to go back to the dormitory now, she might as well go to the street and buy some new clothes. I have money anyway. After driving to the street, the two had a hot pot and then started a shopping spree. After all, it was thanks to Yi Xuanshuang that Lin Yi was able to directly obtain Ziyun Tower. And the two people have already communicated at a distance. So now Lin Yi doesn't feel sorry at all for spending money on Yi Xuanshuang. As long as Yi Xuanshuang tried on some clothes and they were not ugly, she would just buy them. After a while, Lin Yi's arms were already full of shopping bags. If I hadn't strengthened my physical fitness, I might not have been able to lift it. Seeing that she had almost finished buying clothes, Yi Xuanshuang suggested that she also needed to buy a few sets of underwear. So he pulled Lin Yi to the door of a lingerie store. Lin Yi saw that the store was mostly filled with women choosing items, and felt a little embarrassed to go in. Well, why don't you go in and choose it yourself? I'll pay you when you're done. His straight nature made him feel that this scene was a little awkward. But Yi Xuanshuang didn't give him a chance to hesitate. You have to help me look at it. Anyway, I'll wear it for you to see. After saying that, he took Lin Yi's hand and walked in. The store is full of various styles. The bold and sexy design made Lin Yi excited. Yi Xuanshuang selected a few pieces of fabric with very little material, walked to the shopping guide, pointed at Lin Yi behind her, and asked, "Hello, can I ask my boyfriend to come in and help me see the effect of the top?" The shopping guide smiled wickedly and nodded. I thought to myself, young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Afterwards, Lin Yi was pulled into the locker room by Yi Xuanshuang. After Lin Yi's selection, Yi Xuanshuang finally bought more than 20 sets in this store before leaving. "Xuanshuang, how about I buy you a car? It will be convenient for you to go to school in the future." Walking out of the lingerie store, Lin Yi suddenly suggested. It takes nearly an hour to get from the villa to Yi Xuanshuang's school by subway. It is impossible for Lin Yi to pick up Yi Xuanshuang from school every day. Buy her a car so that it will be more convenient for her to travel in the future. Listening to Lin Yi's proposal, Yi Xuanshuang hugged Lin Yi's arm with a sweet look on her face. I didn't expect that happy life would come so suddenly. Not only will he live in a big villa, he will even have his own car. The most important thing is that I have such an outstanding man. Yi Xuanshuang looked at Lin Yi's handsome profile and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Lin Yi is so outstanding, there must be a lot of people of the opposite sex who admire him. But in the final analysis, I am just somewhat pretty. What if one day Lin Yi Xuanshuang found it unacceptable when she thought that one day Lin Yi might no longer like her. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Yi Xuanshuang was in a bad mood, Lin Yi said with concern. Yi Xuanshuang hugged Lin Yi's arm tightly, thought about it, but never said anything. Men are afraid of being controlled. Being controlled too strictly may make him drift further away from you. Instead of this, it is better to let him be free. Anyway, as long as I always have a place for myself in his heart, that's enough. Yi Xuanshuang quickly figured out this truth. It's okay. I was just thinking about how I'm going to thank you tonight if you buy me a car. Yi Xuanshuang smiled playfully. Lin Yi reached out and scratched Yi Xuanshuang's slender waist. It seems you weren't tired enough last night. Yi Xuanshuang giggled when she was tickled. The sweet appearance of the two people attracted the attention of passers-by. After making enough noise, Lin Yi sent a message to Ina, the Porsche salesperson. I want to order another Panamera. He also explained that the car would be in Yi Xuanshuang's name and would be delivered to the villa when the time came. Ina replied immediately after receiving the message. He said the car would be delivered tomorrow. After a day of shopping, I've almost finished buying clothes. Yi Xuanshuang also picked out several sets of clothes for Lin Yi. I have to say that Yi Xuanshuang has a really good taste in matching clothes. Since he became rich, Linny has bought himself a few sets of clothes, but when he wears them, he always feels that they are not as good looking as those chosen by Yi Shuangshuang.
Now that I have bought my clothes, I'm going to have dinner.
Linny started the car, kept Yi Shuangshuang in suspense, and said he would take her out to eat something delicious.
As for where to eat, no one said much.
More than half an hour later, the Ziyun building appeared in front of the car. A gentle and mature woman in professional attire was standing at the gate of Ziyun building. Yi Shuangshuang covered her mouth in surprise. She knew this person. It was Yang Mingjiao, the manager of Ziyunlu, who had interviewed her before.
Chapter 83, Life Like an Emperor.
Yang Mingjiao has a very good figure and outstanding temperament.
He was wearing a black and white work uniform and his skin was snow white. Especially the row of buttons on the chest, which were almost bursting under the pressure of the full peaks. Moreover, Yang Mingjiao has a face that represents peace and prosperity for the country and the people. It looks very gentle and dignified. Yang Mingjiao looked up at every incoming car. She had been waiting here since around 5 o'clock. However, all the customers who came were old customers, and she knew them all. There was no sign of the unfamiliar new boss in the car at this time. Yi Shuangshuang pointed at the Ziyun Tower not far away and asked, "We are having dinner here today?"
After all, she had worked in Ziyun building for a day, so Yi Shuangshuang knew the consumption level there. A meal would cost at least tens of thousands.
Lin Yi nodded. "You used to work here, didn't you?"
Yi Shuangshuang nodded slightly and pointed at Yang Mingjia, who was standing at the door of the hotel.
"Yes, that's the manager of their store. She was the one who interviewed me before."
In Ziyun building, the work arrangement for dancers like Yi Shuangshuang is to work one day and rest one day. It just so happens that Yi Shuangshuang doesn't have to come to work today. But unexpectedly, Linny actually brought her here to eat.
"Yesterday you were an employee, today you are a customer."
When Yi Shuangshuang thought of the imperial service inside, she couldn't help but feel a little longing. Linny looked at the beautiful woman at the hotel entrance and realized that she was Yang Mingjiao.
"It looks pretty good." After getting off the car, Linny took Yi Shuangshuang's hand and walked towards Yang Mingjiao. "Sister Yang."
Linny waved at Yang Mingjiao.
"Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex."
The host's heartbeat value is currently 25 points, which meets the binding conditions.
Bind successfully. Personal information. Name, Yang Mingjia. Age, 29. Favorability towards the host, 20 points. Position, manager of Ziyun building. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Bust, D+. Appearance, 91 points. Current relationship status, single.
Hearing this address, Yang Mingjia immediately realized Lin Yi's identity and hurriedly came forward to greet him.
"Boss Lin, you are here. I have arranged the box. This way, please." Yang Mingjiao didn't expect that the new boss would be such a young and handsome boy. "I thought the caller was joking. I didn't expect it to be true."
If you can work under such a tall, rich, and handsome man, it should be a kind of enjoyment. No woman would refuse to have a boss who was both handsome and wealthy. However, it depends on whether Linny is willing to let himself stay.
Thinking of this, Yang Mingjiao couldn't help feeling a little uneasy.
At this time, Yang Mingjiao noticed that the girl next to Linny seemed familiar. After thinking carefully, she realized that this was the dancer she recruited yesterday.
Both? Yang Mingjiao seemed to see a glimmer of hope.
Through yesterday's contact, Yi Shuangshuang and I are at least acquaintances. And now it seems that Yi Shuangshuang and Linny are holding hands, and their relationship must be extraordinary. If Yi Shuangshuang was willing to speak well of him in front of Linny, maybe Linny would allow him to continue working there. "Shuangshuang, it turns out that you know our CEO Lin, why didn't you tell me earlier?" As Yang Mingjiao spoke, her eyes were focused on Lin Yi's expression.
He was afraid that he might say something wrong and make Linny unhappy. Yi Shuangshuang was a little confused when Yang Mingjiao asked this. "Isn't Lin Yi a college student? What the hell is Mr. Lin? Where is he from?" Seeing Yi Shuangshuang's face full of confusion, Lin Yi cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Shuangshuang. Actually, I'm the boss of Ziyunlu."
Yi Shuangshuang heard this and nodded woodenly.
"Oh, I didn't expect you to be the boss of Ziyun Tower. Purple. Ah. Wrong. Etc. Purple Cloud Tower? Are you the boss of Ziyunlu?
Yi Xuanxuan looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. She had heard before that the owner of Ziyunlu was a very mysterious person. Only manager Yang has the boss's contact information. But who would have thought that this top luxury hotel that dominated Nanling City was actually opened by Lin Yi? Yi Xuanxuan knew that Lin Yi was rich, but she never thought that Lin Yi was so rich. I originally thought that Lin Yi's villa worth more than 100 million yuan was already his largest asset. But unexpectedly, he is actually the boss of Ziyun Tower.
The annual income from Ziyun building could buy several villas like that. Is Lin Yi so low-key? No wonder Lin Yi knew he was in trouble yesterday.
It turned out that I was working in his shop.
You have to know that these things are easy to do.
Yi Xuanxuan opened her mouth wide and it took her a long time to recover. Seeing Yi Xuanxuan like this, Yang Mengjiao also realized that Yi Xuanxuan must have just found out about Lin Yi's identity.
Oh, what good luck! It's so cool to be in a relationship with such an invisible rich man.
Yang Mengjiao also hoped that one day she could meet a man who would fall in love with her at first sight and then suddenly tell her that he was actually a rich man.
At this time, Lin Yi took the opportunity to take care of Yang Mengjiao. Sister Yang, I don't want Xuanxuan to continue working here anymore. I'm afraid she will be too tired.
Yang Mengjiao leaned forward slightly.
Okay, Mr. Lin, everything is up to you.
Only then did Yi Xuanxuan recover from her shock.
Asked Lin Yi in a low voice.
I originally wanted to work here slowly to pay you back the money you advanced me yesterday.
You?
Lin Yi put his arm around Yi Xuanxuan's shoulders lovingly, leaned close to her ear and whispered.
Then would you consider giving yourself to me?
Yi Xuanxuan blushed instantly.
Haven't I already? Oh, hooligan.
Seeing how sweet the two were, Yang Mengjiao tactfully walked to the front to lead the way, not getting too close to act as a third wheel. After entering the hotel, Lin Yi finally understood why it was known as the top hotel in Nanling. The hotel has 7 floors in total, but is nearly 100 meters high. As soon as I walked into the door, a group of beautiful women in dance robes bowed to me.
This feeling is exactly the same as that of ancient emperors. Moreover, these dancers are all outstanding in terms of appearance and beauty. Lin Yi was a little dazzled for a moment.
Following Yang Mengjiao, the few of them soon arrived at the exclusive private room on the top floor that was specially arranged for Lin Yi. Push the door open and walk in, and you can see the night view of Purple Mountain.
With the clouds lingering in the mountains, it feels like being in a fairyland.
As soon as Lin Yi and Yi Xuanxuan sat down, a group of people pushed the door and walked in. They are all dancers wearing wide-sleeved flowing fairy skirts. The dishes were also served by them. There were all kinds of precious and rare ingredients, some of which Lin Yi had never seen before. After all the dishes were served, the dancers bowed to Lin Yi and then began their dance performance to the music. With graceful dancing moves and a table full of delicacies, Lin Yi thought that this was probably what the life of an ancient emperor was like.
No wonder they say this is a man's kingdom. It really is. It has a unique charm. Chapter 84 Bonus. Several dancers looked at Yi Xuanxuan with envy.
The two sisters who made a living by dancing together yesterday are now guests in the top floor box of Ziyun building. It would be great if they could also get close to Lin Yi. Looking at their envious, jealous, and hateful eyes, Yi Xuanxuan felt a little embarrassed.
Sister Yang, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten yet, sit down and eat something together. There are so many dishes that we can't finish them both. Lin Yi greeted warmly. There were at least 30 or 40 dishes on the table.
In order to please the mysterious new boss, Yang Mengjiao served all the special dishes in the store.
For many dishes, other guests have to make reservations more than a month in advance. At first Yang Mengjiao thought Lin Yi was here to taste the food. If you are tasting food, you must definitely look at the presentation of the dish.
Then take a small bite of each dish. By this calculation, 30 or 40 dishes are indeed not a lot. But looking at the current situation, Lin Yi really wants to eat.
I was actually worried about not being able to finish the food.
This moment made Yang Mengjiao a little confused.
Why does it feel like this new boss is a layman in the catering industry?
No, this must be an illusion.
Maybe it was because he had let himself go, so he was kind enough to let me eat before leaving? Or maybe he wanted to induce himself to make a mistake and then find a plausible excuse to fire himself?
Yang Mengjiao remembered that she often saw on the internet that some people offended their boss and were fired the next day because they stepped into the company with their left foot first.
Lin Yi might be looking for such an excuse now. It's possible. Yang Mingjia answered cautiously. Boss Lin, this is against the rules. Our staff are not allowed to eat during working hours. Yang Mingjiao thought that this answer was pretty foolproof. There shouldn't be any problems picked out. Linny looked at the table full of dishes and frowned. Isn't it a waste for two people to eat so many dishes? Even if you pack it up and take it home, it won't taste as good after being left overnight. Sister Yang, rules are dead, but people are alive. Besides, I'm the boss now. I've already let you eat it. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi's words did not allow Yang Mingjiao to refuse. Yang Mingjiao couldn't help but think of a famous actor's classic quote, "My rules are rules." Okay, Mr. Lin. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Yang Mingjiao knew that if she refused again, it would seem a bit immature after all Lin Yi said. So he sat obediently next to Yi Xuanshuang. And you guys, come eat something too. Lin Yi greeted the dancers again. Having just become a boss, Lin Yi has not yet fully adapted to this identity. I'm not used to others standing by and watching me while I eat. I always feel a little bit reluctant. They were all girls of similar age to Lin Yi and were still ignorant of worldly affairs. Hearing Lin Yi's invitation, he took a seat happily. Yang Mingjiao thought to herself that something was wrong. As a manager, there is nothing wrong with me having a meal with my boss. But these dancers are the biggest feature of the store. The guests basically come for the pleasant singing and dancing performances. Today is the first day the boss comes to inspect the store, and these dancers have totally forgotten their own jobs. What will the boss think? Yang Mingjiao hurriedly stood up and apologized to Lin Yi in panic. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I don't manage it well enough. As Yang Mingjiao spoke, she quickly winked at the girl who was leading the dance. Several girls saw Yang Mingjiao winking at them and seemed to realize something. The figure that was about to sit down stopped where he was. Lin Yi looked at Yang Mingjiao in confusion, not knowing what she was doing. Yang Mingjiao quickly gestured to the girls. Seeing this, the girls hurriedly retreated to the table. He returned to the posture of bowing. Lin Yi finally reacted. Hey, Sister Yang, you don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Just think of it as my treat today. As a boss, I invite my employees to dinner to enhance their relationship and deepen their understanding of each other. Is this okay? I don't always have time to come here. This store will mainly depend on you guys from now on. Come on, everyone sit down. I think it's not easy for everyone to go to work. Just relax with me today. Lin Yi said a lot, but only one sentence was heard by Yang Mingjiao. You will mainly depend on us in the future? Boss Lin, you won't fire us? Lin Yi was a little surprised, raised his eyebrows and asked. Why should I fire you? Were you unhappy with what you did here before? If you have any ideas, you can tell me in time. Yang Mingjiao shook her head violently. No, Mr. Lin, we are very happy working here. I overthought it, sorry. Yang Mingjiao was so happy to know that she would not lose her job. It seems that I can continue to be the manager of Xian Building. Besides being happy, Yang Mingjiao also had more admiration for Lin Yi. He is so young but has such a big vision, no wonder he is so successful. It seems that following this boss is promising. Yang Mingjiao, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability is 30 points. Hearing the increase in favorability, Lin Yi came up with an idea. I haven't used cash back for a long time. I just happened to have the opportunity today. Then make some money. Lin Yi opened his phone and added Yang Mingjiao's WeChat. Asked casually. Sister Yang, how many employees are there in our store? Yang Mingjiao answered immediately without hesitation. Boss Lin, we have a total of 130 management and service staff in our store, and a total of 325 dancers. Obviously, he is fully aware of this information. Lin Yi calculated it. That makes a total of 455 people, right? Well, I'm a rather vulgar person, and I don't have much to express. I'll just give out the bonus. 200,000 per person, a total of 91 million. I'll transfer it to you and you can distribute it for me. After saying that, he turned the phone directly to Yang Mingjiao. Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 91 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 30 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 28 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 2.548 billion yuan.
It can win people's hearts and make a lot of money. It's so delicious. The other side.
Yang Mingjiao looked down at the large amount of money on her phone and was also stunned.
This boss, is he so generous?
Each person was given 200,000 right from the start.
Although for Yang Mingjiao, 200,000 is not a lot.
After all, her annual salary is more than 2 million.
It's equivalent to getting an extra month's salary.
However, for other employees, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Look, when the girls next to them heard the number Lin Yi reported, their eyes widened.
Chapter 85. Isn't this Chen Yao? Yang Mingjiao, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability is 40 points.
Yang Mingjiao felt that Lin Yi was a very courageous person. Such a huge sum of money, a total of more than 90 million.
It's almost approaching 100 million. Just send it out. Not at all ambiguous. Why don't you thank Mr. Lin quickly? Seeing several dancers standing there in a daze, Yang Mingjiao quickly gave them a look. The girls finally reacted and hurriedly picked up their wine glasses and surrounded Lin Yi. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin has an extraordinary demeanor at first glance. How about this, Mr. Lin, let me do the splits for you. And me, I can do the splits.
Boss Lin, I don't have any special skills, but my waist is very weak.
Let me help you with your waist.
These dancers also broadcast live on live streaming platforms in their spare time.
Sometimes when a big shot gives you a gift, this is how you express your gratitude. But they can only be regarded as unknown small anchors. I don't have many opportunities to receive gifts. He couldn't even think about a situation like Lin Yi, who gave a huge sum of 200,000 yuan as a reward all at once. Boss Lin, I wish you a long life. I hope you will always be our boss. Yes, yes, yes. I hope I can work here until I retire. Boss Lin, I'm not good at talking, it's all because of the wine. I did it too, Mr. Lin, please do as you please. Several people were happy to meet a boss as generous as Lin Yi. Lin Yi also smiled and clinked glasses with a few people. He had worked outside many times before. So I understand the thoughts of these workers best. Everyone goes out to work to earn money. Otherwise, it can't be for the dream. The biggest dream of a person is not to go to work.
Many bosses often like to paint a rosy picture for their employees, while at the same time brainwashing them to cultivate a wolf-like culture.
If you can't even afford meat, what's the point of being a wolf? At best, you can only raise a group of dogs who fawn on their boss. The best way to motivate employees is to give them money. Give as much as you can. The more you give, the better. If you pay your employees 8,000 yuan, they will only be willing to do work worth 6,000 yuan. If you pay your employees 10,000 yuan, they will work hard. You pay your employees 20,000 yuan, and if you say something wrong, the employees should try their best to understand what you said. If you give your employees 50,000, even if you make a mistake, they will still be thinking about how to help you do things right. Therefore, to be a good boss, you must learn how to share money. Yang Mingjiao immediately contacted the finance department and asked them to distribute the money as quickly as possible. And after obtaining Lin Yi's consent, he pulled Lin Yi into the work group. I explained to everyone that the money was a welcome gift from the new boss. But it's still work time. So basically no one was looking at their phones. Maybe I have to wait until after get off work to discover this huge surprise. At this moment, Yi Shuangshuan's cell phone vibrated. When I opened it, it was a text message notification of bank deposit. Manager Yang, do I have a share too? Yang Mingjiao nodded as a matter of course. Although you only worked for 1 day, you are still considered our employee. Of course I'm counting you in. After saying that, Yang Mingjiao subconsciously looked at Lin Yi's reaction. Lin Yi just nodded, expressing his approval of Yang Mingjiao's approach. After eating and drinking, Lin Yi prepared to take Yi Shuangshuan back home. Before leaving, Yang Mingjiao specifically asked Lin Yi if he wanted to see the previous financial statements. The new boss should have an idea of the hotel's specific operating conditions. But Lin Yi refused outright. Sister Yang, I feel relieved to leave the hotel to you. Just go ahead and do it. If you encounter any difficulties, tell me. I'll cover you then. He doesn't really care about the hotel's profitability. No matter how much you earn, it can never be faster than the system's cashback. If I lose money, that's even better. I will have a legitimate excuse to transfer money to Yang Mingjiao. The more the hotel loses, the more money Lin Yi will transfer to Yang Mingjiao. The more money you transfer to Yang Mingjiao, the more cash back you will get through the system. Therefore, the more the hotel loses, the more Lin Yi earns. When Yang Mingjiao heard Lin Yi's words, her heart was filled with waves. When I was working before, my former boss required me to report every detail. Sometimes when I offered some constructive suggestions, my former boss would often reject them outright. In Yang Mingjiao's opinion, Ziyun Tower is doing very well in Nanling City now. But there is still a lot of room for improvement. If the business is run according to her idea, Ziyunlu might be able to move to the next level in no time. It is also possible to expand the scale of Ziyun catering to other surrounding cities. Yang Mingjiao is also a very ambitious person. To be able to reach this position at such a young age, he can't be an ordinary person. However, her former boss only asked her to be a decent general manager. But now, from what Lin Yi said, he wanted to hand over Ziyun Tower to himself. She finally found her place. It's like a talented horse finally met a good horse trainer who knows how to appreciate her. Yang Mingjiao, favorability plus 9 points. Current favorability, 49 points. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi smiled slightly. Everything is going as planned. In just one meal, Yang Mingjiao's favorability increased from 20 points to 49 points. The efficiency is still quite high. Next, all you have to do is find a way to make her fall in love with you. But this matter cannot be rushed for a while. Take your time and find the right opportunity. Lin Yi and Yi Shuangxuan walked to the hotel entrance. Considering that Lin Yi had drunk some wine, Yang Mingjiao specially found a designated driver for Lin Yi. Lin Yi handed the keys to the designated driver and asked him to drive the car over. At this time, another group of guests just finished their meal and came out. It was trainee lawyer Chen Yao and the director of their law firm, Song Fongming. He was a short middle-aged man with a shrewd look. It looks full of calculation. Today, Song Fongming came to Ziyunlu for dinner at the invitation of a big client. This major client has a long-term cooperative relationship with their law firm. He can almost be considered the god of wealth of their law firm. However, Song Fongming also helped this big client solve many difficult problems. The two people have a close relationship. Of course, for this kind of social interaction between men, they need to find a good-looking woman to accompany them. Song Fongming knew the other party's taste, so he specially called Chen Yao. When they were having dinner just now, seeing the other party looking Chen Yao up and down, Song Fongming understood the other party's little thoughts. So, Song Fongming was sensible and kept finding various excuses to ask Chen Yao to toast. Under pressure from the director, Chen Yao had no choice but to do as she was told. After the meal, I was almost drunk and unconscious. After they walked to the door, Song Fongming pushed Chen Yao into the arms of the big customer. Old Chen, we're leaving lawyer Chen in your care. You must send her home safely. Shindiquan put his arm around Chen Yao's shoulders and gave Song Fongming a look that all men understood. But Chen Yao still had some remaining rationality at this time, and struggled to push Shindiquan away. Mr. Shin, no need. I can go back by myself. Chen Yao is not a fool. If she really got in the car with the other party in this situation, she knows what will happen just by thinking with her heels. But Shindiquan did not want to miss this opportunity. He put his arms around Chen Yao's shoulders and pushed her into the car. Lawyer Chen, please don't be polite to me. Don't worry, we will be home soon. As he spoke, a foul stench came from his yellow teeth, making Chen Yao want to vomit. Lin Yi happened to hear the noise and looked over. A familiar outfit came into view. Big waves. Hip skirt. High heel. The mature woman's temperament is overwhelming. Isn't this Chen Yao? Chapter 86 Blacklist. Yao Yao. Seeing this, Lin Yi walked up quickly and pulled Chen Yao from Shindiquan's arms. Chen Yao was drunk, and her delicate face was flushed red, which made her even more captivating and charming than usual. Chen Yao raised her eyelids lazily and saw the familiar face in front of her, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned listlessly on Lin Yi's shoulder and spoke incoherently. Lin Yi. Take me home. After saying that, he closed his eyes, with an expression of discomfort and nausea on his face. Shindiquan looked displeased when he saw the beauty in his arms being snatched away. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business here? Lin Yi's eyes were slightly stern. I'm her friend. I'll just take her home. Shindiquan became anxious. Who the hell do you think you are? I just told Xiao Chen that I would come and see her off. I advise you not to.
Seeing that Shin Diquan was about to get furious, Song Fongming hurriedly stepped forward to take over the conversation. My dear little brother, I'm sorry that I can't hand him over to you.
You said you were her friend. How do you prove it?
She came to eat with us, so it's only natural that we send her home.
How can I trust an outsider like you?
Song Fongming saw that Chen Yao was almost drunk and definitely didn't have the energy to say anything at the moment, so he was justified.
Hearing the noise here, Yi Shuangshuang and Yang Mengjiu also hurried over. Mr. Shen? You?
Shin Diquan is also an old customer of Zai Yunlu, so Yang Mengjiu certainly knows him.
Moreover, Shin Diquan is well known for his lust.
He would often privately ask the dancers in Zai Yunlu whether they were willing to spend a night with him. Of course, Ziyun Tower has regulations that strictly prohibit such things. These dancers are also very well behaved.
No one wants to give up a well-paid job for a quick buck.
After all, everyone can tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Yang Mengjiu looked at the situation and understood after careful consideration that it seemed that the girl in Lin Yi's arms was Shin Diquan's prey tonight. When Shin Diquan saw Yang Mengjiu coming over, his back became even straighter.
Manager Yang, you're just in time. I don't know where this brat came from, but he insisted on stealing my.
Seeing that Shin Diquan was about to speak without restraint again, Song Fongming interrupted him.
Manager Yang, right? Nice to meet you.
I'm Song Fongming, the director of Xinghui Law Firm.
This is my business card. This girl is my employee. She drank a little too much during dinner just now. I wanted to ask Mr. Shin to take her home. But this strange gentleman came over suddenly and insisted that he knew my employee. Look at this. Song Fongming thought to himself, I have come to this point.
He made it clear that he and Chen Yao were in a superior-subordinate relationship, and that Shin Diquan was an old customer of their Ziyan building.
It is reasonable for Yang Mengjiu to side with them.
The young man in front of him looked ordinary. There's nothing special about him except that he's a bit handsome.
He must have relied on other people's connections to be able to come in and eat. If Yang Mengjiu spoke later, the young man would probably not dare to say anything.
After hearing this, Yang Mengjiu walked to Lin Yi respectfully.
Boss Lin, how do you want to deal with this?
Shin Diquan was unhappy when he saw this situation.
He pointed at Yang Mengjiu and spit. Manager Yang, what do you mean?
I have already explained the whole story to you very clearly.
Don't forget how much I spend in your store. If I don't get a satisfactory result from today's incident, I won't come here again.
Yang Mengjiu ignored him and continued to wait quietly for Lin Yi to speak.
Lin Yi sneered. Okay, then since you don't want to come, don't come again in the future. Block him and don't allow him to spend money at Ziyun Tower anymore. Zai Yunlu is a membership-based restaurant. If you lose your membership, you will no longer be eligible to dine in.
When Shin Diquan heard that Lin Yi was going to block him, he held his stomach and laughed as if he had heard a funny joke.
Ha ha ha, Lao Song, did you hear that? It really made me laugh to death.
I didn't expect there would be such a shameless person.
Do you think he's drunk? Let Zai Yunlu block me? Who does he think he is? Lin Yi didn't say anything, but gave Yang Mengjiu a look. Yang Mengjiu immediately understood and stepped forward to block Shin Diquan.
I'm sure you heard what our boss said just now.
Mr. Shin, you can no longer come to our Ziyun building for meals.
Please leave as soon as possible, or I will call security. As they spoke, Yang Mengjiu's way of addressing Shin Diquan had changed. He was Mr. Shin just now, but now he has become Mr. Shin.
The meaning is self-evident.
When Shin Diquan heard this, he sobered up a little.
Boss? He is the boss of Zai Yunlu?
Everyone who does business in Nanling City knows what Ziyun Tower is.
The owner of Zai Yunlu is even more mysterious.
According to rumors, he was a mysterious man with extremely strong financial resources.
Ziyun Tower is just an ordinary property under his name.
Unexpectedly, this mysterious person is actually the young man in front of me.
How is this possible? Shin Diquan was surprised and couldn't believe it. It's not that I don't believe it, but I dare not believe it. You too, do you want me to find someone to ask you to leave?
Yang Mengjiu looked at the two people who were stunned and her tone became stern.
Song Fongming was the first to react and hurriedly pulled Shin Diquan into the car, but he was secretly thinking about Lin Yi in his heart. Shindiquan is a client, so how could the big boss of Ziyun Building not be a potential high-quality client? Moreover, judging from Lin Yi's appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with Chen Yao. Isn't that just perfect? By then, through Chen Yao, maybe their law firm can become Ziyun Building's permanent legal advisor. Song Fongming was secretly happy, but at the same time he had to pretend to comfort Shindiquan. Boss Shun, forget it, don't be angry. Today's incident is my fault. I didn't make arrangements properly. Next time I'll find a way to make it up to you. After hearing this, Shindiquan's eyes were slightly satisfied, but he still refused to give in. Hey, Lao Song, I didn't take Xiao Chen's matter to heart. The main reason is that Ziyunlu is too bullying. You actually told me to turn against me. I even spent several million to get a membership. It's actually the same in their store. I don't even want to come. Blocking him is just fine, so I can treat the membership fee as my way of getting rid of beggars. Song Fongming rolled his eyes in his heart but still smiled and agreed. That's right, we won't come here anymore. There are so many unique restaurants in Nanling. Let us go to another one next time. On the other side, looking at Chen Yao who was drunk in Lin Yi's arms, Yi Shuangshuang pouted sourly. I didn't expect you to be so popular with women. Lin Yi scratched the back of his head awkwardly and smiled awkwardly. Hee, it's just normal. I'm so handsome. Chapter 87 Why are you so nice to me? After arriving home, Lin Yi was about to help Chen Yao to the guest room. Yi Shuangshuang took the initiative to lift Chen Yao's arm onto her shoulder. Men and women should not touch each other. I'll help her. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, stepped aside, called Chen Fei and briefly explained the situation. After a while, the cute girl Chen Fei, wearing cartoon pajamas, appeared at the door of Lin Yi's villa. Brother Lin Yi, how is my sister? The thin and soft pajamas perfectly outlined Chen Fei's curves. Yi Shuangshuang saw the surging figure of the person coming and subconsciously looked down at herself. How can I grow so big? Why can't I? Lin Yi on the side nodded towards the upstairs. Shuangshuang has just helped your sister change into clean clothes. He's asleep now. She drank a lot tonight. I don't think he will wake up before tomorrow morning. Chen Fei bowed slightly to Yi Shuangshuang politely. Thank you, Sister Shuangshuang. Sorry for bothering you. I'm going up to see my sister now. Originally, Chen Fei had finished washing up and was lying on the bed playing with her cell phone. After receiving Lin Yi's call, he hurried out and ran over. It was only a 10-minute walk from the large flat where they lived to Lin Yi's villa. Chen Fei was in a hurry to go out and forgot to wear underwear. When she bent down just now, the deep and delicate cleavage under the buttons of her cartoon pajamas made Lin Yi's breath stop. No trouble. Fei, I have many guest rooms here, so you can sleep here today. Realizing that Yi Shuangshuang had seen his reaction just now, Lin Yi quickly changed the subject. Chen Fei smiled sweetly. Okay, thank you brother Lin Yi. After saying that, he ran upstairs to see Chen Yao. Then, there was a sound of a door closing upstairs. Shuangshuang, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Lin Yi cautiously tested it and reached out to hold Yi Shuangshuang's hand. Yi Shuangshuang snorted angrily and stepped aside. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight too. You have plenty of guest rooms here anyway. Hearing this, Lin Yi thought to himself that something was wrong. It seems like he is just being jealous. I was just about to say something to quibble. Yi Shuangshuang glared at Lin Yi coquettishly and hurried upstairs. Looking at Yi Shuangshuang's back as she went upstairs, and thinking of the few pairs of underwear with very little fabric that Yi Shuangshuang had chosen this afternoon, Lin Yi felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. Oh, forget it. Take a shower and go to bed. Through the system, we can see that Yi Shuangshuang still has a favorability rating of 100 points. That means her feelings towards me haven't changed. In that case, it doesn't matter whether it's a day earlier or later. Anyway, he is my own person. In the middle of the night, Lin Yi heard bursts of vomiting sounds coming from downstairs. The sound insulation of the villa is very good. Chen Fei and Yi Shuangshuang were both asleep, and the slightest noise did not wake them up at all. But because Lin Yi's physical strength has been enhanced, his hearing is much sharper than usual. Lin Yi got up in a hurry and went downstairs. If a person is drunk and vomit accidentally blocks his airway, he may suffocate. Chen Yao is sleeping in her own home now, and I am always responsible for her safety. Lin Yi walked to the door of Chen Yao's room, gently pushed it open and walked in.
Chen Yao was not in bed at this time, but was leaning weakly against the toilet in the bathroom. When she vomited just now, Chen Yao used her remaining consciousness to avoid dirtying her clothes. She remembered that this dress was put on her by a pretty girl. It would be extremely rude if you dirty the clothes when someone helps you change them. So Chen Yao took off her clothes on purpose. Lin Yi walked into the room, closed the door, groped his way to the bed, and found that Chen Yao was not on the bed. At this time, hearing some noise in the bathroom, Lin Yi hurried into the bathroom and turned on the light. Chen Yao's fair and tender body appeared in front of him. The long wavy hair falls down her back like a waterfall. The whole person looks like the mermaid in the fairy tales I read when I was a child.
Lin Yi.
Seeing the light being turned on, Chen Yao subconsciously looked up. Lin Yi hurriedly turned off the lights again as quickly as possible.
I didn't see anything. I heard you vomiting, and I was worried, so I came to see. Chen Yao was a little more sober by now. Is this your home? Lin Yi nodded. You were too drunk, so I brought you back. Don't worry, I've already told Fei Fei. Fei Fei is here too. She's sleeping next door.
Chen Yao took some tissue paper to wipe the vomit from the corner of her mouth, then forced herself to stand up, holding onto the wall.
I wanted to get the pajamas that were by the door. But suddenly I felt dizzy.
The whole person fell straight to the ground. Sensing the movement, Lin Yi hurried forward to support him. Unexpectedly, Chen Yao fell into Lin Yi's arms just like that. Feeling the body temperature and soft touch on his palm, Lin Yi instantly realized something. He hurriedly let go of her hand. But Chen Yao felt dizzy at the moment and couldn't stand steadily. As soon as Lin Yi let go, Chen Yao leaned to the side again. Lin Yi had no choice but to put his arm around Chen Yao's shoulders again.
Sorry. Sorry.
The two of them apologized in unison. Then, there was a moment of silent embarrassment. Chen Yao felt Lin Yi's strong chest and felt inexplicably relieved. It seemed that as long as Lin Yi was around, all his problems would no longer be problems. Ever since her mother fell ill, Chen Yao has been shouldering the burden of the family on her own. As an older sister, she should take good care of her younger sister and mother. But after all, she is just a girl in her early 20s. When I first entered society, I had no one to rely on, no resources and no background. The tremendous pressure made her dare not relax for a moment.
But until I met Lin Yi.
Her heart, which had been hanging in the balance all the time, felt a little warm. With Lin Yi, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. He paid for my mother's surgery. He was the one who saved her when she was kidnapped by Li Zhuoran's men. The house where he and his sister live now was bought by him. I got drunk today and was almost molested, but it was Lin Yi who brought me back. Chen Yao was leaning in Lin Yi's arms at this moment, feeling particularly at ease.
Chen Yao, favorability plus 10 points. Chen Yao, favorability plus 10 points. Chen Yao, favorability plus 10 points. The current favorability is 80 points. Ding, Chen Yao's favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 30-point reward. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. I originally thought that Chen Yao would be unhappy because I had just taken advantage of her. Now it seems, the exact opposite. It seems that my heroic act of saving the damsel in distress was effective today. Lin Yi, can I ask you a question? Chen Yao leaned on Lin Yi's chest, her red lips slightly parted. Lin Yi nodded. Chen Yao pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then asked softly. Why are you so nice to me? Chapter 88 Breakfast. Hearing this question, Lin Yi suddenly fell into embarrassment. How to answer this? Why are you so nice? Because I have a system. Because you are the object I am bound to. Of course, it's also because you have long legs and big curly hair and look good. But none of these reasons can be spoken out loud. Now this favorability is at a critical point. Once you give a bad answer and your favorability drops, it will not be easy to improve it again. But if the answer is right, then maybe I can use it to open Chen Yao's heart and completely enter her heart. Wait, go into your heart? Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. System, I want to exchange for a chance to listen to Chen Yao's inner voice. Although women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea, I have a cheat. No matter how powerful your Dinghai Shenzhen is, it can be uprooted. Ding, the host's intention is detected, and the exchange is in progress. Ding, exchange successful, consuming 15 points. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Yao's truest thoughts appeared in Lin Yi's mind.
Lin Yi also didn't expect that this girl who looked so strong on the outside was actually the same as other girls in her heart. The so-called strong appearance is just her disguise. What has always supported her is her inner sense of responsibility towards her mother and sister. Actually, after I learned about your family's situation, I realized how difficult it was for you.
Lin Yi calmed down and spoke gently. Mom is sick and needs so much money.
My sister is still in school, so she can't help much.
In fact, you can tell from what Li Zhuoran said to you at the beginning. If you weren't desperate, you would never think of borrowing money from him. For this family, you are even willing to give up everything you have. Seeing you like this, I feel sorry for you. Hearing these words, Chen Yao's heart trembled.
She didn't expect that Lin Yi really understood her.
Lin Yi paused and continued. And I don't have anything to show for it. It's just that I have a lot of money. So I thought, if I can help you, I'll do it. Of course, you don't have to keep thinking about these. To me, the money is not important at all, it's just a drop in the bucket. What's really important is that it will save you from suffering so much in the future. It can make you live a relaxed and happy life. Chen Yao's eyes were moist.
After listening to what Lin Yi said, she could no longer hold back the tears that she had been holding back for so long. Leaning in Lin Yi's arms, she released all the helplessness and worries in her heart for so long with her tears. Lin Yi's image in her mind also instantly became much taller.
Lin Yi, it's great to have you. Chen Yao's parents divorced when she was very young. That irresponsible father never cared about the three of them after that. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth. Therefore, the sisters Chen Yao and Chen Fei have never felt the love of their father since childhood. For some reason, Chen Yao now felt a sense of security from Lin Yi, as if he were a father. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. The current favorability is 95 points. Ding, the favorability of the bound object Chen Yao has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points.
I just spent 15 points to exchange for an opportunity to listen to Chen Yao's inner thoughts, but I didn't expect to earn back the points so quickly. And judging from the situation, it's just a matter of time before Chen Yao's favorability reaches 100 points.
But today is not very convenient.
Yi Xuanshuang and Chen Fei are in the guest room next door. Yi Xuanshuang, that jealous girl, would definitely be unhappy if she knew about this.
And Chen Fei is also his binding object. If I knew that I had become her brother-in-law, would I be able to improve my favorability in the future?
No, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Feeling the warm and soft body in his arms, Lin Yi forced himself to suppress the evil fire burning in his lower abdomen.
Yao, are you still feeling bad now?
Lin Yi quickly changed the subject, reached out to pick up the pajamas at the door and put them on Chen Yao. Chen Yao wiped her tears, got up from Lin Yi's arms, and buttoned her clothes.
I'm much better now.
Seeing that Chen Yao had already put on her clothes, Lin Yi turned on the light. Chen Yao's cheeks were red, and I didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or because of shyness.
Okay, I'm fine, go to sleep.
Thinking back to the scene between the two of them just now, Chen Yao felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time she was so close to a man.
Lin Yi nodded and slowly walked towards the door. Okay, I'll go up first. If you feel uncomfortable again, call me. Chen Yao looked embarrassed and sent Lin Yi out of the room.
After Lin Yi left, Chen Yao lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. In her dreams, all she saw was Lin Yi holding her in his arms. The next morning, Lin Yi got up and went downstairs, and found that the three girls were already sitting together happily eating breakfast.
Good morning, Lin Yi.
Chen Yao was the first to greet Lin Yi.
Brother Lin Yi, you're awake, come and eat, the fried dough sticks that Sister Xuanshuang bought are still hot.
Chen Fei put a fried dough stick on the empty plate and motioned Lin Yi to sit over. Yi Xuanshuang made a bowl of porridge and placed it next to the fried dough sticks.
This pumpkin porridge was specially cooked for you by Fei Fei. You should try it too. It's delicious. Chen Fei's face turned red. No way.
I was just worried that my sister drank too much last night. I thought of making her a bowl of porridge in the morning to warm her stomach. Yi Xuanshuang raised her eyebrows.
Then why did you ask me this morning whether Lin Yi likes sweet or salty porridge?
Chen Fei hesitated, clutching her sleeves tightly with her small hands.
Oops. I was.
Chen Yao also guessed her sister Chen Fei's feelings for Linny, and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. But there was a hint of embarrassment and helplessness in that smile. Seeing this, Linny hurriedly sat down, took a bite of the fried dough stick, and drank a mouthful of porridge.
Not bad, delicious.
They are all delicious. Yi Shuangshuan's beautiful eyes were slightly angry and she said jokingly, I didn't fry these dough sticks myself. If you want to praise yourself, go and praise the lady boss who fries the dough sticks in person. Linny smiled awkwardly and quickened his eating speed.
Hey, well, I have classes later.
I skipped a day of school yesterday, so it's a bit unreasonable to skip another day. After saying that, he quickly swallowed the fried dough sticks and porridge into his mouth. I don't care whether it's hot or not.
I'm done eating, you guys take your time, I'm going to class first.
Feeling that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit subtle, Linny quickly left.
I drove towards the school.
When Linny arrived at the classroom, the bell for class just rang.
Lao Lin, you're here. I thought you were going to skip class today too.
He Linwei moved to the side, making room for Linny. As soon as Linny sat down, Hu Kai came over mysteriously.
Lao Lin, guess who we met at the dormitory door this morning? Chapter 89 Class Representative.
Looking at the mysterious expressions of the three people, Linny asked in confusion.
Who did you meet at the dormitory door?
Hu Kai chuckled and moved closer. I met two girls who brought you breakfast.
How about you guess who they are?
Two girls?
Linny frowned. Why would a girl bring me breakfast? Am I so popular now?
I just had breakfast with three gorgeous beauties at home this morning. I didn't expect that there would be girls in school who would bring me breakfast.
This is quite a treat. Who will be the key? Su Ming? Li Tong? That's impossible, they both know that they don't live in the school dormitory. Could it be that it was Su Dongqing whom I happened to save that day? Send yourself breakfast to thank you for your bravery that day? Seeing Lin Yi's dazed look, He Linwei directly revealed the answer.
One is Jiang Xiaowan from our class. Hearing this name, Linny subconsciously looked towards the front of the classroom. Jiang Xiaowan was still wearing a JK outfit today, and her youthful and beautiful appearance was eye-catching. Old Lin, I have to say it, you are indeed popular with girls. The number of boys pursuing Jiang Xiaowan has reached at least 2 digits since the start of the school year.
But she actually has a crush on you.
Wu Jie also came over and whispered. Yes, there is a boy in the next class, he is about 1.8 meters tall and looks good. I confessed my feelings to Jiang Xiaowan since the military training began. But I didn't expect Jiang Xiaowan to ignore me. It seems that our old Lin is still the most charming. Hu Kai half covered his mouth and lowered his voice.
It's not just the boy from the next class. During the summer vacation, Su Ziang from our class started asking about Jiang Xiaowan's interests and hobbies.
It seems that the reason why he joined the music club was because he heard that Jiang Xiaowan liked boys who were good at music. But I didn't expect that after all the hard work, Jiang Xiaowan would eventually follow our Lao Lin into the esports club.
It really makes me laugh to death. He Linwei also teased. Su Ziang is just pretending to be cool.
He knows how to play music.
If it weren't for his sister, I don't think the music club would like him.
It's all thanks to our old Lin that he even stole the limelight from the president of the music club.
If I were a girl, I'd be moved.
Linny touched the back of his head embarrassedly. He also didn't expect that although Jiang Xiaowan only had a 30-point favorability rating for him, she would be willing to come to the dormitory door early in the morning to bring him breakfast.
It seems that we cannot rigidly judge what a girl will do based on the system's favorability classification. Every girl is different.
At this moment, Linny understood even more clearly the saying that a woman's heart is as deep as the sea.
Who is the other girl? Linny remembered that a few people had just said that they met two girls at the dormitory door. One is Jiang Xiaowan, what about the other one?
Linny really couldn't guess.
The other one is a senior girl.
She said she is your ex-girlfriend.
Look, it's her.
Wu Jie took out his cell phone and showed Linny the photos he had secretly taken at the dormitory door in the morning.
Linny took a closer look and frowned. Guan Jixue? She came to bring me breakfast? What was she up to?
Since the breakup, except for 2 chance encounters on the street. It can be said that Linny has no connection with Guan Jixue at all.
He really didn't want to bother with this tasteless ex-girlfriend.
He Linwei joked with a smirk on his face.
Lao Lin, I don't think this girl is as pretty as the ones around you now. You really talked about it? Could it be that you accidentally incurred a romantic debt? Linny smiled and pushed He Linwei's shoulder. Fuck you, do I look like such a careless person? Hu Kai also echoed. That's right, a top-level mid-laner like Lao Lin is very good at defending against ganks. Ha 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 ha. While a few people were joking, the teacher walked into the classroom. The eyes of the entire classroom were instantly focused on the teacher who walked in. The boys in the class even let out a surprised wow. Not for any other reason, just because this teacher is a beauty. A simple blue shirt and jeans just highlight her tall and well-proportioned figure. With a slender waist and long legs, she exudes elegance in every move. The short distance from the classroom door to the podium is light and leisurely, and each step seems to have its own rhythm. Every step seemed to step on the heart of every boy present. Hello, students. I am your philosophy teacher. My name is Liao Yan. I'm 28 years old, not much older than you. You can call me Teacher Liao or Sister Yen Yen. Liao Yan's voice was clear and pleasant, and she smiled gently. He pushed up her pair of silver metal frame glasses that were full of intellectual beauty. Before we start our philosophy class today, I would like to ask you a question. What is a human being? After saying that, she used her slender fingers to grab the chalk and wrote a beautiful character on the blackboard. Every stroke of the character is profound and vivid. After hearing the question, the students below began to whisper to each other. After a while, several brave boys raised their hands one after another. Liao Yan nodded and motioned for them to answer one by one. Teacher, humans are the most advanced mammals. Humans are animals that walk upright. Humans are a primate species. Hearing her classmates' answers, Liao Yan shook her head slightly. The students' answers are all correct, but they are not the answers I want. Are there any other students who would like to express different opinions? At this moment, Su Ziyang's eyes turned, as if he thought of something, and raised his hand confidently. Teacher, I think humans exist independently of any other species. Liao Yan nodded first, then asked. So what do you think is the biggest difference between humans and other species? Su Ziyang was speechless for a moment, his face flushed and he couldn't think of what to say for a long time. Liao Yan pressed her hand and motioned for him to sit down first. Is there any other student who can explain it? The students were silent, as if they couldn't guess the deep meaning of Liao Yan's question. Linny thought for a moment and recalled a sentence he had read in a book before. So he raised his hand. Seeing that there were still people willing to answer this question, Liao Yan's eyes lit up. Student, please tell me what you think. Linny stood up and answered word by word. Man is a thinking reed. Liao Yan was very happy to hear this answer, and her expression was full of admiration. Very good. This student is quoting the famous French thinker Pascal's explanation of human beings. This sentence not only illustrates the fragility of human beings, but also explains what makes human beings different from other creatures. That is, people have unique thoughts. Student, I would like you to be my class representative. What is your name? Chapter 90 Guan Jishue's Imagination. Teacher, my name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi's grades weren't bad, but he was severely unbalanced in certain subjects. I have always been good at liberal arts but poor at science. It was not difficult for him to answer this kind of question. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heartbeat value is 35 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Bind successfully. Personal information. Name, Liao Yan. Age, 28. Favorability towards the host, 35 points. Position, teacher at Nanling University. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Bust, C. Appearance, 93 points. Current relationship status, divorced single. Her appearance score is on par with that of the school belle Su Ming. Only. Unexpectedly, such a young and beautiful teacher actually had an unhappy marriage history. It seems that this woman has a story. Linny suddenly became gossipy. System, I want to exchange for a chance to listen to Liao Yan's inner voice. After several incidents, Linny knew that if he wanted to improve the favorability of such a woman with a story, he must first understand her. And there are many things that girls may not tell you through normal communication. Girls often like that kind of thing. I don't say it, but you can understand my feelings. This feeling can open their hearts.
Anyway, the points spent on listening to their voices can be earned back from them later.
A business that is sure to make money. Ding, the host's intention is detected. Redeem in progress?
Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful redemption, a total of 15 points consumed.
Then, Liao Yan's inner world appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Liao Yan and her ex-husband Wang Mingshan were college classmates.
The two met and fell in love when they were studying at university in Chengdu. After graduation, in order to continue to be with Wang Mingshan, Liao Yan left her hometown and followed Wang Mingshan back to Nanling. And found a stable job as a university teacher.
Wang Mingshan opened his own small company.
Although they were not rich, they lived a sweet life. Unexpectedly, more than a year after marriage, Wang Mingshan became addicted to gambling.
Since then, he seemed like a completely different person.
I no longer care about the company's business and I don't go home.
He hangs out at the gambling table every day.
He even lost all the savings that the two of them had accumulated. After learning that Liao Yan's hometown was demolished and Liao Yan received a sum of demolition compensation, Wang Mingshan began to have evil thoughts. But Liao Yan was determined not to let Wang Mingshan continue to sink like this.
He refused to hand over the money no matter what.
After Wang Mingshan went home to ask for money but to no avail, he became so angry that he punched and kicked Liao Yan. That time, Liao Yan broke 2 ribs. It was a kind-hearted neighbor who heard the noise and sent Liao Yan to the hospital. It was after that time that Liao Yan and Wang Mingshan filed for divorce.
Although the divorce process was not smooth, fortunately I finally got rid of this demon.
After the divorce, Liao Yan originally wanted to return to her hometown to develop her career.
But I can't bear to give up my current job. The income at Nanling University is still quite high. And Liao Yan also likes being a teacher. So Liao Yan rented a small apartment next to the school. Now I am alone, living a very comfortable life. Liao Yan's experiences instantly flooded into Lin Yi's mind, in just a few seconds. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts and saw Liao Yan smiling and asking gently, "Student Lin Yi, are you willing to be my class representative?" Lin Yi nodded without even thinking about it. The male classmates around him cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Yi. Especially Su Ziyang.
I was so angry that my back teeth were almost broken. But the girl's reaction was the opposite.
She looked at Lin Yi with some admiration.
Zhang Xiaowan felt that Lin Yi was different from others.
Zhang Xiaowan, favorability plus 5 points. 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 Current favorability is 50 points.
Ding, it is detected that the favorability of the bound object Zhang Xiaowan has exceeded 50 points, and the host is rewarded with 1 point.
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi unconsciously looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaowan.
He accidentally made eye contact with Zhang Xiaowan. Noticing Lin Yi looking at her, Zhang Xiaowan's heart was moved again. Zhang Xiaowan once heard from a friend that when there are many people around, people's first reaction is often to look at the person they like.
And Lin Yi actually glanced at himself just now. Could it be that he? Zhang Xiaowan, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability is 55 points.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object has been detected to have increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward.
Lin Yi was stunned.
This favorability level is rising too fast.
The total number of sentences he and Zhang Xiaowan exchanged was probably no more than 3. Are these the 3 legendary sentences that can make a girl fall head over heels in love with me?
Fortunately, the system has been upgraded before, and now you can get cash back if the favorability is below 60 points. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaowan's excellent innate holy body would be wasted.
With Liao Yan's lively lecture, the philosophy class ended quickly. The male students all felt a little unsatisfied.
Even He Linwei and his classmates, for the first time ever, did not play with their cell phones during class.
There's no way, Liao Yan is just too attractive. She is beautiful and has a nice voice.
Even if the boys wanted to distract themselves, they couldn't. After class, it was almost time for lunch.
Lin Yi was preparing to go out for dinner with a few roommates.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the classroom, a girl stood in front of Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, I came to bring you breakfast this morning, but I didn't see you. Guan Jishui appeared in front of Lin Yi.
Several bloody marks on his face where Lu Jiangguo's wife scratched his skin were still faintly visible.
Just last night, when Guan Jishui returned to the dormitory after dinner. As soon as I walked to the dormitory door, I heard Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli talking about Linny inside. Now both of them are disgusted with Guan Jishue. After Guan Jishue came back, neither of them said a word to her. So Guan Jishue had to stand at the door and listen secretly. I heard Yang Xiaoli and Li Tong talking about how Linny lived in a big villa, bought a Panamera, and even slept with the school beauty Su Ming for a night. Originally, Guan Jishue thought that Linny rented the Panamera to save face. I didn't expect that he bought it. Guan Jishue couldn't believe it. She and Linny have known each other since high school. She knew Linny's situation best. How could a poor boy suddenly become rich? After thinking about it, there is only one possibility: Linny won the lottery. And if you can afford a villa, you will definitely win the jackpot. For this purpose, Guan Jishue also specially checked the recent news. There just happened to be a piece of news that a lucky man in Nanling City won 300 million yuan in lottery. The time was exactly the day she broke up with Linny at the school gate. Although the person receiving the award in the photo covered himself tightly, but judging from his figure and height, Guan Jishue felt that this must be Linny. In an instant, Guan Jishue figured everything out. It must be that after I broke up with Linny, Linny went to buy a lottery ticket, and unexpectedly won the jackpot unexpectedly. Li Tong, Su Ming, and other girls must have known the news, so they tried to get close to Linny. 300 million. Guan Jishue didn't even dare to think about it. As long as she can get Linny back, she won't have to struggle in this life or the next. Isn't this much better than following a greasy old man like Lu Jianghua? Chapter 91. I think you like Linny too. Linny looked at Guan Jishue in front of him and became impatient. What does it have to do with me that you didn't wait for me this morning? Hearing Linny's tone, Guan Jishue subconsciously felt aggrieved. Linny and I have known each other for such a long time, and in the past, Linny would always coax me no matter what the situation was. But now, he is so fierce to me. What? It's just luck that I won the lottery. What are you floating about? Originally, Guan Jishue thought that as long as she took the initiative to approach Linny and show her goodwill, Linny would definitely be willing to forgive her. Guan Jishue, favorability 5 points. Guan Jishue, favorability 5 points. Current favorability is 20 points. Hearing the system prompt, Linny sneered. I didn't expect that Guan Jishue's favorability would drop just because my tone was a little impatient. Do you really think you are a fairy? Linny shook his head and was about to leave with his roommate, not wanting to get entangled with Guan Jishue anymore. Seeing Linny was about to leave, Guan Jishue suddenly became anxious. Linny, you are not allowed to leave. I have something to tell you. Seeing Guan Jishue hesitating, He Linwei and others knew that it was not convenient for them to join in the fun, so they tactfully left first. Linny sighed. Just tell me what you want to say. I have to go eat after that. Guan Jishue stared into Lin Yi's eyes seriously and asked. Linny, do you really not like me anymore? Hearing this question, Linny felt a chill in his heart. I thought, wasn't it you who proposed the breakup in the first place? Why are you turning the tables now, as if I'm the unfaithful one? I really don't know where Guan Jishue got this logic from. But Linny didn't want to waste time talking to Guan Jishue at this time, so he simply nodded. Yes, I don't like it. The answer is concise and clear. Guan Jishue, favorability 5 points. Guan Jishue, favorability 5 points. Current favorability is 10 points. Linny curled his lips. Just reduce it, it doesn't matter. It's best to reduce it to 0 points, and don't bother yourself about it in the future. Linny now feels physically nauseous when he sees Guan Jishue. After getting Lin Yi's answer, Guan Jishue felt disappointed. Based on her understanding of Lin Yi, since Lin Yi could say such words, it seemed that she was no longer in his heart. But Guan Jishue was still unwilling to give in. That's a whopping bonus of 300 million. How could I miss out on such tremendous wealth? Is it because I slept with the school beauty Su Ming for one night that Lin Yi now completely despises me? She's just a school beauty, is she really that attractive? Don't boys always say that things like this are the same even when the lights are off? Guan Jishue asked tentatively. Lin Yi, actually, there are many things I am willing to do with you. As long as you still have me in your heart and are willing to give me a chance. I promise I won't do worse than others. After Lu Jianghua's training, Guan Jishue boasts that her performance in that aspect is still very attractive. As long as Lin Yi is willing to try it with me once, I can definitely make Lin Yi unforgettable with my skills. I don't want to. Don't bother me anymore. Linny didn't even want to look at Guan Jishue again and directly gave her an ultimatum. But Guan Jishue still refused to give in. Linny, I don't believe you can be so ruthless. Why can't you give me a chance? You obviously liked me so much before. I know I was wrong now, can't I change? Guan Jishue said it nicely. But seeing the tiny 10 points of favorability above her head, Linny just wanted this girl to stay away from his world completely from now on. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Guan Jishue was just about to make her final effort when a beautiful girl in JK clothes stood in front of Linny. You are so shameless. Linny said he doesn't like you anymore. Didn't you understand? Do you know what dislike means? Do you need me to explain it to you? Zhang Shaoan stood in front of Linny and looked at Guan Jishue aggressively. Guan Jishue looked Zhang Shaoan up and down. I didn't expect that this was another beautiful woman with such a high appearance value. Why are there so many beautiful women around Linny recently? And each of them is more beautiful than me. Could it be that Linny is really so charming? This is the difference between the thinking of women and men. If a woman is surrounded by a lot of men, the men will often think that this woman is not decent. But if a man is surrounded by many outstanding women, then women will think that this man is even more outstanding. This is just like the mentality of women when they shop online. In their opinion, if everyone is scrambling to buy something, it must be a good thing. But Zhang Shaoan's attitude made Guan Jishue very unhappy. After all, she is Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend. After all, she was once seriously together with Lin Yi. Who are you? Do you want to take care of what happens between me and Lin Yi? Guan Jishue said unhappily. Zhang Shaoan immediately retorted. I'm Lin Yi's classmate. I'm just standing up for Lin Yi. He's already said he doesn't like you anymore, but you're still pestering him. That's called harassment, don't you know that? Guan Jishue put her hands on her hips. Oh, so they're just classmates. I thought you were Lin Yi's current girlfriend. We're just classmates. Is it your turn to interfere in the relationship between Lin Yi and me? I think you like Lin Yi. Zhang Shaoan looked unconvinced. So what? My liking for Lin Yi is my own business. Do I need to report it to you? Guan Jishue immediately caught the loophole in Zhang Shaoan's words and retorted. Then my liking for Lin Yi is my own business. Why do you have to interfere? Even if Lin Yi doesn't like me, so what? Lin Yi never said he likes you. Zhang Shaoan was obviously annoyed by Guan Jishue's rogue behavior. You. At this time, Lin Yi ignored Guan Jishue and walked up to pat Zhang Shaoan on the shoulder. Shaoan, I remember our esports club seemed to have an event this afternoon. I heard that the internet cafe in the university town organized a league and invited students from several nearby universities to participate in the competition. Didn't our president invite you to cosplay on the spot? Zhang Shaoan looked back at Lin Yi and nodded. That's true. As a well-known model in the cosplay circle, many otakus know herself. The Nanling University Esports Club also wants to take advantage of this opportunity to attract some traffic. So he wanted to invite Zhang Shaoan to boost popularity. So Zhang Shaoan did not refuse after learning about this. Lin Yi, will you go this afternoon too? Lin Yi smiled. Of course I will go. I received a notice from the president of the esports club a few days ago. I and a few people in the club have formed a temporary team and we will have a competition this afternoon. Everyone filled in their rank in the game before joining the club. As a man who once reached the top of the king ladder, Lin Yi is considered a top-notch expert in the society. So after the Internet Cafe League event came out, the esports club president Zhao Yizhou was the first to find Lin Yi. Lin Yi agreed immediately. Upon learning that Lin Yi would also be there in the afternoon, Zhang Shaoan clapped her hands happily. That's great, Lin Yi. Let's go eat together now, and then go to the internet cafe together in the afternoon. Chapter 92, Rear-Endly Runs. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, I remember there's a new restaurant on the pedestrian street in the university town that's pretty good. How about this, I'll call a few of my roommates, and you call your roommates or friends around you, and we'll go together. It's my treat at noon today. It happens to be close to the internet cafe, let's go there together after dinner. Since Zhang Shaoan proposed the idea of having dinner together, Lin Yi thought he might as well take this opportunity to get some cash back first. After listening to this, Zhang Shaoan nodded in agreement. Okay, wait for me.
I'll send a message to my roommate, and then I have to go back to the dormitory to get the props for the cosplay this afternoon.
Linny also nodded. Okay, then I'll bring my roommates to wait for you at the door of your dormitory.
The two of them were talking to each other, completely ignoring the existence of Guan Jishue beside them.
Linny, what do you mean? Explain it to me clearly.
At this point, Guan Jishue still can't put herself in the right position.
I thought Linny was the same person who was devoted to me and would let me do whatever I wanted. Linny snorted. Explain clearly? How else do you want me to explain clearly? Is there something wrong with your comprehension, or was what I just said not Chinese?
After saying that, without waiting for Guan Jishue's reaction, he took Jiang Shaoan away.
Guan Jishue was left alone, disheveled in the wind. He Linwei and a few others were already queuing in the cafeteria.
After hearing Linny say that he wanted to have lunch with Jiang Shaoan and the others in the dormitory, they immediately rushed back to the dormitory as quickly as possible to take a shower.
Jiang Shaoan is the recognized beauty in the Department of Literature among the freshmen.
And the roommate of the most beautiful girl in the department must be no bad either. When facing such an important occasion, the highest level of etiquette for boys is to take a shower before attending the banquet. I have to say, boys take showers really quickly. Linny had just walked from the teaching building to the dormitory, and several people had already washed their hair and were blow-drying their hair.
He Linwei even sprayed some perfume in a showy way.
Seeing Linny coming back, the three of them were all smiles.
Lao Lin, you are really good.
It's only been a few days and you've already organized a party for us and Jiang Shaoan in the dormitory.
Godfather, please accept our greetings.
Whether you guys can find your way out of being single depends on today.
Linny didn't think so much at first.
I just simply thought that if there were more people eating together, the consumption would be higher, so I could spend more money when paying the bill and get more cash back.
After they packed up, they went out.
When I arrived downstairs at Jiang Shaoan's dormitory, I saw Jiang Shaoan and several roommates already waiting at the door. Under normal circumstances, when going on a date with a girl, she is always the late one. It was rare for Linny to meet a girl who was on time. Linny, you don't know that Shaoan just kept urging us to hurry up, saying that it's not good to keep you waiting. Jiang Shaoan's roommate mercilessly told the story of what had just happened.
Why? It's impolite to make people wait.
Jiang Shaoan was open about her feelings, and Linny admired her character very much. Very straightforward. She is much better than those girls who are shy and rely on boys to guess everything.
Linny, why don't you introduce us?
In front of the beauties, Hukai was a little anxious.
Although we are classmates, we have almost no interaction except in class. This is the difference between college and high school. When I was in high school, all the students in the same class knew each other very well. But universities are basically organized into dormitories. I can only see my classmates during class. Sometimes, if you choose different elective courses, you won't even see your classmates.
So many people may not recognize all the other classmates in their class until they graduate from college.
Linny finally reacted. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you, these three are my adopted sons. The one with the afro is He Linwei, the one wearing thick-framed glasses is Hukai, and the one with the buzz cut is Wu Jia. He Linwei and the others didn't care that Linny took advantage of them with his words. This kind of joke is played between boys almost every day. Basically, they are each other's foster fathers. Since Linny organized this party today, let him be my godfather for a day. Jiang Shaoan then politely introduced her roommates. Ruan Jingshu, who is nearly 1.7 meters tall, Lu Tingting, who is wearing a dress, and Zhao Xian, who looks like a good girl. At this time Linny suggested. I have a car, and it takes about 10 to 20 minutes to drive to where we're going to eat. I'll take Shaoan there. As for the other girls, Lao He, you guys take a taxi and take them there. After saying that, he winked at He Linwei and the others. Several people immediately understood and knew that this was an opportunity Linny had specially created for them. Okay, I'll get a taxi right away. Yes, there are too many people in one car, let's get 3 cars. I think so. The 3 boys immediately became attentive and quickly called a taxi on their cell phones. The girls didn't mind. When they saw the boys taking the initiative, they covered their mouths and smiled shyly. Linny took Jiang Shaoan towards the parking lot. Arriving at the parking lot, Linny walked to the car, opened the door, and gentlemanly invited Jiang Shaoan to get in. Wow, is this your car? Jiang Shaoan looked at the Panamera in front of her and seemed a little surprised.
As a small internet celebrity, Zhang Xiaowan has a fairly high income. Some comic conventions are even willing to pay her tens of thousands of yuan to perform cosplay. She has saved more than 100,000 yuan so far. Of course, among her peers, she is already considered a wealthy woman. But now it seems that his savings are not enough compared to Lin Yi's.
Panamera has always been Zhang Xiaowan's dream car.
She has always thought about buying one for herself when she saves enough money in the future. Unexpectedly, this dream car would appear in front of me today.
Xiaowan, do you have a driver's license? Lin Yi asked. Zhang Xiaowan nodded silently. Do you want to try it out?
Seeing Zhang Xiaowan staring at the car with shining eyes, Lin Yi asked. When Zhang Xiaowan heard this, she slowly turned around, looking embarrassed.
Really, is it really possible? Can I really open it for a minute? Will it be not so good?
Seeing how eager Zhang Xiaowan was, Lin Yi decisively sat in the passenger seat.
You're welcome, give it a try.
Seeing this, Zhang Xiaowan no longer refused, sat in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and adjusted the seat and rearview mirror.
Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the school. How's it going? My driving skills are pretty good, right?
Driving on the tree-lined avenue in front of the school gate, Zhang Xiaowan turned around proudly to show off to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi held the handle tightly with one hand and pointed nervously in front of him with the other hand.
Xiaowan, watch the road. Brake. Brake.
Zhang Xiaowan finally reacted and looked ahead hurriedly. The taillights of a gray Koenigsegg were getting closer and closer. Even though he stepped on the brakes suddenly, he still couldn't avoid the rear-end collision.
With a bang. Zhang Xiaowan's heart sank. At this time, the door of the Koenigsegg opened and Li Runz, wearing a white shirt, walked out of the car. Chapter 93. People are superior to others. Li Runz looked annoyed. After getting off the car, he immediately walked to the back of the car to check the situation. He came to school to find Su Ming today. For some reason, Su Ming didn't want to answer his calls these days and kept saying that he was busy. Li Runz certainly knew that this was an excuse. He must have known that he was about to get engaged, but he was still hesitant and conflicted. But Li Runz was fearless. The Su family's business is facing a shortage of funds, and only Li Runz is willing to take over. No matter how unwilling Su Ming was, she had to marry him for the sake of her own company. Now that the engagement is imminent, he doesn't have time for Su Ming to prepare himself mentally. In a few days, at a business dinner he organized, he would announce his engagement to Su Ming to all the guests present. To put it bluntly, this business dinner can be regarded as his and Su Ming's engagement party. As the heroine of the engagement party, there are many things that require Su Ming to prepare and cooperate in advance. But Su Ming didn't answer the phone, so Li Runz had no choice but to drive to the school to find her in person. But unexpectedly, just as he drove to the school gate, he was hit by this clumsy girl. Li Runz looked at the conspicuous dent in the parking space and felt distressed. This is the Koenigsegg Genera, which is limited to 300 units worldwide. This girl really knows how to hit other cars. Zhang Xiaowan hurriedly got out of the car, apologizing continuously. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't usually drive. I was just distracted. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Li Runz was already in a bad mood, and the car accident delayed him from looking for Su Ming. So, he simply took out his anger on the girl in front of him. You still want to expect me to be okay? You can't even afford to pay for the damage you did to the car. If anything happens to me, all the money your family earns in this lifetime won't be enough to compensate me. I really don't know what your eyes are for. If you don't look at the road while driving, you are blind. Have you read too many Mary Sue novels and thought that if you crash a rich man's car, that rich man will fall in love with you? Bah, why don't you take a piss and take a good look at yourself? The barriers to entry to universities are getting lower and lower nowadays. Anyone can get in. After saying that, Li Runz glanced at Lin Yi's car. I happened to see the cosplay props that Zhang Xiaowan placed in the back seat of the car. She's still an escort. Humph, I wonder how many guests you have to accompany to be able to compensate for my car. What a piece of rubbish. Seeing this, Lin Yi got out of the car and protected Zhang Xiaowan. The responsibility today lies with us. You decide how much compensation to pay. Stop talking foul language here. Didn't your parents teach you to be civilized and polite? I think the threshold for Koenigsegg users is getting lower and lower. People like you can buy it.
Seeing Linny speaking for Jiang Xiaowan, Li Run's immediately shifted his focus.
Where did you come from? Whose pants were not pulled up properly and exposed you? Do you know how much my car costs? What are you two poor students going to pay for it with? You don't think you are superior just because you drive a Panamera.
You are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Jiang Xiaowan trembled and pulled Lin Yi's sleeve, looking a little scared.
Lin Yi, can I use insurance in this situation?
Jiang Xiaowan also noticed that the other party's car was very expensive. If she had to pay the compensation out of her own pocket, even if she took out all her savings, it might not be enough. Unexpectedly, Li Run sneered when he heard this.
Ha, little sister, you don't think insurance is omnipotent, do you? Your insurance will only cover 5 million at the maximum.
My car is made entirely of carbon fiber. If there's even a little damage, the entire body frame has to be replaced. And the car has to be shipped back to Ruidian for repairs. Or we can hire a Ruidian maintenance team to come and repair it at a high price. No matter which repair method is used, it will cost at least tens of millions.
After deducting the insurance, the remaining amount is an amount you cannot afford. Li Run's was not exaggerating when he said this. Lin Yi also knew.
Because he also owns one of these cars in the racing game. Seeing Jiang Xiaowan at a loss, Li Run's felt a little better. He enjoyed the scene where others felt desperate in front of him because of the disparity in economic or status.
But Lin Yi didn't buy it. TSK, you don't think you're superior just because you drive a Koenigsegg.
A country bumpkin who has never seen the world.
Why would you need insurance for such a small amount of money? Just send me your bank card number.
All the words that Li Run's used to attack the two of them were returned by Lin Yi intactly. When it comes to quarrels, Lin Yi has never suffered a loss.
Hearing Lin Yi's tone, Li Run's was stunned. Are you scared, silly? Even if you want to show off in front of girls, there has to be a limit. Okay, since you said so, I will meet your request.
After saying that, he found his bank card number on his mobile phone and held it in front of Lin Yi.
Here, turn it, my card number is right here. I want to see how much money you can transfer.
Lin Yi smiled slightly and was not in a hurry to transfer the money.
How much is your car?
Li Run's thought Lin Yi was scared, so he answered proudly.
The landing price is 32 million.
Lin Yi curled his lips. I thought I could get a lot of cash back with this car. I didn't expect it was only over 30 million.
Okay, you've had this car for a few years, I won't calculate the depreciation for you.
I'll transfer 32 million to you directly, and the car will belong to me from now on.
In Li Run's opinion, Lin Yi will not give up until he reaches the Yellow River. He is still being stubborn at this time. Okay, then don't be so stupid, just pay. As long as you have the ability to pay the full amount.
Then I'll consider this car as being sold to you. With Li Run's words, Lin Yi quickly moved his fingers and transferred the money to Li Run's card. Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 32 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 55 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 54 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 1.728 billion yuan.
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi nodded silently.
This money was compensated for Jiang Xiaowan, so it was natural for her to get a cash rebate. The favorability above 50 points is different.
This is the first time I have received more than 50 times the cash back. It smells really good. Now his total assets add up to 5.4 billion. Not bad, not bad. Be humble and keep working hard.
Soon, Li Run's received a deposit notification from the bank on his card.
Li Run's looked at the message in disbelief. This student really transferred 32 million yuan in one go.
However, Li Run soon had his own guess.
Many of the students who study at Nanling University are from wealthy families.
Although it may not be comparable to my assets worth hundreds of millions. But it shouldn't be difficult to pool all your assets and come up with 32 million.
This car belongs to me. If you have nothing else, just take a taxi back.
Lin Yi patted the roof of Koenigsegg and said to Li Run's coldly.
Chapter 94, Pure Enemy.
Li Run snorted, knowing that he had no reason to argue with Lin Yi and the others anymore. Anyway, the other party has transferred the full amount for the car. You can also use the money to buy a new, identical car.
It's not a loss.
However, after Linny and the others got involved, Li Runs was no longer in the mood to look for Su Ming. So, he took a taxi and left the scene. After seeing Li Runs leave, Linny called the bar owner Chung Hong.
The call was connected quickly. "Hey, Mr. Lin, why did you think of calling me? Did you miss me? Or did you want to know when your Bugatti will be in place?" Chang Hong's voice is charming and feminine.
Just by listening to the voice, Linny could imagine her curvy and hot body in his mind.
Linny now understood why Zhang Hanyu said that many rich second generations were fascinated by Chung Hong. "Sister Hong, I plan to give you a car."
Linny originally wanted to ask Chung Hong to help him tow the Koenigsegg for repairs. But as soon as the call was connected, Linny suddenly had a new idea. Instead of asking Chung Hong to help deal with the car, it would be better to just give the car directly to Chung Hong.
"Anyway, this car is not as good as the Bugatti I bought. Even if it is repaired, I probably won't drive it very often."
So, Linny told Chung Hong about how he rear-ended a Koenigsegg and then bought the car. After hearing this, Chung Hong felt a little surprised. Even though it was an accident car. But it only needs some repairs, and it won't be noticeable at all after that. Moreover, this globally limited edition car is very popular and there is no worry about it not being able to sell. So, Chung Hong asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, you know that it's not very suitable for me, a woman, to drive this kind of sports car."
"It's not that I don't like it. If I like it, I definitely like it.
I'm just worried, after this car was given to me, it has been sitting in the garage gathering dust."
Linny understood the hidden meaning of Chang Hong's words, so he spoke directly. "Sister Hong, this car is for you. It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it." Chung Hong smiled happily after hearing this. "Thank you, Mr. Lin.
You haven't been to the bar for a long time.
Next time you come, I'll keep you company."
Linny responded with a smile, and he didn't take Chang Hong's polite words to heart. After all, the system can see that Chung Hong's favorability is 35 points.
It's far from reaching the level of heartthrob.
So, what Chung Hong said was basically just politeness. Afterwards, Linny sent the location to Chung Hong. Chang Hong said that she would ask someone to pull the car back now. Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 32 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 35 points.
The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 30 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 960 million yuan. Linny didn't expect that this could actually trigger cashback. Maybe the system determined that the car had been bought by him from the person just now.
So it's your own asset.
And giving it to Chung Hong now can be considered as spending on Chang Hong.
It's really a huge profit. Spend $1 and get 2 cashbacks.
On the other side, Li Runs was in a taxi and also called Chung Hong.
"Hello, is this Sister Hong?"
Then, Chung Hong's voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Mr. Li, what do you want to talk to me about?"
Chang Hong basically knows all these rich young men in Nanling City. After all, these are her potential customers. When selling luxury cars, of course they are going to be sold to these rich young men.
Li Runs paused and said,
"Sister Hong, this is what I want to buy, a Koenigsegg Genera. I know that this car is limited to 300 units worldwide, so it might be a little difficult. But I believe that with your resources, Sister Hong, you will definitely be able to get this car." Li Runs did not buy this car from Chung Hong before. However, for some reasons, the previous car dealership owner no longer does this business. Therefore, Li Runs could only ask Chung Hong to help him think of a solution.
"I've been driving this car for so many years that I've become very familiar with it." Li Runs didn't really want to change his car.
"So I decided to buy an identical one." Chung Hong looked at the photo of the car crash that Linny sent her just now, and then looked at what Li Runs said.
"I guessed the whole story in an instant. This Linny. It really is.
Bring business directly to your door.
It's just great." Chang Hong's eyes turned and she instantly had an idea.
Chung Hong also got to know Li Runs privately. He's just a rich kid who knows nothing about cars. The car dealership owner who sold the car to Li Runs was also a friend of Chang Hong. The owner once complained to Chung Hong that Li Runs was a fool who was easy to fool.
"This innocent person has come to my door on his own initiative. Mr. Li, I can indeed help you get this car. But you also know that this kind of global limited edition car will become more and more expensive. There aren't many left for sale.
So price-wise. Li Run's also understood what Chung Hong meant.
It's nothing more than adding money.
He didn't care about the money, since the boy gave him 32 million today.
It is equivalent to buying a car in good condition by just paying the difference. Not a loss at all. Okay, Sister Hong, just give me a price.
Seeing Li Run so happy, Chung Hong made a preliminary estimate in her heart.
The estimated cost of repairing this car is about 8 million.
Plus the original price of the car.
Mr. Li, let's put it this way. One price, 40 million.
After hearing the price, Li Runs did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Just think of it as spending 8 million to buy yourself a new car. But what he didn't expect was that he was the only one who spent extra money from beginning to end. The original cost of repairing this car was about 8 million. It's like he spent 8 million to repair his own car. And the money that Linny gave him ended up in Chang Hong's pocket. As for Linny, there was no cost at all. Although I spent 32 million, the cash back I received was more than 2 billion.
It can be said that he made a lot of money.
On the other side, Linny and Zhang Xiaowan took a taxi to the place where they would have lunch. Due to the accident just now, Lin Yi's car was also dented. Linny asked Porsche salesperson Yin to find someone to tow his car for repair. Along the way, Zhang Xiaowan kept her head down and didn't dare to speak. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing on my first drive. And in front of the boy she liked. It also made Lin Yi pay so much money for him in vain. Zhang Xiaowan felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, he was also worried that Lin Yi would feel resentful towards him because of this incident. Lin Yi, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble today. I will pay you back that money slowly. After saying that, Zhang Xiaowan calculated that she had earned more than 100,000 yuan in the summer vacation after the college entrance examination. In this way, you can earn about 500,000 yuan a year from large and small activities.
32 million, that's 64 years of saving without eating or drinking. Oh my god, 64 years? I am now 18 years old. I have to keep doing this until I am 82 years old. Grandma level Kozer. Of course, this is not realistic. Her job is a job that requires youth. Basically, there is no market for people who are a little older. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaowan became confused. Chapter 95 1-to-1 Restoration. Lin Yi noticed Zhang Xiaowan's embarrassment and spoke to comfort her. Xiaowan, don't take this to heart. This amount of money is nothing to me. There's no end to making money anyway. If the car breaks down, we just need to fix it. The important thing is that you are okay. After interacting with more beauties, Lin Yi, the straight man, has also changed a bit. Know what girls want to hear and when. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaowan heard Lin Yi's words, she raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Zhang Xiaowan looked at the sunny, handsome face in front of her. Recalling the melancholy and elegance of Lin Yi playing the piano when I first met him. Today, he spent a huge amount of money to clean up his own mess and even responded to the person who scolded him. The key point is that after doing these things, Lin Yi didn't care how much it cost him. I only care about whether I'm injured. Is it so important to Lin Yi? It turns out, there really is someone as perfect as Lin Yi in the world. Zhang Xiaowan blushed and her heart beat faster. Zhang Xiaowan, favorability plus 10 points. 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 The current favorability is 95 points. Ding, the favorability of the bound object Zhang Xiaowan has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 40-point reward. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Xiaowan in front of him and couldn't help but admire her inwardly. It seems that this girl has a simple mind. The reason he approached me in the first place wasn't because of money. But I simply admire my own talent. The favorability of this kind of girl increases so quickly. I am just one step away from graduating with full marks. Moreover, he received more than 1 billion yuan in cashback through her. What a treasure girl. I must treat her well in the future. After lunch, several people prepared to go to the internet cafe together. When it came time to pay the bill, Zhang Xiaowan refused to let Lin Yi pay for the meal and insisted on going to the front desk to pay for it herself. The scene of someone taking the initiative to pay the bill made He Linwei and others envious. Lao Lin, do you think you have cast a spell on someone? Why would such a beautiful girl in the school take the initiative to invite you to dinner? If the boys who were chasing after her knew this, their noses would probably be crooked with anger.
If you really have some unique skills that can make girls fall in love with you, you must teach the brothers.
Linny waved his hand after listening. There's no such thing as a special skill. I just have a charisma. You know what I mean, right?
He Linway and the other two rolled their eyes and snorted when they heard this answer. Through this meal, the relationship between the two dormitories became much closer.
Especially Jiang Xiaowan's three roommates, they looked at He Linway and the others quite favorably.
Plus, these three funny guys kept making jokes and joking around, making the girls giggle.
After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the largest internet cafe in the university town.
The decoration here is quite luxurious, and there is even a soundproof room specifically for competitions.
There is also a large screen for broadcasting.
It seems that such activities are held frequently.
He Linway and his friends took Jiang Xiaowan's three roommates to the viewing area. Linny went to make preparations for the game. Jiang Xiaowan also found a dressing room to change into cosplay clothes. With the rise of esports, there are now many college students interested in games.
In addition to Jiang Xiaowan, many girls from the school who love cosplay were also present at the scene today.
Their task is to heat up the atmosphere before the game.
As the first girl wearing the nine-tailed fox costume walked out of the locker room, the crowd erupted in screams.
Ari! Look at me! So sexy! Which school is she from?
I declare that she is my only goddess from now on.
Goddess! I haven't touched a woman in a long time. Can you let me hold your hand? You rascal, you are too unrestrained. This is the first one.
Soon after, other girls who had changed their clothes also came out of the locker room. The last person to appear was Jiang Xiaowan. Today she is dressed up as Seraphine, a very popular female character in the game. The iconic pink hair, eyes as bright as stars, and a pair of slender legs wearing pink stockings. Jiang Xiaowan handled all of this just right. It feels like she is a character from a game. Especially Jiang Xiaowan's face shape and facial features, which are very similar to this character. When Linny saw Jiang Xiaowan appear, he also felt his eyes brighten. If Jiang Xiaowan's appearance is 90 points on weekdays, then the current Jiang Xiaowan can definitely reach 95 points. This person is simply a natural-born cosplayer. No wonder Jiang Xiaowan has become so popular in this industry. He was indeed born to do this. Jiang Xiaowan turned around in front of everyone like a fairy, and the group of boys instantly became excited.
Oh my god, it's so beautiful. It's a one-to-one restoration.
The modeler must have designed the character based on her face. Let me take a few more photos, I want to set them as my screensaver.
I heard she's a little internet celebrity. Go search and see if you can find her account online. Wait, I found it, she actually has over 300,000 fans. Oh my god, Mom, I've made it. I actually saw a real internet celebrity in person.
Facing the enthusiastic audience, Jiang Xiaowan seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Amidst a chorus of admiration, she walked around the venue, came in front of Linny, and blew him a kiss in a mischievous manner.
Damn it, why would a goddess blow a kiss to that boy? Hey, isn't that Linny from our university? Do you know him? I know him.
He played a piano piece in public a few days ago. He was pretty impressive.
Could it be that goddess Jiang Xiaowan fell in love with Linny at that time? Damned Lin dog. We will never forgive you.
After knowing that Linny would play in the game soon, some boys even prayed in their hearts. I hope someone can take the sting out of Linny.
10 minutes later, the game began.
A total of 8 school teams participated in the competition. First there is the group stage, and the 4 winning teams advance to the semi-finals.
The winner will then proceed to the finals. I thought the competition would be extremely intense.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yi's team defeated their opponents in just 18 minutes from the start of the group stage.
The semi-final ended in 22 minutes. The final was slightly better, as the opponent held out for half an hour before their base crystal was destroyed. The people in the audience who were waiting to laugh at Lin Yi were stunned. Everyone could see that Lin Yi was the one carrying the team from beginning to end. No one expected that Lin Yi's gaming skills were so superb. All kinds of operations can be considered eye-catching even in professional competitions. There was no way around it.
Lin Yi was already a very good player, and with his current physical fitness at level 6, his reaction speed was even faster than before. The operation has also been improved by 2 levels compared to before. After the game, Jiang Xiaowan excitedly ran to Lin Yi, and with a bow sound, she took the initiative to kiss Lin Yi on the cheek.
Ah! Damn it!
The goddess kissed him.
But I have to say, he is indeed amazing.
It turns out that girls now like boys who are good at playing games.
I will also work hard to improve my skills when I go back.
Goddess, just wait.
When I become the king, I will come and confess my love to you. Chapter 96 Injured Again.
Linny subconsciously touched the place where Jiang Shaowan had just kissed him. It seems that there is still a faint fragrance. I didn't expect this little girl to be so proactive.
After a brief celebration, they returned to school.
As soon as we arrived at the school gate, more than 30 members of the esports club surrounded us. They surrounded Linny and walked into the school like they were welcoming a triumphant hero. These are the people who had classes this afternoon and didn't have time to go to watch the game in person. However, the students at the scene broadcast the game in real-time text through group chat. So, everyone also knew the news that Linny led their Nanling University to win the University Town Internet Cafe Championship today.
In the past 2 years, they didn't even make it into the top 4. Eliminated early in the first round.
I didn't expect that they would be so strong this year and win the championship directly. At this moment, Linny was like a star in their hearts.
Several girls from the esports club even held up a banner that read, "Linny, I want to give birth to a baby for you."
So much so that some passers-by classmates who were not interested in esports heard of Linny's name today. This made Linny feel a little embarrassed. He is not used to the feeling of being surrounded by people. So Linny had to make an excuse that he needed to go to the bathroom and quickly ran away. Linny ran to the dormitory door with his face covered all the way and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief.
Unexpectedly, I met a familiar figure.
When Su Ming saw Linny coming back, he waved at him with a smile. "Linny, I heard that you won the championship today, congratulations." Su Ming had been in a bad mood these days.
Because Li Runs has been looking for her.
She also knew why Li Runs was looking for her. Although their engagement seemed to be a foregone conclusion, Su Ming didn't want to make any further preparations for it. She just wanted to go through the motions with Li Runs. In her mind, she thought it was just a deal. This was not the kind of love she wanted at all. So, she didn't want to spend time on it. But Li Runs disagreed. In his opinion, his fiancée, Li Runs, must make a grand appearance that day and amaze everyone present. And your words and behavior should be appropriate. Only in this way can he be worthy of his status as the eldest son of the Li family. Seeing that he couldn't get through to Su Ming on the phone, Li Runs sent a message to Su Ming, saying that he would come to the school to see her at noon today. Su Ming knew he couldn't escape, so he waited for Li Runs in school with fear in his heart.
But I waited until the afternoon and still hadn't seen Li Runs. Later, I asked Li Runs' secretary and found out that Li Runs was rear-ended by a Panamera in front of the gate of Nanling University today.
The other party was very generous and directly transferred a large sum of money to buy Li Runs' car. Combining these key information, Su Ming immediately guessed that it was Linny who did it.
Linny is the only person in the entire Nanling University who drives a Panamera and can easily spend tens of millions.
Su Ming didn't expect that Linny, by accident, just happened to help him block the person he didn't want to see. In addition, Su Ming heard in the afternoon that Linny won the esports championship, so he thought about congratulating Linny.
By the way, express your gratitude.
Linny was a little surprised to see Su Ming at this moment. I didn't expect Su Ming to care so much about my affairs.
He even knew that he was going to play a game in the afternoon. Senior, you are quite well informed. Linny made a joke.
Su Ming raised his chin proudly.
That's right. After all, I am the president of the student union. Of course I'll know about this. You have brought honor to the school.
Linny looked humble.
Thank you for the compliment, senior. I am just good at playing games at best.
The two of them stood at the door of the boys' dormitory and started chatting. Not far away, Guan Jishue saw this scene.
She was so jealous that she instantly became angry.
She felt that the reason why Linny rejected her today was because of Su Ming, the vixen.
Guan Jishue was very unconvinced. What's so great about Su Ming? Isn't it just relying on her good looks?
Guan Jishue also heard it when she eavesdropped on Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli chatting at the dormitory door that day. It turns out that Su Ming is about to get engaged. A person who is about to get engaged is actually having an unclear relationship with Linny here.
They even slept together before. If this isn't a vixen, then what is it? It's so shameful.
If it weren't for this slutty vixen, Linny might have changed his mind about her long ago. Thinking of this, Wang Jishue silently picked up the kettle that had just been filled with boiling water and quietly walked towards Linny and Su Ming. Linny was describing the afternoon's game to Su Ming with great excitement. Su Ming also knows a little about games. She also plays in her spare time, but she is not very good at it. Linny was so engrossed in what he said that he didn't even notice Guan Jishue appeared not far behind him. Seeing that the distance was about right, Guan Jishue immediately poured the boiling water in the kettle towards the two of them. "Wait till you are disfigured and see what you can do to fight me," Guan Jishue said viciously in her heart. When Su Ming saw the steaming water being poured towards Linny, he subconsciously wanted to pull Linny away. At this time, Linny also discovered something was wrong. But at this time the hot water was about to splash on my body. So, Linny grabbed Su Ming, hugged him tightly, and held him in his arms. He carried the pot of hot water on his back. Crash! The hot water poured all over Linny's back. The heat made Linny grimace. "Damn! Why is it on my back again? I got scratched on my back when I rescued Su Donching a few days ago. It hasn't recovered yet, and I got burned again today. It hurts so much." Linny looked back, trying to find the person who splashed the water. But at this moment, Guan Jishue had already disappeared. Su Ming struggled out of Lin Yi's arms, looking worried. "Lin Yi, are you okay? Come on, I'll take you to the infirmary now." Lin Yi nodded. This time it was quite hot. If you don't apply the medicine in time, blisters and scars will probably occur. In order to prevent the clothes from sticking to the skin, Su Ming helped Lin Yi take off his shirt. Lin Yi's muscular figure made Su Ming blush and his heart beat faster. I'll help you." Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his back at this time, and the slightest pull would cause him excruciating pain. So he obediently put his arm on Su Ming's shoulders, and let Su Ming help him go to the infirmary. "Look, isn't that school beauty Su? Why is she walking with a naked boy?" "Yes, and look, that boy is holding Su Ming's shoulder. Oh my god, is school beauty Su in love? She has never accepted anyone's confession since her freshman year. Wait, this boy, why does he look familiar?" Zhou Jingyi was also in the crowd at this time. He looked in the direction of everyone's fingers and became so angry that his nose became crooked. "Damn Lindog! You again! She's not even wearing clothes in public, and she's hugging Su Ming. Where are she going with Su Ming?" Zhou Zhang suddenly had a bad association. So he secretly followed Su Ming and Lin Yi. Chapter 97 was secretly photographed. Zhou Jingyi followed all the way and secretly took a few photos with his mobile phone of Lin Yi with his upper body naked and his hands on Su Ming's shoulders. Then he saw Su Ming and Lin Yi walk into the school infirmary. In order to avoid being discovered, Zhou Jingyi went around to the window of the infirmary and secretly lay there to listen to the movements inside. It was already past the school doctor's shift. There was only one assistant on duty in the school infirmary. The assistant took a look at Lin Yi's injuries and fortunately they were just simple burns, not particularly serious. "Just apply some medicine and rest and you'll be fine." Then he prescribed a burn ointment for Lin Yi. After getting the medicine, the assistant's cell phone rang, so he hurried out to answer it. Only Lin Yi and Su Ming were left in the infirmary. "Lin Yi, let me help you apply the medicine." Su Ming unscrewed the burn ointment and took a cotton swab from the table in the infirmary. "Senior, why don't I do it myself?" Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed after walking with Su Ming with his upper body naked. However, Su Ming didn't seem to care about these details. "Your burn is on your back, how can you do it yourself? Be obedient and turn around. We've slept together before, so you won't be shy about such a small thing, right?" Su Ming made a joke and forcefully twisted Lin Yi's shoulders, making Lin Yi turn his back to him. Carefully began to apply medicine to Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to shut his mouth. None of the girls said anything, but I felt embarrassed instead. It seems a bit hypocritical. "Does it hurt?" Su Ming looked at the red spot on Lin Yi's back and said with concern. "In the situation just now, if Lin Yi hadn't protected me in his arms, my face would have been splashed with boiling water. For a girl, especially a very beautiful girl, face is very important. If this accident really left a scar on his face, Su Ming would probably never be able to accept it in his life." Su Ming, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability is 50 points. Ding, the favorability of the bound object has exceeded 50 points, and the host will be rewarded 1 point. It's not easy to make a school beauty fall in love with you.
Linny suddenly felt that the injury he suffered today was worth it.
Senior, I don't feel any pain, not at all. Hearing the system prompt, Linny was in a good mood and the pain in his body was forgotten in an instant. Su-ming continued to apply medicine, but accidentally touched Linny's burned skin with his fingernails. Linny gasped in pain. Hiss. Su-ming hurriedly apologized and blew on the burned area of Linny with his little mouth.
You said it doesn't hurt. It hurts just looking at me.
Su-ming suddenly felt touched. In this situation, Linny must not want to make himself worry too much, so he pretended to be strong and said that he was not in pain.
Su-ming, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 55 points.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object has been detected to have increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-point reward.
Linny was also puzzled. How come this campus beauty can improve people's favorability by helping them apply medicine? Is it because I have such a good figure?
However, when Su-ming blew cold air on his back just now, he did feel that the injured area was not as painful. Linny scratched the back of his head and said to Su-ming embarrassedly,
Senior, can you please do me a small favor?
Seeing Linny hesitating, Su-ming asked hurriedly,
What do you want me to do? Linny pointed to the injured area on his back.
Senior, when you blew here just now, I didn't feel that much pain.
Can you blow me again?
Su-ming smiled faintly.
Sure, no problem.
So, Su-ming moved close to Linny's back, puffed up his little mouth, and carefully blew a gust of cool air towards the injured area.
How is it? Do you feel it? Linny nodded. Thank you, Senior. That's all. Well, I feel much better.
Every move of the two was heard clearly by Zhou Jingyi, who was outside the window.
Because of the curtains, Zhou Jingyi couldn't see what was happening in the infirmary. But the conversation between Linny and Su-ming had been recorded in its entirety by him. Oh my god, this is unbearable to hear. What on earth are these two doing in there? What are you talking about?
It feels much better.
Holy shit. I didn't expect that Su-ming, the president of the student union, would be such a person in private. What kind of magic power does this damn Linny have? The school beauty is actually willing to do this kind of thing here. I must expose the dirty deeds of both of you. Linny. I will bring ruin to your reputation. After applying the medicine, Linny wrapped the injured area with a layer of gauze and put on his clothes. At this time, the cell phone rang. Linny took it out and saw that it was a call from Yi Xuanxuang. Linny, I'll be leaving first. Thank you for what you did today. When Su-ming saw that Linny had a call coming in, he tactfully left first. Linny nodded and answered the call. Yi Xuanxuang's somewhat surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Linny, a sister named Ina brought the new car you bought here. This car, you wrote my name on it. Yi Xuanxuang's excitement was evident in her words. Yi Xuanxuang was already very happy when Linny said he wanted to buy her a car. But she thought Linny just bought the car and drove it himself. Unexpectedly, when the car was delivered today, Ina told me that the driving license of the car was in her name. The price of this car is enough to buy a big house in Yi Xuanxuang's hometown. Of course, I'll write your name on it. I said I'd buy you a car, so of course the car is yours. Hearing that Yi Xuanxuang was very satisfied with the car, Linny was also very happy. As the first woman bound to the system, and also the first woman in his life in a certain sense, Linny felt that it was his duty to be nicer to Yi Xuanxuang. By the way, Xuanxuang, I took my car to be repaired today. Can you come to the school to pick me up later? The villa is not too far from Nanling University, and Linny is too lazy to take a taxi. Yi Xuanxuang agreed without thinking. This is a good opportunity to practice. Half an hour later, a Panamera that was exactly the same as Linny's car stopped in front of the door of Linny's dormitory building. Linny came out of the dormitory after receiving the call. For a moment, Linny thought of the scene when he drove to Yi Xuanxuang's school to find Yi Xuanxuang. Unexpectedly, the two of them swapped identities today, and it was Yi Xuanxuang who drove to pick me up. Yi Xuanxuang stood by the car. Her well-proportioned figure and straight, slender legs, typical of a dancer, attracted passers-by to look back frequently. Seeing Linny walking out of the dormitory building, Yi Xuanxuang walked up to him and sweetly took Linny's hand. Under the envious eyes of their classmates, the two got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the school. This scene was also captured clearly by Zhou Jingyi in the corner. Humph, Linny, you're done. Tonight at the school forum, I'm going to let everyone see your true colors. Chapter 98 Breaking News. When we returned to the villa, Chen Yao and Chen Fei had already left. Lin Yi bought them a large apartment, and it wasn't good for them to keep living with Lin Yi. However, through chatting, the two sisters learned that Yi Xuanxuan had been living in the villa recently. Chen Yao felt a little sad. I don't know what the relationship between Lin Yi and Yi Xuanxuan is. Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? If they were a couple, then why did Yi Xuanxuan sleep in the guest room last night? But if they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, why did Yi Xuanxuan continue to live in Lin Yi's house? Chen Yao couldn't guess. But what she was sure of was that Yi Xuanxuan definitely liked Lin Yi as well. From the way Yi Xuanxuan looked at Lin Yi, Chen Yao could tell how she felt about Lin Yi. Women understand women best. But I don't know what Lin Yi is thinking. For a boy as outstanding as Lin Yi, there should be a lot of people around him who like him. Chen Yao asked herself, she didn't have any special advantages to show off. Even his appearance, which he was usually proud of, did not seem particularly outstanding in front of his younger sisters Chen Fei and Yi Xuanxuan. 3 people, 3 styles. Chen Fei is cute, Yi Xuanxuan is gentle, and I tend to be a more professional lady. I don't know which one Lin Yi would like. Thinking of this, Chen Yao suddenly felt uneasy. Because she found that she had fallen in love with Lin Yi. She couldn't accept that if Lin Yi faded out of her world one day, she didn't know how she would face it then. She just wanted to see Lin Yi every day. Stay with Lin Yi every day. Lin Yi looked around and found that Chen Yao and Chen Fei had left. Asked tentatively. Xuanxuan, tonight it's just the two of us. You're not still sleeping in the guest room? I'm a little scared to sleep alone at night. Yi Xuanxuan blushed and pouted. Oops. Stop lying, I don't believe you're scared. You are the most dangerous person in this family. Lin Yi chuckled, took off his clothes and prepared to take a shower. Yi Xuanxuan saw the gauze wrapped around Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi, are you injured again? Seeing Yi Xuanxuan's concerned eyes, Lin Yi immediately pretended to be pitiful. Yeah, I was scalded by boiling water today. It hurts. It hurts so much that I can't even lift my hands. I don't even have the energy to take a shower. How about, you give me a bath today? Hearing that Lin Yi still had the mind to joke, Yi Xuanxuan knew that Lin Yi was fine and immediately felt relieved. You rascal, if you don't have the energy to take a shower, then don't take a shower. Anyway, you sleep alone at night, and I can't smell the stench. Lin Yi gave a wicked smile and without saying anything went forward to pick up Yi Xuanxuan in a princess hug. That won't do. I love cleanliness so much that I can't sleep without taking a shower. Just work hard for a while. Just have pity on me. When Yi Xuanxuan smelled the strong masculine scent on Lin Yi, her legs suddenly felt weak. She let Lin Yi carry her into the bathroom. Rogue. How can someone be so restless after being injured? This bath lasted more than 2 hours. The two people washed from the bathroom to the bedroom, and then went into the bathroom again. They tossed and turned until midnight, finally falling asleep in each other's arms, exhausted. I even forgot to eat dinner. The next morning, Lin Yi heard the doorbell ring downstairs. When I got up, Yi Xuanxuan was gone. Lin Yi looked at the time and guessed that she had gone out for a morning run again. You are so self-disciplined. You went out for a run even though you were so tired last night. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire Yi Xuanxuan's willpower. Too determined. Lin Yi yawned, put on his clothes, went downstairs, and opened the door. When I opened the door, I saw Chen Yao and Chen Fei carrying breakfast. That morning, seeing Lin Yi drinking porridge with great relish, Chen Yao guessed that Lin Yi must like pumpkin porridge. So Chen Yao got up early this morning to cook porridge. When my younger sister Chen Fei saw it, she also insisted on coming over. Chen Yao couldn't resist, so she brought Chen Fei along. Yao Yao, you are so thoughtful. I didn't have time to eat dinner last night, and I am almost starving now. Lin Yi took the small casserole from Chen Yao's hand and invited Chen Yao and Chen Fei to sit down in the restaurant together. At this time, Yi Xuanxuan just came back. I just bought some buns, let's eat together. The 4 of them sat together happily and had breakfast just like they did yesterday. Seeing that there was no tension or jealousy between the two, Lin Yi felt relieved. Drinking the pumpkin porridge in front of you in small sips. Suddenly, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. Lin Yi picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Yi Linwei. There are no classes this morning, and Lin Yi doesn't know why Yi Linwei wants to talk to him now. Old Lin, something bad has happened.
Lin Wei's anxious and flustered voice came from the other end of the phone.
Go to the school forum and take a look.
I wonder which grandson has posted a lot of things about you there.
And it was maliciously edited and pieced together. A lot of students have forwarded it. Basically, the whole school knows about it now. Linny frowned, hung up the phone and opened the school forum. What can I do? Could it be possible that someone secretly filmed me going to the toilet? I'm a grown man, what do I have to be afraid of?
When Linny entered the campus forum, he saw a very popular post.
The title is very eye-catching.
The scumbag Linny plays with girls' feelings.
One of the victims is actually the school beauty Su Ming. Fuck, which grandson slanders me like this? Linny cursed inwardly and quickly clicked on the post. The poster is an anonymous account. She cursed Linny as a scumbag who was promiscuous and had ambiguous relationships with several girls. He also pretends to be a pure-hearted rich second generation. There are many photos included.
There was a picture of Linny being hugged by Li Tong and walking on the way to school. There was a scene where Linny was arguing with Guan Jishue at the classroom door. There are also photos of Linny being kissed on the face by Jiang Xiaowan after he won the competition. There were also people who got into the car holding hands with Yi Shuangshuang. The most important thing is that he also attached a photo of himself going to the infirmary with his upper body naked and his arm on Su Ming's shoulder after being injured yesterday afternoon.
The angle of this photo is very ambiguous.
To those who don't know the situation, they look just like a couple in love. The boy took off his clothes because of the hot weather, revealing his muscular body. Walking on campus with a girl in his arms.
There's even a recording at the end of the article.
Linny clicked on it and found that it was the conversation he had with Su Ming in the infirmary yesterday. I only heard Su Ming say it in the recording.
We slept together anyway.
Then Linny said.
Help me blow. Well, this is much more comfortable. After hearing this recording, Linny was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Fuck, who is doing this to me? There is nothing innocent between him and Su Ming. But other students who hear this recording may not think so. We are all adults, it is normal to have wrong thoughts. And if you explain this kind of thing, no one will believe it. They will just think you are making excuses after the fact. Because everyone already has a preconceived idea that things are the way they imagine.
This is really like mud falling into your crotch, it's shit if not shit. On the other side, Li Run's secretary also saw this post on the Nanling University campus forum.
Oh my god, this is too exciting. We have to tell Mr. Li right away. Chapter 99, Expulsion from School. Li Run's usually takes special care of his secretary and asks him to pay more attention to Su Ming's movements when he is free.
So the secretary would often pay attention to the campus forum to see if there was any recent news about Su Ming. But I didn't expect to see such an exciting thing early this morning.
The secretary hurriedly knocked on Li Run's office door.
Li Run's was answering an important business call inside. Seeing the secretary rushing in rashly, he looked a little dissatisfied. Upon seeing this, the secretary bowed and tactfully left. It was not until more than 20 minutes later that Li Run's called from the office.
Xiao Shen, come in.
Secretary Shen Yuan tidied herself up and opened the door of Li Run's office again.
Mr. Li, I'm sorry to bother you just now. Li Run's frowned and lectured. How many times have I told you to be more down to earth in doing things? What's so worrying about this?
Shen Yuan opened her cell phone, found the post on the campus forum, and handed it to Li Run's.
Mr. Li. Please take a look. I saw it this morning too. This post is about Miss Su.
After hearing that it was about Su Ming, Li Run still took the phone. As he flipped through the pages, Li Run's face gradually turned pale.
Rumor, it must be a rumor.
Help me find out who posted this, and then contact the school to delete this post. Otherwise, our Li Group legal department will pursue legal action against the relevant personnel. Li Run suppressed the anger in his heart. For the sake of his own face, he could only treat this matter as a rumor.
Otherwise, if other people knew about it, where would Li Run's put his face? Before they even got engaged, his future fiancée was having an affair with another man at school. And there is a recording. Li Run's felt as if a green grassland had grown on his head. Shen Yuan immediately understood. Okay, Mr. Li, I got it. I'll contact the school right away. After saying that, Shen Yuan turned around, closed the door and left Li Run's office. Bang!
The moment the door closed, I heard the sound of a cup hitting the ground and breaking into pieces in the office.
And Li Run's angry roar.
Xin Yuan casually called the cleaning department again.
Call someone to clean up Mr. Li's office. Having been Li Run's secretary for 6 years, Xin Yuan could completely guess how Li Run's felt at the moment.
She also knew that Li Run's was trying hard to suppress his inner anger in front of her. After all, this post has pictures, truth, and even a recording.
There is no sign of editing at all. This thing is probably true.
On the other hand, Linny was also very unhappy after reading these posts.
It was obvious that someone was targeting him.
And it must be someone he knows, otherwise he would never post anonymously. What made Linny most angry was that the poster dragged Su Ming into the water.
Linny is a grown man, so it doesn't matter. Just say he is a playboy.
Anyway, he is indeed close to several girls now. But Su Ming is innocent in this matter.
A girl, and a very dazzling and eye-catching girl. I was slandered for no reason. Defamation of innocence. How will Su Ming get along with other people in school in the future?
Su Ming had said before that she didn't have many friends. I believe many people would envy and be jealous of the halo around her.
She is both the school belle and the student union president.
Now, this post is tantamount to handing those people weapons to attack Su Ming. Thinking of this, Linny quickly replied to the post using his own account.
I am Linny.
The above situations are all malicious rumors.
If you don't remove this post soon, I will take legal action.
Thinking that Chen Yao in front of him was a lawyer, Linny quickly consulted about the relevant situation. After hearing the whole story, Chen Yao shook her head. These photos were taken in public places, so from a legal perspective this is not an invasion of privacy. But you can ask the other party to delete it on the grounds that they have not obtained your authorization.
But this doesn't help you prove your innocence. On the contrary, it may make people think that you are guilty.
In addition, the last sentence of the other party's post has a line of small words. The above situations are all my personal guesses, and you can have different opinions based on the pictures. This sentence also shows that these are just the other party's subjective inferences. So it's hard to define it as malicious rumor mongering. It seems that the other party has made preparations in advance. At school, Zhou Jingyi almost smiled crookedly when he saw Linny replying to his post. In his opinion, Linny was a desperate man who was just pretending to be stubborn before his death. Apart from the title, he deliberately did not add any subjective color to the entire post.
They just post pictures and recordings, and then ask students to analyze them objectively and rationally. But in the eyes of other students, these are no different from real evidence.
In this way, Zhou Jingyi not only cleared himself, but also made Lin Yi's crimes known to the public.
Watertight.
Thinking of this, Zhou Jingyi suddenly felt proud.
Humph.
Lin Go, you have come to this day.
And Su Ming.
You are usually so high and mighty, and I thought you were so pure and innocent.
After knowing that Linny is rich, you let go of your bottom line?
Birds of a feather.
None of them are good people.
Zhou Jingyi was not in a hurry to reply to Lin Yi, but planned to let public opinion ferment for a while. Sure enough, after a while, someone responded to Lin Yi's comment.
Linny, you are not feeling guilty. That's right. If you have any evidence that proves you were wrongly accused, just speak up.
Stop trying to fool people with these empty words.
And what about Su Ming? Why doesn't he come out to explain?
Su Ming must know that she is in the wrong. She has built up the image of a pure and innocent girl for so many years, and now she is about to graduate in a year, but she has ruined her reputation in her later years.
I really can't figure out why school beauty Su likes Linny. Why don't you consider me, Miss Su? I can also work in the infirmary, haha.
Okay everyone, stop going off topic, let's wait for the original poster to reply. If this post is not deleted, it means that these gossips are all true.
Yes, I think so too. Let's be rational and wait for the follow-up.
Things seem to be developing in the direction Zhou Jingyi wanted. Just as Zhou Jingyi was humming a little tune proudly, the phone suddenly rang. Zhou Jingyi took the phone and saw that it was a call from his counselor.
Hey, instructor, what's going on? I only heard the counselor's angry voice on the other end of the phone. Zhou Jingyi. It's all your fault. They even called the principal to question him. Don't think that you can't find out that the post was posted by you just because you are anonymous. The principal is very angry about this matter and wants you to delete the post immediately and apologize publicly. Otherwise you will be expelled from school. Chapter 100 Su Ming's Favor. Ah? Expelled from school?
Zhou Jingyi never expected that things would be so serious. He was not afraid of Linny confronting him face to face, nor was he afraid that the other party would call the police or sue him.
Because he knew it beforehand, he didn't do anything excessive.
The recordings and photos are all real, and he did not process them with any malicious intent.
However, as a college student, what I fear most is the school intervening.
Especially now that the counselor said that if I don't delete the post and apologize, I will be expelled from the school.
For a college student, this is the most unacceptable thing. Damn, who is Linny? You can even go to the principal to question him? Isn't this going against Tian Gang? He is a freshman, why? The key is that the principal actually protects Linny. Could it be that Linny has some other background? Just 3 minutes ago, Li Run's secretary Shin Yuanyuan called directly to the office of the president of Nanling University.
Principal Gao Jiangwo was reading the newspaper leisurely, but after hearing what the other party said on the phone, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Gao Jiangwo had naturally heard of the name of the Li group.
Now the other party has made it very clear. If Gao Jiangwo does not deal with the student who posted the message, it would be tantamount to making enemies with the Li group. If he gets involved in a lawsuit and the reputation of Nanling University is damaged, then his position as president will be over.
Gao Jiangwo certainly knew how to weigh the pros and cons.
So, I hurriedly contacted the teacher who managed the campus forum and found the information of the student who posted anonymously. Then, he immediately called Zhou Jingyi's counselor and scolded him.
After being scolded by the principal, the counselor who was kept in the dark immediately called Zhou Jingyi.
Think carefully about what you are doing in college. If you are fired, it will have a great impact on your future life.
Think it over carefully, delete the post immediately, and apologize publicly.
After the counselor finished speaking, he hung up the phone angrily. Zhou Zheng stood there in a daze, holding up the phone that had been hung up. In fact, he had no choice at all. Even if he is stubborn and refuses to delete it, the school can directly delete his post through the background. The reason we are willing to give him a chance now is simply because we want him to apologize publicly.
He completely confirmed this matter as a false accusation and slander against Linny and Su Ming. Although Zhou Zhang was unwilling, he had no other choice. He couldn't really gamble with his future. It's not worth it. For Linny, even if it was proven that he was a scumbag, at most it would only affect his reputation among his classmates. Other than that, it had no other effect on him. Zhou Jingyi originally just wanted to disgust Linny.
There's no need to put yourself in danger over such a small matter. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. After thinking it over, Zhou Jingyi reluctantly logged into his campus forum account and deleted the post.
And issued a public statement.
He said that he had forged the recording because he was jealous of Linyi's excellence. Those students on the campus forum who were waiting for the original poster to continue to post solid evidence suddenly lost their composure after seeing this statement.
Damn it, you're making fun of us. I hate people who have no moral bottom line just to attract attention. So, my goddess Su Ming has been wronged? I knew it. How could Su Ming be that kind of person?
I also think that although Linny is very outstanding, he shouldn't make goddess Su lower herself to such a low standard.
Okay, everyone, go away.
The original poster has deleted the post.
It seems to be a rumor.
Rumors stop at the wise. I didn't express my stance just now.
Everyone should be rational in the future. Well, I can't comment without knowing the full story. Linny is quite tough.
He didn't back down when faced with such a thing. If it were me, I would probably just swallow my anger if I was wronged by so many people.
And this incident actually doesn't have a big impact on Linny.
In the final analysis, the most they can do is suspect that he has an ambiguous relationship with the school belle Su Ming.
She's the school belle. If I had a scandal with Su Ming, I would feel proud.
That means Linny is a real man and doesn't want these rumors to affect Su Ming.
He's responsible. I'd become his fan. I've been his fan for a long time. Didn't you see him playing the piano when the club was recruiting new members?
He must have a lot of fans around him, so what he sees in the photos is normal.
Is this the legendary right of first choice in choosing a spouse? I'm so envious. If you're jealous, why don't you learn piano? Girls nowadays like to have a skill. Following Zhou Jingyi's public apology on the school forum, Linyi's online reputation suddenly took a 180-degree turn. This is the current situation on the internet. People hate you to the core 1 second, but praise you to the sky the next second after seeing new developments. We are all fence sitters, and we go wherever the wind blows.
In a study room in the school library, Su Ming also saw the whole process of this incident through his mobile phone. When several of her close classmates forwarded the online posts to her, she was really panicked. Because she knew that the recording was indeed real.
But the situation is not what everyone thinks.
Just when Su Ming didn't know how this matter would end, he saw Linny domineeringly expressing his attitude under the post.
And the tone is strong.
It didn't take long for the other party to admit his mistake. Su Ming is not the kind of little girl who is ignorant of the ways of the world. She certainly knows that Linny must have taken other measures through other channels. Otherwise, the other party would not have given in so quickly. It is very likely that Linny contacted the school leaders. And it is very likely that pressure was put on the leaders through certain channels.
Thunderous means decisive actions. This is the kind of man Su Ming admires the most. There were even many people on the internet who began to speak well of Su Ming. It's obvious that they are Navy. I didn't expect Linny to be so considerate and even think of this. Su Ming, favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 58 points.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object Su Ming has been detected to have increased.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 points.
Linny was at home worrying about how to solve this problem when he suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind.
What's going on? The situation is urgent. Why did Su Ming's favorability improve? Could it be that she likes others to spread rumors about her and me? Linny was full of confusion. He opened his phone and went to the campus forum to see if there was any new development.
After entering the campus forum, Linny was stunned.
What's going on? The other party actually apologized? Could it be that he was scared by my 2 threats? The other party even took the initiative to admit that the recording was forged.
But the recording is indeed real.
This person is schizophrenic? Chapter 101 Neighbors. Just get things done satisfactorily. As for what happened, Linny was too lazy to think about it.
Anyway, looking at the comments on the forum now, they are all praising themselves. Moreover, the negative comments about Su Ming have also been corrected.
Everyone is happy. That's very good.
On the other side, the Li group.
Xin Yuan knocked on Li Run's office door and walked in cautiously.
Mr. Li, the matter has been resolved. The other party has deleted the post and apologized. I also hired some online trolls to post some messages on the campus forum to help Miss Su restore her image. Li Run sat on the swivel chair with his back to Xin Yuan.
You did a great job. Go down first.
By the way, please help me check who that boy named Linny is from. Based on the photos on the internet, Li Run's recognized that this boy was the one who spent a huge sum of money to buy his car yesterday.
I didn't expect Su Ming to hook up with this boy.
She must be trying to see if she can use this boy's help to get the Su family out of the crisis.
Humph, this fickle woman.
On the one hand, she pretended to agree to get engaged to me, while on the other hand, she took the initiative to approach other men. I originally thought Su Ming was a simple-minded girl, but I didn't expect.
It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. However, Li Runs didn't want to fall out with Su Ming right now.
The Su family will need at least several $100 million in cash to overcome the crisis.
This amount of money is not something that just anyone can come up with.
People like Linny are probably just relying on the little money his family has and using his identity as a rich second generation to deceive young girls.
When the critical moment comes, I will definitely not be able to come up with the money. Li Runs has seen many people like this. So he must stabilize this matter first.
After all, he was still hoping to use this opportunity to take over the Su family's business in one fell swoop.
You can't lose your temper at this moment. Moreover, everyone in the circle now knows that Su Ming is Li Run's future fiancée. If everyone knew that his fiancée had an affair with other men before their engagement, how would Li Run save his face?
Li Run's would never allow this to happen. Therefore, the only solution for now is to endure. Wait until he is really engaged to Su Ming and bring the Su family's assets under their Li group, and then he will slowly deal with Su Ming. Li Runs looked at the photo of Su Ming on the desk, snorted coldly, and then picked up the phone.
Xiaoshen, send out the news about tomorrow's dinner. Everything is still going on as usual.
Xin Yuan responded, and then sent out the information about the dinner according to the scheduled guest list.
After receiving the message, Zhang Hanyu immediately forwarded it to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, here are the details of tomorrow's dinner. Lin Yi remembered that Zhang Hanyu had said before that Su Ming would also attend the dinner.
I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to Su Ming. It was all because of me that she was slandered. Although the matter was resolved satisfactorily, Lin Yi still felt a little guilty.
Moreover, Su Ming's favorability has reached 58 points. It will be too late if you don't swipe your wallet to get the cash back.
Lin Yi opened the dinner message sent by Zhang Hanyu.
Dinner venue, Zhenhai Banquet Hall, Ziyun Building.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that it would be held in his own store.
This is a deal that comes to your doorstep.
So, Lin Yi called manager Yang Mingjiao.
Boss Lin, what do you want me to do?
It's still morning, but judging from the voice on the other end of the phone, Yang Mingjiao seems to have already arrived at the store and is busy.
Oh, it's nothing serious actually. I just want to ask, are there going to be a dinner party at our Zhenhai Banquet Hall tomorrow night? Lin Yi asked casually.
Yang Mingjiao was fully aware of the arrangements for the large-scale dinners held every day at Ziyun Tower.
He immediately gave Lin Yi a reply. Yes, Mr. Lin.
Tomorrow night, Mr. Li Runs, the CEO of the Li Group, is organizing this dinner.
Many bosses from Nanling's business community will come. You want to ask? Yang Mingjiao didn't know why Lin Yi was interested in a business dinner. Lin Yi explained. That's right. I will also attend the dinner tomorrow. I want to ask, do you have a specific dinner process? If you have any, send them to me.
It was Lin Yi's first time attending such a business dinner. On the one hand, he was worried that he was not familiar with the process and would make a fool of himself.
On the other hand,
naturally, I wanted to see if there was any chance to get some cash back from Su Ming. Upon learning that Lin Yi would also attend, Yang Mingjiao quickly sent the dinner schedule that had been agreed upon in advance to Lin Yi's mobile phone. Basically, they are all very procedural contents. But there was one part that Lin Yi suddenly felt a little interested in.
Charity auction? Looks like I can make a lot of money again.
After breakfast, Lin Yi received a message from Cheng Hong.
The Bugatti Divo he ordered has arrived. Cheng Hong asked Lin Yi for an address to deliver the car. Lin Yi then sent the location.
I didn't realize we were neighbors. Cheng Hong was a little surprised when she saw the location sent by Lin Yi.
I didn't expect that Lin Yi actually lives in the same community as me.
She also lives in Xiangjiang Fenghua Villa District. She lives in Villa number 3 and Lin Yi lives in Villa number 8.
That's quite a coincidence, Sister Hong. Would you like to come over and visit? Lin Yi extended an invitation.
It just so happened that Yi Xuanxuan had classes today and had already gone to school. Chen Yao and Chen Fei have also left.
Lin Yi didn't have any classes today. It's boring to stay idle at home.
Just looking for someone to relieve my boredom. Not long after the message was sent, the doorbell of the villa rang.
Cheng Hong was standing at the door wearing a sexy black silk suspender dress.
With her hair half covered, she looks very feminine.
Boss Shaolin, I heard that this villa was bought by the female star Yang Moody. Could it be that you? Cheng Hong joked as she looked at the interior decoration of the villa.
After all, she is a woman, and she can't suppress her gossipy nature.
Lin Yi poured a glass of water for Cheng Hong. Sister Hong, I said I don't know her, do you believe me?
Cheng Hong smiled slightly, revealing an expression that said everyone understands.
I believe it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
Lin Yi held his forehead speechlessly. I thought, why is it getting darker and darker?
I really don't know the famous star Yang Mui.
It was just a coincidence that I bought someone else's mansion.
I don't even have an autographed photo of Yang Mui. Sister Hong, where is my car? Lin Yi quickly changed the subject. Cheng Hong lifted her hair.
Don't worry, the car is on the way and will be delivered in about 10 minutes. Looking at Cheng Hong's charming appearance, Lin Yi secretly admired her. By the way, I used the upgraded system to check Cheng Hong's size and appearance data.
Personal information. Name, Cheng Hong. Age, 29. Favorability towards the host, 35 points. Occupation, bar owner. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, D. Appearance, 92 points. Current relationship status, single.
She is really born with a charming figure, long legs, a perky butt, a curvy figure, delicate facial features and seductive eyes.
Every frown and smile seems to be emitting electricity.
If he hadn't seen the 35 points of favorability, Linny would have suspected that Chung Hong was intentionally hinting at something. Just when Linny was about to have wild thoughts, the phone rang.
Linny answered the phone.
The voice of Li Tong crying came from the other end of the phone.
Chapter 102, you come to save me. What's wrong, Tong Tong, what happened? Don't be anxious, speak slowly.
Linny felt distressed when he heard Li Tong crying.
Linny. I
don't know when someone used my identity information to borrow 150,000 yuan. Now they want me to pay back the money, including the principal and interest. They want 200,000.
They have photos of me. I don't know who took them secretly. This is a photo of me taking a shower in the dormitory. I'm here at this loan company. They said if I can't pay the money back today, then I really don't know what to do. Linny, can you save me? When Linny heard this, he instantly became angry. The person who was able to secretly take the photo of Li Tong in the dormitory must be Li Tong's roommate.
It is definitely impossible for Yang Xiaoli, as she and Li Tong have such a good relationship that they are almost like one another. The other roommate was a native of Nanling.
He never lived in the dormitory and went home every day.
After excluding these people, it is obvious that it was Guan Jishuet who did the dirty work. I didn't expect this woman to be so vicious and use her roommate's private photos to borrow money for a loan. He spent the money himself and put the debt on his roommate.
Tong Tong, don't be afraid, tell me where you are, I'll come over now.
Before Li Tong could answer, a man roughly snatched Li Tong's phone.
You are her boyfriend. We are at number 103, South City Street. Come quickly.
I can't guarantee that I will do anything to her if you are late. After saying that, the phone was hung up.
Linny immediately opened the map on his phone and searched for the location. Rongda Information Company.
Chung Hong also vaguely heard some of what Linny said on the phone just now, and guessed the general idea after a little thought. Seeing Linny searching for the address, he immediately came over to take a look.
Rongda? I know this place. Linny asked in a deep voice. You know?
Cheng Hong runs a bar and has dealt with all kinds of monsters in Nanling. So I have a wider network of contacts. It just so happened that the boss of this company used to come to her bar often.
The boss of this company is named Xu Tao.
On the surface, it is a company that outsources website maintenance, but in fact, it is a small loan company in private.
Mr. Lin, were your friends left there by them? Linny nodded, stood up and prepared to go out.
Just at this time, the truck delivering Linny's car also stopped at the door of the villa. The brand new Bugatti Divo was carefully unloaded from the truck by the staff. Chung Hong asked the staff to inspect the car as quickly as possible, and then handed the car keys to Linny.
I'll go with you. Xu Tao and I have met a few times, maybe we can talk to each other.
Seeing that Chung Hong was willing to help, Linny did not refuse.
He opened the door of the Bugatti Divo and got in. Sister Hong, thank you for your help. Get in the car.
Chung Hong put on a small shawl and quickly got into Linny's passenger seat.
As the engine roared, the gray-blue car rushed out like an arrow.
The strong push on her back made Cheng Hong nervously hold the seatbelt tightly.
20 minutes later, there was a hiss sound.
The friction between the tires and the ground produced a puff of white smoke.
The gray-blue Bugatti was parked outside a small Western-style building. Linny looked at the navigation and the address displayed was here.
There was a sign hanging on the door of the small Western-style building with the words Rongda Information Company written on it. The people in the house heard the sound of brakes and curiously poked their heads out of the window.
Brother Tao, here comes a rich guy. He was driving a Bugatti. This is the first time I've seen this car.
A younger brother hurriedly reported the situation outside the house to Xu Tao. Xu Tao was lying in his office chair, with his legs crossed on the table, trimming his nails comfortably. When he heard a Bugatti coming outside the house, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes.
I don't know who came to see him.
The door of the small Western-style building was closed.
Without any hesitation, Linny turned sideways and kicked the door hard. There was a loud bang.
The huge noise could be heard inside the three-story building.
Cheng Hong was also startled by Linny's sudden action.
She was about to knock on the door. But unexpectedly, Linny seemed to have no patience at all at this time. When I looked up again, I saw a horrible dent in the lock of the 10-centimeter thick copper door.
Boom! Linny kicked again.
The deafening sound frightened Zhu Tao so much that he sat up straight from his seat.
Quick! Go and see what's going on. Zhu Tao quickly signaled to his men.
Having been in this area for so many years, Zhu Tao has always been the one bullying others, and he has never encountered a situation like today.
He actually came here to seek death.
Several younger brothers picked up the iron water pipes at hand and ran downstairs in a hurry.
A few people just ran to the door and were about to open it. Boom! There was another loud noise.
This time, the bronze door was kicked open directly.
The entire doorframe fell straight down. Bang!
The thick copper door slammed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of gray mist. Several younger brothers who were close to the door just now were unable to dodge and were knocked to the ground by the bronze door in an instant. The remaining few who were still standing were trembling with fear and shaking hands, staring at the door.
I don't know what kind of monster is outside the door.
The dust gradually dissipated, and a thin man appeared before everyone's eyes. It is hard to imagine that the terrifying and demonic explosive power just now came from the man in front of him.
Who are you looking for? We haven't started work yet.
One of the younger brothers was so frightened that he actually thought Linny came to consult about network business. Linny clenched his fists and was about to step forward, but Chung Hong hurriedly pulled Linny back.
Chung Hong knew that these people were not easy to deal with. It's better not to make a big deal out of it.
And judging from the way Linny smashed the door just now, if a fight really broke out, something big would definitely happen. Chang Hong hurriedly shouted inside with a smile on her face.
Is Mr. Zhu here? I'm Chang Hong, the proprietress of Xingye Bar. We came to see you about something.
Zhu Tao was upstairs and heard Chang Hong shouting, so he asked a few other brothers around him to go downstairs and bring the person up. At the same time, Zhu Tao opened the drawer in front of him and hid a dagger at his waist. The other party has caused such a big fuss, so he must have bad intentions.
Zhu Tao's mind became nervous and he began to frantically recall which deity he had offended recently. After a while, Linny and Chang Hong walked into Zhu Tao's office under the guidance of several younger brothers.
In the corner, Li Tong was slumped on the ground with a helpless look in his eyes. Originally she thought that it was Zhu Tao's enemy who came to seek revenge. But after seeing the figure walking in, all the grievances in her heart instantly turned into crystal tears. Li Tong struggled to stand up and threw herself into Linny's arms.
Linny! Wow, you came to save me. Chapter 103 Sensible Zhu Tao. Seeing Li Tong's actions, Zhu Tao naturally guessed the identity of the visitor.
At this time, a younger brother ran to Zhu Tao's ear and whispered to him what was happening downstairs. When Zhu Tao heard the young man in front of him kick open the thick copper door of his house in 3 kicks, cold sweat almost dripped from his forehead.
Is this still a normal person? No. Is this still a human being?
But even though he is in awe, Zhu Tao is not the kind of person who would get scared when encountering something. What's more, there are so many of his men present at the scene. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to do anything wrong.
Mr. Zhu, long time no see, how are you these days?
At times like this, it was Chung Hong who came out to smooth things over.
It turns out to be Boss Chang.
Zhu Tao saw that the young man came with Chung Hong.
Since we are all acquaintances, there should be nothing that cannot be reconciled.
So he hinted to Chung Hong to introduce him.
My name is Linny.
Without waiting for Chung Hong to speak, Linny replied coldly. He took the opportunity to check and confirm that Li Tong was not bullied by these people.
Oh, it's Mr. Lin. I've heard a lot about you. Zhu Tao quickly handed over a cigarette.
After so many years of hard work, he has become a very experienced person. The other party drove a Bugatti to the door, and his skills were so good, so he couldn't be an ordinary person. But Zhu Tao couldn't figure out, no matter how hard he tried, when such a person appeared in Nanling.
Linny, I've never heard of this name. Probably from other cities. There are also many big cities around Nanling. Especially, it is very close to the Magic City. Maybe this is the young master from the Magic City. Enough of the polite words. I'm here to sort things out today. Tell me, what do you want to end this matter?
Linny pushed away the cigarette that Zhu Tao handed over.
He had no intention of getting close to Zhu Tao. In his opinion, people like Zhu Tao just want money.
Just tell him the amount, transfer the money to him yourself, and the matter will be resolved.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Tao immediately put on a slightly flattering look. Boss Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We are the ones who failed to recognize the great man.
Don't worry, your friend will never be bullied here.
You can take her away now. As for the money I owe, forget it. Just think of it as me, Zhu Tao, willing to make you my friend.
It is said that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, but Zhu Tao knows that for a real strong dragon, crushing a local snake like him is as easy as crushing an ant.
If Lin Yi was just rich, Zhu Tao might not be so timid.
But the other party is not only rich, but also has extraordinary skills.
The bronze door on the first floor of the company was chosen by him personally. Thick and stylish. But Lin Yi kicked the door shut with 3 kicks. He didn't just kick the door open, he kicked it down. A difference of one word makes a world of difference. It can be seen that Lin Yi's identity and background are by no means simple.
Generally, wealthy families with excellent skills have some connection with the military.
That's not something someone like Zhu Tao can afford to offend. People are still willing to discuss things with you now, which is giving you face. If I don't know what's good for me now, I might not even know how I died. Thinking of this, Zhu Tao looked at Lin Yi with even more respect. Lin Yi didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. Originally, he was prepared for the other party to make a huge demand. Now, the other party is very tactful and knows what to do, and I have become the rude one. As soon as he arrived, he kicked the door open without saying a word, injuring several people. Okay, let's leave it at that. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and asked Zhu Tao for his bank card number. Use this million to reinstall the front door.
And the medical expenses for those injured downstairs are also included here.
Lin Yi was also unambiguous. After all, what I have now is money. Spending $1 million is not a big deal at all. He also knew that it was best not to make enemies when he was out. What's more, Zhu Tao is quite sensible, maybe I can use him in the future. Mr. Lin is so generous. Then I would like to thank Mr. Lin on behalf of those ignorant brothers downstairs. Zhu Tao was delighted.
I didn't expect Lin Yi to be so generous and actually gave out 1 million directly.
It seems that my choice to please him was the right one. Mr. Lin, these are photos of your friends.
Zhu Tao handed over a Bluetooth card reader, which contained Li Tong's private photos.
Lin Yi is so generous, so Zhu Tao naturally knows the rules.
Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we definitely don't have a backup of this photo.
And no one has opened it. You know, people in our line of work have been doing this for a long time, and we're tired of seeing these kinds of photos. Now basically all the money collected is kept in my safe, and I will only take it out when the money cannot be recovered. Other times our people never look. Of course, another reason is to prevent people who don't know the rules from blackmailing the client privately. It would be bad if they accidentally made things worse, you know.
Zhu Tao spoke sincerely, and Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this.
This is Zhu Tao's attitude. As long as your attitude is right, everything will be easy. Okay, I'll take this first. If I find out that any of these photos are circulated, you know the consequences. Zhu Tao nodded and bowed quickly. Boss Lin, don't worry. I understand.
Including what happened today, I will also instruct my subordinates not to tell anyone a word.
Lin Yi patted Zhu Tao on the shoulder. That's it. I'll take the person away first. By the way, as for your loan, I think that every wrong has its perpetrator.
Lin Yi winked at Zhu Tao, and Zhu Tao immediately understood.
I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will never let her off. Having said that, that's enough. Lin Yi took Li Tong's hand and walked downstairs.
Cheng Hong and Zhu Tao exchanged a few words and followed Lin Yi downstairs.
Boss Lin, if you need me in any way in the future, just let me know. Having received benefits from Lin Yi, Zhu Tao naturally had to take the initiative. Maybe Lin Yi can give me more benefits in the future. The reason why people are out here is just for money. Zhu Tao felt that if he could get in touch with Lin Yi, he might become rich. Opening the car door, Lin Yi helped Li Tong to the passenger seat. The car could only seat 2 people, and Lin Yi looked at Cheng Hong somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Lin, you guys go back first. I'll take a taxi myself. Cheng Hong is also very good at it. Well, thank you for today's help. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. After all, Cheng Hong followed me on this trip, so I have to express my gratitude. Cheng Hong smiled slightly and shook her head. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. I haven't returned the favor you gave me last time, the Koenigsegg. After hearing this, Lin Yi remembered this matter.
He scratched the back of his head and laughed.
It's no big deal. I'll give you another one next time.
Anyway, Chung Han's favorability is increasing slowly, so it's a good opportunity for me to make more cashbacks.
Chapter 104 Escape Mode.
After saying goodbye to Chung Han, Linny decided to take Li Tong back to the villa first. Judging from Li Tong's appearance, she must have been quite frightened today.
I don't dare go back to the dormitory for the time being. Maybe there are psychological shadows.
Who would have thought that I would be secretly photographed by my roommate while taking a shower in the dormitory?
That's too insecure. Do you want me to take you home?
Linny remembered that Li Tong's home was in Nanling City, and maybe going home now would make her feel more secure.
But Li Tong shook her head. I don't want to go back, I want to stay with you. Li Tong received a debt collection call early this morning. She didn't even know when she borrowed the money.
But the other party accurately told all her identity information. Then sent her an address and asked her to talk in person. After Li Tong arrived, Zhu Tao opened the contents of the card reader in front of Li Tong. When Li Tong saw those photos, she felt disheartened. If these photos were really sent to the school by the other party, she might not have the courage to live. For a girl, this is the biggest insult.
But she couldn't pay back so much money. She has never had the habit of saving money and always spends whatever she has. Girls always love to dress up. The cost is naturally not low.
And she didn't dare to call her parents.
Li Tong's parents are both very traditional people.
If they knew, they would definitely feel very ashamed. When she was at her wit's end, she had no choice but to place her last hope on Linny.
Unexpectedly, Linny came soon after receiving the call. Act with vigor and determination.
And the matter was resolved in just a few words. This group of thugs, who Li Tong thought were very difficult to deal with, showed extraordinary respect when they saw Linny. This made Li Tong feel safe being with Linny.
Li Tong, favorability plus 1 point. Li Tong, favorability plus 1 point. Li Tong, favorability plus 1 point. Li Tong, favorability plus 1 point.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object Li Tong has been detected to have increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 points.
I am only 1 point away from graduating with a perfect score. Linny was thinking, after bringing Li Tong back to the villa, should he seize the opportunity and hit a home run?
After all, the rewards for reaching full marks in favorability are still very generous. After a while, Linny drove the car into the garage of his villa. Just as he was about to open the car door and get out, he saw Li Tong still sitting in the seat with a dazed look in her eyes. It seems that he hasn't recovered from the shock just now. Linny reached out and touched Li Tong's head, then took out the Bluetooth card reader that Zhu Tao had just given him from his pocket.
Tong Tong, don't worry, I will delete these photos completely now.
After saying that, he quickly connected the Bluetooth card reader to his mobile phone. Then I opened the photos in the memory card, ready to select all and delete them.
This.
After seeing those photos, Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the scene in the photo to be so erotic. Not only is the shot very clear, but the perspective is also unique. The picture perfectly captures Li Tong's figure, which she is so proud of. Especially those stunningly round things.
It's so big and tall.
Linny was so engrossed in watching for a moment.
Seeing Linny like this, Li Tong felt embarrassed and annoyed.
What's annoying is that this person just swore to delete these photos, but now I'm looking at them with great relish. The embarrassing thing is that Linny seems to admire his body in the photo. Li Tong was of course indescribably happy to be appreciated by her beloved boy.
Don't look at it. Li Tong reminded. Linny finally reacted. Oh, no. Linny quickly pressed the delete button.
Hundreds of photos in the memory card were deleted instantly.
What's the point of looking at photos? If you want to see something, just see the real person.
Linny comforted himself in his heart.
At this moment, a pair of pink and warm lips suddenly touched Linny's cheek.
Not sure if Li Tong had guessed Linny's thoughts or was grateful to Linny for rescuing her today, but she actually took the initiative to kiss Linny.
Is this a reward for me?
Linny touched his cheek, turned around, and looked at Li Tong with a smile.
Li Tong felt a little embarrassed by Linny's fiery gaze.
Said shyly.
Well.
Linny said with a wicked smile. Then I wasn't prepared just now, please reward me again.
Li Tong's face flushed and she reached out to open the car door and get out. I don't.
Linny grabbed Li Tong's hand as she was about to open the car door. He lifted Li Tong's chin with his other hand and kissed her domineeringly without giving her any chance to hesitate. Li Tong let out a cry and nervously grasped the edge of the seat with both hands. This is her first kiss.
Linny swept Li Tong's mouth domineeringly.
The two of them kissed each other in a passionate embrace. Under Lin Yi's encouragement, Li Tong also gradually got into the better stage. She closed her eyes foolishly, wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, and enjoyed the beauty of the moment.
So, this is what kissing feels like. Numb and crispy.
And Lin Yi's lips are so soft. Gradually, Li Tong felt her body getting hotter and hotter. There is a little deer in my heart, ready to break free from its restraints. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi reluctantly let go of Li Tong's lips.
Let's go, Tong Tong, let's go back first.
They had almost reached the garage, but the two hadn't gotten out of the car yet. Lin Yi was about to open the car door but was stopped by Li Tong.
I'll go back later. I want. Lin Yi was stunned and asked. What do you want?
The blush on Li Tong's face has gradually turned pink, and a pool of spring water is rippling in her eyes.
You.
After saying that, Li Tong moved sideways from the passenger seat and straddled Lin Yi. The two faced each other and kissed each other naturally. As my breathing became more rapid, the temperature inside the car gradually rose. Naturally, the clothes on the two of them became less and less.
Lin Yi's knee accidentally hit the switch of the car audio.
Soft and beautiful music suddenly sounded in the car. The whole car moved in rhythm with the music. Many cars now have an escape mode. That is, when the car is stuck in mud or sand, the car will shake up and down by itself to help the vehicle get out of the current situation. The Bugatti that Lin Yi bought did not originally have this function. But at this time, Lin Yi seemed to have added a manual escape function to the car.
This shaking lasted for more than an hour.
More than an hour later, the Bugatti Divo that I had just received today finally got out of trouble and stopped shaking.
Call.
Lin Yi let out a long, relieved breath. Looking at Li Tong, who had collapsed in his arms, Lin Yi couldn't help but recall the wonderful scene just now.
It is indeed an unforgettable experience.
At this moment, the system prompt sound in my mind also sounded in time.
Li Tong, favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 100 points. Chapter 105, can't tell if it's a human or a dog. Ding, the system has been upgraded.
From now on, you can get cash back if your favorability is below 70 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 1 point reward. Ding, it is detected that Li Tong's favorability is full. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward.
Would you like to receive the reward immediately? It's so cool, it's really a huge profit. I enjoyed it again and got so many benefits again.
Lin Yi began to sigh.
How come my life is so good? System, I want to claim the extra reward. Ding, the host's intention is detected. Additional rewards are being distributed. Ding, the extra reward has arrived. Reward 1, Industry, Whale Life Platform unlocked.
Lin Yi looked at the line of words carefully.
What is Whale Live? Why haven't I heard of it? And what does it mean when it says unlocked?
This is the first time I have encountered such a situation where the reward has not been unlocked.
What is going on?
The system gave an immediate response. Unlocking conditions for the Whale Live platform, the cumulative gift amount on other live platforms reaches 200 million Chinese yuan, which can be unlocked.
Lin Yi understood. It turns out that you can unlock it by spending money. That's not a difficult problem. Just find an opportunity to swipe it.
Anyway, I have money now, so spending 200 million is no big deal.
But why do I need such a live streaming platform?
The mature live streaming platforms on the market now are basically Huyu, Douyin and Douya, which share the market to 1/3.
The market position is almost unshakable.
If you unlock it yourself, you have to start from scratch. Lin Yi felt a little troubled. But since the system has given it to me, I'll just keep it for now.
Maybe it will be useful in the future. System, you just said that Whale Live is only reward 1, is there a reward 2?
Lin Yi keenly discovered the key information prompted by the system.
Sure enough, the next second the system's electronic prompt sound rang again in my mind. Reward 2, props, 1 good luck card and 1 bad luck card.
Instructions, after using the good luck card, it can make any person, including the host, extremely lucky, and last for 24 hours. After using the bad luck card, any target, including the host, will become extremely unlucky, lasting for 24 hours.
After hearing the system's explanation, Linny became interested.
This seems very similar to the prop cards in Monopoly that I played as a child. Good luck cards can be used to improve yourself or protect yourself, while bad luck cards can be used against others.
This is a good thing. It is worthy of being a system product. Such things can't be bought with any amount of money.
Looking at the 2 rewards he received, Linny nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Li Tong in his arms had also recovered a little.
Lying on Linny's chest, sweat dripping down her cheeks. What are you thinking about?
Seeing Linny in a daze, Li Tong asked. She has now given herself completely to Linny, and she is becoming even more anxious and worried. She was afraid that Linny would no longer want her after getting her.
This is something she can never accept.
As long as she can stay with Linny, she is willing to give everything.
I'm thinking about some knowledge that I didn't have time to use just now.
Linny gently helped Li Tong tidy up her hair. Li Tong patted Linny's strong chest with a coquettish look.
Hate it, what kind of knowledge is this? I think you are thinking about posture.
Before Li Tong could finish speaking, Linny picked Li Tong up by the waist and opened the car door with his other hand.
Wait, we haven't got our clothes yet.
Li Tong reminded hurriedly. The 2 of them were now like 2 big white sheep, with their equipment scattered all over the car.
Come back and get it later.
Linny didn't give Li Tong time to catch her breath and went straight upstairs carrying her in his arms. It's so hot today, and Linny has been exercising for so long, his mouth is dry now, and he just wants to eat some peaches to quench his thirst.
It just so happens that there are 2 huge peaches next to me. And it's tender and juicy.
It was around 5 in the afternoon when Linny's bedroom door opened.
The room was filled with a charming atmosphere. Linny looked at the time and estimated that Yi Shuangshuang would be back soon.
So he hurriedly packed up with Li Tong. If Yi Shuangshuang, that jealous girl, saw this, she would inevitably be jealous. After cleaning up, Li Tong held her waist and sat down on the sofa in the living room.
The whole afternoon was too tiring for her.
I didn't expect Linny to have such good physical strength. And now he acts like nothing happened.
Li Tong couldn't help but feel a little worried. If this goes on every day, I'm afraid I can't stand it. Just then, Yi Shuangshuang opened the door and came back. Linny, the new car parked in the garage is a guest. Yi Shuangshuang remembered Li Tong. Linny seemed to have said at the time that this was his ex-girlfriend's roommate. How come you found my home now? And Li Tong also remembered Yi Shuangshuang. Isn't this the girl that Linny took to buy cosmetics at the beauty store where she worked part-time? Hello? Hello?
The 2 greeted each other politely, but there was a hint of unfriendliness in their tone. Li Tong heard Linny talk about the reason why Yi Shuangshuang lived in his house, but she didn't expect that the beautiful girl in front of her was Yi Shuangshuang. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure, which can be described as top quality. Especially those beautiful legs. Li Tong felt ashamed after seeing this. On the other side, Yi Shuangshuang also felt like she was facing a formidable enemy after seeing Li Tong.
Li Tong's pair of human breasts are full of fatal temptation. This is exactly Yi Shuangshuang's weakness.
When a woman sees another outstanding woman around her beloved man, she will always be very vigilant. Linny saw the tense atmosphere between the 2, so he hurriedly explained to Yi Shuangshuang why he had gone to rescue Li Tong today.
Ah, why is your ex-girlfriend like this? Is this still a human being? What a scum!
Yi Shuangshuang was originally a straightforward and warm-hearted person.
After hearing the whole story, she immediately stood up for Li Tong. Li Tong also nodded in agreement.
I didn't expect her to do such a thing.
It's also my own fault for not being careful enough, not being on guard.
Yi Shuangshuang said angrily.
It's not your fault at all.
No normal person would have thought that their roommate would do such a dirty thing.
I think Linny should be blamed for this. If he hadn't found an ex-girlfriend with questionable character, you wouldn't have been implicated.
Once women get together to talk, it is easy for them to form an alliance.
Li Tong also responded. Yeah, who knew why Linny had such a bad vision before?
Seeing that the 2 of them pointed their guns outward, Linny could only scratch the back of his head in embarrassment.
Yes, it's definitely my fault.
It's my fault that I was too young and couldn't tell the difference between a human and a dog.
Chapter 106 Becoming Best Friends. There is an unwritten rule among girls.
When two girls complain about another person at the same time, they will become very good friends.
This is the case with Yi Xuanxuan and Li Tong now.
The two of them complained about Guan Jishue for a long time. Even Lin Yi, who was standing beside him, couldn't get a word in. Lin Yi watched the two men's passionate and hateful expressions, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. These two girls are really scary. I complained for a long time without repeating a word. Li Tong talked about almost every aspect of Guan Jishue's shortcomings and strange things. Yi Xuanxuan was also analyzing Guan Jishue's temper, personality, and psychological activities clearly based on what Li Tong said about Guan Jishue.
Lin Yi was dumbfounded. The key point: isn't this my ex-girlfriend? I am the victim after all.
He, the original victim, hasn't even expressed his opinion yet, but these two outsiders have already complained about everything they can.
Even many analyses of Guan Jishue's inner thoughts broaden Lin Yi's horizons. So this is what Guan Jishue thought.
Lin Yi sighed silently in his heart.
It seems that women do understand women better. Tong Tong, you can live here from now on.
I'm the only girl here, so it's pretty quiet.
Lin Yi is such a dull guy.
When he has free time, he just plays games.
It's so boring. If you come live here, I'll have someone to talk to.
From the tone of her voice, Yi Xuanxuan seemed to have already regarded Li Tong as a friend.
Xuanxuan, if I move in, will it be inconvenient? Of course Li Tong wanted to live here.
But it seems that Yi Xuanxuan and Lin Yi should have developed to that stage. Moreover, Yi Xuanxuan moved in first, so Li Tong understood the principle of first come first served.
After hearing Li Tong's concerns, Yi Xuanxuan waved her hands nonchalantly. What's the inconvenience?
You're here, so I can relax a little.
It saves me from working so hard every day.
Yi Xuanxuan is quite open-minded. The main reason is that Lin Yi has great physical strength. Yi Xuanxuan's small body really can't handle it. And look at the way Li Tong looks at Lin Yi, and then look at Li Tong's extremely unnatural walking posture. Yi Xuanxuan had already understood everything between them. Rather than letting Lin Yi date Li Tong secretly behind his back in the future, it would be better to let them do it openly under his nose. At least this way he could ensure that Lin Yi didn't have to hide anything from him. The sense of insecurity can also be reduced relatively. Li Tong understood the hidden meaning of Yi Xuanxuan's words, and her face suddenly turned red.
Xuanxuan, what are you talking about?
Yi Xuanxuan smiled and took Li Tong's hand. Come on, I'll take you upstairs to pick a guest room. Anyway, Lin Yi has plenty of guest rooms. After saying that, Yi Xuanxuan gave Lin Yi a charming look.
Lin Yi curled his lips speechlessly.
I thought, this little jealous guy, this joke is not going to get over, right?
In the evening, the three of them were not happy to go out for dinner.
Lin Yi called Yang Mingjiao to ask someone to bring a table full of dishes from Ziyunlu.
Li Tong's eyes widened as she stared at the table full of delicacies from land and sea.
It's a bit wasteful for the three of us to eat so many dishes.
Li Tong doesn't know yet that Lin Yi is the owner of Ziyun Tower.
However, she had also heard of Ziyun Tower. All I know is that it is a mysterious and luxurious hotel. When Lin Yi held his birthday party at his home, he ordered takeout from Nanling Hotel worth more than 100,000 yuan. Today, the delicacies in Ziyunlu seem to be more than twice as expensive as those in Nanling Hotel.
How can it be wasted? You are tired today. You should eat more to replenish your energy. Yi Xuanxuan gave Li Tong a big abalone with a wicked smile.
Seeing this, Lin Yi also peeled off a large lobster claw and placed it in front of Yi Xuanxuan.
Okay, Xuanxuan, you should eat more too. You haven't had an easy time in the past few days. Hearing Lin Yi's teasing, Yi Xuanxuan glared at him shyly.
Afterwards, Lin Yi explained to Li Tong again.
Tong Tong, eat without worrying about my money. Ziyunlu is my property.
I only charge the cost price for these.
They are not that expensive. After hearing this, Li Tong opened her mouth in surprise.
He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, then at Yi Xuanxuan, as if he wanted to confirm it with Yi Xuanxuan. Yi Xuanxuan nodded silently, picked up the lobster claws that Lin Yi had just handed over and started eating.
Li Tong was shocked. Lin Yi is actually the boss of Ziyun Tower? Oh my god, no wonder he is so rich. My classmates of the same age are still struggling with part-time jobs.
Either handing out flyers or going to milk tea shops.
I would be very satisfied if I could earn more than 100 yuan a day. But Lin Yi has already become the boss. And he is the boss of Ziyunlu. This is a height that many people cannot reach even if they strive for their entire lives.
No, you may never achieve it even if you work hard for several lifetimes. Recalling the close communication between the two this afternoon, Li Tong felt like she had won the grand prize.
I'm with such an outstanding man. Li Tong has a sense of happiness that comes from being blessed by the god of luck.
He also decided that Lin Yi was the person he wanted to follow all his life.
Women all admire strong men.
After learning about Lin Yi's identity, Li Tong's love for Lin Yi became uncontrollable. After the meal, Li Tong and Yi Xuanshuang cleaned the house.
There is no need for Lin Yi to intervene at all.
Tong Tong, you can use my skincare products these days. After cleaning up, the two girls started talking about skincare and makeup.
Girls do talk more.
Before Li Tong came, Yi Xuanshuang would never talk about these things with Lin Yi.
Xuanshuang, are the cosmetics you bought from our store last time good? Let me tell you, there is a model I have always wanted to buy, but I wonder how it works. It works great. It doesn't get stuck at all. Really? Really? Take me to see it. As they were talking, the two of them went upstairs hand in hand.
Then there was the sound of a door closing with a click.
Lin Yi was the only one left in the huge living room.
Alas, what's the use of having more family members? I am still alone at night. Lin Yi looked at the two people's backs as they left and sighed helplessly. Then he went back to his bedroom and turned on the computer.
In the long night, games can keep me company. Sure enough, the final destination of every otaku is games. As soon as Lin Yi logged into the game, Chen Fei couldn't wait to send a message. Brother Lin Yi, you're online.
Lin Yi looked at the time and guessed that Chen Fei was live streaming playing games again. Her skills are often criticized by the barrage teachers in the live broadcast room.
Just so happens that I have some free time today, so I might as well be her flower protector. Fei Fei, do you want to come together? Really? That's great.
The two met because of the game, but since then, they almost never played together again.
Chen Fei happily sent a team application to Lin Yi. Chapter 107. There's something interesting to watch. With Lin Yi's protection, Chen Fei played the game smoothly today.
The two played 5 games in total, winning all 5. And they are all very high-level matches. This has also greatly increased the number of people in Chen Fei's live broadcast room. At first, there were only more than 1,000 viewers, and most of them came for Chen Fei's beauty. By the time the 5 games were over, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000.
That's all for today. I'll chat with you guys for a while.
After playing 5 games, Chen Fei was a little tired. When playing the game just now, Chen Fei was afraid of betraying Lin Yi, so she was concentrating all the time, which was very mentally draining.
Thank you, Mr. Piao, for the super fire.
An audience member with the username Teacher Piao directly rewarded 10 super rockets. On the Huyu live streaming platform, a super rocket costs 2,000 Chinese yuan.
10 super rockets, that would be 20,000.
Excluding the platform's commission, Chen Fei can also get a reward of 10,000. So Chen Fei quickly expressed her gratitude. Except for the last time when Lin Yi gave her 600 super rockets, Chen Fei rarely received such gifts. The main reason is that Chen Fei dresses more conservatively. Although she has a very proud figure, she never exposes it. The audience can only see an outline, and no lines or anything like that.
Cover it tightly. This is also the reason why Chen Fei's popularity on Huyu Live has not increased. Host, if I beat you to the top of the list in seconds, can I invite you out for dinner? The user named Teacher Piao asked in the comment section. The other fans in the live broadcast room instantly lost their composure. Teacher Piao is obviously an old hand. He specifically targets small anchors like these who are not very popular. Of course. Big anchors are usually overwhelmed with gifts and won't be easily tempted. But it's different for small anchors like this. When they see a few super popular ones, they might be so excited that they can't sleep. Teacher Piao's move is very cost-effective. Let me see what the number 1 ranking of this anchor is. Holy crap! The number 1 on the list actually gave this anchor 600 super hits. It turns out that this anchor has a big brother. Maybe the anchor has already taken on the shape of the big brother. It's great to be rich. You can date such a top-notch girl with just over $1 million. It's true that big bears are not uncommon, but it's amazing to have a big bear and a baby face in one person. Brother upstairs, it sounds like you have a lot of stories to tell. Here's the microphone. Please tell us more. I suggest that Mr. Piao should change his target. If he gives more than 1 million gifts in other live broadcast rooms of Tigerfish,
he might be able to seduce 3 or 4 beautiful anchors. Looking at everyone's comments, Chen Fei frowned slightly. She and Linny are innocent, and Linny is not as superficial as they say.
He gave her gifts not to do anything with her. You misunderstood.
I am just good friends with the number 1 brother Mumu. Chen Fei didn't want the fans in her live broadcast room to speak so badly of herself and Linny. She liked Linny, but it was a liking that came from the bottom of her heart, not for any other reason.
The comments section suddenly became lively again. Good friends? Whose good friends would spend over $1 million on gifts? Can't he just transfer the money to you privately? Why would the platform charge you a commission for giving gifts? Maybe it's to contribute to China's GDP. After spending over $1 million, they are still just good friends? Does the anchor have such high standards?
As we all know, there is no pure friendship between men and women.
The above person, you are wrong.
Although there is no pure friendship, there can be lip friendship.
Oh my god, master. I got it. Hey, did you notice that Teacher Piao is silent?
Just when everyone thought that the audience member named Teacher Piao had given up, 2 lines of words appeared in the comment section.
Everyone, please be patient.
I just went to recharge my account.
Host, let me ask you again, if I beat you to the top of the list, can I invite you out for dinner?
Teacher Piao seemed determined to take down Chen Fei today.
Chen Fei was a little overwhelmed for a moment.
Of course she was unwilling in her heart, but with so many people watching in the live broadcast room, she didn't know what words to use to reject Mr. Piao. If the rejection is too harsh, it may cause other viewers to leave the live broadcast room. When watching live broadcasts, people don't like to watch hosts who are too aloof. Will feel disgusted. Be gentle and coquettish so that others will be interested in watching you. Chen Fei's live broadcast room finally saw a slight increase in the number of visitors today, and she really wanted to retain this wave of traffic. But it's impossible not to refuse, because she already has someone she likes. And Linny was also watching the live broadcast at this time. Chen Fei also didn't want Linny to think that she was a casual woman who agreed to other people's requests just for a few gifts.
Anchor, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent.
After Teacher Piao finished speaking, he started brushing his brush on his own.
Super hot special effects light up on the screen one after another. Damn, Mr. Piao is so generous.
He didn't care whether the host agreed or not, he just threw the gift down.
You don't understand this, everyone has their own price. Even if the anchor doesn't agree, so what? Just spend money until she agrees.
The number 1 on the list has been posted for 600 times, it's so popular.
Is Mr. Piao going to break the record today?
Seeing this, Teacher Piao immediately responded lightly.
It's just 600 rounds, I'll definitely be number 1 today.
Maybe the reactions of the crowd aroused Teacher Piao's desire to prove himself, and super fire flashed one after another. At this time, on the other side of the phone, Linny also came out of the bathroom after using the toilet. Just after finishing playing the game, he suddenly had a stomachache, so he threw down his charging phone and hurried into the bathroom. He had no idea what had just happened in the live broadcast room. Now that he is back, Linny looks at the super rockets being fired one after another in the live broadcast room, and then scrolls up to look at the chat history in the comments section.
Look at Chen Fei's embarrassed and slightly resistant expression. I guessed Chen Fei's thoughts instantly.
While I was in the toilet, they poached me.
Chen Fei's favorability towards him has exceeded 50 points, reaching the level of heartthrob. Moreover, Linny also knew Chen Fei's character, that she was a little girl with a simple mind.
It just so happens that after Li Tong's favorability reaches 100 points, the reward given by the system can only be unlocked after spending 200 million gifts on other live broadcast platforms.
Teacher Piao, right? Unfortunately, you have run into trouble today.
Linny wiped his freshly washed hands and typed a line in the comments section.
Want to take my number 1 spot? Dream on. The comments section exploded after seeing Lin's remarks. Oh my god, the big brother on the list is here. It's going to be a good show. Chapter 108, Brushing On. The onlookers all looked like they were watching a good show. No one expected that this Teacher Piao had just fired about 100 super hot shots and he blew out the number 1 guy on the list named Mumu. I'm sure there will be a fierce battle soon. The curious audience posted a melon-eating emoji in the comment section. 600 posts are super popular. Only a small anchor like this can be ranked first. If it were in other live broadcast rooms, it wouldn't be enough to watch. Teacher Piao's tone was full of disdain.
At this time, someone with sharp eyes seemed to recognize Teacher Piao.
Brothers, I know this Teacher Piao.
He seems to be the number one on Zhao Feier's list.
Which Zhao Feier? Which Zhao Feier is there in Who You Live?
The one who is so tolerant and generous.
Damn, Teacher Piao is Zhao Feier's number one?
Zhao Feier has quite a few fans. I just went to Zhao Feier's live broadcast room and took a look.
The number one on the list is indeed this Teacher Piao.
It turns out that Mr. Piao is the real big brother. The total number of views he has gained in Zhao Feier's live broadcast room is more than 5,000.
Could it be that Teacher Piao is tired of Zhao Feier and plans to come here for a change?
You don't understand this. Zhao Feier has a good figure, but in terms of looks, I think this anchor is better looking. Teacher Piao came here to compete for the top spot.
This is considered a dimensionality reduction attack. It seems that Mumu will have to be ranked second on the list, just below Teacher Piao. Is the host going to turn into Mr. Piao's shape again?
Hey, brother, this kind of thing shouldn't be discussed. It's fine as long as we understand it in our hearts. Just when everyone was chatting excitedly, Teacher Piao said another sentence.
Brothers, if you want to see me take down this anchor, just give me a 6 in the comment section. I will take down the number one spot today for you to see.
Immediately afterwards, the word 666 appeared all over the screen. Linny looked at everyone's comments in the live broadcast room's comments section, with a scornful smile on his face. I didn't expect that there would be someone who would overestimate his own abilities and compete with me for the top spot.
I have a system, do you have one? I make more and more money, how about you? Innocent. Ignorance.
Linny snorted, his finger hovering above the super rocket gift. A cold light flashed in his eyes.
1 second later, Ling Yi's fingers started clicking very quickly.
The special effects of super rockets lit up one after another.
I'm going to fight. Mumu is brushing too.
What the hell is this hand speed?
Teacher Piao brushes 2 in 1 second, and Mumu brushes 5 in 1 second?
This.
I have been single for how many years?
What a joke. How can a guy who casually spends so much money be single?
No, didn't they buy Tigerfish's super rockets in bulk? Why do they feel like they're using them for free? I envy the anchor so much.
I also want to feel the feeling of being hit in the face with money by a rich man.
Guess, will Mr. Piao succeed in reaching the top of the list or will Mumu succeed in defending his title?
Looking at the super rocket special effects jumping wildly in the live broadcast room, Chen Fei panicked for a long time before he came to his senses.
Lin. Brother Mumu, you've given me enough. Please stop giving me.
These obviously biased remarks made Teacher Piao feel a little unhappy.
Anchor, I can definitely give you more than he gives you.
Just 600 super hots, you can't be so devoted to him.
Linny immediately stopped swiping gifts and quickly took the opportunity to reply. Can you do it? Aren't you going to surpass me and become number one?
I see that you have only got over 120 super fires so far, and I have only got 150.
You actually still have time to talk nonsense here. Men are most afraid of being told no.
You know, Linny only joined the battlefield a few minutes after Teacher Piao started giving out gifts. I didn't expect that in such a short time I had already brushed more than Teacher Piao. The hand speed after enhancing the physical fitness value is indeed different. After hearing what Linny said, Teacher Piao instantly got excited, and the desire to win immediately controlled his reason. The speed of giving gifts has also increased.
This is simply a fight between gods. I just got here. Is there anyone kind enough to tell me what's going on?
I just got here too. Just a quick question, if you can't become super popular, are you worthy of staying in this live broadcast room?
I'm a fan of Zhao Feier.
I waited for Teacher Piao in Zhao Feier's live studio for a long time today but didn't see her. It turns out that Teacher Piao came here to fry fish.
What fried fish?
I think Mr. Piao is going to be fried like a fish today.
Oh my god. How can anyone give gifts like this? Aren't these two tired? No wonder the female anchor likes this kind of big brother. What do you mean? Fast hands. Ah, I got it in seconds.
Let me out of the car now, this is not the car for kindergarten.
It's too late.
Weld the car door shut.
No one can get out today.
With Linny and Teacher Piao giving gifts crazily, the live broadcast room quickly became popular. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly reached more than 60,000. After hearing about this incident, many fans of Zhao Feier's live broadcast room rushed to Chen Fei's live broadcast room to cheer for Teacher Piao.
The Piao family army has arrived. All irrelevant people, get out of the way. What's the Piao family army? I think Mumu's hand speed is outrageous. For every gift that Mr. Piao gives, Mumu can give 3. That's right, we swear to defend the honor of the Mu family army to the death. Today I want to see our Muddy Pin teacher Piao to death right here. What wood emperor? He is the wood god. A large number of passers-by fans gathered in Chen Fei's live broadcast room voluntarily gathered together and stood on Lin Yi's side. Basically, these people were impressed by Lin Yi's free gift-giving method. Seeing supporters of both sides arguing in the comments section, teacher Piao broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, he had his eyes on Chen Fei, who was as innocent and charming as a little white rabbit, and thought that he would be able to win her heart by simply giving some gifts to a small anchor like her. Even if he ranked first in the list in 1 second, it would only be a matter of more than 1 million. It's not a problem for him. It is absolutely worthwhile to spend more than 1 million to date such a beauty. As for Zhao Fei, teacher Piao gave her a lot of gifts in her live broadcast room. But that woman is simply a professional gold digger. His attitude towards people is always ambiguous. It always keeps people on suspense, makes you spend money like crazy, gives you a little hope, but never lets you get it. Every time I agreed to meet offline, I would find all kinds of excuses to avoid it before the meeting. Things like menstruation coming suddenly, someone in the family being sick, etc. Although it is a bit deliberate, it seems impeccable on the surface. This made teacher Piao very annoyed. So, teacher Piao decided to change his target to satisfy his craving first. But I never expected that today I would hit a wall. This guy called Mumu, who is his origin? Teacher Piao has spent nearly 800,000 yuan on Chen Fei today. But the guy called Mumu earned at least twice as much as me. And there is no sign of stopping. Teacher Piao began to hesitate. But there are so many people watching the live broadcast, and there are many fans following Zhao Fei's live broadcast room, so teacher Piao doesn't want to let him down. I can only grit my teeth and continue brushing. Chapter 109, the first place to defeat Zhao Fei. Time passed minute by minute, and Linny still maintained a very fast speed in giving gifts. Basically, it's 5 super rockets per second. An average of 1 every 0.2 seconds. One super rocket costs 2,000 Chinese coins, which means that Linny sends out 10,000 per second. That is 600,000 per minute. Well-deserved money spent like water. The comments section also went from being a place of excitement at the beginning to being completely silent. Everyone stared at Lin Yi's almost crazy behavior in amazement. Everyone's horizons were refreshed. Who gives gifts like this? At first, Chen Fei wanted to stop Lin Yi from giving her so many gifts. After all, Lin Yi had already given her a lot, including millions of dollars for her mother's medical expenses and a large flat bought for her and her sister. Chen Fei was too embarrassed to accept Lin Yi's gift. But Lin Yi seemed to be deaf to everything. No matter what Chen Fei said, he just closed his eyes and kept talking. As more and more gifts were given, the popularity of Chen Fei's live broadcast room became higher and higher. Even many anchors came to join in the fun out of curiosity after hearing that there was a top-ranked guy who was super generous here. Brother Mumu, come to my live studio later, I promise you will be satisfied. Brother Mumu, I bought a very cool piece of clothing today. Can you come to my live studio and help me see if it fits me? I can also dance as a girl group. Brother Mumu, do you want to see it? The guy upstairs, are you sure you didn't just jump to the edge? She just wanted to please her fans. What did she do wrong? Don't we know whether she was on the wrong side or not? Has anyone calculated how many gifts the God of Wood has given out today? I'm already numb. I just checked, and I've swiped more than 9,700 so far, and it's been almost half an hour. Oh my god, it's almost 10,000 posts, it's so hot. What about Mr. Piao? Teacher Piao doesn't seem to be doing well. So far, he has only cleared about 1,000. I was completely defeated by the wood god. Seeing everyone's discussion, teacher Piao's mouth twitched. Today was his first time to come to Chen Yao's live broadcast room, and posting 1,000 super hot posts was already considered a big deal. But he didn't expect to hit Lin Yi's iron wall. More than 9,000 copies, super popular, more than 10 million Chinese dollars. Just to pick up a girl? With that much money, there is no woman that can't be picked up in real life. Some 7th and 8th tier minor celebrities can be dated for just a few million. Spending so much money on a small internet celebrity is crazy.
Moreover, it seems that Linny has no intention of stopping and his hand speed is still very fast.
Teacher Piao knew that this confrontation was no longer meaningful.
He was also a smart man, and he wouldn't spend tens of millions more just to save face to compete with Linny. So, after giving 1,000 gifts, Teacher Piao left the live broadcast room in shame.
Teacher Piao ran away? Is this the strength of your Piao family army?
It's just this level. Yes, look at our wood god, he hasn't stopped for half an hour. Let's not discuss whether it's worth money or not, just based on his hand speed, he deserves to be called the wood god.
I unilaterally announce that I will quit the Piao family army today and join the Mu family army.
Teacher Piao, let's not contact each other anymore.
I'm afraid the wood god will misunderstand. The god of wood has single-handedly pushed this anchor's popularity to the top of the list. It's so terrifying. Wood god, when can you send us some? Stop daydreaming.
If you want to hook up with the wood god, you should at least go to Thailand country for an operation first. After Teacher Piao left the live broadcast room, the comments section instantly became one-sided. After Linny had used up 10,000 super rockets, he finally stopped.
My hands are sore, let me rest for a while.
Continue in 3 minutes.
Linny typed 2 lines in the comments section. Mushin, you should have a good rest. Do you want me to massage your fingers? It's so scary. 10,000 super rockets were fired in a row. This is the first time I've seen such a scene in my life.
I have never seen such a scene in my entire life.
A full 20 million. He's a real big shot. Mushin, would you like to accept an advertisement? We have a product that we would like to invite you to. Shut up, do you think our wood god would be interested in these little idiots from your brand?
Seeing that Linny finally stopped his crazy operations, Chen Fei also breathed a sigh of relief.
Brother Mumu, I'm tired. I'm going to end the show first. Chen Fei didn't dare to wait for Lin Yi's next round of gifts.
So he hurriedly closed the live broadcast room.
When Linny saw the words "the live broadcast room was closed," he was speechless.
This little girl, why is she still embarrassed?
But I have a mission to accomplish.
I have to spend 200 million to unlock the system reward.
This is only 20 million, only 1/10 of it has been completed. Ding, this time the cashback recipient spent 20 million yuan, and the cashback recipient's favorability is 50 points. The cashback multiple is being randomly generated. The cashback multiple is 48 times.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 960 million yuan. You can complete the task and get cash back at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
I made money from everything. Chen Fei, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability is 60 points.
Ding, the favorability of the bound object Chen Fei has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-point reward. After this live broadcast, the number of Chen Fei's fans directly exceeded 50,000. Linny is even more exaggerated, with more than 100,000 people following him.
The number of fans is increasing faster than Chen Fei.
Linny saw the private message jumping wildly in the background and simply chose to ignore it. Then I turned on the Do Not Disturb feature.
The night is long and it is only a little past 10 o'clock in the evening.
Linny really didn't want to go to bed so early. Or, just find a live broadcast room of someone who is destined to be with you and watch it.
Anyway, I have too much money to spend now.
Linny does what he says. Continue to browse the Who You live broadcast platform.
Although the money is high, Linny still wants to find a female anchor that he likes. Maybe there will be a chance to meet them offline at that time. At that time, there will be one more top-quality binding object. Isn't it wonderful?
Linny slid his fingers across the screen, browsing through one live broadcast room after another.
I never found anything that suits my taste. Until the name of a female anchor appeared in front of me. Zhao Feier? Yes, it's you.
Zhao Feier is indeed very beautiful and is also a very popular anchor on Who You Live.
As Linny clicked into Zhao Feier's live broadcast room, the fans who had just witnessed the peak showdown between Linny and Teacher Piao immediately recognized him. Isn't this the god of wood? Damn it, is the wood god coming directly to the lair of the Piao family army? Quickly notify our brothers in the Mu family army to come and watch the fun.
It feels like Mushin is going to knock Teacher Piao off Zhao Feier's list.
Chapter 110, Can I come to see you?
Looking at the lively comments section, Zhao Feier was still confused. She was just playing the werewolf game live on air and had no idea what was going on outside. However, after carefully reading the chat content in the comments section, I can guess roughly.
This guy called Mumu should be a big shot.
And just now in the live broadcast room of another anchor, Mumu and Teacher Piao were competing in giving gifts, and Teacher Piao ended up losing.
Zhao Feier knew about Teacher Piao's financial resources.
A total of more than 10 million Chinese yuan worth of gifts were given in her live broadcast room.
A true local tycoon. Quite generous. Moreover, Teacher Piao once made an appointment with Zhao Feier to meet privately.
And promised to give Zhao Feier a luxury car worth 5 million.
Zhao Feier and Teacher Piao were both in Hangzhou, not far away, so Zhao Feier planned to keep the appointment.
However, when Zhao Feier arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet Teacher Piao that day, she only saw a greasy fat man.
The fat belly is layered.
If you look down, you probably won't be able to see your toes.
Zhao Feier took a look from a distance and then hurried away.
Then I made up an excuse and sent a message to Teacher Piao. He said that he had something urgent to do at home and could not keep the appointment. She really couldn't convince herself to give herself to such a man just for money.
At least a luxury car worth 5 million is far from enough.
This little money is not enough to compensate her mental loss.
But Teacher Piao is not a fool.
He spent so much money in Zhao Feier's live broadcast room, but he didn't even hold her hand.
So, he gradually stopped giving gifts to Zhao Feier.
Unless Zhao Feier agrees to meet offline. The two of them were stuck in a stalemate. One feels that what the other party gives is too little to make him sell himself out.
The other one won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit.
During this week, Zhao Feier received almost no gifts from Teacher Piao in the live broadcast room. And I heard from some fans that they often see Teacher Piao in the live broadcast rooms of other small anchors. He was still generous in his attack, firing more than 10 or 20 super rockets at the beginning.
Although Zhao Feier was unhappy, there was nothing she could do.
So after learning that this person named Mumu had dampened Teacher Piao's enthusiasm in other live broadcast rooms today, Zhao Feier suddenly felt secretly happy.
Welcome brother Mumu to my live broadcast room. Zhao Feier welcomed him.
The sound is sweet, crisp, and very pleasant to listen to.
Linny asked while typing in the comments section. Host, can we connect to the microphone? The system's requirement for binding is to have a conversation with the opposite sex. This has been verified when binding Chen Fei. Just typing and chatting is not enough. At least a microphone must be connected.
Linny planned to make a big splash in Zhao Feier's live broadcast room, so he decided to bind her first. Although the two people have never met, the cashback multiple will be very low, but it is better than nothing.
At least you won't lose money. Linny is still a frugal person in his heart.
But Zhao Feier frowned. This Mumu came in without giving me a penny and just wanted to connect with me via microphone. I'm afraid he is a greasy and disgusting man like Teacher Piao. So, Zhao Feier subconsciously refused.
Sorry, I never connect to the microphone.
There is no room for rejection.
Feier, you are so confused. The wood god has come, why don't you keep him here? It feels like Feier is going to lose 10 million. 10 million? Who are you looking down on?
God of Wood will help you, at least 20 million is fine.
Who is this wood god you are talking about? Is he very powerful? Some fans still don't know what just happened. The wood god doesn't know?
Your Piao family army's Teacher Piao was beaten to a pulp by our wood god just now. While people were chatting in the comments section, a large group of people rushed into the live broadcast room.
I heard that the god of wood is here. Damn, the guys came here just because they smelled the scent. Of course not.
We swear to protect the wood god until our death. The Mu family army has arrived, all non-combatants, get out of the way. Seeing that the atmosphere group was already in place, Linny shook his head slightly.
Forget it, if it's not bound, then don't bind it. It's not a big deal to spend a few dollars. Now that all the brothers who came to watch the fun have come, we can't let them make a wasted trip. Moreover, the number one in this live broadcast room is still that Teacher Piao. Since I've already bullied you, I might as well bully you again. Good things come in pairs.
Then, Super Rocket special effects lit up on the screen one after another.
Moreover, the rhythm was the same as before, with a frequency of 5 shots per second. Damn it! Ruin the place. Go call Teacher Piao back. If he keeps doing this, his number one spot will be taken away. Stop shouting. Teacher Piao has been disgraced and has left the line. He was tortured by the god of wood just now and ran away without saying a word.
No way, I don't believe it,
I'll send a private message to Teacher Piao.
Stop it, Mr. Piao may have just spent all this month's pocket money. There's no point in calling him back now.
Mushin, how much money do you have? You are not really planning to knock Mr. Piao off the top spot. Some viewers who don't know the whole story are still questioning Lin Yi's ability.
Lin Yi had no intention of explaining and continued to mechanically tap the screen of his phone.
Zhao Feier's expression gradually changed from disgust at the beginning to surprise.
She thought that after she rejected Mumu's request for a live broadcast, the other party would leave the live broadcast room directly. But I didn't expect that the other party would become super popular right away. And there is no sign of stopping. Even Mr. Piao in his heyday would not give gifts like this. He gave out 20 to 30 at most a day, and it took him a year to accumulate more than 5,000 super hot items in the live broadcast room.
This is a truly rich person. We must seize this opportunity. Zhao Feier quickly came to her senses. With Mumu's style, even if the other party is a greasy man like Teacher Piao, she can accept it. Thank you, Brother Mumu, for your super popularity. Give Brother Mumu a heart. Brother Mumu, I was ignorant just now. Do you still want to connect with the microphone now? Zhao Feier's expression changed instantly. But Lin Yi was concentrating on giving gifts and didn't want to pay any attention to Zhao Feier.
I had already spent several million when the other party finally remembered to connect with the microphone.
Forget it, that's too insincere. Do you really think I'm short of this little money?
Lin Yi didn't say anything, but his fingers gradually increased in speed.
He didn't stop until he had spent 20 million. Let's stop here for today. If you're tired, we'll continue another day. After saying that, he left the live broadcast room. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. He only left a handsome and cool back view to the audience in the live broadcast room.
The number one in the live broadcast room also changed from Teacher Piao to Mumu.
Zhao Feier looked at the words Lin Yi typed before he left and fell into deep thought. Is he upset because I didn't connect with him at the beginning? What does he mean by that? Continue another day? Change. Is this a hint to me?
Zhao Feier blinked her big eyes. After some thought, he clicked on Lin Yi's homepage and sent him a private message.
Brother Mumu, when are you free this week? Can I come see you?